Red Fort declared that he'll be back to address the nation from the Red Fort next year and listed out the nation's progress on the promises he made to the people. Him returning, as he claims, next year means, according to him, that the Modi government will be back after the Lok Sabha elections in 2024 next year. Taking a jibe at the opposition India alliance, Modi called upon the nation to end corruption, dynasty as well as appeasement, as he had earlier said, quit India. Also taking a clear sweep at the Gandhis, Prime Minister went on to say that some people in this country are devoted to just one family and work for the development of that family and not the nation.
अगली बार 15 अगस्त को इसी लाल किले से मैं आपको देश की उपलब्धियां, आपके सामर्थ्य, आपके संकल्प, उसमें हुई प्रगति, उसकी जो सफलता है, उसके गौरवगान, उससे भी अधिक आत्मविश्वास के सामने आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत करूंगा। आज मेरे देश के लोकतंत्र में एक ऐसी विकृति आई है जो कभी भारत के लोकतंत्र को मजबूती नहीं दे सकती, और वो क्या है बीमारी? परिवारवादी पार्टियां। और उनका तो मंत्र क्या है? पार्टी ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली एंड फॉर द फैमिली। भ्रष्टाचार ने दिमक की तरह देश की सारी व्यवस्थाओं को, देश के सामर्थ्य को पूरी तरह नोच लिया है। भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जंग हर इकाई में, हर क्षेत्र में। और मैं देशवासियों, मेरे प्रिय परिवारजनों, ये मोदी के जीवन का कमिटमेंट है। ये मेरे व्यक्तित्व का एक कमिटमेंट है कि मैं भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ता रहूंगा।
Mallikarjun Kharge, unfortunately for him, is a president of a dynasty party, and he has no option but to continue what the family tells him to do. He has his job depends on attacking the Prime Minister and attacking the government. I certainly don't believe the Congress party or indeed its token president Mallikarjun Kharge ji will say anything positive about India. Certainly if he cannot say anything positive about India on Independence Day, certainly he will not say anything positive about the BJP and our government.
सर्वप्रथम देशवासियों को स्वतंत्रता दिवस की अनंत शुभकामनाएं। स्वतंत्रता दिवस पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आज का उद्बोधन 2047 के विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को साकार करने वाला रोड मैप था। देश को परिवारवाद, भ्रष्टाचार और तुष्टीकरण के नासूरों से मुक्त करने का ऐलान था। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास इस मूल मंत्र को साकार करने वाला था।
तो उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी पर भी देखना चाहिए। वो हमसे पहले उदाहरण बने हैं परिवारवाद के। हम लोग तो बाद में उदाहरण बने हैं, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी पहले उदाहरण हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में। हमसे पहले परिवारवाद अगर किसी ने अपनाया है तो बीजेपी ने, और उन्होंने खुद।
प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद को रिएश्योर कर रहे हैं कि मैं दोबारा भी यहाँ आऊंगा। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच जो है वो आज एक फेयरवेल स्पीच थी। मुझे नहीं लगता कि प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पे अब कभी लाल किले पे स्पीच देंगे। देश नई राजनीति, नई विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ना चाहता है।
It's a mega India Today impact. One of the main instigators of 31st July communal clashes in Haryana, Bittu Bajrangi, has now been arrested. This comes after, remember, India Today had exposed Bittu Bajrangi's hate provocations on camera. Accused in several other cases as well, Bittu Bajrangi was caught from near Faridabad resident nearly 20 days after the violence had broken out. But what happened? The arrest was followed by a brief chase by the cops near Bittu Bajrangi's house, where the cops were armed with sticks and guns. In this exclusive CCTV video that has been accessed by India Today television, plain-clothed cops who were chasing this cow vigilante, who was caught by surprise when the cops arrived. So he did not, of course, expect the cops to suddenly snoop down on him. This was after a long chase that Bittu Bajrangi was finally arrested from his Faridabad residence. Remember, he had been unfazed earlier. Bittu Bajrangi had admitted to India Today as well that there were sports and guns that people had in the procession. It was importantly his own videos that are believed to be have been one part of instigating violence in Haryana's No. आपने आपके वीडियो में तो काफी भड़काऊ जब मैसेजेस दिए, आपने ऐसा भी कुछ कहा आपका जीजा आ रहा है वहां पर, तैयार रहो, ऐसे मैसेजेस। यात्रा थी ये तो बहुत बढ़िया शोभा यात्रा थी जो हर साल होती है। ऐसे मैसेज उस गांव में क्यों देंगे जहां मुसलमान रहते हैं?
मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट है, वीडियो है, रिकॉर्डिंग है जो मैंने क्राइम ब्रांच को उपलब्ध करवा दी है। मेरे को धमकी दे रहे थे, मैं सभी के लिए नहीं होता, जिन्होंने मुझे गालियां दी और मेरे साथ धमकी दी और जिन लोगों ने मुझे काटने मारने की बात बोली, ये उनके लिए था, ना कि सभी के लिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, पूजा करना आपका हक है, हर किसी का हक है, लेकिन आप लाइव करके, यात्रा से लाइव करके आप चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे कि मैं अपना लोकेशन शेयर कर रहा हूं, आप आइए? ये चुनौती
मेरे
आपकी
पास
तरफ से क्यों दी जा रही थी?
मेरे पास आइए, अभी भी मेरे को धमकी आ रही है मारने काटने की, ये उनके लिए है, ये उनके लिए था जो मुझे मारने काटने की अब शब्द गंदी गाली दे रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर आप भड़काऊ वीडियोस डालते हैं, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, अगर आपके पास धमकी आई थी तो
साक्ष्य आप पूरे अपने पास रख लेना, मैं आपको उपलब्ध करवा दूंगा, सारे सबूत आपको दूंगा, उसको भी चलाओ कि उन्होंने क्या बोला।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे क्योंकि पुलिस ने
माफी मोमन खान को माननी
पुलिस का
चाहिए,
कहना है कि
मोमन खान को, जाबिर घाटमिका को,
आप नहीं मांगेंगे माफी?
जिन्होंने मेवात में दंगे करे, घर जलाए, हमारी माताओं बहनों पर अत्याचार किया,
बजरंगी जी,
बाइकें
अभी भी
लूटी,
आप माफी
बस
मांगेंगे
चलाई,
या नहीं
हमारे
मांगेंगे?
2 जवान शहीद हुए और हमारी बच्चों पे अत्याचार हुआ,
जी, आपके खिलाफ
उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए, जो दंगाई है, जो आतंकवादी है, उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, वीडियोस है कि जो यात्रा में भी थे उनके पास भी हथियार थे, एक आराधना में हथियार का क्या काम है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी के पास ना बिट्टू बजरंगी की टीम के पास कोई हथियार नहीं, दिखाओ मुझे एक बार लाइव, दिखाओ मुझे
यात्रा में हथियार था या नहीं?
मेरे पास ना हथियार था, ना मेरी यात्रा में हथियार था, ना मुझे संज्ञान में। ये
आप वीडियो है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी की यात्रा में हथियार लाए गए थे, सिंपल सवाल है, क्या आप मानते हो कि भगवान की आराधना में, भगवान की पूजा में, क्या भगवान की पूजा में हथियार का कोई हिस्सा है?
दिखाओ ना मेरे को, मेरे पास का हथियार थे, दिखाओ तो सही, बोलने से क्या होता है मैडम जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी, एक सवाल और है आपसे,
हथियार थे, मुझे ये दिखाओ।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है?
अच्छा, हमारा बोलने से गोली पे गोली चलेगी, उन्होंने तो गोली चला के दिखा दी, उन्होंने तो हत्या करके
तो अगर वो गलत है तो आप भी गलत करेंगे, मतलब इसका क्या मतलब है? ये भड़काओ, मैंने आपसे पहले भी कहा कि आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है,
और उन्होंने बता दिया हथियार क्या होते हैं। हमें तो अब मालूम पड़ा है हथियार क्या होते हैं, हम तो लाठी डंडे जिससे कुत्ते भगाते थे उसको हथियार समझते थे, मीडिया वाले भी कहते हैं लाठी हथियार होता है, हमें तो हथियार 31 तारीख को जब पूजा करी, हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चली, हमें जब मालूम पड़ा हथियार क्या होता है।
Let me now take you through some of the top developments coming in from the monsoon hit areas. Let's begin. Horrific visuals have come in from Simla in Himachal Pradesh, which witnessed a tragic mishap along with a 3-story house that collapsed in a landslide amid incessant rainfall. This is what was once a small village, an area, a residential locality. It's now been flattened. Heavy downpour has led to an alarming situation in Himachal. Arni University in Kangra district was also flooded. Markets in the districts have been inundated. Heavy rainfall triggered a massive landslide in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, due to which Badrinath highway has been blocked. People were seen helping each other while crossing the area. Due to increased water level in the Bias River, water has been released from Himachal's Pong Dam, leading to a situation of flood-like in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Half a dozen villages around the river have been filled with water now. Entry point of the under-construction railway tunnel in Shivpuri was blocked after the water entered into the tunnel, rising up to 4 feet. Workers, however, have now been rescued. So rainfall continues to wreak havoc, especially in the hill states. Here's what happened. The death toll in Himachal Pradesh has mounted to 55 after several injured people, and there were missing as well that are being reported. There are landslide, flash flood, cloud burst, leading to the loss of life and properties. Schools and colleges have been shut in Himachal Pradesh till the 16th of August. Situation continues to remain grim in the state capital, Simla. Many people were killed when, and specifically over 30 are feared trapped in a debris after a Shiva temple collapsed in the Summer Hill area of the city. Incessant rainfall has battered the states for the past few days with no relief in sight. Both Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh have witnessed the landslides and the wrath of Mother Nature. Met Department has issued a red alert. Meanwhile, roads leading to the revered Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines have been damaged due to the landslide. Pilgrimage to these shrines have to be halted for now, at least till Friday.
हमने फैसला किया है कि ड्रेनेज सिस्टम को प्रत्येक हिमाचल प्रदेश के शहर में, गांव में किस प्रकार से अमली जामा पहनाया जाए, इस बारे में एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट तैयार की जा रही है। और आज मैंने स्वाधीनता दिवस के अवसर पर भी ये कहा है कि डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए जो हम योजना लेके आ रहे हैं, उसके लिए हमने 800 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया है।
As a tourist, we are expecting some alert before. So I think finally I got to know these red alerts and everything. I think sometimes government or your Met Department, they should have known this, but no one advised us to not to come to this area in this period. So if we would have known this before, we would have changed the plan. Now it's always said, no, can't help.
Flash floods and torrential rains have not only caused a huge damage to the public and private property in Himachal Pradesh, but has also dented state's tourism industry. Hundreds of tourists who were stranded at various places some time back, though were rescued safely, but still the fresh spell of rains has stranded many. We spoke to a group of tourists from Sri Lanka who have now cancelled their trip from Mandi to the neighboring Kullu and other areas, as the roads have been damaged by the bad weather, the rains and the landslides or in the rock slides. With camera person Chandiram, Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi for India Today.
Remembering Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the 5th death anniversary of Vajpayee, Home Minister Amit Shah has reached the Sadaiv Atal Smarak in Delhi. Prime Minister Modi remembers Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Prime Minister has said, and I quote him here, Atalji played a pivotal role in India's progress. So you're looking at the latest visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah, who's there at the Sadaiv Atal Smarak. Let's quickly go across to Jitendra Bahadur for the latest on that. Yes, Jitendra, go ahead. होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह वहां पर हैं अभी, क्या और कोई भी मंत्री जिनको हम देख सकते हैं, आप हमें थोड़ा बताएं किस तरह से क्या कहा जा रहा है, क्या मैसेजेस आए हैं प्रधानमंत्री से और गृह मंत्री से?
भारतीय राजनीति विज्ञान के अटल ध्रुव नक्षत्र बन गए।
बिल्कुल पूजा, यहाँ पर पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की जो समाधि है वो सदैव अटल। आप देखिए सीधे तस्वीरें, यहाँ तमाम जो नेता हैं वो सीधे यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं। जो कैबिनेट मंत्री हैं, खुद गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह, ये दोनों लोग पहुंच चुके हैं। कैबिनेट से जुड़े हुए जो दूसरे मंत्री हैं वो तमाम नेता यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। इसके साथ ही आपको बता दें कि ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है जो एनडीए जो अलायंस है उसके नेता भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और वो लगातार यहाँ पर प्रार्थना सभा जो चल रही है इस दौरान यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इसके साथ ही जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब से थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे, राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू, उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़, ये तमाम नेता जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और उसके बाद जो है यहाँ प्रार्थना सभा करीब 7:30 बजे के आसपास शुरू होगी। तो पूरा ये कार्यक्रम जो है वो करीब आधे घंटे तक चलेगा और यहाँ पर जो सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से जुड़े हुए जो एनडीए अलायंस से के नेता हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और ये नेता जो है यहाँ जो कुर्सियां लगी हुई हैं
प्रधानमंत्री के भी आने की आशंका है अभी
मौजूद हैं। आपको बता दें कि अटल जी को लगातार
क्या प्रधानमंत्री के भी आने का शेड्यूल है यहाँ?
बिल्कुल पूजा, प्रधानमंत्री अब से थोड़ी देर बाद यहां पर पहुंचेंगे। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह यहां पर पहुंच चुके हैं। इसके साथ ही आप देखिए कि रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह के साथ साथ लोकसभा स्पीकर ओम बिरला वो भी यहां पर पहुंच चुके हैं और लगातार यहां पर सभी लोग याद कर रहे हैं पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की उन यादों को लगातार उनकी तरफ से याद किया जा रहा है। ये प्रार्थना सभा करीब आधे घंटे 35 मिनट के आसपास चलेगी, जिसमें राष्ट्रपति भी उस दौरान मौजूद रहेंगे, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी मौजूद रहेंगे, उपराष्ट्रपति मौजूद रहेंगे। तो तमाम जो बड़े डिग्निटरीज हैं सभी लोग यहां पर मौजूद रहेंगे। पहली बार जो है एनडीए से जुड़े हुए नेता यहां पर पहुंचे हुए पूजा, जिसमें जीतन राम मांझी आ चुके हैं, अगाथा संगमा यहां पर मौजूद हैं, इसके साथ एम थम्बी दुरई जो वो भी यहां पर मौजूद हैं। तो बहुत सारे नेता लगातार यहां पहुंचने का उनका
सिलसिला Prime Minister also arrived. Atal Bihari Vajpayee died at 93 in 2018, 10th Prime Minister of this country. His birthday is celebrated as Good Governance Day, and today remembering him on his death anniversary, this time of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former Prime Minister of this country. Thank you very much, Jitendra. I'm heading into a very short break. I take you some international news, but with an Indian Hindu connect. Rishi Sunak attended the Ram Katha at Cambridge, says my Hindu faith guides me. We get you the latest visuals coming in. Remember, as a UK Prime Minister, this is an unprecedented moment as well. After a very short break, we get you the latest on that.
It took a viral video for two people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fauziya ji, I promised you, ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi, sir? A three-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
भ्रष्टाचार ये विकास का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन है। अगर देश विकास चाहता है, देश 2047 विकसित भारत का सपना का साकार करना चाहता है, तो हमारे लिए आवश्यक है कि हम किसी भी हालत में देश में भ्रष्टाचार को सहन नहीं करेंगे। इस मूड को लेकर के चलना चाहिए। हमें भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एक नफरत का माहौल बनाना है। जैसे गंदगी हमें नफरत पैदा करते हैं ना, मन में गंदगी पसंद नहीं है, ये सार्वजनिक जीवन की इससे बड़ी कोई गंदगी नहीं हो सकती। और इसलिए हमारे स्वच्छता अभियान को एक नया मोड़ ये भी देना है कि हमें भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति पानी है। सरकार टेक्नोलॉजी से भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए बहुत प्रयास कर रही है। आपको जानकर के हैरानी होगी, इस देश में पिछले 9 साल में एक काम मैंने ऐसे किया, आंकड़ा सुनोगे तो लोग कहेंगे मोदी ऐसा करता है, जैसे 10 करोड़ लोग करीब करीब जो गलत फायदा उठाते थे वो मैंने रोक दिया। तो आप में से कोई कहेगा आपने लोगों से अन्याय कर दिया। जी नहीं, ये 10 करोड़ कौन लोग थे? ये 10 करोड़ वो लोग थे जिनका जन्म ही नहीं हुआ था और उनके नाम पर उनके विडो हो जाते थे, वो वृद्ध हो जाते थे, वो दिव्यांग हो जाते थे, फायदे लिए जाते थे। 10 करोड़ ऐसे बेनामी जो चीजें चलती थी उसको रोकने का पवित्र काम, भ्रष्टाचारियों की संपत्ति जो हमने जब्त की है ना, वो पहले की तुलना में 20 गुना ज्यादा की है। मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, ये आपकी कमाई का पैसा लोग लेकर के भागे थे, 20 गुना ज्यादा संपत्ति को जब्त करने का। और इसलिए लोगों की मेरे प्रति नाराजगी होना बहुत स्वाभाविक है, लेकिन मुझे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ की लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाना है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
We're going across to the Sadaiv Atal Smarak in Delhi, where Prime Minister Modi has reached, and we can also see the Vice President there, Jagdeep Dhankar, chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and other ministers from the cabinet, including Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And one by one, remember that they are heading inside the Smarak. Today is marked as the death anniversary of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and he had served from 96 to 2004 in 3 different terms. Remember, for one term was actually for 13 days, and it was also during his tenure when the Kargil war was fought and won. And in 2018, at the age of 93, Atal Bihari Vajpayee took his last breath after facing an ailment for a long time. That's the President's convoy arriving at the Sadaiv Atal Smarak. Prime Minister Modi already has given out a message on the death anniversary of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, saying that Atalji played a pivotal role in India's progress. This is the 5th death anniversary that we are observing today of the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee.
अशांत थी कि उसका रक्षक चला गया, जन जन की आंखों का तारा टूट गया। शांति के पुजारी थे, किंतु क्रांति के
with heavy security, as is around the president of this country, being received by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that's President of the country, Draupadi Murmu, wearing a crisp white sari, heading towards this Smarak, which is called the Atal Sada. Accompanied by the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in grey, and Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and other ministers as well, including, as you can see, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. The VVIPs and the topmost of the political ladder of this country currently at the Sadaiv Atal amid a heightened security, as you can see around them.
और अब माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगी श्रद्धेय अटल जी को। राष्ट्र पुरुष भारत रत्न परम श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी अनंत यात्रा पर प्रस्थान कर गए हैं और बची हैं तो उनकी मधुर यादें, उनके तेजस्वी वचन, उनका ओजस्वी वक्तव्य, उनकी कविताएं, उनके संवाद। हाँ, उनकी देह हमारे बीच नहीं, लेकिन उनके स्मरण तथा सम्मान में उनकी यादें कम नहीं हैं। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू द्वारा श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किया। उन्होंने श्रद्धेय अटल जी को। और अब माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी पुष्पांजलि श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करते हुए श्रद्धेय अटल जी को
offering the wreath, prayers and of course messages of condolences as well as observing the 5th death anniversary. And this, remember, is very crucial because as you just heard, it is also Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Let's go across to Jitendra, who's tracking the latest from the ground there. Jitendra, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ना ही सिर्फ प्रधानमंत्री रहे हैं, 3 टर्म्स उन्होंने सर्व किए हैं फ्रॉम 1996 to 2004, but also he's known as someone जिनके वक्त न्यूक्लियर पावर्स जो थी भारत देश की, वो उसी वक्त एक तरह से पीक पर पहुंची थी। कारगिल युद्ध जो हमने लड़ा और जीता, वो भी अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के टेन्योर के टाइम ही है। तो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट्स भी रही थी अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के टेन्योर में, जितेंद्र।
बिल्कुल पूजा, जिस तरीके से अभी आप जो सीधे तस्वीरें देख रही हैं कि रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह पुष्पांजलि यहां पर अर्पित कर रहे हैं, जो सदैव अटल समाधि है पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की समाधि में। अब गृह मंत्री यहां पर पहुंचे हुए हैं, तमाम जो मंत्री हैं वो पुष्पांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं। इससे पहले आपने देखा कि राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू, उपराष्ट्रपति के साथ साथ यहां पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किए। आपने जिस तरीके से कहा पूजा की जो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को लोग इसी तरीके से याद करते हैं, उनको भारत का सच्चा सपूत कहा जाता था। इस तरीके की बातें लगातार, चाहे वो कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, उनकी तरफ से कहा जाता रहा है और सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से ऊपर उठ करके उन्होंने काम किया है। राष्ट्र के लगातार वो मार्गदर्शक रहे हैं, सच्चे देशभक्त के तौर पर उनको जाना जाता है। और कई जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के जो नेता हैं, अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के, वो उनको राष्ट्र पुरुष के तौर पर कहा करते थे। तो इस तरीके का व्यक्तित्व पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी का था। और यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि जिस तरीके से पहली बार ऐसा देखा जा रहा है कि जो एनडीए अलायंस है उससे जुड़े हुए नेता यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं।
जितेंद्र, मैं ये बता दूं, ये जो द लेडी दैट वी सी ऑन द स्क्रीन, इफ आई एम करेक्ट, शी इज द डॉटर Namita of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So this is as much a personal moment as is political, Jitendra. Yes. All right. So we have from the top President Draupadi Murmu to, of course, the close family members to ministers in the cabinet at the Sadaiv Atal Smarak, offering their condolence messages, remembering the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. I'm leaving you with these visuals, heading into a very short break.
प्यारे परिवारजनों, पिछले कुछ सप्ताह नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, विशेषकर मणिपुर में और हिंदुस्तान के भी अन्य कुछ भागों में, लेकिन विशेषकर मणिपुर में जो हिंसा का दौर चला, कई लोगों को अपना जीवन खोना पड़ा, मां बेटियों के सम्मान के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ। लेकिन कुछ दिनों से लगातार शांति की खबरें आ रही हैं। देश मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। देश मणिपुर के लोगों को पिछले कुछ दिनों से जो शांति बनाए रखी है, उस शांति के पर्व को आगे बढ़ाएं और शांति से ही समाधान का रास्ता निकलेगा। और राज्य और केंद्र सरकार मिलकर के उन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रही है, करती रहेगी।
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, these are the visuals coming from the Sadaiv Atal Smarak. That is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi presently is. So is President Draupadi Murmu on the 5th death anniversary of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Let's dip in for a while to these visuals. Across to Jitendra Bahadur. Jitendra, go ahead. वहाँ पर अभी संगीत प्रेज इस वक्त जो कंटिन्यू हो रहा है, हमें बताइए और कौन-कौन वहाँ पर अभी हैं और आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल पूजा, यहाँ पर आप जो सीधे तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर इस समय प्रार्थना सभा चल रही है। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, तमाम जो कैबिनेट के मंत्री हैं वो भी मौजूद हैं। इसके साथ ही आपको बता दें कि पहली बार एनडीए अलायंस से जुड़े हुए जो नेता हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को जो पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री हैं उनको इस वक्त सभी लोग याद कर रहे हैं। श्रद्धांजलि लोगों ने दिया है, श्रद्धा सुमन उनकी तरफ से अर्पित किया गया है। तो तमाम नेता यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इसके साथ साथ राष्ट्रपति के साथ साथ लोकसभा स्पीकर, उपराष्ट्रपति, ये तमाम लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इस वक्त लगातार याद किया जा रहा है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज जिस तरीके से जो एनडीए अलायंस से जुड़े हुए नेता हैं वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को जिस तरीके से भारत रत्न से नवाजा गया था, उनकी तस्वीरें सबके जहन में इस वक्त हैं और सभी लोग यहाँ पर याद कर रहे हैं। प्रार्थना सभा जो है करीब 30 मिनट के आसपास ये चलेगी पूजा, और इस कार्यक्रम के बाद जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो काफी संख्या में यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। वो तमाम कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर आकर के श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे। तो एक ये 30 से 35 मिनट का पूरा कार्यक्रम होगा। और आज जिस तरीके से जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं, इसके अलावा जो प्रधानमंत्री, राष्ट्रपति, सभी लोग पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को इस वक्त याद कर रहे हैं। लगातार लोगों के बीच में, युवाओं में जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की चर्चा रहती है, उनका व्यक्तित्व ही ऐसा है। चाहे युवा हो, महिला हो, बुजुर्ग हो, सभी उनको सम्मान और प्यार के हिसाब से देखते हैं। और पूजा, आपने जो यहाँ पर सीधे सदैव अटल जो समाधि स्थल है, यहाँ की जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, अटल जी के बारे में लगातार ये कहा जाता रहा है कि वो, उनका हृदय जो है वो कवि हृदय है और कविताएं वो ऐसी ऐसी लिखते आए हैं जिस में उन्होंने देश से जुड़ी हुई जो समस्या रही है, चाहे आर्थिक समस्या रही हो या फिर जो अलग अलग देशों के साथ जो संबंध हैं उनको लेकर के उन्होंने कई तरीके की कविताएं लिखी हैं और इन कविताओं को लेकर के रोज हमेशा याद करते रहते हैं। तो यहाँ कई ऐसे शिलापट इस वक्त लगे हुए हैं। सदैव अटल जो समाधि है वहां पर अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री, उनकी कविताएं भी लिखी हुई हैं, जिसमें आदमी को पहचानने उसके धन या आसन से नहीं होती, उसके मन से होती है। मन की फकीरी पर कुबेर की संपदा भी रोती है। तो इस तरीके की कविताएं यहाँ पर लिखी गई हैं और आप जो सीधे तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, ये सदैव अटल जो समाधि स्थल है पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी का, वहाँ की सीधी तस्वीरें हैं। और यहाँ जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज अलग अलग जो एनडीए के अलायंस हैं वो तमाम लोग मौजूद हैं। प्रधानमंत्री खुद यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और ये प्रार्थना सभा 30 से 35 मिनट के आसपास चलेगी, जिसको कि यहाँ पर जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो भी काफी संख्या में इस वक्त मौजूद हैं। इसके बाद जो कार्यक्रम होगा उसमें बीजेपी से जो जुड़े हुए कार्यकर्ता हैं वो तमाम यहाँ पर श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे। तो इसमें जो कैबिनेट के मंत्री हैं वो सभी लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे। तो सभी जो नेता हैं वो लगातार याद कर रहे हैं पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी।
जितेंद्र हमारे साथ बने रहे। I quickly want to read out what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said short while ago. I joined the 140 crore people of India in paying homage to the remarkable Atalji on his Punyatithi. India benefited greatly from his leadership. He played a pivotal role in boosting our nation's progress and in taking it to the 21st century in a wide range of sectors. तो ये बात काफ़ी आज भी देश में याद रखते हैं जितेंद्र, कि ना ही सिर्फ प्रधानमंत्री थे और न्यूक्लियर पावर्स को उन्होंने पुश दिया, पर एक कवि भी रहे हैं। जब पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशंस होते थे तो काफ़ी बार अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी कविताओं से अपनी राजनीतिक बात कह जाते थे।
बिल्कुल पूजा, जिस तरीके से उनकी कविताएं जो लिखी खुद उन्होंने लिखा है और उसमें कहा जाता है कि पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी कवि हृदय थे। उनकी जो कविताएं रही हैं वो राष्ट्र निर्माण से जुड़ी हुई कविताएं रही हैं। इसके साथ ही उनके बारे में ये भी कहा जाता है कि जनता से वो जब रूबरू होते थे तो अंत्योदय जो अंतिम पायदान में खड़े हुए व्यक्ति थे उनसे वो डायरेक्ट जुड़ते थे। उनकी जो कविता है, हमें
बताएं अभी क्या हो रहा है। सारे जो डिग्निटरीज वहां पे हैं इंक्लूडिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंड प्रेसिडेंट, वो क्या वापस मेमोरियल की तरफ चल चुके हैं? क्योंकि पता लग रहा है ऐसे जो संगीत रुक गया, बताएं हमें। पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करें।
बिल्कुल, जो प्रार्थना सभा चल रही थी वो अभी समाप्त हुई है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू, इसके साथ साथ उपराष्ट्रपति, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, ये तमाम लोग अब आगे की तरफ निकल रहे हैं। इससे पहले प्रधानमंत्री, राष्ट्रपति सभी लोग यहाँ पर पहुंच करके उन्होंने श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किए थे। तो ये पूरा कार्यक्रम जो है जिसमें जो डिग्निटरीज हैं, खुद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, इसके साथ साथ राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू, ये तमाम लोग अब यहाँ से निकल रहे हैं। इसके बाद जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो सब यहाँ काफी संख्या में इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, जो आकर के यहाँ पर श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे। और आप देखिए कि अब वो सिलसिला शुरू हो चुका है। बीजेपी के जो बड़े नेता हैं वो सभी लोग यहाँ पर श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित कर रहे हैं और लाइन में लग करके पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को इस वक्त याद किया जा रहा है। और सभी नेता, सभी जो चाहे छोटे बड़े कार्यकर्ता, सभी लोग यहाँ पर आकर के श्रद्धा सुमन इस वक्त अर्पित कर रहे हैं।
Right, thank you very much, Jitendra, for all the latest. So, as Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, President Draupadi Murmu, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar leave the location, you can see that other workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party, all those who have gathered at the location of the Sadaiv Atal Smarak, are now paying their homage. And the Prarthana Sabha was also on for about half an hour. You can look at the visuals. Of first, as protocol, President of the country, Draupadi Murmu, would be escorted to her vehicle. And once she departs, then it would be Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar and then Prime Minister and so on and so forth. So that is going to be the procedure there and protocol. As you can see, other BJP leaders, specifically of Delhi and union ministers as well, are now gathering at this location and paying their homage to the former Prime Minister. Remember, for many, whether it was about the Bharatiya Janata Party or it was about the RSS or the Hindu groups, it was primarily Atal Bihari Vajpayee who had run coalition governments at a time when it was not easy. And from 1996 to 2004, in total about 3 terms, one lasting barely 13 days and then going on for 2 other terms as well. Atal Bihari Vajpayee had managed to make a mark not only for the country but also contributed specifically, as it is said, in scientific belief in nuclear powers that had managed to become and had reached its peak at that time as well. So I'm leaving you with these visuals from the Sadaiv Atal Smarak as more ministers, members of parliament continue to pay their message.
मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, हमें खोई हुई उस विरासत का गर्व करते हुए, खोई हुई समृद्धि को प्राप्त करते हुए हमें फिर एक बार और ये बात मान के चले, हम जो भी करेंगे, हम जो भी कदम उठाएंगे, हम जो भी फैसला लेंगे, वो अगले 1000 साल तक अपनी दिशा निर्धारित करने वाला है। आज मेरे युवाओं ने दुनिया में पहले 3 स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में भारत को स्थान दिला दिया है। विश्व के युवाओं को अचंभा हो रहा है भारत के इस सामर्थ्य को लेकर के, भारत की इस ताकत को देख करके। आज दुनिया टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है और आने वाला युग टेक्नोलॉजी से प्रभावित रहने वाला है और तब टेक्नोलॉजी में भारत की जो टैलेंट है उसकी एक नई भूमिका रहने वाली है। भ्रष्टाचार ये विकास का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन है। अगर देश विकास चाहता है, देश 2047 विकसित भारत का सपना का साकार करना चाहता है, तो हमारे लिए आवश्यक है कि हम किसी भी हालत में देश में भ्रष्टाचार को सहन नहीं करेंगे। इस मूड को लेकर के चलना चाहिए। हमें भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एक नफरत का माहौल बनाना है। जैसे गंदगी हमें नफरत पैदा करती है ना, मन में गंदगी पसंद नहीं है, ये सार्वजनिक जीवन की इससे बड़ी कोई गंदगी नहीं हो सकती। और इसलिए हमारे स्वच्छता अभियान को एक नया मोड़ ये भी देना है कि हमें भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति पानी है। सरकार टेक्नोलॉजी से भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए बहुत प्रयास कर रही है। आपको जानकर के हैरानी होगी, इस देश में पिछले 9 साल में एक काम मैंने ऐसे किया, आंकड़ा सुनोगे तो लोग कहेंगे मोदी ऐसा करता है, जैसे 10 करोड़ लोग करीब करीब जो गलत फायदा उठाते थे वो मैंने रोक दिया। तो आप में से कोई कहेगा आपने लोगों से अन्याय कर दिया। जी नहीं, ये 10 करोड़ कौन लोग थे? ये 10 करोड़ वो लोग थे जिनका जन्म ही नहीं हुआ था और उनके नाम पर उनके विडो हो जाते थे, वो वृद्ध हो जाते थे, वो दिव्यांग हो जाते थे, फायदे लिए जाते थे। 10 करोड़ ऐसे बेनामी जो चीजें चलती थी उसको रोकने का पवित्र काम, भ्रष्टाचारियों की संपत्ति जो हमने जब्त की है ना, वो पहले की तुलना में 20 गुना ज्यादा की है। मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, ये आपकी कमाई का पैसा लोग लेकर के भागे थे, 20 गुना ज्यादा संपत्ति को जब्त करने का। और इसलिए लोगों की मेरे प्रति नाराजगी होना बहुत स्वाभाविक है, लेकिन मुझे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ की लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाना है।
British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited the renowned spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge. As a practitioner of Hinduism and the first Prime Minister of Indian descent in Britain, Sunak made a floral offering to Murari Bapu's Vyaspeeth, making a salutation of Jai Siya Ram. During his address at the event, Sunak said his Hindu faith guides him in every aspect of his life and gives him the courage to do the best as the Prime Minister of Britain. A devout Hindu and a regular temple visitor as well has been seen donning a kalava as well as the sacred Hindu thread on his wrist, and as well as performing the puja ceremonies. This is at multiple occasions in the past as well. These are some of the visuals that have come in from meeting Murari Bapu.
Jai Siya Ram. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to be here today at Murari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
जिस तरह मैंने सुनक जी को देखा, मुझे लगा कि इतने बड़े पद पर होते हुए सरल है, तो सबल होकर सरल रहना और सरल भी इस संवेदना से भरा होना चाहिए। मेरा राष्ट्र, मेरी जनता, मेरा आखिरी आदमी, जो गांधी जी कहते हैं कि आखिरी वंचित लोग तक मेरी संवेदना होनी चाहिए।
He's very humble, and I think the fact that he came, as you said, as a Hindu today, and not just the Prime Minister, what stood out to me the most, apart from serving prasad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bapu from India. Yeah. He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think it says a lot about him.
Musk versus Zuck intensifies amid the much anticipated Musk versus Zuck cage fight. Ex-owner Elon Musk said he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's a detailed report of what's expected there.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-streamed video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, on that note, I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now, but stay tuned. Big political stories right after. Thank you for watching the First Up on India Today. Have a great day coming up.
प्यारे परिवारजनों, पिछले कुछ सप्ताह नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, विशेषकर मणिपुर में और हिंदुस्तान के भी अन्य कुछ भागों में, लेकिन विशेषकर मणिपुर में जो हिंसा का दौर चला, कई लोगों को अपना जीवन खोना पड़ा, मां बेटियों के सम्मान के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ। लेकिन कुछ दिनों से लगातार शांति की खबरें आ रही हैं। देश मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। देश मणिपुर के लोगों को पिछले कुछ दिनों से जो शांति बनाए रखी है, उस शांति के पर्व को आगे बढ़ाएं और शांति से ही समाधान का रास्ता निकलेगा। और राज्य और केंद्र सरकार मिलकर के उन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रही है, करती रहेगी।
Net employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Good morning and welcome to the First Up. I'm Pooja Shali. I'll be bringing you news from across India and the world. Let's begin with the headlines at the top of 8 a.m. All right, the top story coming in from Prime Minister Modi's speech at the Independence Day. It was not just the Independence Day celebration, but also Modi predicting a term for his government again in 2024. Team India Opposition Alliance calls Prime Minister's speech as crass. Big India Today investigation impact. Main riot instigator Bittu Bajrangi has been arrested. Undercover cops chase him down. Devastation and destruction in Himachal. Landslide hits the hill station in Shimla. Death toll mounts to over 55. Chief Minister Sukhu chairs an emergency meeting. Prime Minister Modi and the NDA leaders pay homage to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the former Prime Minister, on his 5th death anniversary. President Draupadi Murmu offers floral tributes. Chandrayaan inches closer to the moon. Key orbit maneuver near the moon today, expected to land on 23rd of August. Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, attends the Ram Katha at Cambridge. UK Prime Minister performs the puja, distributes prasad, says, "My Hindu faith guides me." The Independence Day celebration had Prime Minister Modi declaring a war for 2024 Lok Sabha elections and saying, "I will be back," as he claimed there from the ramparts of the Red Fort. So what exactly happened? Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while delivering the speech on 15th of August, unveiled the Saffron Clan government's reform, perform and transform motto. Prime Minister Modi said and declared that he'll be back to address the nation from the Red Fort next year, which meant basically a claim that his government is going to win the Lok Sabha elections again. He also listed out nation's progress on the promises he made to the people. Taking a jibe also at the opposition India alliance, Modi called upon the nation to end corruption, dynasty and appeasement. Taking a clear sweep at the Gandhis, Prime Minister went on to say, "Some people in this country are only devoted to one family. They work only for the development of one family and not the nation." Listen into what Prime Minister said.
अगली बार 15 अगस्त को इसी लाल किले से मैं आपको देश की उपलब्धियां, आपके सामर्थ्य, आपके संकल्प, उसमें हुई प्रगति, उसकी जो सफलता है, उसके गौरवगान, उससे भी अधिक आत्मविश्वास के सामने आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत करूंगा। आज मेरे देश के लोकतंत्र में एक ऐसी विकृति आई है जो कभी भारत के लोकतंत्र को मजबूती नहीं दे सकती। और वो क्या है बीमारी? परिवारवादी पार्टियां। और उनका तो मंत्र क्या है? पार्टी ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली एंड फॉर द फैमिली। भ्रष्टाचार ने दिमक की तरह देश की सारी व्यवस्थाओं को, देश के सामर्थ्य को पूरी तरह नोच लिया है। भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जंग, हर इकाई में, हर क्षेत्र में। और मैं देशवासियों, मेरे प्रिय परिवारजनों, ये मोदी के जीवन का कमिटमेंट है। ये मेरे व्यक्तित्व का एक कमिटमेंट है कि मैं भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ता रहूंगा।
Mallikarjun Kharge, unfortunately for him, is a president of a dynasty party, and he has no option but to continue what the family tells him to do. He has his job depends on attacking the Prime Minister and attacking the government. I certainly don't believe the Congress party or indeed its token president Mallikarjun Kharge ji will say anything positive about India. Certainly, if he cannot say anything positive about India on Independence Day, certainly he will not say anything positive about the BJP and our government.
श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का उद्बोधन 2047 के विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को साकार करने वाला रोड मैप था। देश को परिवारवाद, भ्रष्टाचार और तुष्टीकरण के नासूरों से मुक्त करने का ऐलान था। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास इस मूल मंत्र को साकार करने वाला था।
तो उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी पर भी देखना चाहिए। वो हमसे पहले उदाहरण बने हैं परिवारवाद के। हम लोग तो बाद में उदाहरण बने हैं, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी पहले उदाहरण हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में। हमसे पहले परिवारवाद अगर किसी ने अपनाया है तो बीजेपी ने और उन्होंने खुद।
प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद को रीअश्योर कर रहे हैं कि मैं दोबारा भी यहाँ आऊंगा। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच जो है वो आज एक फेयरवेल स्पीच थी। मुझे नहीं लगता कि प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पे अब कभी लाल किले पे स्पीच देंगे। देश नई राजनीति, नई विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ना चाहता है।
So that has, of course, already become a huge political showdown, and this is, remember, Prime Minister Modi saying and claiming that I'll be back. When he means I'll be back in the next August on the ramparts of the Red Fort, it basically means that their party will again win the elections. Kumar Kunal joins me for the latest on that. Kunal, clearly this has become a huge political showdown as the India Alliance, led by the Congress party, has reacted as well. Tell us about what exactly did the Prime Minister say, and what has the opposition parties been saying now, because this is a big claim that he's made today.
Exactly, and his speech from the rampart of Red Fort was not less than next year's PM's speech, and he reclaimed his victory next year as well. And actually, some of the political observers are also of the view that actually he was making a political and electoral speech as well. That's why the speech was of a quite significance, because not just he addressed the nation, but also addressed the political parties which are stacking against NDA and in particular BJP. So he is going to face a tough political battle in months to come. But at the same time, he was very much assured about his return, his comeback as the PM, and he also claimed that he will again address the nation next year from the same place. Meanwhile, the political parties, which are opposition political parties, are claiming that the speech by the Prime Minister was lacking in confidence, and he was not confident at all, and it was seemingly a more nervous speech rather than a confidence which was a trademark of Prime Minister Modi. So all these allegations, counter-allegations, claims, counter-claims are going on, but meanwhile, PM has given a clear-cut agenda about his political future, how he is going to deal with the India bloc in days.
Very interesting what Prime Minister Modi said from the ramparts of the Red Fort. He said, and there was this big claim political, that we're going to be back next year, which meant that basically Lok Sabha elections will be won by his party. Now, India Team Alliance was quick to retort and said not him, but their joint alliance will be the ones to hoist the flag from the Red Fort next year. This has really now become as much about 2024 as about any other issue. Take a look at what exactly happened.
और अगली बार 15 अगस्त को इसी लाल किले से मैं आपको देश की उपलब्धियां, आपके सामर्थ्य, आपके संकल्प, उसमें हुई प्रगति, उसकी जो सफलता है, उसके गौरवगान, उससे भी अधिक आत्मविश्वास के सामने, आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत करूंगा.
This has set the pitch for big 2024 war. While unveiling his government's reform, perform, transform motto, Prime Minister Modi from the ramparts of Red Fort declared he'll be back next year to list out the progress of the promises he made to the people.
2019 में परफॉर्मेंस के आधार पर आप सबने मुझे फिर से आशीर्वाद दिया. परिवर्तन का वादा मुझे यहां ले आया, परफॉर्मेंस मुझे दोबारा ले आया, और आने वाले 5 साल अभूतपूर्व विकास के हैं. 2047 के सपने को साकार करने का सबसे बड़ा स्वर्णिम पल आने वाले 5 साल है. और अगली बार 15 अगस्त को इसी लाल किले से मैं आपको देश की उपलब्धियां, आपके सामर्थ्य, आपके संकल्प, उसमें हुई प्रगति, उसकी जो सफलता है, उसके गौरवगान, उससे भी अधिक आत्मविश्वास के सामने, आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत करूंगा.
Prime Minister Modi's new buzzword was Parivarjan, or family members, a term he used to address 140 crore Indians. The word a striking juxtaposition with the Parivarwad attack that Modi often launches at the so-called dynastic parties. The word Parivarjan came up more than 45 times during Modi's speech.
मेरे प्रिय 140 करोड़ परिवारजन, इतना बड़ा विशाल देश, 140 करोड़ देश कि मेरे भाई बहन, मेरे परिवारजन आज आजादी का पर्व मना रहे हैं.
In no-holds-barred attack at the opposition bloc, Modi called on the people to get rid of corruption, parivarvad and appeasement, which he called the troika of evil hampering India's growth.
आज मेरे देश के लोकतंत्र में एक ऐसी विकृति आई है जो कभी भारत के लोकतंत्र को मजबूती नहीं दे सकती. और वो क्या है बीमारी? परिवारवादी पार्टियां. और उनका तो मंत्र क्या है? पार्टी ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली एंड फॉर द फैमिली. इनका तो जीवन मंत्र यही है. अगर सपनों को सिद्ध करना है, संकल्प को पार करना है, तो हमें ये आंख मिचौली बंद करके, आंख में आंख मिला करके 3 बुराइयों से लड़ना बहुत समय की मांग है. हमारे देश की सारी समस्याओं की जड़ में भ्रष्टाचार ने दिमक की तरह देश की सारी व्यवस्थाओं को, देश के सामर्थ्य को पूरी तरह नोच लिया. भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जंग हर इकाई में, हर क्षेत्र में. और मैं देशवासियों, मेरे प्रिय परिवारजनों, ये मोदी के जीवन का कमिटमेंट है. ये मेरे अपने व्यक्तित्व का एक कमिटमेंट है कि मैं भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ता रहूंगा. दूसरा, हमारे देश को नोच लिया है परिवारवाद. इस परिवारवाद ने देश को जिस प्रकार से जकड़ के रखा है, उसने देश के लोगों का हक छीना है. और तीसरी बुराई तुष्टीकरण की है. ये तुष्टीकरण में भी देश के मूलभूत चिंतन को, देश के सर्व समावेशक हमारे राष्ट्रीय चरित्र को दाग लगा दिए, तहस-नहस कर दिया है.
Prime Minister's scathing attacks sparked quiet retaliation from opposition camps. Congress chief Kharge, who missed the Red Fort ceremony citing eye infection, trained guns on Modi at Congress flag hoisting event, claiming that Modi will be out of power in 2024 and unfurl flag at his home.
वो अगले साल फिर झंडा फहराएंगे, अपने घर के ऊपर फहराएंगे.
Modi signed off his 10th Red Fort speech with a couplet about rising India and its global ambitions.
चलता चलाता काल चक्र, अमृत काल का हाल चक्र, सबके सपने अपने सपने.
As Modi's Red Fort fireworks set the template for 2024 polls, Bureau Report, India Today.
A disturbing video of assault has now surfaced from Maharashtra of beating up a man while in full public view. Here's what had happened. This was, we are being told, the location is Bandra station in Mumbai. A man was beaten allegedly on the suspicion of love jihad. The man was traveling with, we're told, a Hindu girl, and then there was sloganeering and chanting also around him as this man continued to be assaulted. There is no clarity about what exactly happened and what led to people to start thrashing him, but look at the way he's being beaten up so brutally. Horrific. Now joins me on the phone line for this. Pankaj, what exactly happened? How can suddenly some random people think that they have the responsibility to take law and order into their own hands and start thrashing this man? What exactly happened?
Good morning, Pooja. So there is no official reaction as of now. As far as the police is concerned, they maintain that they themselves got to know about this viral video on 14th itself, and that's exactly what we are learning. That was the day when this video was uploaded and it went viral. It's also being learned right now that perhaps this video is of 21st of July. And it's being said that at the Bandra terminus, this crowd beat up the boy on the grounds that he is a Muslim boy and that he was seen with a Hindu girl. Now, incidentally, in the suburban area of Ambernath in Mumbai, a girl had gone missing. Her parents had lodged a case of kidnapping as well. And then after this boy was thrashed by the crowd, he was submitted to the Ambernath police station. But as far as the police is concerned, they maintain they are still investigating the matter. It is also, it needs to be learned whether this is the same case, one where the parents had lodged the complaint of kidnapping in Ambernath and this boy being thrashed in Bandra. So we are still awaiting the official reaction from the police. Police maintain that the investigation is on and they are finding about the details of this matter. But what we can say at this point of time is that this viral video was perhaps uploaded on 14th of August. And this was outside the Bandra terminus, the place where from all the express trains leave Bandra. And it's clearly visible in the video itself how a crowd is thrashing a young youth. It is also being said right now, even though the police is yet to verify that
Visual, and we hope that such incidents do not take place in the public and that the local police takes cognizance of what exactly unfolded, and least of all on suspicion of something like a love jihad. This cannot become a precedent. Thank you very much for now, Pankaj Upadhyay. There's been arson reported at a Tiranga Yatra that was organized by the Bharatiya Janata Party in Indore in Madhya Pradesh. And what exactly happened is that one of the vehicles also, we are told, caught fire in the Tiranga rally. There are allegations that the Tiranga Yatra in Indore was attacked. Cops are investigating what exactly happened at this Tiranga rally. Remember yesterday, 15th August, many individuals and political outfits as well, and of specifically the BJP, took out these Tiranga Yatras. And across the country, but this time it's being alleged that their rally and yatra was targeted, as you can see in this visual caught on camera, that specifically there were some suspicious elements, miscreants, who came and started to attack the Tiranga rally that was being taken out by the BJP. This is Indore in Madhya Pradesh.
पूरा पर कुछ असामाजिक तत्वों द्वारा पथराव हुआ। पथराव को हम समझ नहीं पाए, हमें कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं ने बोला कि पथराव हो रहा है, तो हमने यात्रा क्योंकि काफ़ी लंबी थी तो यात्रा हमने आगे निकाली। हमने वहाँ पर पेट्रोल पंप देखा, देखते ही देखते जो डीजे की गाड़ी थी उसमें भोंगा लगा हुआ था, साउंड के अंदर आग भग कर टूट गई। आग लगती ही हमने वहाँ पे हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने पानी से आग बुझाई।
I'm joined on the phone line by my colleague Hemendra Sharma. Hemendra, has anyone been arrested yet? There are clearly, we can see in some of the visuals that there is some suspicious movement that's happening. What are you picking up from the ground, Hemendra?
Well, no arrests have been made so far. In fact, the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha that organized this Tiranga Yatra, they alleged that it started with some sloganeering, then there was snow pelting that happened, and thereafter some inflammable object was hurled at the Tiranga Yatra, which led to vehicle catching fire. But the police, the Chhatripura police, has said that they are looking into the matter and they have taken cognizance of the complaint, and they are also looking into the CCTV footage that has been accessed by the police from the area. But no arrests have been made so far. The complaint of the BJYM has been taken, and they are looking into the CCTV footage. Only after that they would be able to say with some certainty whether it was with intent or both sides were involved.
All right, Hemendra Sharma will be tracking all the latest on that. There have been allegations of attack on the Tiranga Yatra in Indore.
तीन व्यक्ति थे, मोटरसाइकिल में अज्ञात व्यक्ति थे,
जो कि कुछ फेंक कर गए, ऊपर से कुछ फेंक कर गए हैं और उनकी रिपोर्ट पर से थाना छतरी में यहाँ पे धारा 635 आईपीसी में अपराध पंजीबद्ध करके जांच में गए। सिर्फ ये टकराने की कुछ वस्तु टकराने की वजह जिसके बाद आग लगी, तो उसमें हम जांच कर रहे हैं, सभी तथ्यों में सभी एंगल से उसमें जांच की जा रही है।
Hill states of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh continue to be in the grip of nature's fury. We have some of the updated information that's coming in. Let's take a look at that. Simla has witnessed a tragic mishap after some houses along with a 3-story house collapsed in a landslide amid incessant rainfall. This was once a village. Look at how completely flattened it has become. Heavy downpour has led to an alarming situation in Himachal Pradesh. Arni University in Kangra district was flooded. Markets in the districts inundated. Heavy rainfall has triggered massive landslide in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, due to which Badrinath highway has been blocked. People were seen helping each other while crossing the area. Due to increased water level in the Bias river, water has been released from Himachal's Pong Dam, leading to a flood-like situation in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Half a dozen villages around the river have been filled with water. Entry point of the under-construction railway tunnel in Shivpuri was blocked after water entered into the tunnel, rising up to 4 feet. Workers have been rescued for now. Situation is not looking good in some parts of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, and in areas specifically which has witnessed landslide and a flood-like situation. Let's tell you what exactly has happened. About the death toll that has mounted to 55 people dead in Himachal. Several are injured and missing. Landslide, flash flood and cloud bursts have been reported as well. We're also being told that there has been heavy damage to properties. Meanwhile, all schools and colleges are shut in Himachal till 16th August. Situation continues to be grim even in parts in Shimla. Many people were killed. Over 30 people are feared trapped in a debris after a Shiva temple collapsed in the Summerhill area of the city. Incessant rainfall has battered both the states for the past few days. Met Department has issued a red alert. Roads leading in Uttarakhand to the revered Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines were damaged due to the landslide. The pilgrim has been halted at least till Friday.
हमने फैसला किया है कि ड्रेनेज सिस्टम को प्रत्येक हिमाचल प्रदेश के शहर में, गांव में किस प्रकार से अमली जामा पहनाया जाए, इस बारे में एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट तैयार की जा रही है। और आज मैंने स्वाधीनता दिवस के अवसर पर भी ये कहा है कि डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए जो हम योजना लेके आ रहे हैं, उसके लिए हमने 800 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया है।
We are inside an under-construction railway tunnel located between Rishikesh and Devprayag at Shivpuri, and you can see how the tunnel is inundated. Now, what happened on night of August 13? Around 11-12 in the night, suddenly the water that flows from the seasonal nala, as they call it in Uttarakhand, because of the cloud burst, it brought aggressive water flow. Along with that, there was a lot of silt, boulders, stones which came along with the water that was coming from the monsoon nala. And you can see the entry point itself. There's a lot of debris which is still lying here. This is possibly the security guard post which has been inundated with the stones, covered with the stones halfway.
So let's get an update from my colleague Manjeet Sehgal of what's happening in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. Manjeet, we're looking at some of these visuals of the whole village being swept away. I can see you're also in the mountains right now. Is it still raining, Manjeet? What is happening on the ground?
Well, Pooja, as far as the weather is concerned, it is dry if we talk about in and around Mandi district. But the Met Department has predicted heavy to heavy rains during the next 2 days. As far as the damage caused by the torrential rains is concerned, life has been thrown out of gear, and Damage has been estimated around 7,000 crores in Himachal Pradesh. This also includes public and private property. 56 people have died during the past 3-4 days, and the death toll in Himachal Pradesh during the rainy season has touched the 283 mark. 857 roads are still blocked, including some national highways. That has resulted in short supply of essential items like milk and bread. As far as the rescue operation is concerned, it is continuing in Shimla, particularly at the Shiva temple that collapsed. The operation is on. In Kangra, as well as after the water was released from Pong Dam, 500 people have been rescued from various places who were trapped in the floods. So rescue operations are on, but this is cost dear to the state's economy as well. Himachal Pradesh tourism industry has also suffered a lot as the hotel occupancy has dropped to as low as 2% in the neighboring Manali.
Horrific visuals of how these buildings and these houses are completely getting washed away, and even universities are flooded. Manjeet, thank you very much for reporting. We'll continue to come to you in just a short while in Himachal Pradesh. Meanwhile, in the national capital, Delhi, Yamuna's river has also increased. In fact, there was a man who was about to get swept away in the river unless he was saved just in time by local residents. My colleague Ram Kinkar Singh is sending us a visual from the Yamuna river where the water level is rising.
आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से वाटर लेवल का जो चेतावनी चिन्ह को पार करते हुए जो शख्स थे वह कोशिश कर रहे थे कि किस तरह से एडजस्ट किया जाए। बावजूद इसके आप देख सकते हैं कि उन्हें बचाने का काम चल रहा है। एक गोताखोर वहीं मौके पर पहुंचा है और लगातार बचाया है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अमूमन आप देखिए कि कैसे आपका पैर फिसला था, क्या पैर फिसल गया था? आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ। तो कुछ ऐसी स्थिति आपको देखने को मिलेगी किस तरह से जो है वाटर लेवल को एडजस्ट करते हुए एक एम्प्लॉय है वह उस एक शख्स ने बचाया। तो साफ तौर पर आप देख सकते हैं और अमूमन अब वो ठीक हैं। और यही वजह है कि कम से कम जब भी आप यमुना के इलाके में जाइए, खासकर यहाँ पे लग रहा था कि सब कुछ ठीक होगा, लेकिन अचानक से नीचे से मिट्टी खिसकी और उसके बाद से आपने देखा कि वह बह रहे थे यमुना के बहाव में, लेकिन फिलहाल उन्हें बचा लिया जा सका है। राजा के साथ राम किंकर सिंह।
All right, I'm heading into a very short break. This is also a reminder for you that stay cautious, stay careful, specifically if you are heading toward border bodies or to the hill states right now. After a very short break, this is India Today's Impact. Bittu Bajrangi has finally been arrested, and this time by undercover cops. He was seen as one of the main instigators of the new violence, that his videos had led to certain heat as well amid the crowd that had gathered, the rally that was attacked, the yatra in Nu. We get you the details of that after a very short break. Bittu Bajrangi behind bars.
In politics, everyone has an opinion. But I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange. With Rahul Kanwal, only on India Today.
प्यारे परिवारजनों, पिछले कुछ सप्ताह नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, विशेषकर मणिपुर में और हिंदुस्तान के भी अन्य कुछ भागों में, लेकिन विशेषकर मणिपुर में जो हिंसा का दौर चला, कई लोगों को अपना जीवन खोना पड़ा। मां बेटियों के सम्मान के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ, लेकिन कुछ दिनों से लगातार शांति की खबरें आ रही हैं। देश मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। देश मणिपुर के लोगों को पिछले कुछ दिनों से जो शांति बनाए रखी है, उस शांति के पर्व को आगे बढ़ाएं और शांति से ही समाधान का रास्ता निकलेगा। और राज्य और केंद्र सरकार मिलकर के उन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रही है, करती रहेगी।
There are very few couturiers in this country who do men's fashion with that much finesse. Two of the most impressive one, to my mind, happen to be Kunal Rawal and Shantanu and Nikhil. Their showcases were a class above the rest as far as men couture is concerned. And what's interesting is gender was not about. What was stereotypically considered to be men's clothing was also something that you saw women wear and vice versa. Here's a look. Kunal Rawal's showcase was extremely high on energy, with Punjabi music grooving and Ranbir Kapoor show-stopping with a Kapoor swag. We saw women in outfits that have traditionally and conventionally been worn by men, and that is why we call it gender no bar. Impressive.
I really admire him as a designer. I have always, seen the kind of innovative design he does. His cuts are always very masculine. He's always pushing the boundaries. He's really blended, something which is very close to our culture with something modern. And I think where he also takes his inspirations from is very truly Indian.
And that is something I'm hedging my bets. I put it on the biggest clothes horse. Now I'm hoping it works.
Shantanu and Nikhil's showcase interestingly had bridal silhouettes that explored exaggerated ornate veils paired with bejeweled capes and gloves, just like in the Gatsby era.
There is a lot of romance that I see in you, and this collection was all about that. It was about romance, it was sexy, it was subdued in terms of its glamour, and I feel both of them had to do justice, and both of them are so good looking.
Rajesh Pratap Singh stands out of the pack with the kind of rebellion we saw in his work.
A massive political statement has come from a former Maharashtra Chief Minister, and here's what he has said about Ajit Pawar. He has said that Ajit Pawar had offered Sharad Pawar a union cabinet berth. There is clearly political turmoil that is escalating in Maharashtra. Congress's former Chief Minister says that Pawar was offered a union cabinet berth. Listen in. So this is what has been said by former Maharashtra Chief Minister. Let's go across quickly to Ritwik Bhalekar for the latest on that. Ritwik, good morning. What does it mean when it's said that it was a union cabinet berth that was offered? Basically that Ajit Pawar offered Sharad Pawar a union cabinet berth. Tell us more about the inside scoop.
Yes, there's a lot of buzz and a lot of speculations around the covert meeting which happened on Saturday in Pune between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. And now the information and the claims which are being made by Congress ex-CM of Maharashtra is that a cabinet berth, an agriculture minister berth is offered to Sharad Pawar, and he's also been told that if not that, he might get the chairmanship of Niti Aayog, which is again of a cabinet rank. Secondly, what BJP has offered Sharad Pawar through Ajit Pawar is that they will accommodate Supriya Sule in Union Cabinet Ministry, and also they will give one berth in the State Cabinet to Jayant Patil. But it has also been said that Sharad Pawar has outrightly rejected the offer there and then, and he is firm on not joining the ruling alliance or BJP in future. Now it is remained to be seen because the status quo has been maintained from Ajit Pawar camp, and there are still talks going on, is what our sources is telling us.
Thank you very much, Ritwik, with that big news coming in. We have more breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. Let's take a look at that. Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole has said they do not approve of meetings that are taking place secretly, allegedly, between NCP Chief Sharad Pawar and State Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. This is a matter of concern for his party. Remember, NCP and specifically the Sharad Pawar unit, the Congress party, they are, and the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, they are still in an alliance. Nana Patole has said it is a matter of concern for us. We do not approve of these secret meetings. However, the matter will be discussed by the top Congress leaders. India Alliance will also discuss it. It's not appropriate for me to mention it, but he has said that we are not okay with these secret meetings that are taking place between NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. Because if Ajit Pawar has left the faction, why is he then meeting Sharad Pawar, and these secret meetings of which details come forth later? Ritwik Bhalekar continues to be with us. Ritwik, this is more significant because this puts the alliance in jeopardy in Maharashtra, and it is expected, or what the Congress has said, it is definitely concerning that Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar have had more than one meeting in secret.
Yes, absolutely. It is definitely hurting Mahavikas Agadi, that is MVA alliance in Maharashtra, because we can see after that meeting of Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar, eventually both have reacted on it, and Sharad Pawar has been telling that what's wrong in meeting a nephew. We are in a family, and such meetings are going to happen in future also, is what Ajit Pawar is claiming. But it is not well accepted by the allies, which is Shiv Sena Uddhav camp and Congress. And we can see that now there are rifts because from today onwards, Uddhav Thackeray is conducting meetings of independently reviewing the Lok Sabha constituencies, which also includes Baramati and Shirur and Satara. These three constituencies are represented by Sharad Pawar camp currently. So the message is clear, I think. Everyone is going to try to go solo and they are ready with a plan B.
All right, Ritik Ghalikar with the latest on that. So Congress now says that it's not okay that these secret meetings are taking place, and we'll be discussing this further. A big remark has come from the Chief Justice of India on arbitrary arrest. This is a very important statement coming in from the Chief Justice of India saying, and I quote him here, must ensure justice to the last person in queue. There is a need to overhaul the Indian judicial system. Chief Justice of India Chandrachud had said that must make courts accessible as well to the public and to ensure that justice reaches to the last person in line.
The real strength of our system is granting access to justice to our citizens. That sense of confidence of the individual that an arbitrary arrest, a threatened demolition, maybe a pension which is attached unlawfully, must find a solace and voice in the judges of the Supreme Court.
It's very important. Remember, the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, is highlighting the challenges also that the judiciary is facing and also stating that we need to ensure that barriers are eliminated, that justice is accessible to all, specifically to the person standing last in the queue, and enhance the court infrastructure. These are some of the important references that have been made and added, that we have to enhance the access to justice and promote constitutional values. Eventually, remember, it is about how the courts, as there is a fight for justice by anyone, that how do they answer the call of constitutional duty. So the Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, was addressing some of the lawyers on the 77th Independence Day celebrations, where he spoke and said we definitely need an overhaul as well. Let's get you now some great news coming in from all the way from the space, and that is about Chandrayaan 3. Chandrayaan, as we have been constantly updating you about the route of the spacecraft, we are told that Chandrayaan has inched closer to the moon. Key orbit maneuver by Chandrayaan today. Its next stop, of course, will be the lunar surface. Remember, the biggest test for Chandrayaan 3 will be a soft landing on the lunar surface, which is expected on the 26th of August. And updating us with the latest information is my colleague Pramod Madhav. Pramod, so, one step at a time, and it's got closer to the lunar surface. There is a key orbit maneuver as well by the Chandrayaan. What are you picking up about the details that are coming in from ISRO?
Well, it's like very calculated and very brilliantly done maneuvers, and this particular set of maneuvers is called moon-bound maneuvers to reduce the orbit actually. So from several thousand kilometers that are it has been already brought down to 150 kilometers peri-loon to 177 kilometers upper loon, and this ISRO is slowly reducing it to a proper orbit of 100 kilometers. And in each and every step, the lunar module is their parameters are being checked consecutively. And this time ISRO has also said that two important factors have been modified on the lunar orbit considering the Chandrayaan 2. The first one is the fall rate has been increased to 3 meters per second, and its legs have been strengthened, and also the fuel amount has also been increased. So in case the moon lander has to land in certain areas, it can do a final correction on its own. And earlier there was a specific 500-meter location in which it had to land, but this time the lunar lander has been provided a kind of various set of directions by which it can land in any space, because ISRO wants to prove that it has the capacity to land on the lunar surface, and post which it has also decided to do a lot of tests on the moon.
Pramod, keep tracking the latest. Of course, we are wishing for the great news to come on 26th August and around those days when the soft landing, the biggest test for Chandrayaan 3, for which it has been sent so close to the lunar surface. After a very short break, I take you to Britain, but it does have an Indian connect. Britain's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak attended a Ram Katha of Murari Bapu and said it is the Hindu faith that guides him to do the best in his duty as the Prime Minister. This Ram Katha was organized at Cambridge. We get you the latest on that after a very short break.
प्यारे परिवारजनों, पिछले कुछ सप्ताह नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, विशेषकर मणिपुर में और हिंदुस्तान के भी अन्य कुछ भागों में, लेकिन विशेषकर मणिपुर में जो हिंसा का दौर चला, कई लोगों को अपना जीवन खोना पड़ा, मां बेटियों के सम्मान के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ। लेकिन कुछ दिनों से लगातार शांति की खबरें आ रही हैं। देश मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। देश मणिपुर के लोगों को पिछले कुछ दिनों से जो शांति बनाए रखी है, उस शांति के पर्व को आगे बढ़ाएं और शांति से ही समाधान का रास्ता निकलेगा। और राज्य और केंद्र सरकार मिलकर के उन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रही है, करती रहेगी।
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited renowned spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge. As a practitioner of Hinduism and the first Prime Minister of Indian descent in Britain, Rishi Sunak made a floral offering to Murari Bapu's Vyaspeeth, making also a salutation of Jai Siya Ram. During his address at the event, Sunak said his Hindu faith guides him in every aspect of his life and gives him the courage to do the best as the Prime Minister of Britain. A devout Hindu and a regular temple visitor, Sunak has been donning the sacred red Hindu thread as well as he's known to perform pujas regularly at multiple occasions in the past.
It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Murari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
जिस तरह मैंने सुनक जी को देखा, मुझे लगा कि इतने बड़े पद पर होते हुए सरल है, तो सबल होकर सरल रहना और सरल भी इस संवेदना से भरा होना चाहिए। मेरा राष्ट्र, मेरी जनता, मेरा आखिरी आदमी, जो गांधी जी कहते हैं कि आखिरी वंचित लोग तक मेरी संवेदना होनी चाहिए।
He's very humble, and I think the fact that he came, as you said, as a Hindu today, and not just the Prime Minister, what stood out to me the most, apart from serving prasad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bapu from India. Yeah. He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think so.
I can see Prime Minister Rishi Sunak being very inspired by Morari Bapu in his lifelong service and his dedication, commitment to culture and spirituality, our Hindu Sanatan Dharma. And we clearly see that our Prime Minister reads the Bhagavad Gita, sings Hanuman Chalisa, which we've heard before, and he's accepted that those are influencing his actions and his thoughts in leading the country.
There's a lot of hype about Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk's cage fight, and now Elon Musk has said that he's going to go to Mark Zuckerberg's house and knock on the door. And if the door is open, likely that fight is going to take place right at that residence. A lot of hype over what possibly will take place between Meta's owner and X's owner. Take a look.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-stream video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
On that note, I'm wrapping up the first up for now, but stay tuned. Big political stories right after a very short break. Stay tuned. Thank you very much for watching.
हमारे लिए जब नारी सम्मान की बात करते हैं, मुझे अभी एक देश में दौरा कर रहा था, तो वहां एक बहुत ही सीनियर मिनिस्टर, उसने मुझे एक सवाल पूछा। उसने कहा, आपके यहाँ बेटियां साइंस और इंजीनियरिंग के विषयों की पढ़ाई करती हैं क्या? उसमें क्या था? मैंने उनको कहा आज मेरे देश में लड़कों से ज्यादा बेटियां आज स्टेम यानी साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथ्स अधिकतम भाग मेरी बेटियां ले रही है। तो उनके लिए अचरज था। ये सामर्थ्य आज हमारे देश का देख रहा है। प्यारे परिवारजनों, आज 10 करोड़ महिलाएं विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प में जुड़ी हुई है और विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के साथ आप गांव में जाएंगे तो आपको बैंक वाली दीदी मिलेगी, आपको आंगनवाड़ी वाली दीदी मिलेगी, आपको दवाई देने वाली दीदी मिलेगी और अब मेरा सपना है 2 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनाने का, गांव में 2 करोड़ लखपति दीदी। और इसके लिए एक नया अभिगम भेजा। साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे गांव की महिलाओं का भी सामर्थ्य देखता हूं मैं, और इसलिए हम एक नई योजना सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में टेक्नोलॉजी आए, एग्रीटेक को बल मिले। इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की बहनों को हम ट्रेनिंग देंगे, ड्रोन चलाने की, ड्रोन रिपेयरिंग की हम ट्रेनिंग देंगे और हजारों ऐसे विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को भारत सरकार ड्रोन देगी, ट्रेनिंग देगी और हमारे एग्रीकल्चर के काम में ड्रोन की सेवाएं उपलब्ध हो। इसके लिए हम शुरुआत करेंगे। प्रारंभ हम 15,000 विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के द्वारा ये ड्रोन की उड़ान का हम आरंभ कर रहे हैं। देश में आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक अतिरिक्त शक्ति का सामर्थ्य भारत को आगे ले जाने वाला है और वो है विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट। आज भारत गर्व से कह सकता है कि दुनिया में नागरिक उड्डयन में अगर किसी एक देश में सबसे ज्यादा विमेन पायलट हैं तो मेरे देश में है। आज चंद्रयान की गति हो, मून मिशन की बात हो, मेरी विमेन साइंटिस्ट उसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। आज विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप हो, मेरी 2 करोड़ लखपति दीदी का लक्ष्य लेकर के आज विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। हम हमारी नारी शक्ति के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ावा देते हुए विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के, और जब G20 में मैंने विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के विषय को आगे बढ़ाया है तो पूरा G20 समूह इसके महत्व को स्वीकार कर रहा है और उसके महत्व को स्वीकार कर करके वो उसको बहुत बल दे रहे हैं।
जना स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, जमा करो जना करो।
Good morning and welcome, and thank you for tuning in to India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 9. The top story comes in about Sharad Pawar offered a Modi cabinet berth, says a former chief minister of Maharashtra. New riots, one of the main instigators, Bittu Bajrangi, has been arrested by undercover cops in Faridabad, and from his residence the arrest took place. His videos were reported to be one of the reasons due to which the crowd had gathered and then targeted the yatra. Prime Minister Modi declares a war for 2024 from the ramparts of the Red Fort, says, I will be back next year. That in basically hinting that it is going to be the Lok Sabha victory for Modi government and possibly a third term. Again, the Opposition India Alliance says that this speech was crass. Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh continue to witness the nature's fury. A landslide has hit the hill station Simla in Himachal. Death toll has mounted to over 55 people. Chief Minister Sukhu chairs an emergency meeting. And another welcome update from the space. Chandrayaan-3 is inching closer to the moon. Key orbit maneuver near the moon today. Expected to land on 23rd of August. And a very interesting visual to see at the University of Cambridge, where British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak attended the Ram Katha and performed the puja as well, distributed prasad. The UK Prime Minister says, "My Hindu faith guides me and shows me courage."
Jai Siya Ram. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
They may have wanted to join hands as opposition, but in Delhi, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are still at loggerheads. And now the Delhi Congress has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party and called it B team of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's clearly a hiccup in some way for the so-called unity of the India Opposition Alliance, because in Delhi, the Congress Party has said to defeat the BJP, we have to first defeat the B team of the BJP, which is Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party. And we fight elections if this with the B team, how will we even defeat the party A? Listen in to what the Congress leader Sandeep Dixit, the son of former CM Sheila Dixit, had to say.
हम एक ऐसी पार्टी को जो ए पार्टी है उसको हराने के लिए क्या उसी के बी पार्टी के साथ चुनाव लड़ना चाहिए कि नहीं लड़ना चाहिए और उसके क्या दूरगामी परिणाम हो सकते हैं। हमने बार बार ये कहा है कि सन 77 में इमरजेंसी के समय, जबकि इमरजेंसी तो स्वयं इंदिरा जी ने हटाई थी, जो किसी और ने नहीं हटाई थी, जिसको कहा जाता है कि उन्होंने इमरजेंसी लगाई, तो इमरजेंसी हटाई भी इंदिरा जी ने बिना किसी जन प्रभाव के। तो उस व्यक्ति उसके खिलाफ लड़ने के लिए इसी जनता पार्टी के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, जो एक तरीके से ऐसी मानी जाती थी कि जिसके साथ कोई नहीं चुनाव लड़ेगा, उसको मुख्य धारा में ले आए और वहीं से सांप्रदायिक राजनीति का, विघटनकारी राजनीति का, जहरीली राजनीति का और दक्षिणपंथी राजनीति का उदय हुआ। तो 77 में जो बहुत बड़ी भूल बहुत सी पार्टियों ने की थी उस समय की जनसंघ को समर्थन देके, क्या हम ऐसी कोई भूल तो नहीं कर रहे इस समय आम आदमी के साथ खड़े होके? तो ये तमाम प्रश्नों पर हम अपनी राय रखेंगे और देखेंगे फिर पार्टी की क्या राय है।
Let's go to Kumar Kunal, who's been tracking Delhi politics for decades now. Kunal, this was expected. They may want to join hands, but in Delhi, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party have been at strong loggerheads. More than that with the BJP. And Sandeep Dixit is also a seasoned Congress leader. He's the son of former CM Sheila Dixit, who was so brutally targeted by Arvind Kejriwal. What do you think is the Congress strategy now? Will they continue to attack the AAP?
Basically, Delhi Congress, as far as Delhi Congress is concerned, the team Congress is divided over the support to Aam Aadmi Party. Even when Congress was voting for Aam Aadmi Party during the services bill inside the parliament, there were leaders like Sandeep Dixit, Ajay Makan, who were not very convenient. They are not actually supporting the Congress official stand of supporting Aam Aadmi Party. Although what Congress told that particular time, that they are actually opposing the way BJP is attacking different state governments, including Delhi. That's why they are supporting Aam Aadmi Party inside the parliament. But now, when that phase is over, the parliament is over, now Delhi Congress leaders are meeting today with the National President Mallikarjun Kharge today, and they are going to strategize for next parliamentary election. And it is not just about Delhi. Even Punjab state leadership is not very comfortable with any political tie-up with Aam Aadmi Party, and that's why these churnings will go on in days to come as well with the state leadership of Delhi and Punjab. Although I already told you that Delhi Congress is quite divided. Arvinder Singh Lovely, leader like Arvinder Singh Lovely, they are not actually opposing any tie with the Aam Aadmi Party. So there are leaders who are supporting it. those leaders which are opposing it. What will happen in days to come? That will be quite interesting in view of 2024 Lok Sabha elections and seat distribution. Minded
just,
that...
you know, because who knows telepolitics better than you? You've tracked whether it was the Sheila Dikshit's tenure or ever since Aam Aadmi Party has come to and entered politics. There has been on complete ball, even though, yes, Congress has supported Aam Aadmi Party in the past few years on different issues. But when it comes to the real party winning it, they will not stand united. And this time, Congress leader says they're actually the team B of BJP. As the co-commander level talks with regard to India and China were on for the past 2 days, Asaduddin Owaisi has hit out and said, when will the soldiers really get even the right to patrol in those areas? India's right to patrol, as Owaisi says, was curbed by China. When will India gain control of the lost territory? Hitting out at the Modi government, basically. Asaduddin Owaisi has said, yes, these core commander level talks are happening at the level of military, but we have lost territory. And the control of it, when will India even gain it? So this, remember, Owaisi and the Opposition India Alliance have constantly used the situation that has happened in Galwan. The Chinese forces trying to encroach our territory faced a retaliation. And he says that these military level talks are happening. But when will our soldiers get the right to patrol in these areas? Because China, as he claims, has taken complete control of that area and the talks have been inconclusive. He was seen as one of the main instigators, that his videos had led to more crowd coming together to attack and target the Shobha Yatra, which was pelted by stones in No. And now Bittu Bajrangi has been arrested from his residence in Haryana. But interestingly, how he got arrested is also a very important update. Remember that accused in several other cases as well, Bittu Bajrangi was caught from his Faridabad house nearly 20 days after the violence had broken out. There was a brief chase by the cops. So these cops were undercover, not in their uniform, and this is how they decided to chase him and finally got to him. Even the cops were armed with sticks and guns if required. This is the CCTV video footage that we have accessed, showing how cops in plain clothes chased Bittu Bajrangi and caught him by surprise when he arrived at the residence. So after that chase, Bajrangi was finally taken into custody from his Faridabad house. He's seen as one of the instigators, one of the ones who put out videos that attracted more crowd. Remember, there were videos that had come out both from the Hindu and the Muslim sides that had come forth and made this provocation of slogans and videos to say, come and gather at this area. Shreya Chatterjee is joining me now. Shreya, you've covered the violence that had broken out, and in many ways it was the videos and the social medias that are believed to have spread the violence, and many say the violence was pre-planned. What are you picking up about why Bittu Bajrangi was arrested and why in this manner?
Well, Pooja, you know, it's important to point it out to our viewers that Bittu Bajrangi faces not one but 2 FIRs in the new violence case. When it comes to the viral video, an FIR was lodged on 1st of August in Faridabad, on behalf of which he had already secured a bail. Now, the second FIR, on the basis of which he's been arrested, was filed in Noos Sadar police station, where I'm standing right now. In that particular FIR, it's been mentioned that Bittu Bajrangi had gathered near the Nalhar Mandir with trishuls and arms, and when the police officer on duty refused actually took the arms from them, they disrupted the officer on duty. They stole the trishuls and the swords from the police vehicle, and then they ran away. So that is the reason there are charges of rioting, there are charges of dacoity with the intent of death is why Bittu Bajrangi is facing right now. He's arrested. He'll be produced before the new court today. But what we clearly know that the reason he's arrested is not just for the viral video, but for being present in the yatra with arms and also not obeying a police officer on duty and then subsequently misbehaving with the officer who tried to stop Bittu Bajrangi and his 15 other people who were actually participating in the yatra with arms, which was actually not allowed.
Thank you then for putting it in perspective about what are the real reasons that that he has now been taken into custody. Now remember, India Today had decided to grill him. When we contacted Bittu Bajrangi, we asked him clearly about his role, and he did admit there were men with swords and guns even in the yatra, in the procession, but added that the violence happened because of poor taiyari from the police and administration. आपने आपके वीडियो में तो काफी भड़काऊ जब मैसेजेस दिया, आपने ऐसा भी कुछ कहा आपका जीजा आ रहा है वहां पर, तैयार रहो, ऐसे मैसेजेस। यात्रा थी ये तो बहुत बढ़िया शोभा यात्रा थी जो हर साल होती है, ऐसे मैसेज उस गांव में क्यों देंगे जहां मुसलमान रहते हैं?
मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट है, वीडियो है, रिकॉर्डिंग है जो मैंने क्राइम ब्रांच को उपलब्ध करवा दी है। मेरे को धमकी दे रहे थे, मैं सभी के लिए नहीं होता, जिन्होंने मुझे गालियां दी और मेरे साथ धमकी दी और जिन लोगों ने मुझे काटने मारने की बात बोली, ये उनके लिए था, ना कि सभी के लिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, पूजा करना आपका हक है, हर किसी का हक है, लेकिन आप लाइव करके, यात्रा से लाइव करके आप चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे कि मैं अपना लोकेशन शेयर कर रहा हूं, आप आइए, ये चुनौती
आप मेरे पास
क्यों दे जा रही थी?
मेरे पास आइए, अभी भी मेरे को धमकी आ रही है मारने काटने की, ये उनके लिए है, ये उनके लिए था जो मुझे मारने काटने की अब शब्द गंदी गाली दे रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर आप भड़काऊ वीडियोस डालते हैं, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, अगर आपके पास धमकी आई थी तो
साक्ष्य आप पूरे अपने पास रख लेना, मैं आपको उपलब्ध करवा दूंगा, सारे सबूत आपको दूंगा, उसको भी चलाओ कि उन्होंने क्या बोला।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे। बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे क्योंकि पुलिस ने एफआईआर भी दर्ज किया है। पुलिस का कहना है कि
मोहम्मद खान को, जाबिर घाटमिका को,
आप नहीं मांगेंगे माफी,
जिन्होंने मेवात में दंगे करे, घर जलाए, हमारी माताओं बहनों पर अत्याचार किया,
बजरंगी जी अभी भी आप माफी मांगेंगे या नहीं मांगेंगे?
2 जवान शहीद हुए और हमारी बच्चों पे अत्याचार हुआ,
जी आपके खिलाफ
माफी मांगनी चाहिए, जो दंगाई है, जो आतंकवादी है, उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, वीडियोस है कि जो यात्रा में भी थे उनके पास भी हथियार थे, एक आराधना में हथियार का क्या काम है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी के पास ना बिट्टू बजरंगी की टीम के पास कोई हथियार नहीं, दिखाओ मुझे एक बार लाइव, दिखाओ मुझे
यात्रा में हथियार था या नहीं?
मेरे पास ना हथियार था, ना मेरी यात्रा में हथियार था, ना मुझे संज्ञान में ये।
आप वीडियो है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी की यात्रा में हथियार लाए गए थे, सिंपल सवाल है, क्या आप मानते हो कि भगवान की आराधना में, भगवान की पूजा में, क्या भगवान की पूजा में हथियार का कोई हिस्सा है?
दिखाओ ना मेरे को, मेरे पास का हथियार थे, दिखाओ तो सही, बोलने से क्या होता है मैडम जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी, एक सवाल और है आपसे,
हथियार थे, मुझे ये दिखाओ।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है?
अच्छा, हमारा बोलने से गोली पे गोली चलेगी, उन्होंने तो गोली चला के दिखा दी, उन्होंने
मतलब तो अगर वो गलत है तो आप भी गलत करेंगे, मतलब इसका क्या मतलब है? ये भड़काओ, मैंने आपसे पहले भी कहा कि आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है,
और उन्होंने बता दिया हथियार क्या होते हैं। हमें तो अब मालूम पड़ा है हथियार क्या होते हैं, हम तो लाठी डंडे जिससे कुत्ते भगाते थे उसको हथियार समझते थे, मीडिया वाले भी कहते हैं लाठी हथियार होता है, हमें तो हथियार 31 तारीख को जब पूजा करी, हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चली, हमें जब मालूम पड़ा हथियार क्या होता है।
Now, India Today, remember, had done an investigation, and one of the reasons that he's been nailed today for it, the investigation exposing of how social media videos by one, for example, Bittu Bajrangi, led to the violence in No. But what about others? When will they be arrested? Whether from the Hindu side or the Muslim side, that if they were conspirators and then attracted a crowd to indulge in communal clashes.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Noo. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocator. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at NU on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
जय गौ माता, जय श्री राम। मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocator of the NU clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
और मेवात यात्रा में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो भक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात हुई?
आखिरी बात हो गया, 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था, वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online riot tribes becoming real-life violence.
New violence has again brought spotlight on hate mongers. India Today tracked down Bittu Bajrangi, whose hate speech had gone viral on 31st of July, which many believe ultimately led to violence in Mewat area. In fact, he admitted on a camera that he had met fugitive Monu Manesar just a month back and added that there were swords and guns in Shobha Yatra. Unfazed by allegations, clearly Bittu Bajrangi has no fear for law. With Alok Das, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
The Congress party has reacted against renaming of the Nehru Memorial now to Prime Minister's Museum and Library. It is now likely to become a big political showdown, and the Congress party's Jairam Ramesh has said Prime Minister has bundle of fears and insecurity. Jairam Ramesh has added, and I quote him here, Modi is defaming Nehru's legacy. Congress has added that N has replaced with P, which stands for pettiness. Nehru Memorial, just to give you a background, is located at the Teen Murti Bhavan in Delhi. It was the official residence of first Prime Minister of the country, Jawaharlal Nehru. He actually stayed there for about 16 years. And after his death, the memorial, which also houses a museum adjacent to it, is the planetarium. That was then named Nehru as a tribute to the first Prime Minister of this country. This will now be called Prime Minister's Museum and Library, where other Prime Ministers who've held the position ever since Jawaharlal Nehru till today will have their mentions and a museum there as well. Manikam Tagore of the Congress party joining me on the phone line right now. Mr. Tagore, good morning. Why is the Congress not accepting that Nehru Memorial will be called Prime Minister's Museum and Library?
Thank you. There is no question of accepting under this. This Nehru Memorial was started by Lal Bahadur Shastri and inaugurated by the former Vice President of India, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. It happened in 1964 after the demise of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. The hate of RSS, Bharatiya Janata Sangh, Bharatiya Janata Party, and now Mr. Narendra Modi ji is well known. Therefore, they wanted to erase the history of Pandit Nehru ji. Therefore, they built another building nearby and calling the whole building as some other name, Pradhan Mantri, some name they are calling it, which is why? Because they wanted to erase the history of Pandit Nehru ji. And Pandit Nehruji's contribution to the Indian freedom struggle is well known. 9 years he has been in jail for India, and he has been the Prime Minister for 15 years, and he has contributed a lot for the country's development. And therefore, he has stopped the hatred and communal forces also.
But Mr. Tagore, while you say Narendra Modi has closed it, the Nehru Memorial is not being called Modi Memorial. It is being called Prime Minister's Memorial, where all Prime Ministers will find a mention. So do you think that that criticism is not okay? Why do you think that it doesn't have a name? That's my question. It doesn't say that there is one Prime Minister taking over that memorial.
We are not against creating a Pradhan Mantri Memorial. Okay. But why erase Nehru Memorial when Lal Bahadur Shastri and Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan who has created it? What is the anger of Mr. Modi on Lal Bahadur Shastri and Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan? Why he hates both of them? That is the question. Because we are not against that Prime Minister. You create a new museum for Prime Ministers, all Prime Ministers. There is already a library and museum for Nehru. Let it be there. Why to destroy that thing? You think that Nehru's name will be taken, therefore people will forget about Nehru. Nehru lives in the hearts of people.
Nehru lives in the hearts of people.
After his demise of around 60 years, Nehru is remembered in every nook and corner of India.
All right, very interesting point there. Mr. Manikam Tagore of the Congress Party is saying that why not make another Prime Minister museum? Why did it have to be the Nehru Memorial that was renamed? I appreciate you, Mr. Manikam Tagore, for joining us, but just giving an update now to our viewers. Look closely on your screens. What was once in the heart of central Delhi, the Nehru Memorial at the Teen Murti Bhavan has now been officially renamed. And when I say officially, I mean the plaque, the mark on the Nehru Memorial has now become Prime Minister's Museum and Library. Henceforth, that's what it could be called. After a very short break, I tell you the update from Uttarakhand and Himachal. It's a continuous coverage. Nature's fury still on in those states. Take a look of how one by one there are landslides that are wiping off villages and residential areas.
From the biggest conflict zones
We are at the hostile airbase and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Diet sodas, sugar-free tablets, artificial sweeteners. Do all of these give you a sense of assurance that you are staying away from sugar and that these are healthy alternatives? Well, it is not that simplistic as you think it is. Each of these artificial sources of sugar are unhealthy. Let us break this down for you. Diet soda is a go-to for people who love the taste of regular soda but can do without the sugar and calories. An average can of regular cola may contain a whopping 37 grams of sugar, and consuming too much sugar is linked to outcomes like obesity and poor heart health. So it makes sense that you may seek out a sugar-free alternative. But while drinking diet soda does help people reduce their sugar intake, this simple act can also expose a person to other ingredients that may be linked to some other health problems. The acidity in certain types of soda can lead to tooth erosion. Drinking excessive amounts of diet soda made with caramel coloring may result in teeth turning yellow. Some research suggests that artificially sweetened drinks are associated with a greater risk of obesity. If you opt for diet soda that contains caffeine, you may have trouble getting some much-needed shut-eye at night. Diet soda is void of calories and sugar. Certain varieties can contain phosphorus in the form of phosphoric acid. This mineral, though important, can play a positive role in bone health, but consuming copious amounts of phosphorus can negatively impact the calcium-phosphorus ratio in your body.
When the sugar increases in the blood, that means when the blood glucose increases, then it leads to many comorbidities like obesity, diabetes, fatty liver, then risk of cancer, heart attack also increases. There are mood alteration leading to irritability, then there's sleep disorder, and many more things can happen.
Gali politics being followed by the Congress party has now stooped to a new low. Congress leader Randeep Surjewala has now insulted BJP voters in the state of Haryana. Randeep Surjewala compared BJP supporters and voters to monsters and said those who vote for the BJP have monstrous tendencies. Congress leader's remark has actually triggered a big political showdown as the BJP has now launched a scathing attack against Surjewala.
अरे राक्षसों, भाजपा जजप्पा के राक्षस हो तुम लोग.
Congress's Gali politics stoops to a new low. After insulting voters who support the BJP, a Congress leader likens Prime Minister Modi to Asura. First, a video of Congress leader Randeep Surjewala went viral on Sunday, where he's seen calling those who vote for the BJP monsters.
राक्षस हो तुम लोग.
Surjewala made these remarks while addressing the Jan Akrosh rally in Haryana's Kaithal.
श्राप देता हूं. अरे राक्षसों, भाजपा जजप्पा के राक्षस हो तुम लोग. भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो वोट देता है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो समर्थक है वो राक्षस प्रवृत्ति का व्यक्ति है. मैं आज महाभारत की इस धरती से श्राप देता हूं.
Surjewala's remarks sparked a political showdown.
राक्षस हो तुम लोग.
सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, आप क्या मानते हैं? क्या आप सारी जनता को राक्षस मानते हैं? आप राक्षस भी कह रहे हैं और श्राप भी दे रहे हैं. आप जनता को भगवान नहीं मानते, स्वयं को भगवान मानते हैं और श्राप दे रहे हैं. क्या यही आपकी मोहब्बत की दुकान है?
एक राक्षस प्रवृत्ति के परिवार में जन्मा ये व्यक्ति ही सोच सकता है कि इस प्रकार का अभद्र भाषा बोलना, ये मैं समझता हूँ असंसदीय भाषा है. निश्चित रूप से इसका हम संज्ञान लेंगे.
Surjewala seems to be unfazed by the criticism. He launched sharp attacks on Modi government, accusing it of misgovernance. He called the Prime Minister an asur or demon.
और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो समर्थक है वो राक्षस प्रवृत्ति का व्यक्ति.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The hill states of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh continue to be in the grip of nature's fury. We have some updated information coming in from both states. Let's take you through that. Take a look at this horrific visual from Himachal Pradesh. Several houses collapsed in a major landslide, and amid screams of nearby residents, this is what happened. in Himachal Pradesh. This was, we are being told, in Krishna Nagar in Shimla, where this landslide took place. A rescue operation has been launched by the authorities. Torrential rainfall pounded Uttarakhand because of a flood-like situation triggering landslide in many areas. Mighty Ganga river is flowing above the danger mark, flooding several low-lying areas. Shimla witnessed a tragic mishap after some houses along with a 3-story house collapsed in a landslide amid the incessant rainfall. And due to the water level increased in the Beas River, water has been released from Himachal's Pong Dam, leading to a flood-like situation in Hoshiarpur in Punjab. Half a dozen villages around the river have been inundated. And even in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, we are being told that heavy rainfall has triggered landslides, due to which Badrinath highway has been blocked for now. People were seen helping each other while crossing the area, which extremely looks as precarious and treacherous of a territory. Now, sadly, the horrific visual of the cloudburst and landslide that we have seen from Himachal Pradesh, the death toll has mounted to 55 dead. And there are many injured and missing. All schools and colleges are shut in Himachal Pradesh till 16th of August. Situation continues to remain grim in state capital Shimla, where there have people who've died as well, and 30 people feared trapped in debris after Shiva temple collapsed in the Summerhill area. Incessant rainfall has battered both the states, and Met Department has issued a red alert. Roads leading to revered Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines were damaged due to the landslide. Pilgrimage has been halted till Friday at least.
हमने फैसला किया है कि ड्रेनेज सिस्टम को प्रत्येक हिमाचल प्रदेश के शहर में, गांव में किस प्रकार से अमली जामा पहनाया जाए, इस बारे में एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट तैयार की जा रही है। और आज मैंने स्वाधीनता दिवस के अवसर पर भी ये कहा है कि डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए जो हम योजना लेके आ रहे हैं, उसके लिए हमने 800 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया है।
As a tourist, we are expecting some alert before. So I think finally I got to know these red alerts and everything. I think sometimes government or your Met Department, they should have known this, but no one advised us to not to come to this area in this period. So if we would have known this before, we would have changed the plan. Now it's always said, no, can't help.
Flash floods and torrential rains have not only caused a huge damage to the public and private property in Himachal Pradesh, but has also dented state's tourism industry. Hundreds of tourists who were stranded at various places some time back, though were rescued safely, but still the fresh spell of rains has stranded many. We spoke to a group of tourists from Sri Lanka who have now cancelled their trip from Mandi to the neighboring Kullu and other areas, as the roads have been damaged by the bad weather, the rains and the landslides or in the rock slides. With camera person Chandiram, Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi for India Today.
We are inside an under construction railway tunnel located between Rishikesh and Devprayag at Shivpuri, and you can see how the tunnel is inundated. Now what happened on night of August 13, around 11-12 in the night, suddenly the water that flows from the seasonal Nala, as they call it in Uttarakhand, because of the cloud burst, it brought aggressive water flow. Along with that, there was a lot of silt, boulders, stones which came along with the water that was coming from the monsoon Nala, and you can see the entry point itself. There's a lot of debris which is still lying here. This is possibly the security guard post which has been inundated with the stones, covered with the stones halfway.
So if you're traveling to the hill states, let's get a ground update for you as well, because right now joining me from Mandi in Himachal Pradesh live is my colleague Manjeet Sehgal, who's tracking the updates coming in from the mountainous area. Himachal in parts. There are areas that are cloudburst, landslides and much worse. What are you picking up around you? How are the authorities ensuring that there is no loss of life?
Well, Pooja, life has been thrown out of gear, as you said. Nearly 900 roads are still blocked, and this is the Chandigarh-Manali National Highway, which has been blocked at various places. Just see the size of the boulders that fell on this road. This road has reported landslides at least 10 to 15 times, and this road is closed for the traffic now. Buses are not able to ply on 2100 roads. Remember, HRTC in Himachal Pradesh is known as the lifeline of the people. This has also resulted in a short supply of the essential items in the state from past 3 days, and it was continuously raining. Incessant rains have also caused a huge loss to the public and private property. This house here in Mandi on the Manali National Highway has been partially damaged by the flash flood that the muck and the boulders hit this house. Just see, the first floor of this house is under the debris now, and the people though were rescued. As far as the toll is concerned, 19 people have died in Mandi district alone. Similar number of bodies have been recovered in Shimla, where rescue operations was currently on. In Kangra district, the many areas have been flooded after Pong Dam floodgates were opened. 500 of people have been rescued so far. So people are really facing a tough time, besides the state government, which has assured the people that the roads will be opened on a priority basis, as the people are not able to move from places. They are stranded at various places. Some tourists were also stranded, though the administration had issued warnings and alerts not to venture the flooded areas and the places where landslides were taking place. So life has been thrown out of gear, and people are facing a tough time. Himachal Pradesh.
Important ground report that Manjeet you are sending to us from Monday, because as you can see, there is a lot of landslide and the resultant of that on the areas on the roads next to the mountain, but also there are floors that have literally got trapped in the debris. The floors have come down of the building. So be cautious if you're traveling to Himachal or Uttarakhand, or if you're living there and specifically around the water bodies. Manjeet Sehgal, stay cautious. Thank you for getting us that ground report from Himachal Pradesh. But even in Delhi, the Yamuna water level has been rising. In fact, there was a man who had fallen into the river, was drowning, and he was just in time saved by some of the local residents there. Our cameras managed to capture some of it. Here's what happened.
देख सकते हैं किस तरह से वाटर लेवल का जो चेतावनी चिन्ह को पार करते हुए जो शख्स थे वह कोशिश कर रहे थे कि किस तरह से एडजस्ट किया जाए। बावजूद इसके आप देख सकते हैं कि उन्हें बचाने का काम चल रहा है। एक गोताखोर वहीं मौके पर पहुंचा है और लगातार बचाया है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अमूमन आप देखिए कि कैसे आपका पैर फिसला था क्या? पैर फिसल गया था? आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ। तो कुछ ऐसी स्थिति आपको देखने को मिलेगी, किस तरह से जो है वाटर लेवल को एडजस्ट करते हुए एक एम्प्लॉय है वह उस एक शख्स ने बचाया। तो साफ तौर पर आप देख सकते हैं और अमूमन वो ठीक हैं। और यही वजह है कि कम से कम जब भी आप यमुना के इलाके में जाइए, खासकर यहाँ पे लग रहा था कि सब कुछ ठीक होगा, लेकिन अचानक से नीचे से मिट्टी खिसकी और उसके बाद से आपने देखा कि वह बह रहे थे यमुना के बहाव में, लेकिन फिलहाल उन्हें बचा लिया जा सका है। राजा के साथ राम किंकर सिंह।
Let's get you now a pleasant update coming in from the space. Chandrayaan 3 is getting closer to the lunar surface. about 23 to 26th August is when we are expecting the landing on the lunar surface. All eyes will be on that. That was the main mission of Chandrayaan 3. But even now, there has been a lunar maneuver that Chandrayaan 3, according to our reports, has managed. We are being told that next is the lander and propulsion module separation and a landing on 23rd of August likely. This means that Chandrayaan 3 has successfully entered into the closed lunar orbit, according to our scientists who are tracking every update of the Chandrayaan 3. Then will be the separation of the lander module, and then, of course, all eyes, prayers of over 1 billion people for the soft landing on the lunar surface. If India successfully manages to achieve this, it will be our big feat in the space programs. India Today's Akshita Nandagopal spoke to the Mars mission scientist of NASA, Amitabh Ghosh, about what exactly is happening, what are the challenges of Chandrayaan 3 and what can we expect on 23rd of August. Listen in to this exclusive, interesting conversation.
As we count down to the soft landing on the moon by Chandrayaan 3, we've been getting you a number of experts' voices. And here on India Today, it's my pleasure to be joined by NASA scientist who's also a part of the Mars rover mission, Dr. Amitabh Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. Here in India, we've all got our fingers crossed, sir, for Chandrayaan 3's safe, soft landing on the moon. It is hugely challenging and it's going to be a historic mission for India, and one I'm sure that the world is also watching out for. But as someone, sir, who tracks space journeys so closely, you know the technicality of what's involved in a soft landing on the moon. How challenging really is this mission?
Well, it is a very challenging. Soft landing is very difficult. See, for the Mars missions, we call it 7 minutes of terror. The battle here is you have to slow the spacecraft down from a very high velocity to something where it can survive, the delicate electronics can survive the landing. So for the Apollo mission, I think it was like the velocity was a few feet per second. So here, that is the challenge. Imagine you're dropping a suitcase from a building, and then when it touches the ground, if it's above a certain velocity, all the camera inside that suitcase will break. So it's a very challenging thing, and this is done mostly. It's an automated thing. You can have a response system, but you cannot manually change a lot of parameters during the descent if something was off. So it is reasonably challenging. So of course it's a hard thing to do.
I'm sure you saw what happened to Chandrayaan 2, which is that it very successfully reached to the moon, which is why we don't really call it a failure here. It was partially a success, partially a failure, because only the soft landing, Dr. Ghosh, wasn't accomplished. Right. Do you believe that, whatever went wrong there has been fixed in this particular case in Chandrayaan 3?
It's very difficult to see that. See, here the game is, if you're 99% successful and 1% not successful, you don't get the data, right? So it kind of has to be 100% successful. So whether the problems have been fixed, it is like if your car was not working and you took it to the garage, and you hope that the problems are addressed. Sure. And it's a little more difficult in the garage because you are into this unknown parameter set. So you don't know a lot of parameters, right? So so the reason these spacecraft missions are so hard that you have to make a very judicious choice of parameters, and then if it was outside that envelope, you have to have an automated system which corrects and still keeps the spacecraft safe. So I would assume that things have been taken care of, but there is no way to 100% know, and particularly being outside the mission team, right?
Understandable. But like I said, we're keeping our fingers crossed. Dr. Ghosh, there's a lot of focus right now on where Chandrayaan 3 is going to land, which is the south pole of the moon. Why is that important? Why is that location something that so much is being spoken of?
So, we are in a very different era of space exploration. Neil Armstrong went to the moon as an explorer. And right now, the world is going back to the moon, which includes India, which includes NASA, which includes China. to not just visit. They're sending astronauts back to actually set up a base.
Yeah.
And for humans to stay. So what would you need in a base? You would need what we call in situ resources. So you would need, for humans, you need water, oxygen, and for the return journey, you need to manufacture rocket fuel. All this can happen if water can be successfully extracted. The South Pole has some craters which are permanently shaded. That is, they never see sunlight. And so those craters have ice in them. So the thought is somehow if you could extract that ice and extract water, and from that water get oxygen and water for human use and manufacture rocket fuel, then you have a standing chance. So that is why everybody is fixating on the South Pole and the ice.
There's a lot of competition also over who gets to the moon first, who's been to the moon and all of that. I'm sure you're aware of Russia also sending across their own mission, Luna, to the moon. There's a lot of talk about who will get there first. Do you think it really matters, Dr. Ghosh?
It does not matter. It does not matter. And the competition is all in the mind of the media. So imagine, I think Luna 25 probably started development in 2012 or 11. And Chandrayaan started development maybe, I don't know, 2-3 years ago at least.
Yes.
So, and on that day, do you think both the scientists on both these teams knew that the other person is also going and we are going to land the same day and we're going to beat them? It is not possible. You know, these things take a lot of time, resources, and then money, right? So there's a budget process. You know, nobody can tell and plan this. And why would you compete? They're going to a separate place. It's not like they have to land in the same spot. So while it makes for an interesting, I don't know, TV bite, but it is not a competition, I think.
Well, you know, whichever way it goes, whether we're first or second, it doesn't matter. What matters is making that soft landing on the moon. In course of India's space journey, Dr. Ghosh, how do you see this Chandrayaan 3 and the entire mission being really a monumental moment in our space journey and in our growth towards the next mission?
Right, it's an incredible step. See, if you're able to soft land on the moon, you can soft land perhaps on Mars. You can go to an asteroid and soft land there. It brings in a whole different level of capability. With an orbiter, you're studying the whole planet or the moon from an altitude. Here, you know, like at NASA, we have rovers on the ground and we have mass spectrometers, you know, which kind of can measure composition to the 1/1,000,000th part, not only the element, but also the isotopes of the elements. So you can do all sorts of things once you're it throws open a whole new capability, which India, I'm sure, is going to use in future.
Very interesting. It's been wonderful chatting with you, Dr. Ghosh, and I hope that the next time we have this conversation, it will be once the soft landing has been completed successfully by ISRO. But thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today.
Absolutely.
Hope you enjoyed that conversation. All eyes will be on that soft landing on the lunar surface by Chandrayaan 3, and of course we will be updating you on it. I'm heading into a very short break. He's Britain's Prime Minister of Indian descent. Today, as a Hindu, he decided to go and attend a Ram Katha with the chant of Jai Siya Ram and said, "It is the Hindu faith that guides me to do my duty." Let's get you that very interesting big story after a very short break.
Now, Ladakh's Neomai is strategically extremely important for the country. It is an airbase that is the closest to the line of actual control between India and China. It is home to the world's largest air traffic control system. It is used to monitor the movements on the other side of the border from an altitude above 14,000 feet. Take a look at this story filed by my colleague Manjeet Negi.
Welcome to Battlefield Neoma, home to India's advanced landing ground overlooking Chinese-controlled territory. Just 25 kilometers away from the line of actual control in Ladakh. Garud Special Forces of the Indian Air Force are carrying out special operations drills using Apache attack helicopters, Chinook transport helicopters, and Mi-17s. Neoma, sitting very close to the LAC, holds super importance in India's strategic planning. The Chinooks play a crucial role, moving men and war machines super quick right to the front lines. The Apaches are considered the best when it comes to mountain warfare. And the C-130J Super Hercules transports are performing precision low-level flying, airdrops and landing. Mobile air traffic control systems have also been deployed to monitor every movement of China at an altitude of over 14,000 feet. This is the world's highest air traffic control at this advanced landing ground of the Air Force.
It bridges the critical gap between Leh Airfield and LAC, enabling quick movement of men and material in eastern Ladakh, which overcomes terrain friction that will further help in quicker access to the heights and sustenance operations thereafter.
The Indian Air Force's jewel in the crown, Rafales and Sukhoi 30s, can also be seen flying from this advanced landing ground in Neoma.
The fighters have been operating regularly in this area earlier as well. The positioning of fighter aircraft would be governed by the operational requirements in future.
The Indian Army has already deployed its mainstay T-90 Bhishma main battle tanks and BMP infantry vehicles here in Neoma.
Now we will tell you the firepower of the T-90 Bhishma tank. The T-90 Bhishma is a very capable tank. It can cruise the 500 kilometer and can strike targets at the 5 kilometer with its missile.
The most modern tanks in service with the Indian ground forces. These tanks are simulating a possible assault across the line of actual control if the need ever arises. India is leaving nothing to chance to guard these frontline areas. A never-ending vigil by the bravest of soldiers and officers and the most sophisticated war machines at these icy heights.
He is Britain's Prime Minister of Indian descent, and then he decided to attend a Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge by Murari Bapu. And there, with folded hands, as he greeted the crowd, he said, Jai Siya Ram. He's a practitioner of Hinduism, and as the first Prime Minister of Indian descent in Britain, Sunak made a floral offering to Murari Bapu's Vyaspeeth, making a salutation. During his address, he also said that it is his Hindu faith that guides him in every aspect of his life, giving him the courage to do the best as the Prime Minister of UK. Now, a devout Hindu that he has been, he's been a regular temple visitor as well, seen donning the sacred Hindu red thread, as well as performing pujas regularly. At multiple occasions in the past, Rishi Sunak has openly flaunted his faith and said the faith gives him the courage to do his duty. Here's what he said at Murari Bapu's Vyaspeeth.
Jai Siya Ram. It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Murari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
सनातन धर्म की विशाल व्यास पीठ के पास आकर यहाँ के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ऋषि सुनक साहब आए और इतनी सरलता से व्यासपीठ के प्रति अपना आदर व्यक्त करे, ये मेरी दृष्टि से उसके संस्कार का परिचय है। देश का प्रधानमंत्री, उसका पद कोई सामान्य नहीं है, बिल्कुल बहुत गरिमापूर्ण पद है। तो मैंने ये मार्क किया कि इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। मैं एक साधु के नाते बिल्कुल सत्यस्थ होकर न सराहना न आलोचना, मैं उसकी सरलता को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
और बहुत सुंदर बात कही कि हनुमान जी जिस तरह आपके पीछे विराजमान थे, उनके 10 डाउनिंग स्ट्रीट पर एक गणेश जी विराजमान है जो उन्हें प्रेरित करते हैं और आपने उन्हें शिवलिंग दिया।
मैं बस खुश हुआ कि वो अपने टेबल पर या तो अपने ऑफिस पर गणेश जी को रखते हैं। वही गणेश उसके जीवन में जो बाधाएं आएगी, जो विघ्न आएंगे, उसको हटाएं।
Have to say it is interesting that despite being Britain's Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak has been very vocal as a Hindu and has acknowledged his religious faith in the open as well, like in this instance. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching, but stay tuned to India Today Television. Big political stories after the break, and it's Prime Minister Modi at the Independence Day celebration, making a war cry for 2024 with a very interesting claim when he said, "I will be back next year." Basically stating that my party will win and our government will return for the tenure again for the third term next year. What has the opposition got to say about it? Let's get you all the big updates after a very short break.
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and they graced the runway. Here is all the celebrity action.
The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turn showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. And they have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Vadhva, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 31 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines this Wednesday morning first. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister's massive claim, says Ajit Pawar offered Sharad a union cabinet berth. Congress says don't approve of Ajit-Sharad meetings. Massive political war over renaming the Nehru Memorial. Congress says Modi is defaming Nehru's legacy. Devastation and destruction in Himachal Pradesh. Landslides hit hill station Shimla. Death toll mounts to over 55. Chief Minister Sukhinder Sukhu chairs emergency meeting. Chandrayaan inches closer to the moon. Key orbit maneuver near the moon today. Expect to land on the 23rd of August. Sunny Deol starrer Ghadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film till date. Rishi Sunak attends Ram Katha at Cambridge. UK Prime Minister performs puja, distributes prasad, says my Hindu faith guides me.
Siya Ram. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
And we'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in. Clashes now at Tiranga rally in Canada is what we are learning. Massive rally at Surrey in Canada. Clashes erupted as K Army go on a complete rampage. These are pictures, in fact, coming in from Surrey in Canada, where there were clashes reported at a Tiranga rally in Canada. This is Khalistanis went on a complete rampage is what we are learning. These are pictures, in fact, caught on camera of Khalistanis going on a rampage even as a Tiranga rally was getting carried out right there at Surrey in Canada. Sameer Kaushal, senior journalist, is now joining us on the broadcast. Thank you for your time. If you could please give us an idea about what really happened there. Khalistanis seem to be going on a rampage, and this has become pretty frequent in these parts.
Yes, today actually on the day of on Independence Day, there was a big congregation has been held in the Vancouver consulate, and more than 150 people from different communities, they joined the event which was scheduled, which was held by the Indian consulate over there. And there were few people, the pro-Khalistanis, they just stand outside and they protested against India. But then there were like so many youth, pro-Indian youth, they just came out with the Tirangas and they took the charge and they marched over there and they were giving the slogans, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And there was a big rally, in front of the same temple where the vandalization has been, happened a few days back in city of Surrey. And the so many youths from Haryana, from Punjab, they just came out and they were, came with the Tirangas. And in the temple, there was a big meeting held regarding the safety and security of the Hindu community. And so many local members of legislative assemblies, MLAs and other politicians and community members from different faiths, from Gurdwaras, presidents and some other organizations, they came together and they showed their solidarity for the Hindu community and for the Surrey Lakshminarayan temple, where a few days back we know that some pro-Khalistanis, they pasted the posters of the Khalistani referendum and regarding they were alleging the hand of Indian government in the assassination of one of the Sikh leader here in Canada.
All right, I'm going to thank you for the moment, Sameer Kaushal, for joining us with the very latest on that big story that we are tracking very closely. In other news, the Nehru Museum's renaming is the latest flashpoint in BJP versus Congress battle. The Nehru Memorial Museum and Library has officially been renamed as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The move has irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party calling it a petty move. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh, in a scathing attack, called it a bid by Prime Minister Modi to erase the legacy of Nehru, the Nehruvian legacy. He asserted that all the liberal foundations set up by Nehru was under assault by Modi, saying that no matter what, his legacy will live on. BJP, however, was quick to hit back at the Congress, asking why the party is so obsessed with Nehru. The Saffron Party has questioned as to why was there no mention of Lal Bahadur Shastri, PV Narasimha Rao and even Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi. It was in mid-June that it was resolved to change the name to Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society in a special meeting of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library Society. Earlier we spoke to Congress MP Manikam Tagore. Listen in.
We are not against creating a Pradhan Mantri Memorial, okay? But why erase Nehru Memorial when Lal Bahadur Shastri and Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, who has created it? What is the anger of Mr. Modi on Lal Bahadur Shastri and Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan? Why he hates both of them? That's the question. Because we are not against that Prime Minister. You create a new museum for Prime Ministers, all Prime Ministers. There is already a library and museum for Nehru. Let it be there. Why to destroy that thing? You think that Nehru's name will be taken, therefore people will forget about Nehru. Nehru lives in the hearts of people.
And more news coming in this morning. BJP has countered the Congress by the controversy over renaming of Nehru Memorial. Ravi Shankar Prasad targets the India camp. Asked Biden, they established memorials in the name of Lal Bahadur Shastri and PV Narasimha Rao.
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी। उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी? उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी? उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मोरारजी भाई, सब तो कांग्रेस ही थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वर्ग समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
He's getting asked more details. Mosmi, ever since the BJP came to power in 2014, this actually has been an ongoing discussion, an ongoing debate, now finally coming into effect. The Congress, of course, says that this clearly is an attempt to wipe out the Nehruvian legacy, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. You know, there is a legacy war that's broken out because even earlier, you know, as far as Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is concerned or Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is concerned, all these greats, the BJP has been alleging that the Congress sidelined the legacy of these great leaders, you know, just to push the legacy of the Gandhi family forward. And here again, you know, the Congress slamming the BJP, saying that why is it so caustic towards the Nehruvian legacy, and the Prime Minister is allergic to anything that is related to Jawaharlal Nehru, the longest serving Prime Minister. So this is not a war of first of its kind. We've seen this happening, this slugfest panning out in the last few years, and Sneha, this is only going to escalate in the run-up to the 2024 elections, with Prime Minister pushing forward the dynastic politics allegations on the Congress.
All right, thanking you, Mosmi, for getting us up to speed with those developments over the latest controversy. Moving on, nations remembering Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid rich tributes to to the BJP stalwart and said that India greatly benefited from his leadership. In tribute to the former Prime Minister, Modi said he played a pivotal role in boosting India's progress and taking it to the 21st century in a wide range of sectors. Prime Minister Modi was accompanied by Home Minister Shah and Defence Mantri Rajnath Singh. President Draupadi Murmu also paid homage to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the first ever Prime Minister from the Saffron Party. Vajpayee is credited with popularizing the BJP beyond its base and running a coalition government successfully for 6 years.
बहुत लोग आए, आप देख रहे हैं श्रद्धांजलि देने। संगीत में श्रद्धांजलि भी अभी दी गई। सभी आए और हमारे एनडीए के साथी भी बड़ी संख्या में आए, क्योंकि उनका व्यक्तित्व ही बहुत विराट था।
निश्चित ही आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो राष्ट्र सेवा का अवसर मिला है, उस अवसर के पीछे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाने में स्वर्गीय अटल जी का अद्वितीय योगदान है, अभूतपूर्व योगदान है, न भुलाया जा सकने वाला योगदान है। उनकी ये चेतना कि हम देश के सामान्य मानवी के जीवन को परिवर्तित करके ही देश को परिवर्तित कर सकते हैं, उसी चेतना पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी निरंतर प्रवाहित होते हुए आज काम कर रही है।
कैसे सरकार का काम करना, कैसे सबको साथ लेके जाना, ऐसा एक भाट हम सबको दिखाया। उसका रास्ते में हम जा रहे हैं। ये देश को आगे बढ़ाना, देश को रक्षा करना, उसका मन में कभी भी ऐसे सोचते थे भारत माँ का रक्षा करना। हम सब भारत माँ का सुपुत्र है, हमारा दायित्व है, ऐसे बोल रहे थे। उसका रास्ते में हम चल रहे हैं। आज उसका स्मृति दिवस है। हमको बहुत दुख होता है, हमारे साथ वो बीच में नहीं है, फिर भी उसका प्रेरणा, उसका आशीर्वाद हमारे साथ है।
भारत के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री, भारत रत्न श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी को मैं अपनी पार्टी, अपना दल की ओर से, हमारे सभी एनडीए घटक दलों की ओर से और पूरे हमारे एनडीए परिवार की ओर से विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करती हूँ। वो 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की श्रद्धा का केंद्र है और सदैव उनकी कविताएं, उनका साहित्य, उनकी राजनीतिक जीवन यात्रा हमें प्रेरित करती रहेगी।
एनडीए के लगभग सभी नेता यहाँ उपस्थित होकर उन्होंने श्रद्धांजलि दी। अटल जी के कद का अंदाजा इसी बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि आज विपक्ष भी अटल जी के कार्यों की, अटल जी के दरियादिली की सदन से लेके और बाहर तक चर्चा करते हैं। उस अटल जी ने न जाने कितने ऐसे अवसरों पे जीवन का जो जीवन जीने का तरीका समझाया है, उनको हम नमन करते हैं।
I am very happy and also grateful to Modi ji for inviting us to participate in this memorial function of the Vajpayee ji. I am very proud to call myself to serve as under the Vajpayee ji as a cabinet minister. Jayalalitha recommended my name to include as a cabinet minister in Vajpayee government.
Meanwhile, politics has erupted over Vajpayee's death anniversary. Hindustani Awam Morcha Chief Jitin Ram Manjhi wants Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to atone for joining hands with the Congress, who he claims has created Jungle Raj in Bihar.
वो यहाँ आवे और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के चरणों में झुक करके पश्चाताप करें, प्रायश्चित करें, क्योंकि वैसे लोगों के साथ वहाँ पर हैं जो जंगल राज चलाए हैं, भ्रष्टाचार में वो लोग सजाबंद हैं और उन्हीं के चलते वहाँ पर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ रहा है। भ्रष्टाचार का बात तो है ही है, लैंड ग्रैब हो रहा है, बलात्कार हो रहा है, मर्डर हो रहा है और वैसे के साथ वो हैं तो माननीय हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री वाजपेयी जी के चरणों में आकर के अगर प्रायश्चित करते हैं तो अच्छी बात है।
Well, the war for the 2024 Mahayuddh officially kicks off from the ramparts of the Red Fort. Prime Minister Nripendra Misra declared war for 2024. Unveiling the Saffron Clan government's reform, perform and transform motto, Prime Minister Modi from the ramparts of Red Fort in fact declared that he will be back to address the nation from the Red Fort next year. and listed out the nation's progress on the promises he's made to the people. Taking a jibe at the opposition India alliance, Modi called upon the nation to end corruption, dynasty as well as appeasement politics in the country. Taking a clear sweep at the Gandhis, he went on to say that some people in the country are devoted to just one family and work for the development of that one family and not the nation.
अगली बार 15 अगस्त को इसी लाल किले से मैं आपको देश की उपलब्धियां, आपके सामर्थ्य, आपके संकल्प, उसमें हुई प्रगति, उसकी जो सफलता है, उसके गौरवगान, उससे भी अधिक आत्मविश्वास के सामने आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत करूंगा। आज मेरे देश के लोकतंत्र में एक ऐसी विकृति आई है जो कभी भारत के लोकतंत्र को मजबूती नहीं दे सकती, और वो क्या है बीमारी? परिवारवादी पार्टियां। और उनका तो मंत्र क्या है? पार्टी ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली एंड फॉर द फैमिली। भ्रष्टाचार ने दिमक की तरह देश की सारी व्यवस्थाओं को, देश के सामर्थ्य को पूरी तरह नोच लिया है। भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जंग हर इकाई में, हर क्षेत्र में। और मैं देशवासियों, मेरे प्रिय परिवारजनों, ये मोदी के जीवन का कमिटमेंट है, ये मेरे व्यक्तित्व का एक कमिटमेंट है कि मैं भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ता रहूंगा।
आने वाले चुनावों से पहले एकजुट होकर पूरी ताकत के साथ पहले से ज़्यादा सीटें जिताकर नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। और जो दुनिया का एक विश्वास भारत में जगा है, जो एक उम्मीद उनको भारत से दिखती है, हम की दुनिया की उम्मीदों पर भी खरा उतरेंगे। और भारत के 140 करोड़ परिवारजन जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, उन परिवारजनों पे मोदी जी जिस तरह से पहले गरीब कल्याणकारी योजना और विकास के कार्य किए हैं, भविष्य में भी जब तीसरी बार उनको अवसर मिलेगा 2024 में, तो फिर एक बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए विकास, विकास और विकास की लहर पूरे देश भर में करेगी।
ये ऑपोजिशन पूरी तरीके से निराश है, हताश है, और वो जानते हैं कि 2024 में भी देश की जनता उन पर यकीन नहीं करेगी और सत्ता में उनकी वापसी की कहीं कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है। तो एक हताश ऑपोजिशन बौखलाहट में कुछ भी कह रहा है, लेकिन देश की जनता पूरी तरीके से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में विश्वास रखती है और 2024 में एनडीए अपनी हैट्रिक बनाने जा रहा है।
मल्लिकार्जुन Kharge, unfortunately for him, is a president of a dynasty party, and he has no option but to continue what the family tells him to do. He has his job depends on attacking the Prime Minister and attacking the government. I certainly don't believe the Congress party or indeed its token president Mallikarjun Kharge ji will say anything positive about India. Certainly if he cannot say anything positive about India on Independence Day, certainly he will not say anything positive about the BJP and our government.
श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का उद्बोधन 2047 के विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को साकार करने वाला रोड मैप था। देश को परिवारवाद, भ्रष्टाचार और तुष्टीकरण के नासूरों से मुक्त करने का ऐलान था। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास इस मूल मंत्र को साकार करने वाला था।
Modi's home is India. It's not his house. Modi's house is India. He's not having any family. Therefore, he thinks India is his family. Therefore, his house is India. Therefore, in India, Red Fort is the place where he can hoist the flag. Therefore, this is the answer to Kharge. Kharge may have his own family and his house. And same way, Sonia ji also have, Congress may have their own thing. Or ancestor, that is the political parties or dynastic thing they are doing.
तो उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी पर भी देखना चाहिए। वो हमसे पहले उदाहरण बने हैं परिवारवाद के। हम लोग तो बाद में उदाहरण बने हैं, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी पहले उदाहरण हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में। हमसे पहले परिवारवाद अगर किसी ने अपनाया है तो बीजेपी ने, और उन्होंने खुद।
प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद को रिएश्योर कर रहे हैं कि मैं दोबारा भी यहाँ आऊंगा। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच जो है वो आज एक फेयरवेल स्पीच थी। मुझे नहीं लगता कि प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पे अब कभी लाल किले पे स्पीच देंगे। देश नई राजनीति, नई विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ना चाहता है।
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, Sunny Deol star Gadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film till date. We're getting you that big story in just a bit.
ओ गड्डी लेके ओ रस्ते पर ओ सड़क में एक मोड़ आया, मैं उठे दिल छोड़ आया।
It took a viral video for 2 people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fauziya ji, I promised you एक दिन आपका बेटा आएगा.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate के बगैर bridge reopen करना, ये किसकी जवाबदेही सर? A 3-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Dholak, a popular percussion instrument in villages. While the dholak is easily available and simple to perform, there is hardly any formal training. In an innovative attempt to revive the beats of dholak, the Sangeet Natak Academy organized a workshop in Lucknow.
अभी बॉम्बे में इसकी बहुत सेवा की जा रही है ढोलक की, और बॉलीवुड में इसको अपनाया गया, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो होना चाहिए जिस तरीके से शिक्षण कार्य ढोलक का वो नहीं हो पा रहा है। ये बहुत अच्छी बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ प्राइवेट संस्थाएं हैं जो अपना ढोलक सिखाने का कार्य कर रही हैं। बिकॉज आकाशवाणी जो है वो ऑडिशन भी लेता है, बी ग्रेड भी, हाई ग्रेड, बट वो व्यवस्था सिखाने की कोई नहीं कर रहा है। इस पर काफ़ी लोगों को फोक वालों को ध्यान देना चाहिए।
Among the participants are senior citizens, a proof that age doesn't matter when it comes to learning.
मुझे बहुत बड़ा शौक संगीत से रहा है जीवन में, और आज भी है। आज भी मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ, 2 घंटा मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ। ढोलक करके सीख करके समाज की सेवा करना चाहता हूँ, और समाज के साथ जहाँ भी हमारी आवश्यकता पड़ी, धार्मिक कार्यों में, अन्य कार्यों में, हर जगह मैं जाने को उपस्थित हूँ। बस हमें आर्डर मिल जाए, मैं आदेश का पालन करूँगा।
The 25 days workshop is spreading awareness about India's most popular folk instruments.
जब ये कार्यशाला का पता चला तो पहले मेरी इच्छा नहीं हुई आने की, कि एक तो मैं दूर से आती हूँ कपूरथला से, तो एक दिन आए, 2 दिन आए, अच्छा नहीं लगा। लेकिन जैसे जैसे हम आते गए उसके बाद मेरा थोड़ा सा विचार बदला। मुझे शौक़ हमेशा से था कि ढोलक सीखें, क्योंकि घरेलू फंक्शन में बहुत अच्छा नहीं बजा पाते थे। जब एक्सपर्ट नहीं होते थे तब हमारी बारी आती थी।
The Sangeet Natak Academy workshop is giving dholak a new life. Bureau Report, India Today.
tired, down in the dumps. You can't pull yourself out of bed. You can't wait for the working week to get over. You're feeling tired all the time. Your appetite has gone for a toss. These are symptoms of chronic stress. Undoubtedly, stress is the culprit. In this week's episode of Health 360, we are decoding stress and also offering you solutions. I'm Sneha Murdani. This week, Health 360 is collaborating with the India Today magazine to bring you this story on stress. We decode stress. We talk about what are the reasons for stress and what exactly is it doing to our bodies. Stress is turning our lives upside down. Take a look.
Sharp stabbing pain at the back of neck, constant headache, excessive sleepiness. Many of us are only starting to discover what stress is doing to our bodies.
This is the most embarrassing day of my life.
Few years ago, ABC News anchor Dan Harris had a panic attack on air.
I knew with rock solid certainty.
Have you ever felt like Dan? Anxious, breathless, and a sense of panic. Just panicky for no good reason. Well, the culprit really is stress here.
Yet people do not recognize stress as a problem until it begins to tell on them.
When there is more than the normal tolerable stress, then all these factors, high cholesterol, high sugar which is produced, high blood pressure, increased heart rate, and the spasm of the arteries of the heart also lay a foundation for developing heart blockages.
Doctors say the curtains have scarcely come down on the COVID pandemic, then India seems to be in the grip of another epidemic, a silent one at that, brought on by stress. In a survey of 10,000 Indians conducted in December 2020 by the Center of Healing, a mental health service platform based in Delhi, 74% of the respondents reported stress and 88% anxiety. Nearly 70% of the therapists surveyed documented an increase in the number of patient visits. 55% said there had been an increase in first-time clients after the pandemic. Stress is no stranger to humankind. It is perhaps as old as existence itself. The human body is primed both to recognize it and to deal with it through a combination of responses that make up what is called the flee or fight mechanism. It is the overreaction to stress where things start to go wrong.
Some news just coming in. Well, Gadar 2 is ruling box office on Independence Day. It's the biggest ever Independence Day collection for any movie released in India so far. Gadar 2 grosses 55 crores on Independence Day. New box office history created by Gadar 2. Indians spent 140 crore rupees on Independence Day movie binge. Sunny Paji seems to be rocking the box office. Anita is getting us more details on that big story. Anita, did the makers also expect this? I'm just wondering, given that there was a lot of, I would say that a sense of apprehension, given that at the end of the day, this is a remake. A lot was said about aging stars and the fact that it might not be able to work its magic this time around like Gadar, the first one, did about 22 years ago.
I'm sure they were not expecting this. Even when we speak to them, they were like, very, very overwhelmed with the entire response, especially from the first day. But somewhere they had an idea that it will connect with the audience, which it has very clearly done. So, and people are still throbbing the theaters to watch the film. I know many people who have gone to watch the film 3-4 times, and which is very surprising for us as well as the filmmakers and the entire production team as well. They were not expecting these numbers, but it is a good sign for them, for the industry as well, and for the theatre owners who have been crying since almost 2 years that the films are not doing well. There's no business for the theatres, but finally there's no crying. It's only tear of happy joy. They're just happy to see people coming to the theatres, and it's a packed theatre. People are going back since there are no tickets available. Even advanced bookings have been started. Still, there have been no tickets available for people who are going to purchase the tickets. So this was unexpected, and it has proven that okay, content is. It has always proven content is the king, but again, Gadar has proved that nothing can stop the film from doing numbers that it is doing.
All right, we'll talk to you about that in a bit from now. Anita, in fact, let's just take a look at the trailer of the film first.
बहुत जुल्म कर लिए तुम लोगों ने हिंदुस्तान में मुसलमान भाइयों पर। हम उन्हें आजादी दिलाएंगे। कैसे आजादी दिलाओगे तुम? अगर यहाँ के लोगों को दोबारा मौका मिले ना हिंदुस्तान में बसने का, तो आधे से ज्यादा पाकिस्तान खाली हो जाएगा। कटोरा लेकर घूमोगे?
Tell us whether you've watched the film, and also talk to us a little about the fact that the flavor really of patriotism, love for your nation. This is a theme that always seems to be doing pretty well, isn't it, in these days and times?
Absolutely. Yes, I have watched the film.
Okay.
In fact, I watched first day, first show the film. And trust me, the hooting, the whistling in the theater could only show the love people have for Sunny Deol, the love people have for Gadar. I think what the director did was brilliant in bringing the essence of Gadar 1 in Gadar 2. He's very smoothly and very subtly brought the nostalgic moments of Gadar in Gadar 2 as well. And I think that's what is connecting with people. That's what people are loving. They are not missing. And even the youngsters who must have not watched Gadar 1 can connect to it because of this this incorporation that he has done with the film, which even I liked it. And the iconic scene from Gadar, the pump scene, he's incorporated even that, but in a very different way. People have, I can't believe my ears. I was literally had to hold my ears because the screams were so loud. People were just enjoying that one particular scene, which shows, people want to see a film like that. People want to see all Mardhar and some things which they can relate to. The pump scene is very relatable to all the audiences, even today and the older generation. So that's what is making Gadar at box office, literally.
Right.
I still remember a conversation which we had with Anil Sharma, and where he said, isko Gutter bulaya tha when he had first made Gadar 1. But see, this Gutter has created bawal in the industry at the box office and still continues to do so.
Right.
It has broken so many records which no one was expecting.
All right.
Not the makers, not the industry, none of them.
All right, nobody was expecting, but when you don't expect and you get something, I think that's good news for the makers and for the film stars as well. We've not seen Sunny Deol and Amisha Patel for a while now. I haven't seen the film. It looks pretty violent to me, but let's see how it goes. Certainly, it's crossed 55 crore mark and it's raking moolah at the box office. Anita says it's a decent film to watch. Maybe I'm going to do it. Anita, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us up to speed with that.
आधे से ज्यादा पाकिस्तान खाली हो जाएगा। कटोरा लेकर घूमोगे, भीख भी नहीं मिलेगी।
More news coming in. Fissures in Maha Aghadi alliance over Pawar's meeting. The UBT Sena is asking who is Ajit to offer a berth to senior Sharad Pawar. Sanjay Raut says Ajit Pawar not big enough to offer berths. Maharashtra Congress too not very happy with what is going on. Congress says poaching Pawar can work in BJP's favor is what we are learning.
सुरू झाली? आम्ही एकत्र आहोत. शरद पवार साहेबांचं सोबतही आहे. आज ते दौऱ्यावर बीडला आहेत. आपण घाई करण्यापेक्षा आज त्यांच्या भाषणाची प्रतीक्षा करू. ते काय म्हणतात, कुठल्या दिशेनं त्यांचा विचार लोकांना दिसेल. पण असं आहे की आम्ही दोघे एकत्र आहोतच. आम्ही तिघेही एकत्र आहोत. पण जो संभ्रम आहे तो संभ्रम लवकरच दूर होईल आणि महाविकास आघाडी मजबूतीनं येणाऱ्या निवडणुकीला सामोरं जाईल.
महाविकास आघाडी
उद्धव ठाकरे गट हे एकत्रित निवडणुकीला सामोरं जाणार, एकत्रित लढणार अशी चर्चा सुरू झाली. आम्ही एकत्र आहोत. शरद पवार साहेबांचं सोबतही आहे. आज ते दौऱ्यावर त्यांच्या भाषणाची प्रतीक्षा करू. कुठल्या दिशेनं त्यांचा विचार लोकांना दिसेल. पण असं आहे की आम्ही दोघे एकत्र आहोतच. आम्ही तिघेही एकत्र आहोत. पण जो संभ्रम आहे तो संभ्रम लवकरच दूर होईल आणि महाविकास आघाडी येणाऱ्या निवडणुकीला सामोरं जाईल. बेलवर बाहेर आणि उद्धव ठाकरे रॅली हे एकत्रित निवडणुकीला सामोरं जाणार, एकत्रित लढणार अशी चर्चा.
Getting us more details on that story. Ritvik, clearly all is not well, and members of the UBT, Sena and the Congress are really not mincing any words in expressing their disappointment with these developments of this chai pe charcha that's happening between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar, isn't it?
Rightly said, because the cracks in MVA are more evident day by day after this covert meeting between the Chacha and Bhatija in Pune on last Saturday. And what we could learn is that Congress and Uddhav camp, both the allies of MVA, are preparing for the upcoming elections on their own, because today both the parties have held important meetings with their party workers, party leaders and office bearers. Uddhav Thackeray is going to address a meeting in which he will review Lok Sabha seats, and those seats are also from the region from where Sharad Pawar camp is very strong. Rightly to name that Baramati, from where Supriya Sule hails from last 3 terms. Then there is Satara and Shirur. Both these Lok Sabha constituencies are represented by Sharad Pawar camp MPs. So it is quite evident that Uddhav Thackeray and Congress is left after this meeting between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar, and they are on the path of solo for the upcoming election.
All right, Ritvik, be with us, because we'll in fact put out that soundbite of Ajit Pawar and also to help us understand what Mr. Pawar is saying. Let's take a listen.
आदरणीय पवार साहेबांनी स्वतः सांगितलं, पवार परिवारातले ते सर्वात वडीलधारी ज्येष्ठ आहे. मी त्यांचा पुतण्या लागतो नात्यानी, आणि घरातल्या व्यक्तींना भेटणं याच्यात कारण नसताना मीडियावाले त्याला इतकी वेगळ्या प्रकारची प्रसिद्धी देतात आणि त्याच्यातून गैरसमज निर्माण होतात. त्याच्यामुळं त्या भेटीला आपण फार काही वेगळं तिथं घडलं असं समजण्याचं कारण.
News to be with us to give us an idea about what has been said by Ajit Pawar here.
So Ajit Pawar, after 2 days of this meeting, is coming out and saying that it was just a meet between an uncle and nephew. It was a family meet, and no eyebrows should be raised after this meeting, because we have all the right to meet and discuss things, is what he is trying to tell. But obviously the political repercussions of this meeting is quite evident now, and Congress is not liking it. Uddhav has also hit out at Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar through his mouthpiece in editorial in Samna, and yes, we can see that how MVA is not happy with what is happening right now in Maharashtra politics.
All right, thank you, Ritvik, for getting us up to speed with that. Clearly, Congress isn't happy, and nor is the UBT faction of the Shiv Sena over these meetings. Ajit Pawar says that this is a family meeting, but Sanjay Raut too has expressed his disappointment on behalf of his party. Let's listen in.
अजित पवार इतने बड़े नेता नहीं है कि जो शरद पवार सबको ऑफर दे सकते. अजीत पवार को पवार साहब ने बनाया है, पवार साहब को अजीत पवार जी ने नहीं बनाया है। 60 साल से भी ज़्यादा समय पार्लियामेंट्री पॉलिटिक्स में पवार साहब ने बिता चुके हैं। महाराष्ट्र के 4 बार मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्र में मंत्री रहे बार बार। उनका जो कद और अवदाय बहुत बड़ा है। तो ये अजीत पवार, हसन मुशर्रफ, ये जूनियर लोग हैं, पवार सबको ऑफर देंगे। ऐसा कभी होता है क्या राजनीति में?
All right, so Sanjay Raut is saying that who is in fact Ajit Pawar to offer any berth or cabinet berth to Sharad Pawar? How can this be allowed? Is what Sanjay Raut is asking. Sanjay Raut, of course, member of the UBT faction of the Shiv Sena, extremely disappointed with the developments of Pawar, senior Pawar meeting Ajit Pawar there. Sharad Pawar's meetings with Ajit Pawar, and a lot of speculation as to what may then Sharad Pawar do in terms of joining hands with Ajit Pawar and consequently with the BJP eventually is the big question here. Listening to what Sharad Pawar had said earlier.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या राजकीय धोरणामध्ये भाजपच्या वरचं असोसिएशन हे बसत नाही आणि त्यामुळं आम्ही कुणीही भाजपच्या बरोबर नाही. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचा राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष म्हणून मी स्वच्छ भूमिका या ठिकाणी सांगतो की राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष भाजपच्या बरोबर जाणार नाही.
All right, so here we hear from Sharad Pawar that there is in fact nothing brewing as far as politics is concerned, and ruling out joining Ajit Pawar is what Sharad Pawar says, but political circles are rife with talks about Sharad Pawar then changing his mood, and that's what the Congress and UBT faction of the Sena is extremely upset about. In other news, amid the ongoing standoff at the line of actual control, both New Delhi and Beijing held the 19th round of the India-China co-commander level talks at the Schuschel Mulde border point on the Indian side. However, the talks remained inconclusive. There was no major breakthrough after the meeting. Both countries have, though, agreed to resolve the remaining issues and maintain the momentum of dialogue and negotiations through military and diplomatic channels. Along with that, both sides agreed to maintain peace and tranquility on the ground in the border areas. Meanwhile, politics has also erupted, with AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi hitting out at the Modi government, saying that when will India gain control of the territory that was lost in 2020? Geeta Mohan has more details on that story. Geeta, the anticipation was that there would be some breakthrough as far as these talks are concerned. They came after 4 months, but what it appears is that China has been pretty relentless in terms of the territory that it's had a gain hold of, and the opposition, of course, is gunning for the Modi government.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. Also, remember the timing of it. We're looking at 19 rounds of core commander level talks and numerous rounds of WMCC, which is the diplomatic level talks between the two sides, and no resolution in sight, and this is ahead of the G20 summit. The big question over here being if things continue the way it is and India is hosting the G20, will Xi Jinping come to Delhi? One. Secondly, if he does, will there be a bilateral between the two leaders? At this point in time, while the opposition is up in arms against the government, it seems like a complete resolution of the crisis will have to involve leadership level talks. And that certainly has not happened. The Indian side during the Bali summit had said that there were only pleasantries exchanged, but only recently the Chinese did confirm, which we had reported out of Bali, that it was not just pleasantries, that they did talk about resolving the outstanding issues. So it requires leadership intervention, and we'll have to wait and see whether if that leadership intervention will take place during and around the G20 summit.
All right, Geeta, I'm going to thank you for the moment. Geeta Mohan, our foreign affairs editor there, with the very latest on that big story. It's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, Rishi Sunak attends Ram Katha at Cambridge. The UK Prime Minister performed puja, distributed prasad, says my Hindu faith guides me, chants Jai Siya Ram.
very few couturiers in this country who do men's fashion with that much finesse. Two of the most impressive one, to my mind, happen to be Kunal Rawal and Shantanu and Nikhil. Their showcases were a class above the rest as far as men couture is concerned. And what's interesting is gender was not about. What was stereotypically considered to be men's clothing was also something that you saw women wear and vice versa. Here's a look.
Kunal Rawal's showcase was extremely high on energy with Punjabi music grooving and Ranbir Kapoor show-stopping with a Kapoor swag. We saw women in outfits that have traditionally and conventionally been worn by men, and that is why we call it gender no bar. Impressive.
I really admire him as a designer. I have always, seen the kind of innovative design he does. His cuts always very masculine. He's always pushing the boundaries. He's really blended, something which is very close to our culture with something modern. And I think where he also takes his inspirations from is very truly Indian.
And that is something I'm hedging my bets. I put it on the biggest clothes horse. Now I'm hoping it works.
Shantanu and Nikhil's showcase interestingly had bridal silhouettes that explored exaggerated ornate veils paired with bejeweled capes and gloves, just like in the Gatsby era.
There is a lot of romance that I see in you, and this collection was all about that. It was about romance, it was sexy, it was subdued in terms of its glamour, and I feel both of them had to do justice, and both of them are so good looking.
Rajesh Pratap Singh stands out of the pack with the kind of rebellion we saw in his work.
Well, on the occasion of India's 77th Independence Day, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited well-known spiritual leader Morari Bapu in Cambridge. A practitioner of Hinduism and the first Prime Minister of Indian descent in Britain, Sunak made a floral offering to Morari Bapu's Vyaspeeth, making a salutation of Jai Siya Ram. During his address at the event, Sunak said his Hindu faith guides him in every aspect of his life and gives him the courage to do the best as the Prime Minister of Britain. A devout Hindu and a regular temple visitor, he has been donning a kalava, a sacred Hindu thread, as well as performing puja at multiple occasions in the past as well.
Jai Siya Ram. It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Morari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
सनातन धर्म की विशाल व्यास पीठ के पास आकर यहाँ के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ऋषि सुनक साहब आए और इतनी सरलता से व्यासपीठ के प्रति अपना आदर व्यक्त करें, ये मेरी दृष्टि से उसके संस्कार का परिचय है। देश का प्रधानमंत्री, उसका पद कोई सामान्य नहीं है, बिल्कुल बहुत गरिमापूर्ण पद है। तो मैंने ये मार्क किया कि इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता
मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। मैं एक साधु के नाते बिल्कुल सत्यस्थ होकर न सराहना न आलोचना, मैं उसकी सरलता को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
और बहुत सुंदर बात कही कि हनुमान जी जिस तरह आपके पीछे विराजमान थे, उनके 10 डाउनिंग स्ट्रीट पर एक गणेश जी विराजमान है जो उन्हें प्रेरित करते हैं और आपने उन्हें शिवलिंग दिया।
मैं बहुत खुश हुआ कि वो अपने टेबल पर या तो अपने ऑफिस पर गणेश जी को रखते हैं। वही गणेश उसके जीवन में जो जो बाधाएं आएगी, जो विघ्न आएंगे, उसको हटाएं।
He's very humble, and I think the fact that he came, as you said, as a Hindu today and not just the Prime Minister, what stood out to me the most, apart from serving prashad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bappu from India.
Yeah.
He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think it says a lot about him.
I can see Prime Minister Rishi Sunak being very inspired by Morari Bappu in his lifelong service and his dedication, commitment to culture and spirituality, our Hindu Sanatan Dharma, and we clearly see that our Prime Minister reads the Bhagavad Gita, sings Hanuman Chalisa, which we've heard before, and he's accepted that those are influencing his actions and his thoughts in leading the country.
Moving on, Musk versus Zuck intensifies. Now, amid the much anticipated Musk versus Zuck cage fight, ex-owner Elon Musk said he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's the detailed report.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-stream video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, massive political war over renaming Nehru Memorial. Congress says Modi is defaming Nehru's legacy. We're getting you that report in just a minute.
Now, the Modi government has announced a big revamp of India's criminal laws. Its new crime code has been redefined for speedy justice, now from sedition to gang rape to mob lynching. What are the changes in these three new laws and how will that impact you? India Today's legal team decodes everything for you.
In a surprise twist at the end of the monsoon session of Parliament on Friday, the centre completely revamped and replaced three historical laws that were the backbone of the criminal justice system in India. The Indian Penal Code, the Code of Criminal Procedure, and the Indian Evidence Act all stand to be replaced with new laws.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोकतंत्र, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मानने वाला है। शिकायतकर्ता और गवाह।
Here's how the changes are likely to impact the common citizens of India. The new law allows for registration of an FIR in any police station, irrespective of where the crime is committed. It also allows citizens to file e-FIRs. The police will have to maintain a proper system of sharing information via establishment of a police control room. Once the charge sheet is filed by the police, the court has a 60-day window to frame the charges in the case and begin the trial. Once the trial in the case is completed, the judge is duty-bound to pronounce the verdict within 30 days. Not only do the new bills propose more stringent punishments in case of rape and gang rape, they also attempt to ease the legal process for survivors of sexual assault. The statement of a sexual assault survivor would now be recorded in her home by a woman magistrate in the presence of a woman police officer. The law also makes it an offence for anyone to disclose the identity of a survivor of sexual assault.
So sorry.
बने हमारा यूपी के माफिया बुलडोजर से डर के मिट्टी में मिले चैन की सब सांस लेके खुशियां झलके झलके मिले दिल मेरा तुम्हारा मिट जाए दर्द घट जाए मरज मुफ्त मिले सब क्या है हरज ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸੁਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਦਿਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋਨੀ ਹਾਲ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ
तुम्हार सुर हमार सुर खिला होता रहे जरूर
मिले सुर जो हमरा तुम्हारा बना रहे गठबंधन न्यारा मामा का है एक ही नारा रहे न कोई मुसीबत का मारा
अपना इंडिया जब चले तो पूरा भारत ही जुड़े नफरतों की बात ना हो प्यार हो हल्के हल्के
मेरे दिल मेरा तुम्हारा मेरे दिल मेरा तुम्हारा तो देश
You are watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Fissures in Maha Aghadi over allegation of Sharad's birth offer. UBT Sena says Ajit Pawar is not big enough to offer berths to Sharad Pawar. Congress says Pawar will benefit BJP. Massive political war over renaming Nehru Memorial. Congress says Modi defaming Nehru's legacy. Delhi Congress versus AAP war rages on. Congress leader calls Aam Aadmi Party B team of BJP. Says it wanted services control to shield corrupt netas. Hiccups in India unity. Gadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film till date.
ओ गड्डी लेके और रस्ते पर ओ सड़क में एक मोड़ आया मैं उठे दिल छोड़ आया.
Rishi Sunak attends Ram Katha at Cambridge. UK Prime Minister performs puja, distributes prasad, says my Hindu faith guides me, chants Jai Siya Ram.
Jai Siya Ram. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar meet in Pune sparks, in fact, unease within the political sphere, especially of the Mahavikas Aghadi. If a former chief minister from the Congress is to be believed, Ajit Pawar made two specific offers to NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar. While Ajit Pawar has refused to talk about such an offer, as per the former chief minister, Sharad Pawar would be accommodated in the Union Cabinet as Agriculture Minister or chairperson of Niti Aayog. Reportedly, even daughter Supriya Sule has been made an offer. Now, this comes even as Sharad Pawar on Monday reiterated there was no confusion regarding his NCP faction having any truce with the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, Sharad Pawar's meeting with Ajit Pawar in Pune has disconcerted his Mahavikas Aghadi allies. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena faction and the Congress are quite disconcerted. Slamming Ajit Pawar, UBT Sena leader Sanjay Raut has claimed that Ajit Pawar has no authority to offer cabinet berths.
आदरणीय पवार साहेबांनी स्वतः सांगितलं पवार परिवारातले ते सर्वात वडीलधारी ज्येष्ठ आहे. मी त्यांचा पुतण्या लागतो नात्यानी आणि घरातल्या व्यक्तींना भेटणं याच्यात कारण नसताना मीडियावाले त्याला इतकी वेगळ्या प्रकारची प्रसिद्धी देतात आणि त्याच्यातून गैरसमज निर्माण होतात. त्याच्यामुळं त्या भेटीला आपण फार काही वेगळं तिथं घडलं असं समजण्याचं कारण.
अजित पवार इतने बड़े नेता नहीं है कि शरद पवार सबको ऑफर दे सकते. अजित पवार को पवार साहब ने बनाया है. पवार साहब को अजित पवार जी ने नहीं बनाया है. 60 साल से भी ज्यादा समय पार्लियामेंट्री पॉलिटिक्स में पवार साहब ने बिता चुके हैं. महाराष्ट्र के 4 बार मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्र में मंत्री रहे बार. उनका जो कद अवदाय बहुत बड़ा है. तो अजित पवार, हसन मुशर्रफ, ये जूनियर लोग हैं, पवार सबको ऑफर देंगे. ऐसा कभी होता है क्या राजनीति में?
Now, earlier Sharad Pawar had denied any tie-up with the BJP after his meeting with Ajit Pawar.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या राजकीय धोरणामध्ये भाजपच्या बरोबरचं असोसिएशन हे बसत नाही आणि त्यामुळं आम्ही कुणीही भाजप पक्षाबरोबर नाही. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचा राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष म्हणून मी स्वच्छ भूमिका या ठिकाणी सांगतो की राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष भाजप पक्षाबरोबर जाणार नाही.
Mahesh Tapse of the NCP spokesperson is joining us over the phone line right now. Mahesh, we heard Mr. Pawar over there. He, of course, has denied categorically having any sort of traction with the Bharatiya Janata Party. But these backdoor meetings that he continues with his nephew at neutral locations, they're already sparking a lot of speculation. In fact, adding to the discomfort of your Mahavikas Aghadi allies.
I think this discomfort which is happening at the moment is very momentary, and tomorrow we are having another meeting in Beed district of Marathwada region in Maharashtra, where Pawar Sahib is going to address the rural Maharashtra after a certain faction of the NCP has fallen out and gone with the BJP. So there has no ambiguity as far as our role, Sharad Pawarji's role is concerned with the India and the Mahavikas Aghadi government. So there cannot be any ambiguity. We are against the BJP. We will continue to oppose the policies of the BJP. We will hold the hands of the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance and the India alliance together. And we are one of the hosts for the proposed India conclave that's going to happen in Mumbai on 31st and 1st of September.
Okay, but there is obviously some speculation, especially some claiming that Mr. Pawar was made offers by Ajit Pawar for cabinet berths.
It's very speculative. If Mr. Pawar wanted to go, I think Narendra Modi ji, the Prime Minister of India, has already spoken to him long ago. But there is no categorical tacit understanding between the NCP led by Sharad Chandra Pawar ji and the BJP in the center. So there is no chance of Pawar Sahib aligning with the BJP government in the center and giving his blessing for the current BJP, Shinde and Ajit Pawar government in Maharashtra.
Okay, Mahesh, thank you for joining us on India Today. Anand Dubey of the UBT faction of the Shiv Sena is joining us over the phone line right now. Mr. Dubey, आपको क्या लगता है कि सचमुच अजीत पवार ने शरद पवार को ऑफर दिया होगा कि आप कैबिनेट ज्वाइन कर लीजिए, यूनियन कैबिनेट ज्वाइन कर लीजिए, सुप्रिया सुले के लिए भी एक ऑफर लेकर गए होंगे, ऐसी बात आ रही है सामने कांग्रेस की तरफ से, आपको क्या लगता है सर?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि शरद पवार जी, अजीत पवार जी, सुप्रिया सुले आपस में रिश्तेदार हैं, घर हैं, परिवार है। उनकी क्या बातें होती हैं वो तो बंद कमरे में होती है, लेकिन जहां तक हम समझते हैं अजीत पवार साहब अभी इतने बड़े नेता नहीं हुए कि वो शरद पवार जी को ऑफर दे, वो भी उस पार्टी के लिए जिस पार्टी के सर्वे सर्वा आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये कहते हैं कि शरद पवार साहब मेरे गुरु हैं। अब कभी आपने सुना है कि शिष्य गुरु को ऑफर देगा? ऐसा होता नहीं है, और ऑफर देना भी होगा तो डायरेक्ट एक दूसरे से बात करेंगे, अजीत पवार जी के थ्रू क्यों बात करेंगे? तो ये सब एक भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा है। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसके पीछे हो सकती है, मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन शरद पवार साहब अभी भी एनडीए के अपना यूपीए हमारी जो इंडिया है उसके साथ है, और शरद पवार साहब, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब और कांग्रेस पार्टी, यह एक महाविकास आघाड़ी जो हमारी बनी थी, महागठबंधन बनी थी, वह सब एक साथ है। और शरद पवार साहब ने स्पष्ट कहा है कि 31 अगस्त और 1 सितंबर वाली जो मुंबई में मीटिंग हो रही है, मैं उसमें बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लूंगा, और उसकी तैयारी में लगे हैं। ये अभी वर्तमान स्थिति है।
नहीं, पर आपको क्या लगता है जो ये मुलाकातें हो रही हैं शरद पवार और अजीत पवार के बीच में, लास्ट जो मुलाकात हुई पुणे में हुई, इन मुलाकातों का क्या मतलब है सर?
देखिए, ये मुलाकातों पर हमने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया दी है, हमने अपनी आपत्ति भी जताई है कि पवार साहब आप हमारे नेता हैं, आप महागठबंधन के अग्रज हैं, सलाहकार हैं, यदि आप ही बार बार अजीत पवार से खुले मंचों पर मिलेंगे या बंद कमरे में भी मिलेंगे, इससे अच्छा संदेश नहीं जाएगा। जो हमारी शक्ति इस समय इंडिया की बनी है, जो पूरी तरह से इस समय ये समझ रहा है देश की मोदी जी को हराया जा सकता है, बीजेपी को हराया जा सकता है, उसमें कहीं न कहीं ये कमजोर कड़ी बन सकती है। पवार साहब अब चूंकि उनके परिवार का मामला है, किस परिस्थिति से गुजर रहे हैं, ये तो वही बखूबी बता पाएंगे, लेकिन हमने अपनी आपत्ति दर्ज करा दी है।
आपने अपनी आपत्ति दर्ज करा दी है, पर आप ये मानते हैं, पूरी तरह से आप विश्वास रखते हैं कि शरद पवार साहब दूसरी तरफ नहीं जा सकते, एनडीए की तरफ नहीं जा सकते हैं, ये आपका विश्वास है?
खुद शरद पवार साहब ने कहा है कि हमारे पार्टी के जो दूसरे नेता हैं, जयंत पाटिल, उनके भाई परिडी का शिकंजा कसा जा रहा है, उनको दबाव बनाया जा रहा है कि आप बीजेपी में आइए, लेकिन फिर भी वो नहीं जा रहे हैं। तो वो मेरे नेतृत्व में भरोसा रखते हैं और मैं कभी बीजेपी के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा। ये मेरा स्टेटमेंट नहीं, खुद पवार साहब का है। यदि पवार साहब कह रहे हैं कि मैं बीजेपी में नहीं जाऊंगा, तो हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि पवार साहब बीजेपी में नहीं जाएंगे।
जी आनंद जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। माय कॉलीग ऋत्विक भाड़ेकर इज आल्सो जॉइनिंग अस राइट नाउ. ऋत्विक, व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन, बिकॉज दिस इज डेफिनेटली causing a lot of discomfort among the Mahavikas Aghadi allies. What are they to understand from all of this, when of course Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar continue to have meetings, while at the time of separation there was such a very strong barbs exchange between the two sides?
Problem, it is quite evident that after this secret so-called meeting between the uncle and nephew, we can see how MVA partners are reacting to it. Obviously, there are some cracks and there are some ripples, and we can see that from the reactions of the leaders from Uddhav camp and Congress. But one thing is for sure, that whatever talks are being held between both the factions of NCP, and also it is being said from Congress that there are being offers given out to Sharad Pawar from BJP. One thing is for sure, I'll say that in all this narrative, NCP at the given point of time is beneficial in every angle of the political happenings which are right now going on in Maharashtra. Because even if there are talks that Pawar will be retiring and role of NCP would be going with Ajit Pawar, then obviously NCP will be benefiting from that. And if Pawar decides not to go ahead with the BJP offer, and as the sources are telling that he has outrightly rejected the offer given out by BJP, and if he will be leading India and the opposition parties front on national level and in state level, as we could see how MVA is progressing, again there will be a sympathetic wave which will benefit Pawar in the long run and in the upcoming elections.
Right. Ritwik, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. So that, of course, that Saturday meeting between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar is causing all the flutter in Maharashtra politics. Shifting focus now, Nehru's museum renaming is the latest flashpoint in BJP versus Congress battle. The Nehru Memorial Museum and Library has officially been renamed as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The name change has irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party calling it a petty move. Congress Member of Parliament Jairam Ramesh, in a scathing attack, called it a bid by Prime Minister Modi to erase Nehruvian legacy. He asserted that all the liberal foundations set up by Nehru are under assault by Modi, stating that no matter what, his legacy will live on. BJP, however, was quick in fact to hit back at the Congress, asking why the party is so obsessed with Nehru. The Saffron Party questioned as to why was there no mention of Lal Bahadur, Narasimha Rao and even Indira and Rajiv Gandhi. It was in mid-June it was resolved to change the name to Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society in a special meeting of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library Society.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता थे, इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आज़ादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार की। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
नेहरू जी से जो नफरत है, कुंठा है, वो है। आप प्रधानमंत्रियों पे संग्रहालय बनाना चाहते, बनाइए। किसी पे भी संग्रहालय सरकार बना सकती है, बनाना भी चाहिए और लोगों पे भी बनाना चाहिए। वर्तमान इतिहास, पुराने इतिहास पर संग्रहालय बनाना चाहिए। लेकिन एक संस्था जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नाम पर बनाई गई थी, उनकी उपलब्धियों को उजागर करने के लिए, इतिहास पर काम करने के लिए, और उसमें सिर्फ पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू नहीं, आज़ादी के आंदोलन, उसके बाद के इतिहास पर बहुत सा काम हुआ है। और जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल फंड इंडिपेंडेंटली चलता है। अब आपने उसको प्रधानमंत्रियों के कर दिया, इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि आप और सब प्रधानमंत्रियों का भी काम दिखाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए क्योंकि आप नेहरू जी को दबाना चाहते हैं। नेहरू जी के सत्य को तो आप दबा नहीं सकते, उनके किए हुए तमाम कामों को दबा नहीं सकते। तो ऐसा है कि पब्लिक की मेमोरी से, पब्लिक की आंखों से एक तरीके से उनको हटा दीजिए।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर
के नाम से इतनी योजनाएं, इतना नामकरण हो रहा है, फिर भी इनका संतुष्टि नहीं मिल रही है। और चूँकि हुकूमत है बीजेपी की, तो जो भी चाहे वो कर दे, लेकिन जब हमारी सरकार आएगी तो हम इस नाम को फिर से वापस वही नाम रखेंगे। और
after that statement and saying that this is the arrogance, this is the culture of Ghamandiya, Mr. Anurag Thakur said, Habib Puri said that now it shows that there is some problem in the eyes of Mr. Kharge. What he said, that's why he did not attend the program of Independence Day, but it is not like that. And AIDMK, the Tamil Nadu, from the state from you comes from, is saying that Kharge ji will always hoist the flag from his house only, and in 2024 NDA will be back and we are the strongest.
को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी। उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी? उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी? उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मोरारजी भाई, सब तो कांग्रेस ही थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वो समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
मुझे लगता है कि देश के कार्यक्रमों को, देश के इन चीज़ों को केवल राजनीति की भेंट चढ़ाना ये कांग्रेस की आदत और फितरत बन चुकी है। मोदी विरोध में ये देश के प्रतीकों का और अपने ही कांग्रेस के प्रतीकों का भी विरोध करने लगे हैं।
News coming in right now. Prime Minister's museum officials now rebut Congress's claim. PM museum official dismisses Nehru shunned. The claim, in fact, says that Nehru has been shunned, but the official speaking to India Today has said that Nehru's achievements are in fact showcased at the museum and Nehru's legacy has been covered in detail. So there's no question that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's legacy in any way has been wiped out. The name of the museum has been changed in order to pay tribute to every Prime Minister who has contributed to India's growth and progress. And today, of course, that name change, yesterday in fact, on the occasion of Independence Day, that name change came into effect. But as far as Nehru's legacy is concerned, there has been no erasing of that legacy. Let's listen in to A. Surya Prakash, Vice Chairman, Executive Council of the Prime Minister's Museum and Library.
He said that from today an iconic institution gets a new name, the world-renowned Nehru Museum and Library becoming the Prime Minister Memorial Museum and Library. And Mr. Modi poses a huge bundle of fear, complex insecurity, and he also alleged that the single agenda of the government, Prime Minister Modi, is denying, distorting, defaming, destroying the Nehru and Nehru.
I would not like to take a political question, but I will respond in terms of what the NMML Museum Library, which is now Prime Minister's Museum and Library, has done. If you have seen the Nehru Museum earlier, you will get an idea of how the Nehru Gandhi family, which was in charge of that institution for long years, how they had set up that museum. If you just were to reflect on that, I would say that it would give you an idea of what kind of thinking they had in terms of projecting Nehruji. If you come now to the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, you will look at the Tinmurti Bhavan, how we have showcased Nehru, his temples of modern India, the Hirakud Dam, Nagarjun Sagar Dam, his idea of setting up institutes of technology.
My colleague Mosmi Singh is now joining us over the story. Mosmi, what is the Congress's contention? Because what the officials at the Prime Minister's Museum and Library are saying is that as far as the name of the library and society is concerned, that has been changed to reflect that every Prime Minister's contribution towards the growth and development of India has been reflected on the inside, and not just Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's. His achievements per se have not been erased.
Right, Paulami. Even the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh, who is actually the Vice President of the society, had said that all colours of the rainbow must be proportionately represented in order to make it beautiful. And this was completely democratic to respect all previous Prime Ministers. And in line with that, the office bearers are also reiterating that point. But the Congress, in fact, alleging that the Prime Minister is caustic towards anything to do with Nehru's legacy. And if you remember, even in the House, in the lower house, when Prime Minister was answering the no confidence motion, he went elaborated on how, the schemes of the country, the various institutions, everything was named after one family, and how that became actually a machinery for corruption. So really hitting that identity politics of dynastic politics of the Gandhi family, and that's one reason that the Congress is suspicious of any move of the government, whether it is democratic or representative of all prime ministers, finding something foul there.
Okay. Mosmi, thank you for joining us with all of those details. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, big India Today investigation impact riot provocateur Bittu Bajrangi arrested. Details on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
It's a mega India Today impact. Hate monger and the main instigator of the July 31st communal clash in New Haryana, Bittu Bajrangi, was arrested on Tuesday. Now, this comes after India Today exposed Bittu Bajrangi's hate provocations on camera. Accused in several other cases, Bittu Bajrangi was caught from near his Faridabad house nearly 20 days after violence broke out. The arrest followed a brief chase by the cops near Bittu Bajrangi's house, where the cops were armed with sticks and guns. In the exclusive CCTV video accessed by India Today, it shows how plainclothes cops chased the car vigilante, who was caught by surprise when the cops arrived. Now, thus, after a long chase, Bittu Bajrangi was arrested from his फरीदाबाद हाउस।
बिट्टू मेवात को ससुराल बताकर आने की धमकी भर देकर रह गया, लेकिन हरियाणा पुलिस उसे यहां लेकर आई है। अब ये तो बिट्टू ही बेहतर बता पाएगा कि ये उसके लिए ससुराल है या कुछ और, लेकिन इतना तो तय है कि यहां पर उसकी खातिरदारी कुछ ऐसे सख्त सवालों से और पूछताछ कुछ ऐसी होनी है कि भविष्य में शायद वो ससुराल का जिक्र तक न कर सके। कैमरामैन अंकित खंडेलवाल के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, नू।
My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is now joining me live on this story. Shreya, what is going to be the cops' line of questioning as far as Bittu Bajrangi goes?
Well, Paulami, Bittu Bajrangi is going to face harsh questions from the police. But first and foremost, the police would also want to identify the 15 to 20 accomplices who were also with him, who were actually, who stopped the police officer on duty, the ASP, the woman ASP, to perform her duty. They had also stolen the arms which were actually confiscated from them by the police from their vehicles. So there are very serious charges that's been levied against Bittu Bajrangi and his team or his group of people. There are charges of writing, dacoity to the intent of death, and because of this he's right now being questioned in police custody as we talk in the new police station. He will soon be produced before the court in new, and subsequently we'll unearth that what is going to be the duration of his police custody. Remember, this is the second FIR against Bittu Bajrangi. He faces 2 FIRs in the new violence case, one for his viral video against which he had secured a bail, and this is the second one which is for rioting and participating in a yatra and also disobeying a police officer on duty.
Right. Shreya, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Shreya, they're tracking those developments very, very closely. Now, earlier unfazed by allegations, Bittu Bajrangi admitted to India Today there were swords and guns with people in the procession in New, and added that violence happened because of poor preparation of the police and administration.
आपने आपके वीडियो में तो काफी भड़काऊ जब मैसेजेस दिए, आपने ऐसा भी कुछ कहा आपका जीजा आ रहा है वहां पर, तैयार रहो, ऐसे मैसेजेस। यात्रा थी ये तो बहुत बढ़िया शोभा यात्रा थी जो हर साल होती है। ऐसे मैसेज उस गांव में क्यों देंगे जहां मुसलमान रहते हैं?
मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट है, वीडियो है, रिकॉर्डिंग है जो मैंने क्राइम ब्रांच को उपलब्ध करवा दी है। मेरे को धमकी दे रहे थे, मैं सभी के लिए नहीं होता, जिन्होंने मुझे गालियां दी और मेरे साथ धमकी दी और जिन लोगों ने मुझे काटने मारने की बात बोली, ये उनके लिए था, ना कि सभी के लिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, पूजा करना आपका हक है, हर किसी का हक है, लेकिन आप लाइव करके, यात्रा से लाइव करके आप चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे कि मैं अपना लोकेशन शेयर कर रहा हूं, आप आइए, ये चुनौती आपकी तरफ से क्यों दी जा रही थी?
मेरे पास आइए, अभी भी मेरे को धमकी आ रही है मारने काटने की, ये उनके लिए है, ये उनके लिए था जो मुझे मारने काटने की अब शब्द गंदी गाली कर रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर आप भड़काऊ वीडियोस डालते हैं, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, अगर आपके पास धमकी आई थी तो
साक्ष्य आप पूरे अपने पास रख लेना, मैं आपको उपलब्ध करवा दूंगा, सारे सबूत आपको दूंगा, उसको भी चलाओ कि उन्होंने क्या बोला।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे, बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे क्योंकि पुलिस ने
माफी मोमन खान को माननी चाहिए, है कि मोमन खान को, जाबिर घाटमिका को, अफ्तार अहमद को, जिन्होंने मेवात में दंगे करे, घर जलाए, हमारी माताओं बहनों पर अत्याचार किया, बाइकें लूटी, बस चलाई, हमारे 2 जवान शहीद हुए और हमारी बच्चों पे अत्याचार हुआ,
आपके खिलाफ
माफी मांगनी चाहिए, जो दंगाई है, जो आतंकवादी है, उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, वीडियोस है कि जो यात्रा में भी थे उनके पास भी हथियार थे, एक आराधना में हथियार का क्या काम है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी के पास ना बिट्टू बजरंगी की टीम के पास कोई हथियार नहीं, दिखाओ मुझे एक बार लाइव, दिखाओ मुझे
यात्रा में हथियार था या नहीं?
मेरे पास ना हथियार था, ना मेरी यात्रा में हथियार था, ना मुझे संज्ञान में। ये
आप वीडियो है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी की यात्रा में हथियार लाए गए थे, सिंपल सवाल है, क्या आप मानते हो कि भगवान की आराधना में, भगवान की पूजा में, क्या भगवान की पूजा में हथियार का कोई हिस्सा है?
दिखाओ ना मेरे को, मेरे पास का हथियार थे, दिखाओ तो सही, बोलने से क्या होता है मैडम जी।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, एक सवाल और है आपसे,
हथियार थे, मुझे ये दिखाओ।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है?
अच्छा, हमारा बोलने से गोली पे गोली चलेगी, उन्होंने तो गोली चला के दिखा दी, उन्होंने
मतलब तो अगर वो गलत है तो आप भी गलत करेंगे, मतलब इसका क्या मतलब है? ये भड़काऊ, मैंने आपसे पहले भी कहा कि आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है,
और उन्होंने बता दिया हथियार क्या होते हैं, हमें तो अब मालूम पड़ा है हथियार क्या होते हैं। हम तो लाठी डंडे जिससे कुत्ते भगाते थे उसको हथियार समझते थे, मीडिया वाले भी कहते हैं लाठी हथियार होता है, हमें तो हथियार 31 तारीख को जब पूजा करी, हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चली, हमें जब मालूम पड़ा हथियार क्या होता है।
News coming in right now. Cops nab murderer of 11-year-old boy. Boy was killed and his body stuffed in a box bed. Delhi woman kills live-in partner's minor son. The woman saw the boy as a hindrance to her marriage. The boy was strangled to death while he slept. 300 CCTVs were monitored to nab the murder accused. Arvind Ojha, my colleague, is joining me over the phone line right now. Arvind, this is very, very shocking. क्या details हैं आपके पास?
10 अगस्त को दिव्यांश 11 साल का एक लड़का था जिसकी साउथ वेस्ट दिल्ली में इंद्रपुरी इलाके में एक बॉक्स में लाश मिली थी। उसके बाद ये मामले की जांच क्राइम ब्रांच को दी गई और क्राइम ब्रांच ने तकरीबन 300 सीसीटीवी की मदद से एक लेडी अक्यूज्ड जिसका नाम पूजा है उसको अरेस्ट किया है। लेकिन इंटरोगेशन में जो उसने खुलासा किया वो उससे भी ज्यादा चौंकाने वाला खुलासा है। पॉलमी दरअसल जो 11 साल का दिव्यांग था उस फादर से जो अक्यूज पूजा है उसका रिलेशनशिप था। जो अक्यूज का फादर है उसने शादी कर ली और बस इसी बात से जो पूजा है वो काफी ज्यादा गुस्से में थी। उसने एक प्लानिंग की और प्लानिंग के तहत वो घर में दाखिल होती है और 11 साल का दिव्यांश जो उसको स्ट्रैंगुलेट करती है, उसके बाद उसका मर्डर करती है और जो बॉडी है उसको छुपाने के लिए बॉक्स में डाल देती है। एक लंबी तहकीकात के बाद दिल्ली पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच ने पूजा को अरेस्ट किया है और ये चौंकाने वाला खुलासा किया है। पॉल
जी अरविंद, शुक्रिया इस जानकारी के लिए। एब्सोल्युटली शॉकिंग हाउ दैट इन फैक्ट टुक प्लेस। 300 CCTV footages of various kind were in fact looked at by the police before they narrowed down on the murder accused who strangulated this 11-year-old boy to death and then stuffed his body in a box bed. Let's take a look now at the top developments that are coming in from monsoon-hit areas. Amid the ongoing monsoon mayhem, several houses collapsed in Krishnanagar area in Himachal Pradesh's Shimla. They collapsed after a landslide. A rescue operation was launched by authorities. Torrential rains pounded Uttarakhand, causing a flood-like situation and triggering landslides in many areas. The mighty Ganga is flowing above the danger mark in several districts, flooding several low-lying areas. Shimla witnessed a tragic mishap after some houses along with a 3-story slaughterhouse collapsed in a landslide amid incessant rainfall. Due to increased water level in the Beas River, water has been released from Himachal's Pong Dam, leading to flood-like situation in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Half a dozen villages around the river have been filled with water. Heavy rains have triggered massive landslides in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, due to which Padrinath highway has been blocked. People were seen helping each other while crossing the area. Rain continues to wreak havoc in the hill states. The death toll mounts to nearly 60 in Himachal Pradesh, with several injured and missing. The landslides, flash floods and cloudbursts lead to loss of lives and properties. Meanwhile, all schools and colleges are shut in Himachal till August 16. The situation continues to remain grim in the state capital, Shimla. Many people were killed and over 30 people are fear trapped in the debris after a Shiv temple collapsed in the Summer Hill area of the city. Incessant rainfall has battered 2 states for the past few days with no relief in sight. IMD also issued a red alert. Meanwhile, roads leading to the revered Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines were damaged due to landslides. The pilgrimage to these shrines had to be halted till Friday.
We are on Mandi Kullu National Highway where a flash flood took place. Just look at the extent of the damage caused by the flash flood. The ground floor of this house is under the debris. Just see the size of the rocks and the extent of the damage. This has also caused huge damage to this national highway, which has been blocked at various places up to Pandoh Dam, close to the Mandi. More than 2,100 routes are without the buses. The Himachal Roadways Corporation buses are often called the lifeline of the state. People are stuck at various places, including the tourists. But the state government has assured the people that these roads will be restored on a priority basis. But the damage caused by the rains is huge. 56 people have lost their lives and more than 283 people have died during the current rainy season. With camera person Chandi Ram, this is Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi for India Today.
We are inside an under-construction railway tunnel located between Rishikesh and Devprayag at Shivpuri, and you can see how the tunnel is inundated. Now, what happened on night of August 13, around 11-12 in the night, suddenly the water that flows from the seasonal nala, as they call it in Uttarakhand, because of the cloud burst, it brought aggressive water flow. Along with that, there was a lot of silt, boulders, stones, which came along with the water that was coming from the monsoon nala. And you can see the entry point itself. There's a lot of debris which is still lying here. This is possibly the security guard post, which has been inundated with the stones, covered with the stones halfway.
The water of Yamuna in Delhi has increased due to the heavy rain in some neighbouring states. One person was rescued by locals from the mighty river after he almost got swept away.
आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से वाटर लेवल का जो चेतावनी चिन्ह को पार करते हुए जो शख्स थे वह कोशिश कर रहे थे कि किस तरह से एडजस्ट किया जाए। बावजूद इसके आप देख सकते हैं कि उन्हें बचाने का काम चल रहा है। एक गोताखोर वहीं मौके पर पहुंचा है और लगातार बचाया है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अमूमन आप देखिए कि कैसे आपका पैर फिसला था, क्या पैर फिसल गया था? आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ। तो कुछ ऐसी स्थिति आपको देखने को मिलेगी, किस तरह से जो है वाटर लेवल को एडजस्ट करते हुए एक एम्प्लॉय है वह उस एक शख्स ने बचाया। तो साफ तौर पर आप देख सकते हैं और अमूमन अब वो ठीक हैं। और यही वजह है कि कम से कम जब भी आप यमुना के इलाके में जाइए, खासकर यहाँ पे लग रहा था कि सब कुछ ठीक होगा, लेकिन अचानक से नीचे से मिट्टी खिसकी और उसके बाद से आपने देखा कि वह बह रहे थे यमुना के बहाव में, लेकिन फिलहाल उन्हें बचा लिया जा सका है। राजा के साथ राम किंकर सिंह।
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Rishi Sunak attends Ram Katha at Cambridge. UK Prime Minister performs puja, distributes prasad, says my Hindu faith guides me, chants Jai Siya Ram.
You are watching India Today.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Nripendra Misra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ।
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर। और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको, और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन शुरुआत वहीं से हुई।
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
तो मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं। लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा। जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा। अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं।
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ।
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
On the occasion of India's 77th Independence Day, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited renowned spiritual reader Murari Bapu in Cambridge. A practitioner of Hinduism and the first Prime Minister of Indian descent in Britain, Sunak made a floral offering to Murari Bapu's Vyaspeeth, making a salutation of Jai Siya Ram. During his address at the event, Sunak said that his Hindu faith guides him in every aspect of his life and gives him the courage to do the best as the Prime Minister of Britain. A devout Hindu and a regular temple visitor, he has been seen donning a kalava, a sacred Hindu thread, as well as performing puja on multiple occasions in the past.
Jai Siya Ram. It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Murari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
सनातन धर्म की विशाल व्यास पीठ के पास आकर यहाँ के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ऋषि सुनक साहब आए और इतनी सरलता से व्यासपीठ के प्रति अपना आदर व्यक्त करे, ये मेरी दृष्टि से उसके संस्कार का परिचय है। देश का प्रधानमंत्री, उसका पद कोई सामान्य नहीं है, बिल्कुल बहुत गरिमापूर्ण पद है। तो मैंने ये मार्क किया कि इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। मैं एक साधु के नाते बिल्कुल सत्यस्थ होकर न सराहना न आलोचना, मैं उसकी सरलता को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
और बहुत सुंदर बात कही कि हनुमान जी जिस तरह आपके पीछे विराजमान थे, उनके 10 डाउनिंग स्ट्रीट पर एक गणेश जी विराजमान है जो उन्हें प्रेरित करते हैं और आपने उन्हें शिवलिंग दिया।
मैं बहुत खुश हुआ कि वो अपने टेबल पर या तो अपने ऑफिस पर गणेश जी को रखते हैं। वही गणेश उसके जीवन में जो बाधाएं आएगी, जो विघ्न आएंगे, उसको हटाएं।
I am
he's very humble, and I think the fact that he came, as you said, as a Hindu today, and not just the Prime Minister. What stood out to me the most, apart from serving prashad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bapu from India.
Yeah.
He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think it says a lot about him.
I can see Prime Minister Rishi Sunak being very inspired by Morari Bapu in his lifelong service and his dedication, commitment to culture and spirituality, our Hindu Sanatan Dharma, and we clearly see that our Prime Minister reads the Bhagavad Gita, sings Hanuman Chalisa, which we've heard before, and he's accepted that those are influencing his actions and his thoughts in leading the country.
The Musk versus Zuckerberg war intensifies amid the much anticipated Musk versus Zuckerberg cage fight. The ex-owner Elon Musk has said he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's a detailed report.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-streamed video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
Into a very short break. Coming up next, Fishers and Mahavikas Aghadi over allegation of cabinet berth offer to Sharad Pawar. UBT Sena says Ajit Pawar is not big enough to offer cabinet berths to Sharad Pawar. Details on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and they grace the runway. Here is all the celebrity action.
The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turn showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. They have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Wadhwa, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, the intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Sorry.
मिले दिल मेरा तुम्हारा तो देश बने हमारा यूपी के माफिया बुलडोजर से डर के मिट्टी में मिले चैन की सब सांस लेके खुशियाँ झलके झलके मिले दिल मेरा तुम्हारा मिट जाए दर्द घट जाए मरज मुफ्त मिले सब क्या है हरज ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸੁਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਦਿਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋਨੀ ਹਾਲ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ
तुम्हारे सुर हमारे सुर खिला होता रहे जरूर
मिले सुर जो हमरा तुम्हारा बना रहे गठबंधन न्यारा मामा का है एक ही नारा रहे ना कोई मुसीबत का मारा
अपना इंडिया जब चले तो पूरा भारत ही जुड़े नफरतों की बात ना हो प्यार हो हल्के हल्के
मिले दिल मेरा तुम्हारा मिले दिल मेरा तुम्हारा तो देश बने हमारा तो देश बने हमारा
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the headlines first. Fishers in the Maharashtra's Maha-Aghadi partnership over allegations of Sharat's birth offer. UBT Sena says that Ajit Pawar is not big enough
to offer berths to Sharad. Congress says Pawar will benefit BJP. Massive political war over renaming Nehru Memorial. Congress says that Modi is defaming Nehru's legacy. Museum official rebuts, says Nehru's legacy covered in detail. And Delhi Congress versus AAP rages on. The Congress leader calls Aam Aadmi Party a B team of the BJP. Says it wanted services control only to shield corrupt netas. Hiccups in the India unity is a question. A Delhi woman kills live-in partner's minor son, stuffs body inside a box bed. Cops probe 300 CCTVs to nab the murder accused. Sunny Deol starrer Gadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film until date.
सड़क में एक मोड़ आया मैं उठे दिल छोड़ आया
Rishi Sunak attends Ram Katha at Cambridge. UK Prime Minister performs puja, distributes a prasad, says my Hindu faith guides me, chants Jai Siya Ram.
Jai Siya Ram. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
All right, cutting straight to Tamil Nadu, the DMK is now holding a statewide hunger strike on August 20th against NEET examinations. They've been protesting against the concept of NEET itself. They organized protests to condemn the union government and the governor for not giving approvals for anti-NEET bill to be passed by the Tamil Nadu Assembly. In fact, Shilpa Nair is in fact with us. This is a decision, Shilpa, that the DMK has now taken to go on a statewide protest. And we know it's been years since, at least since the DMK came to power in Tamil Nadu, they've been trying to push the bill in the Assembly. In fact, they've approached the governor multiple times with the same request, but nothing fruitful has come through. And now with the suicide of the son, of the father and son, in fact, the boy who had failed NEET examinations twice, the DMK has really upped the ante.
Well, absolutely, Nabila, and like you rightly pointed out, ever since DMK came to power, they've been trying to push to ban NEET. They, in fact, got a bill passed in the Assembly banning NEET in Tamil Nadu, but that bill, of course, is yet to get approval from the President of India. It was first sent to the Governor, and the Governor had forwarded it to the President for her approval. So that, of course, is still pending, and that is precisely what the DMK has mentioned in its statement announcing this protest. The DMK says they've been, urging the union government to ban NEET despite the number of student suicides in the state, despite the socio-economic, discrimination that NEET poses. The union government is not giving assent to this bill passed by the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and that is the reason why the DMK has now decided several wings of the DMK, which is the students wing, the youth wing, the medical wing, all of them jointly have issued a statement stating that they will be staging a hunger strike, or they will be observing a fast on August 20th in all district headquarters of the party. And this, of course, we can, like it's rightly pointed out, DMK is upping their ante and trying to mount pressure on the union government. They are, of course, at present looking at multiple avenues. Legally, they are, of course, moving politically as well. They've been mounting pressure. The recent suicide of the father and son in Chennai because of the NEET exam, that is, of course, the recent trigger for this particular protest. And the DMK at this point in time has announced statewide hunger strike on August 20th, condemning the union government for not giving approval for the anti-NEET bill, and also condemning the governor of Tamil Nadu, R.N. Ravi, for making the remarks against NEET. Because remember, there was a video that has gone viral which showed the governor saying that he'll be the last man to give approval for a bill banning NEET, and that, of course, had not gone down well with the DMK here in Tamil Nadu. So that is the reason why they've announced this protest.
All right, Shilpa, thank you very much for joining us on that. Clearly, the DMK has been now upping the ante against the centre to scrap NEET, the format of examinations to select medical students itself. Now, following the deaths by suicide of a teen medical course aspirant and his father over alleged NEET-related stress, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has now batted for banning NEET completely, and he chose to speak on that extensively even during his Independence Day address. Let's have a quick look at this detailed report.
A tragic double suicide in Chennai of a father and son that's numbing India. A teen medical aspirant took his life, leaving his father shattered with nobody left to live for. The father also died by suicide 48 hours later. 19-year-old Jagadiswaran was reportedly depressed over 2 failed attempts to pass the competitive NEET exam, and so took his own life at his house in Chennai. His devastated father broke down when he spoke to the media soon after, with an appeal to the government to immediately block NEET in Tamil Nadu as they had promised.
The repeater ஒழிச்சாதான் எல்லா பசங்களும் நல்லா இருப்பாங்க. ஐயா ஸ்டாலின் ஐயா வந்த உடனே முதல் வாக்குறுதி அதான் கொடுத்தார். குழந்தையெல்லாம் காப்பாற்றுறேன், நீட்டை கேன்சல் பண்ணுறேன்னாரு. இது வரைக்கும் எதுவுமே பண்ணல. என்ன மாதிரி நிறைய சிங்கிள் பேரண்ட் எனக்கு வந்த மாதிரி எந்த அப்பாவுக்கும் எந்த குழந்தைகளுக்கும் எதுவுமே நடக்கக்கூடாது. அது முதல்வர் ஐயாவும் உதயநிதி ஐயாவும் தான் பேசி கனிமொழி அம்மாவும் பேசி தான் அதை தீர்த்து வைக்கணும்.
The tragic incident has sparked a NEET debate once again in Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, in his Independence Day address, batted for shifting education to the state list of the Constitution from the concurrent list.
மக்களுக்கு நேரடி தொடர்பு கொண்ட அனைத்தும் மாநில பட்டியலில் இணைக்கப்பட வேண்டும். குறிப்பாக கல்வி மாநில பட்டியலுக்கு மாற்றப்பட வேண்டும். அதை செய்தால்தான் நீட் போன்ற கொடூரமான தேர்வு முறை முற்றிலுமாக அகற்றப்பட முடியும்.
The BJP and DMK are trading barbs over the NEET examination.
மிகவும் கண்டிக்கத்தக்க ஒரு விஷயம். ஒன்றிய பாஜக அரசு ஆனால் இதையெல்லாம் வந்து காதில் போட்டுக்காம மாணவர்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் விளையாண்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஆரம்பத்திலேருந்தே நம்ம சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கிறது நீட் தேர்வை ரத்து செய்யுங்க அப்படின்னு தான் கேட்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். 2 முறை சட்டசபையில் தீர்மானம் நிறைவேற்றி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆளுநர் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களுடைய மனநிலையை பற்றி எதுவுமே தெரியாமல் நம்முடைய திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஏற்கனவே சொன்ன மாதிரி தொடர்ந்து சட்ட போராட்டத்தை நடத்தும்.
This is a Supreme Court order that NEET has come to in existence. So we need to understand that even students from 10th and 12th standard in Tamil Nadu in the last say 4-5 decades, hundreds of students have committed suicide. Have we stopped 10th standard examinations? Have we stopped 12th standard studies? No. We need to educate people. The society has to get educated, and definitely the government has to talk to the students or improve the educational quality of the education.
Remember, the governor just 2 days ago, while interacting with NEET toppers, made it clear he would never sign off on an anti-NEET bill.
I am going to the president because it is a subject of concurrent list. It is a subject on which only the president is competent to give the clearance. But given to me, I shall never give it this year. Why? Because I like my children to go, and I tell you for sure, there are many students who are doing it without coaching.
This unfortunately hasn't been the first such tragic NEET-related suicide, and it's always been followed up by a whole lot of empty promises on banning NEET. But is it time to have a conversation rather than the need to counsel students and provide them with the necessary psychological help to overcome failure in their life rather than take the extreme step? With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, some big news from Karnataka. Siddaramaiah government now defends its decision of scrapping the national education policy in Karnataka. Education Minister Madhu Bangarappa speaks to India Today, says it was part of the Congress manifesto and that the government is only delivering their promise. Bangarappa has said that the committee will be set up to figure out a state education policy, and NEP, beg your pardon, will no more be part of the syllabus this year on. It will be from the upcoming academic year. The syllabus will be changed, NEP will be scrapped. Madhu Bangarappa, Education Minister, speaks to India Today. Listen in.
This was a part of our program in our manifesto. So 2-3 meetings have been already done. Now we are going for a better committee, which Honorable CM is personally looking at. Basically want to have our own state education policy so that in the interest of children's, the subjects or the matters what have been taught should not be controlled on a vindictive basis or whatever it is. That's what we feel. There is nothing else, no saffronizing, anti-Congress, pro-Congress, nothing like that. It is going to be pro-students, and it has to be pro-education only.
All right, let me cut across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath joining us live for more on that. Nagarjun, give us more on the NEP that was introduced by the Basavaraj Bommai government in 2021, and it was Congress that had already promised if they come to power, they're going to scrap NEP. And as promised, the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has announced that the following academic year will not have NEP any longer. And they've, of course, been battling a lot of questions. Tell us the challenges that they may face at this point.
Well, Nabila, it's already been 2 years since NEP was put in place in Karnataka. Karnataka was the first state and a BJP-ruled state to come into NEP, to bring in NEP. Now, the Congress government here is saying that from next year on, there will be no NEP. A state education policy will be put in place. A committee is formed by next week. Academicians will be in the committee. The CM is likely to announce, and NEP will also be removed. And next year on, there will be textbook revision also. A complete overhaul will be done by the Congress government. They feel that a lot of vindictiveness was done through the BJP government in the last 4 years. Unnecessary textbooks changes were done, and stories were removed, chapters were removed, and NEP was brought into place without knowing the pros and cons of such policies. They're going back to what was done from 2013 to 2018. A state education policy newly will be launched from next year on, because by now, academic year already had begun, so they could not meddle with the education policy right away. But they are saying that we are firm on a manifesto, a promise that NEP will be abolished and a SEP, state education policy, will be brought into place. But former CM Bommai has called it a crime and a criminal activity on the Congress government already.
Well, Nagarjun, what the Congress says is many students, parents have opposed NEP. They claim that students have been complaining that NEP is against the educational system, does not have a lot of history that has gone by, that has been very strategically omitted. A lot of changes that is not in line with the Indian Constitution. This is what the Congress blames the BJP for. Give us more on the BJP's response to this.
Well, BJP is saying that NEP talks about how local emphasis is given, how the mother tongue needs to be used. It's a 3-language policy. People in Karnataka can choose Kannada as the language, Tamil Nadu can be chosen as Tamil, and the other states can choose their native language. A student in each state can pick his own language if he wants to. If I want to study English, Hindi, and other, for example, say Urdu or a French, it completely depends on the child and the child's family and the parents. So why hate such a policy which gives more freedom and more emphasis on local language is what the BJP is saying. It was done as a holistic view, kept in holistic view from the central government, and now Karnataka successfully executed it for the last 2 years, and now the Congress government is going back on policies which was quite forward, is what the BJP is saying. The former Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai went on to release a statement saying it's a crime of the Congress government playing with the children's future and removing the love and respect for local languages, because in NEP, a person could study or a child could study in Kannada as well, pick a Kannada as a language. And that's what the emphasis was on. But right now, we'll have to wait and watch what kind of policies will the government bring in. The state education policy will keep it a 3-language or a 2-language. All depends on the new committee that will be formed by the Chief Minister of Karnataka.
All right, it'll be interesting to see what happens and the kind of resistance that the BJP will put up. But in 2021, NEP was introduced in Karnataka by the BJP government, the first states, one of the first in the country to introduce NEP, and now the Congress government has scrapped it. Thank you, Nagarjun, for joining us on that. In fact, this is a promise to scrap the NEP in the manifesto is what the Congress says. They'd already decided that if they come to... In fact, that was a promise, the poll promise that the Congress had made if they come to power, that they will scrap NEP. So as per NEP, 3-year undergraduate degree programs will be extended to 4 years as honours degree. That was one of the provisions. In fact, the previous minister of the BJP, Sudhakar, had also directed the Board of Studies in all state universities to frame syllabus only until 5th and 6th semesters in an effort to scrap the 4-year honours degree. As per NEP now, they are going to... All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Anaga Keshav, who brings us the former Chief Minister, Basraj Bommai, his reaction on the NEP being scrapped by Congress.
Joining us now is the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Basavaraj Bommai. Sir, thank you so much for talking to India today. So yesterday you have even requested the ruling dispensation to sort of rethink their decision into scrapping the NEP and bringing back the SEP. And you've also said, yes, of course. This is Basavaraj Bommai with us. Even yesterday he made a comment saying that bringing back the SEP, scrapping the NEP and bringing the SEP would be a criminal waste of resources for the students. And he also requested the ruling dispensation to sort of relook their decision into scrapping the NEP and bringing the SEP. Even we had a word with Madhu Bangarappa, and he made a statement saying that the current NEP, it is vindictive in nature. Certain portions and certain syllabus, that children are made to study, they are vindictive in nature. They are completely unnecessary. Is what the current Education Minister Madhu Bangarappa said. And he even said that as we speak tonight, there will be a separate meeting between officials to sort of bring in a sort. Just 2 months back he brought in a supplementary booklet of sorts that sort of decides which which syllabus should the children be studying and which ones to be crapped out. So from the next academic year, even Chief Minister Siddaramaiah made a statement that from the next academic year, the SEP will be brought in. We are now joined by Basavaraj Bommai, sir. So Madhu Bangarappa made a statement saying that this current NEP is vindictive in nature and children should not be made to study that particular syllabus that the centre has given for them, calling them vindictive in nature. How do you see this, sir?
See, it is not a question of syllabus. All the syllabuses are done by a task force and committees, and especially primary and secondary will all be done at the state level. So none of the things are vindictive. I want to ask the minister that let him come out which is vindictive and how it is vindictive. Just by mere making some statements with preconceived notion, and to change the entire policy is very uncalled for. It is very detrimental for the future of the children of the state. I am telling you that this government is making a very, very colossal mistake, and they are playing with the future of the children, which is really unpardonable. And I am warning this government not to indulge in this. If they want, they can have a detailed discussion, open discussion, and if there are anything amendments to be done to the policy, it's just a policy, it is not a rules. Yeah. So they can bring in any new things in the policy, but changing the whole thing, which is of the international standard, and bringing our children to the international level competition and growing and having a multi opportunities for education in higher education, and it is one of the best this thing, very well thought and not done overnight. The same Siddaramaiah government in 2013 to 18 has approved the draft. That sent to all universities and they got the report. They have approved the draft, and now they are going against it for mere political reason. This is totally uncalled for, and we will resist it with all our strength and under our command. And I am warning this government not to play with the future of the children. And if there is anything else, let them come out openly. Just because there is change in government doesn't mean that the change in policy. Every year you can't have new policy. What will happen to the children who have now studied 2 years in their colleges? Yeah. And all of a sudden if you change, what will happen to them? So all these questions are there. And it is not a small thing. and it's going to upset the entire education system itself. Now, a lot of training has gone through, teachers training has gone through, and even syllabus has been discussed wide, and modern syllabuses are there, which are adopted, some of the syllabuses which are adopted internationally, adopted nationally, and adopted in both in government and private sectors. So it has been done in a very, very scientific manner. And these people who have come in government in 3 months, they are so, I never expected this government to be so vindictive about it.
So it was the same Kasturi Rangan who designed the NEP, who has also designed the SEP as well. So it's the same resources.
See, I'll tell you, Kasturi Rangan was the chairman of Knowledge Commission of Karnataka under Siddaramaiah. And the same Professor Kasturi Rangan is the head of the task force who formulated this new education policy. And a lot of Karnataka education eminents were there in the task force. And they have done it 3-4 years. They asked all the opinions of the state, different institutions, different people in walks of life, and they formulated. After formulating, when we wanted to implement, we also set a task force here for implementation, and that was headed by once again Kasturi Rangan. Kasturi Rangan is a very eminent and very, very highly respected person. He's a scientist as well as an educationalist. And he has done such a beautiful job, and unbiased he has done. What for him? None. Yeah, it is pure politics.
All right, I'm cutting across to big political news coming in from Maharashtra. The ex-Maharashtra Chief Minister now lashes out at Sharad Pawar over meat, says Sharad Pawar must clear his stand. Ashok Chavan says that confusion over Pawar's stand, whether he is with us, that is the India Alliance, or is he with the BJP, the NDA. This is the ex-Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ashok Chavan, who raises questions on Sharad Pawar's stand. And in fact, Sharad Pawar has been wobbly when it comes to showing his allegiance. He was surely part of the India Alliance meet that was scheduled in Bengaluru, the entire meeting, that meeting that had multiple alliance partners. Sharad Pawar did represent his camp. He was very much present, but right after there were events that developed, including one event where Prime Minister Modi was honoured, where Sharad Pawar and Prime Minister Modi's born home, he was clearly visible. Let's listen in Ashok Chavan as he raises questions.
हमारे गठबंधन में कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. जहां तक कांग्रेस का सवाल है, कांग्रेस हो या शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे जी की, उसमें कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. एनसीपी के बारे में निश्चित तौर पर उन्होंने कहा है कि हमारा ये फैमिली इशू है और हमारा इसमें कोई ऐसी कोई राजनीतिक भूमिका नहीं है. पर मेरे को लगता है कि लोगों में उसके गलत सिग्नल जा रहे हैं उसके वजह से, और लगातार ये चीजें आने से एक लोगों में एक संभ्रम का वातावरण निर्माण हुआ है. उसको जितना जल्दी दूर करेंगे.
All right, and you have Sharad Pawar's daughter Supriya Sule now denies claims of Ajit Pawar's cabinet offer to Sharad or to her. Sule says that there has been no such dialogue or any offer that was made. She's also taken a swipe at the Ally Congress for speculating on such an offer. While you had Ashok Chavan clearly asking Sharad Pawar to make his stand clear, Supriya Sule has now come out to say that the Congress is making baseless speculations. They must end this, and it's not true. Ajit Pawar has not offered them a cabinet berth.
मैं आपको सीधा जवाब ही दूंगी. मुझे किसी ने कोई ऑफर नहीं दिया है. सिर्फ 15 अगस्त का एक बड़ा सेल चल रहा है बहुत जगह. सो इसलिए कुछ महंगाई इतनी बढ़ी है तो शक्कर आटा कुछ सेल चल रहे हैं बहुत सारे ग्रोसरी स्टोर्स में. मैंने पेपर में पढ़ा. वो ऑफर मुझे पता है, बाकी कोई ऑफर मुझे कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग, कांग्रेस ने जो सवाल किए है उसका जवाब कांग्रेस ही दे सकती है, मैं नहीं दे सकती, क्योंकि मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है इस बारे में. ना मुझे किसी ने ऑफर दिया है, ना किसी ने मुझसे बात की है. तो आई कांट कमेंट ऑन समथिंग व्हिच इज हाइपोथेटिकल एंड आई डोंट.
All right, I'm cutting across to Ritwik Balekar for more. Ritwik, it's quite clear now that there seems to be cracks and lack of trust rather between the alliance partners, the Maha Ghadi partners. Now you had Sharad Pawar meeting Ajit Pawar in a secret, closed door meet. No one knows what that meeting was all about, and there's a lot of speculation and buzz that Sharad Pawar has been invited to join the BJP and he'll be rightfully rewarded for it. Give us all the political reactions pouring in.
So the reaction from Supriya Sule was expected. It was about to come because since yesterday there was this buzz, and especially from Congress leaders, it was been told that in the recent meeting which was held between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar last Saturday in Pune, had a big offer coming in for Sharad Pawar from central leadership of BJP, and that through from the means of Ajit Pawar. It is being said that union cabinet berth has been offered to Sharad Pawar as well as his daughter and MP Supriya Sule. Also, they will be inducted in Maharashtra's cabinet expansion which is on its way. So the offers are coming way to Sharad Pawar, but Sharad Pawar has outrightly rejected these offers is what sources are telling us. And amid all these talks, it is for sure that the sympathy which is being garnered by Sharad Pawar is depleting because of such meetings, the so-called secret meetings, and also the ambiguity in his party.
Now, you have Ashok Chavan who's just spoken, Ritvik. Ashok Chavan asked Sharad Pawar to make his stand clear. So what really is the delay in Sharad Pawar himself coming out and speaking to the media? We heard Supriya Sule saying that these allegations are baseless, but we'd still like to hear Sharad Pawar. His supporters, his camp members are probably eager to get a word from him.
Absolutely. This is being said not only by Ashok Chavan, but also Prithviraj Chavan, who is an ex-CM of Congress, Nana Patole, who is Maharashtra's Congress state president, and also Sanjay Raut has been repeatedly saying that there should be clarity about this meeting, and the Shiv Sena's Uddhav camp mouthpiece Samna editorial also hit hard about this meeting, saying that this is not a joke and it will obviously have political repercussions in the state because all the party workers are fighting on the streets. But if you are meeting, if you are having closed door meetings, it is going to create rift in MVA partners. So obviously Sharad Pawar is expected to come out and speak about it. We need to wait and see that when he does that.
Thank you very much, Ritvik, for joining us on that. Well, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar meeting behind closed doors, a secret meeting in Pune, that's really led to huge speculations and unease within political sphere. If a former chief minister from Congress is to be believed, then Ajit Pawar made two specific offers to NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar. While Ajit Pawar has refused to talk about such an offer, as per the ex-chief minister, Sharad Pawar would be accommodated in the union cabinet as agriculture minister or chairperson of the Niti Aayog. Reportedly, even daughter Supriya Sule has been given the same offer. This comes even as Sharad Pawar reiterated that there was no confusion regarding his NCP faction having any truce with the ruling BJP. Now, Sharad Pawar's meeting with Ajit Pawar in Pune has disconcerted his Mahavikas Aghadi allies, clearly Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena faction as well as the Congress. Slamming Ajit Pawar, UBT Sena leader Sanjay Raut has now claimed that Ajit Pawar has no authority to offer berths.
अजितदादा वारंवार का शरद पवार साहेबांना भेटतात, तर दोन पक्ष फुटल्यानंतर सुद्धा भाजपाची परिस्थिती सुधरत नाही आणि अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये त्यांना शरद पवारांच्या जे मॉस लीडर आहे त्यांच्या मागे जनाधार आहे अशा नेत्यांची मदत मिळाल्याशिवाय त्यांचा लोकसभेतील आकडा वाढू शकत नाही. त्यामुळे त्यांच्या मागे लागलेत. आणि दुसरं कारण असं आहे की नरेंद्र मोदीजींनी अट घातली या देशाच्या पंतप्रधानांनी, शरद पवार साहेब आले तरच तुम्हाला मुख्यमंत्री होता येईल, अन्यथा तुम्हाला मुख्यमंत्री जे काही तुम्ही स्वप्न बाळगून आहे ते काही पूर्ण होणार नाही, अशी ही माहिती समोर येते आहे.
आदरणीय पवार साहेबांनी स्वतः सांगितलं पवार परिवारातले ते सर्वात वडीलधारी ज्येष्ठ आहे. मी त्यांचा पुतण्या लागतो नात्यानी आणि घरातल्या व्यक्तींना भेटणं याच्यात कारण नसताना मीडियावाले त्याला इतकी वेगळ्या प्रकारची प्रसिद्धी देतात आणि त्याच्यातून गैरसमज निर्माण होतात. त्याच्यामुळं त्या भेटीला आपण फार काही वेगळं तिथं घडलं असं समजण्याचं कारण.
अजित पवार इतने बड़े नेता नहीं है कि जो शरद पवार सबको ऑफर दे सकते. अजित पवार को पवार साहब ने बनाया है, पवार साहब को अजित पवार जी ने नहीं बनाया है. 60 साल से भी ज्यादा समय पार्लियामेंट्री पॉलिटिक्स में पवार साहब ने बिता चुके हैं. महाराष्ट्र के 4 बार मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्र में मंत्री रहे बार. उनका जो कद और अवदाय बहुत बड़ा है. तो ये अजित पवार, हसन मुशर्रफ, ये जूनियर लोग हैं, पवार सबको ऑफर देंगे. ऐसा कभी होता है क्या राजनीति में?
Now remember, Sharad Pawar had denied any tie-up with the BJP after his meeting with Ajit Pawar. Here's a listen.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या राजकीय धोरणामध्ये भाजपच्या विरुद्ध असोसिएशन हे बसत नाही आणि त्यामुळं आम्ही कुणीही भाजपच्या बरोबर नाही. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचा राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष म्हणून मी स्वच्छ भूमिका या ठिकाणी सांगतो की राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष भाजपच्या बरोबर जाणार नाही.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break now, Delhi Congress versus Aam Aadmi Party. The fight rages on with the Congress leader calling AAP a B team of the BJP yet again. Says it wanted services control only to shield corrupt netas.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the hostile airbase and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
There are very few couturiers in this country who do men's fashion with that much finesse. Two of the most impressive ones, to my mind, happen to be Kunal Rawal and Shantanu and Nikhil. Their showcases were a class above the rest as far as men couture is concerned. And what's interesting is gender was not about. What was stereotypically considered to be men's clothing was also something that you saw women wear and vice versa. Here's a look. Kunal Rawal's showcase was extremely high on energy, with Punjabi music grooving and Ranbir Kapoor show-stopping with a Kapoor swag. We saw women in outfits that have traditionally and conventionally been worn by men, and that is why we call it gender no bar. Impressive.
I really admire him as a designer. I have always, seen the kind of innovative design he does. His cuts are always very masculine. He's always pushing the boundaries. He's really blended, something which is very close to our culture with something modern. And I think where he also takes his inspirations from is very truly Indian.
And that is something I'm hedging my bets. I put it on the biggest clothes horse. Now I'm hoping it works.
Shantanu and Nikhil's showcase interestingly had bridal silhouettes that explored exaggerated ornate veils paired with bejeweled capes and gloves, just like in the Gatsby era.
There is a lot of romance that I see in you, and this collection was all about that. It was about romance, it was sexy, it was subdued in terms of its glamour, and I feel both of them had to do justice and both of them are so good looking.
Rajesh Pratap Singh stands out of the pack with the kind of rebellion we saw in his work.
Now, Neoma in Ladakh is one of India's most strategically important air bases. It's closest to the line of actual control. This air base is being expanded for fighter jet operations. India has now also deployed Huron Mark II long endurance drones, and now the country will be able to see on the other side of the hill. But as India and China at the moment are on speaking terms, both the sides are now strengthening their defences also. Manjeet Singh brings you this report.
Years into the India-China standoff in Ladakh, India is ready to put China even more on notice. From modern weapons to infrastructure, the Modi government is leaving no stone unturned now to check Chinese expansionist designs and pile the pressure on that country. As part of an India Today national exclusive, we now tell you about a new fighter aircraft base is now emerging where an old helicopter base once stood in Neoma, very close to the frontier with China. Ever since the 2020 June Galwan clashes in which 20 Indian soldiers and an even greater number of Chinese soldiers were killed during a violent confrontation, India has consistently increased its deployment in restive Ladakh. The Indian Air Force has revealed how it has been swinging into action, pressing its transport aircraft fleet and deploying over 68,000 troops to forward locations and airlifting 90 tanks, 330 infantry fighting vehicles and several artillery guns over the last 3 years. The Indian Air Force has also airlifted critical assets like radars and surface-to-air guided weapon systems to the Ladakh frontier. The deployment of troops, tanks and ammunition continues as a complete de-escalation or de-induction has not happened in the Ladakh sector. New additions to these assets are being currently made. The Indian Air Force has inducted its latest Heron Mark II surveillance drones, which can carry out both strike operations as well as extended surveillance operations on the frontiers with China and Pakistan. Meanwhile, the 19th round of Corps Commander level talks on Monday continues to aim to resolve the ongoing military standoff between the two nuclear neighbors. India is pressing for disengagement of the Chinese army from Depsang in the eastern Ladakh frontier. Military talks come ahead of a likely meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Jinping at the BRICS Leaders Summit in South Africa next week. With Manjeet Negi in Ladakh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. The Nehru Memorial Museum and Library has now officially been renamed as Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The name change has certainly irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party now calling this a petty move. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh, in a scathing attack, has called this a bid by the Prime Minister Modi to erase the Nehruvian legacy. He's asserted that all liberal foundations set up by Nehru is under assault by Modi, stating that no matter what happens or what the attempts are by the Modi government, Nehru's legacy will live on. BJP, however, was quick to retort, asking why the party is so obsessed with Nehru. The Saffron Party questioned as to why was there no mention of Lal Bahadur or Narasimha Rao or even Indira and Rajiv Gandhi for that matter. It was in mid of June this year that it was resolved to change the museum from the Nehru Museum to Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. Ever since, there's been reactions, but now the change has finally happened.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता के इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आजादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी, उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मोरारजी भाई सब तो कांग्रेस ही थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वो समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
Mr. Modi on Atalji's birthday, death anniversary, is trying to erase the legacy of Nehru, which was created by Lal Bahadur Shastri and Radhakrishnan ji. It shows the pettiness of Mr. Modi. It shows the RSS, Bharatiya Janasangh and Bharatiya Janata Party's hate against Pandit Nehru.
देश की आज़ादी के बाद जितने भी देश के संसाधन हैं, चाहे वो रेल हो, चाहे सड़क हो, चाहे बिजली हो, चाहे पानी हो, चाहे झील हो, चाहे नदी हो, चाहे नाला हो, चाहे एयरपोर्ट हो, चाहे पोर्ट हो, सब एक ही परिवार का जो है वो उस पर पेटेंट हो गया था क्या? तो भैया देश के लिए और देश की आज़ादी के लिए, देश भारत के निर्माण के लिए तमाम हजारों हमारे महानायकों ने कुर्बानी दी है, जिन्हें कि आपने इतिहास के काले पन्नों में डाल दिया था। मोदी जी ने आने के बाद आपके सम्मान के साथ साथ उनके सम्मान को भी सम्मान दिया है।
नेहरू जी से जो नफरत है, कुंठा है, वो है। आप प्रधानमंत्रियों पे संग्रहालय बनाना चाहते हैं, बनाइए। किसी पे भी संग्रहालय सरकार बना सकती है, बनाना भी चाहिए और लोगों पे भी बनाना चाहिए। वर्तमान इतिहास, पुराने इतिहास पर संग्रहालय बनाना चाहिए। लेकिन एक संस्था जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नाम पर बनाई गई थी, उनकी उपलब्धियों को उजागर करने के लिए, इतिहास पर काम करने के लिए, और उसमें सिर्फ पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू नहीं, आज़ादी के आंदोलन, उसके बाद के इतिहास पर बहुत सा काम हुआ है। और जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल फंड इंडिपेंडेंटली चलता है। अब आपने उसको प्रधानमंत्रियों के कर दिया, इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि आप और सब प्रधानमंत्रियों का भी काम दिखाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए क्योंकि आप नेहरू जी को दबाना चाहते हैं। नेहरू जी के सत्य को तो आप दबा नहीं सकते, उनके किए हुए तमाम कामों को दबा नहीं सकते। तो ऐसा है कि पब्लिक की मेमोरी से, पब्लिक की आंखों से एक तरीके से उनको हटा दीजिए।
मुझे लगता है कि देश के कार्यक्रमों को, देश के इन चीजों को केवल राजनीति की भेंट चढ़ाना ये कांग्रेस की आदत और फितरत बन चुकी है। मोदी विरोध में ये देश के प्रतीकों का और अपने ही कांग्रेस के प्रतीकों का भी विरोध करने लगे हैं।
All right, now amid the political showdown, A. Surya Prakash, the Vice Chairman, Executive Council, Prime Minister's Museum and Library, asserts that the Prime Minister's Museum now will showcase Nehru's temples. I mean, that has not changed. In fact, Nehru's legacy will be very much present at that museum, and it will showcase all the works of Nehru and his idea of setting up the institutes, Nehru's idea of technology, of planning commission, etc. So really, he claims that this is only a name change, nothing else inside has changed. Listen in.
If you come now to the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, you look at the Teen Murti Bhavan, how we have showcased Nehru, his temples of modern India, the Hirakud Dam, Nagarjun Sagar Dam, his idea of setting up institutes of technology, planning commission. In his 17-year tenure as Prime Minister, the phenomenal work he did in various aspects of this nation's life, it is all showcased now. I would request anyone who has any doubts about how we have handled the whole Nehru question, I would request them to please come and take a look at the Nehru Museum today.
All right, now we see protests have erupted in Jammu. Suralji Bhatt, our correspondent, joins us with a ground report, bringing us all the reactions from there.
A massive political storm has erupted over the renaming of Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. The Congress party is alleging that it's an insult to the first Prime Minister of the country, Jawaharlal Nehru. Here in the streets of Jammu, you can see that the Congress party leaders and activists are staging protests against the Modi government. They are raising slogans against the Modi government, and they are saying that Jawaharlal Nehru has been insulted, and this is something which the Congress party is not going to tolerate. Here you can see that the Congress party and leaders are holding the picture of Jawaharlal Nehru in their hands, and they are saying that this decision should be immediately rolled back. They are saying that Jawaharlal Nehru has made immense contribution as far as nation's development is concerned, and removal of his name from an important memorial, museum and library is condemnable. That's what the Congress party is saying. We will speak to the protesting Congress leaders. Here we have with us the working president of J&K Congress, Mr. Raman Bhalla. भल्ला साहब, मुझे एक चीज़ बताइए कि जो ये फैसला लिया गया है, बीजेपी कह रही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अब तक केवल नेहरू जी का ही गुणगान किया, बाकी प्रधानमंत्रियों का जो योगदान रहा है उसे बिल्कुल सिरे से नकारा गया है, उनको वो मान्यता नहीं दी गई है। अब अगर इस केंद्र में सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों के योगदान के बारे में चर्चा होगी तो इसमें आपत्ति क्या है?
ये 9 साल करते क्या रहे हैं, तो 9 साल इनको याद नहीं आएगा भाई ऐसा चीज़ करनी है। अब चुनाव नज़दीक हैं, कांग्रेस के इतिहास को मिटाना चाहते हैं, इनके मिटने से नहीं होगा। कांग्रेस लोगों के दिलों में राज करती है। अब हिमाचल के बाद कर्नाटका में भी जब हार चुके हैं तो कांग्रेस का फोबिया इनके दिमाग में हावी हो गया। हम फख्र महसूस करते हैं कि जवाहरलाल नेहरू 47 से 64 तक जो उसकी कंट्रीब्यूशन यहाँ पे थी, आज उसको मिटाने का, नाम तब्दील करने का उन्होंने जो बेड़ा यहाँ पे उठाया, हम इसका कड़ा विरोध करते हैं। और बड़ी शॉकिंग और कंडेमेबल एक्ट भाजपा का यहाँ पे है। भाजपा की इस जो नीति है उसका हम कड़ा विरोध करते हैं और लोगों में भी बड़ा रोष यहाँ पे है कि जवाहरलाल नेहरू जिन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुत रोल अदा किया, आज जम्मू कश्मीर हिंदुस्तान का हिस्सा, तो जवाहरलाल नेहरू की कंट्रीब्यूशन है। और आइंदा जो आने वाले दिनों में जैसे जिस ढंग से राहुल जी ने भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के माध्यम से उन बुनियादों को, जो जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी की सोच को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए 4000 किलोमीटर पैदल चल पड़े हैं, भाजपा उससे भी घबराहट में आ गई है। और मैं समझता हूँ ये संकेत है कि भाजपा का सुपड़ा साफ होने वाला है, हिंदुस्तान में बदलाव होगा और इन्हीं कामों के माध्यम से जो जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी की हिस्ट्री को मिटाना चाहते हैं, मैं समझता हूँ खुद मिटने वाले हैं।
जी, मुझे आप बताइए, अगर सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों के योगदान के बारे में बात होगी तो केंद्र का नाम अब बदल दिया गया, अब रखा गया है प्रधानमंत्री मेमोरियल म्यूजियम एंड लाइब्रेरी, तो इससे आपको क्या आपत्ति है?
ये तो बड़ी शर्मनाक बात है, लेकिन ये ऐसा स्थान है, इसको तीन मूर्ति भवन बोलते हैं, जहां नेहरू जी ने, जैसे बल्ला साहब ने कहा, 47 से लेकर 64 रहे। बड़े ऐतिहासिक फैसले इस जगह पर हुए, वो इतने ऐतिहासिक फैसले कि नेहरू जी का नाम उससे नहीं मिट सकेगा। कितने प्रोग्राम, पॉलिसियां, कितने देशों के राजनीतिक लोग यहाँ पर आते रहो, बड़े बड़े फैसले यही तीन मूर्ति भवन में होते रहे। अगर बाकी प्रधानमंत्रियों का भी योगदान रहा, हमें कोई एतराज नहीं, लेकिन
हिस्ट्री इज एवर चेंजिंग एंड सो द Prime Minister Museum has also changed. This is the new block where different prime ministers have been showcased their works, the history related to them, the policies which they have worked upon. From the Prime Minister Nehru, who was the first Prime Minister, to the second Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, or hence on, till Dr. Manmohan Singh. All the things related to these Prime Ministers have been showcased in this museum. So this is a different look museum altogether from the Teen Murti Bhavan, which used to only showcase the works done by first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. With camera person Nasir Kumar Kunal for India Today from Delhi.
All right, slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, fissures, as we see, develops within the Maha-Aghadi alliance partners over allegations of Sharad Pawar being offered a berth, a union cabinet ministry by Ajit Pawar if he pledges his support to the BJP for 2024. Congress asks Sharad Pawar to make his stance clear. Stay with us.
Musk versus Zuck intensifies. Amid the much-anticipated Musk versus Zuck cage fight, ex-owner Elon Musk said he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's a detailed report of what's expected there.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-streamed video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
आपके सामर्थ्य, आपके संकल्प, उसमें हुई प्रगति, उसकी जो सफलता है, उसके गौरवगान उससे भी अधिक आत्मविश्वास के सामने आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत करूंगा।
This has set the pitch for big 2024 war. While unveiling his government's reform, perform, transform motto, Prime Minister Modi from the ramparts of Red Fort declared he'll be back next year to list out the progress on the promises he made to the people. Prime Minister Modi's new buzzword was Parivarjan, or family members, a term he used to address 140 crore Indians. The word, a striking juxtaposition with the Parivarwad attack that Modi often launches at the so-called dynastic parties. The word Parivarjan came up more than 45 times during Modi's speech. In no-holds-barred attack at the opposition bloc, Modi called on the people to get rid of corruption, Parivarwad and appeasement, which he called the troika of evil hampering India's growth.
अगर सपनों को सिद्ध करना है, संकल्प को पार करना है, तो हमें ये आंख मिचौली बंद करके, आंख में आग मिला करके तीन बुराइयों से लड़ना बहुत समय की मांग है। हमारे देश की सारी समस्याओं की जड़ में भ्रष्टाचार ने दिमक की तरह देश की सारी व्यवस्थाओं को, देश के सामर्थ्य को पूरी तरह नोच लिया। भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जंग हर इकाई में, हर क्षेत्र में। और मैं देशवासियों, मेरे प्रिय परिवारजनों, ये मोदी के जीवन का कमिटमेंट है, ये मेरे व्यक्तित्व का एक कमिटमेंट है कि मैं भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ता रहूंगा।
Prime Minister's scathing attacks sparked quiet retaliation from opposition camps. Congress chief Kharge, who missed the Red Fort ceremony citing eye infection, trained guns on Modi at Congress flag hoisting event, claiming that Modi will be out of power in 2024 and unfurl flag at his home.
तो अगले साल फिर झंडा फहराएंगे, अपने घर के ऊपर फहराएंगे।
Modi signed off his 10th Red Fort speech with a couplet about rising India and its global ambitions.
चलता चलाता काल चक्र, अमृत काल का हाल चक्र, सबके सपने, सबके सपने, अपने सपने।
As Modi's Red Fort fireworks set the template for 2024 polls, Bureau Report, India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let's start with the headlines first. Siddaramaiah government now defends the scrapping of the national education policy, calls this a part of the manifesto, and as promised, they decide to scrap it from the following year. Says committee will be formed. BJP says this is nothing less than shameful. Fissures that's developed in the Maha Aghadi alliance partners over allegations of Sharad Pawar being offered a cabinet berth. In fact, UBT Sena says Ajit Pawar is really not big enough to offer a cabinet berth to Sharad Pawar. Congress says Pawar will benefit the BJP. A massive political war over renaming the Nehru Memorial. Congress says Modi is defaming Nehru's legacy, and museum official Rebut says Nehru's legacy is covered in detail. Delhi Congress versus Aam Aadmi Party rages on. The Congress leaders call AAP a B team of the BJP, says it wanted services control only to shield the corrupt netas. Hiccups in India unity. Delhi woman kills live-in partner's minor son, stuffs body inside a box bed. Cops probe 300 CCTV cameras to nab the murder accused. Sunny Deol starrer Gadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film until date. All right, some big news as Telangana Congress chief has been booked for a threat that he's given on camera. Threatens cops to strip off their uniform. Revant says the name of Mahbub Nagar cops in my red diary. This is what he says as he threatens the cops will come to power in the next 100 days and you see what I'll do. This is the Congress chief of Telangana who's been booked for sending out threats on camera, threatens cops to strip off their uniform and says, name of Mahbub Nagar cops in my red diary. This is his threat message openly in public. Let's have a listen.
రెడ్ డైరీలో మీ పేర్లు రాసి పెడతాం 100 రోజుల తర్వాత వచ్చినాక ఒక్కనొక్కని గుడ్డలి పలిపిస్తాం అసలు మిత్తితో చెల్లిస్తాం పోలీసులకు కూడా మహబూబ్నగర్ జిల్లా పోలీసులకు చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా రెడ్ డైరీలో మీ పేర్లు రాసి పెడతాం 100 రోజుల తర్వాత వచ్చినాక ఒక్కనొక్కని గుడ్డలి పలిపిస్తాం.
Let me cut across to our correspondent Abdul Bashir, who's spoken to a BRS leader to get an understanding on what exactly are the charges leveled against the Congress chief and what really led him to give this open threat. Listen in.
Telangana Pradesh Chief Revant Reddy's statements on Mahbubnagar police had attracted a lot of criticism from the police officers where FIRs were registered in several police stations. We have joined by BRS spokesperson Krishank to give a reaction on his statement. So what he had criticized the Mahbubnagar police, telling that in next 100 days, if their party will come to power and they are going to take action against them. So what do you have to say?
See, one thing, it is really wrong on the part of a parliamentarian who is verbally assaulting in public and provoking against those people who are protecting the law and order and the peace of the land. They protect the laws of the land and they are working according to the constitution. So what he has spoken is absolutely unlawful, and this speech is very familiar to another leader, opposition leader in Andhra Pradesh, that is Mr. Nara Lokesh. Mr. Nara Lokesh also recently spoke about a red diary and naming of police officials. And here we see that the same PCC president who was an ex-working president of the Telugu Desam party, who has come from Telugu Desam party, is also speaking the same lines of a red book, red diary and police officials being named. This looks that the genes of Revant Reddy, which comes from Telugu Desam party, seems to be intact, and it is not a Congress PCC president speaking, because the strategist Mr. Sunil Kongolu has worked for both Telugu Desam party and is currently working for Congress. He is the one who is writing scripts for both the leaders. So one thing is for sure, that when the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi ji was taken action against defaming Modi ji's surname, then here, when a parliamentarian of Lok Sabha is
All right, a dramatic chopper rescue that's been caught on camera. Cutting across to some big news here. A woman victim has been rescued from flooded house. The army choppers pressed into rescue work. Hundreds of homes cut off in Shimla. Surging flood waters kill at least 60 in Himachal. That's quite a dramatic chopper rescue, where we see in Himachal Pradesh that at least 60 people have lost their lives, many more who were trapped. The rescue teams pressed into action. This video now that's gone viral, really a takeaway from what's happening in Himachal Pradesh. Heavy, heavy rains and severe flooding, flash floods, cloud bursts and landslides. That's really ruined the landscape of the hill state of Himachal. Nearly 60 people have lost their lives, and this is one image showing a dramatic rescue operation carried out by the rescue and relief teams who are pressed into action for 3 days straight. A woman victim who was trapped has been rescued. We saw videos of how many of the houses in Himachal Pradesh's hill areas were literally sliced away with the floods. And in one such scenario, it appears that a lady who was stranded has been rescued. And this is that dramatic video that's been caught on cameras with the chopper airlifting that woman to safety. This is Shimla, Himachal, where we know Shimla is a tourist town. This dramatic chopper rescue that's caught on camera shows how the chopper, the officials there in the chopper airlift that girl, rescued her from a flood-like situation which has literally sliced away many houses owing to heavy, heavy rains in the hill state. And as mentioned, rain continues to wreak havoc in the hill states. The death toll mounts to nearly 60 in Himachal Pradesh right now, with several injured and still missing. Landslides, flash floods, cloud bursts leads to loss of lives and properties. The situation continues to remain grim in the state capital of Shimla. Many people were killed. Over 30 people feared trapped within around areas that have been hit hard. People are trapped under debris. Many buildings have collapsed. A Shiva temple collapsed in the Summerhill area of the city. Incessant rainfall has battered 2 states for the past 2 days with no relief in sight. IMD has also issued a red alert. Meanwhile, roads leading to the revered Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines were damaged due to landslides. The pilgrimage to these shrines as of now has been halted.
देखिए अभी हालात कंट्रोल में है। जहां डैम से पानी छोड़ा गया है मैं उस जिले का कांगड़ा जिले का वैली का दौरा करने जा रहा हूं। वहां हमने कल प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों की ड्यूटी लगाई थी और हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी महोदय यहाँ पूरे सचिवालय में बैठ के मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं और फील्ड में जाकर मैं खुद फीडबैक भी ले रहा हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि स्थिति कंट्रोल में है। अभी मौसम रुका हुआ है और बस हम समय के अनुसार और पूरी जगह जो भी हम मदद कर सकते हैं अपने आपदा पीड़ितों को उनको हम मदद करेंगे।
We are on Mandi Kullu National Highway where a flash flood took place. Just look at the extent of the damage caused by the flash flood. The ground floor of this house is under the debris. Just see the size of the rocks and the extent of the damage. This has also caused huge damage to this national highway, which has been blocked at various places up to Pandoh Dam, close to the Mandi. More than 2100 routes are without the buses. The Himachal Roadways Corporation buses are often called the lifeline of the state. People are stuck at various places, including the tourists. But the state government has assured the people that these roads will be restored on a priority basis. But the damage caused by the rains is huge. 56 people have lost their lives and more than 283 people have died during the current rainy season. With camera person Chandi Ram, this is Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi for India Today.
We are inside an under-construction railway tunnel located between Rishikesh and Devprayag at Shivpuri, and you can see how the tunnel is inundated. Now, what happened on night of August 13th? Around 11-12 in the night, suddenly the water that flows from the seasonal nala, as they call it in Uttarakhand, because of the cloud burst, It brought aggressive water flow. Along with that, there was a lot of silt, boulders, stones, which came along with the water that was coming from the monsoon nala. And you can see the entry point itself. There's a lot of debris which is still lying here. This is possibly the security guard post, which has been inundated with the stones, covered with the stones halfway.
All right, now let's take a quick look at the top developments coming in on many areas that's hit by this incessant monsoons. Amid the ongoing monsoon mayhem, several houses collapsed in Krishnanagar area in Himachal Pradesh's Shimla after it was hit by a landslide. Rescue operation was launched by authorities. Torrential rains pounded Uttarakhand, causing a flood-like situation and triggering landslides in many areas. The mighty Ganga is flowing above danger mark in several districts, flooding several low-lying areas. Due to increased water levels in Beas River, water has been released from Himachal's Pong Dam, leading to flood-like situation in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Half a dozen villages around the river have been filled with water. Heavy rains have triggered massive landslides in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, due to which Badrinath highway has been blocked. People were seen helping each other while crossing the area. In Uttar Pradesh's Bijnor, the overflowing Ganga river has completely flooded about 24 villages, forcing villagers to live on their house, on top of their roof. In fact, rooftop accommodation is what they've created for themselves for the moment. All right, now you have the Congress Digvijay Singh responding to a call for a Hindu Rashtra. He says those seeking a Hindu Rashtra must resign. Digvijay Singh says, is Hindutva mentioned in the constitution at all? Digvijay says those who talk of a Hindu Rashtra must quit. India will run as per constitution. Well, this is Digvijay Singh making that comment, almost a jibe, after Madhya Pradesh's former chief minister had spoken on the lines of a Hindu Rashtra. And now Digvijay Singh saying outrightly, those who believe in a Hindu Rashtra must resign. Listen in.
इस देश में हिंदुओं की जनसंख्या जो है बताना कोई पाप है क्या? लेकिन भारतीय संविधान के आधार पर ही ये देश चलेगा और जो लोग भारतीय संविधान की शपथ लेकर आज पद पर बैठे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री, मुख्यमंत्री, अगर वो हिंदू राष्ट्र की बात करते हैं तो पहले उनको इस्तीफा देना चाहिए अपने पद से.
Now let's have a listen. Former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh who spoke, Kamal Nath, he made a comment about Hindu Rashtra, to which it appears Digvijay has responded. But Kamal Nath had said this. Listen in.
बनाने की क्या बात है? 82% तो हिंदू हैं, तो वो क्या हिंदू पैदा कर रहे हैं? विश्व में जिस देश में इतनी बड़ी परसेंटेज में हो, वहां कोई बहस की बात है? ये तो है ही 82% अगर भारत में हिंदू हैं, तो हम कहें कि ये हिंदू राष्ट्र है, ये कहने की क्या आवश्यकता? ये तो आंकड़े बताते हैं.
All right, let me cut across to Hemendra joining us for more on that. Hemendra, Madhya Pradesh goes to elections soon. You had the former Chief Minister Kamal Nath who had spoken about India being a Hindu Rashtra. His Congress colleague or contemporary, Digvijay Singh, says if people believe in Hindu Rashtra, then they must resign first. Tell us more.
Well,
Well, Digvijay Singh, the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, he had posted on his Twitter timeline a video today saying that he had gone to Hubli for a temple darshan. And there the DCC, that is the District Congress Committee, organized a press conference for him. And during the press conference, he was asked a question in which he clarified that there is nothing called soft Hindutva or hard Hindutva. He also said in the same breath that the ideologues of the RSS, they had initially clarified that Hindutva has nothing to do with Hinduism, and also said that those people who are propagating Hindutva, they should first resign from the constitutional posts that they occupy. Having said that, the BJP started taking jibes at Digvijay Singh, saying the present Congress chief of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Kamal Nath, he has already said that 82% of the population in India are already Hindu, so India doesn't need to be declared a Hindu Rashtra. But defending that as well, Digvijay Singh today said that the media was falling into the BJP trap. Kamal Nath has already clarified that what he meant was that 82% of the population of the country is Hindus. That is a fact, but the country has to be run by what the constitution says. Kamal Nath has never denied that, and he has never propagated the idea of having a Hindu Rashtra. That's what Digvijay Singh is now claiming.
Nripendra, thank you very much for joining us on that. Let me cut across to news coming in from Karnataka. Tug of war with the centre over NEP erupts in Karnataka. Sticking to its manifesto promise, the Congress government has decided to scrap off, do away with the national education policy that was introduced by the centre and the previous state BJP government, and has said that this year the NEP that's already been implemented will continue, and it will be scrapped only from the next academic year. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said that its government will come up with state education policy instead. NEP will be scrapped, SEP will be introduced. He's further alleged that the NEP is driven by the BJP and RSS agenda, claiming that it will be formulated at the RSS headquarters. In fact, taking a jibe at it. In fact, the Congress had already called this as Nagpur education policy. Former Chief Minister of Karnataka of the BJP, Basuraj Bommai, has slammed the Siddaramaiah government, calling this shameful tinkering of the education policy. He said the decision to scrap NEP needs to be reviewed. Remember, under the Constitution, states can choose not to adopt NEP either fully or partially. Both the Parliament and the state assemblies have power over education. Though the centre has the supremacy over the state, states are free to draw up their own curriculum and print their own textbooks, which is what the Congress government says they will do now.
RSS agenda ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಡನ್ ಅಜೆಂಡಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ರೆಹಮಾನ್ ಖಾನ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನ್ಯೂ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ, ಅದು ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ತಯಾರಾದದ್ದೇ RSS ಹೆಡ್ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನಾಗ್ಪುರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಯಾರಾದದ್ದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೆಹಮಾನ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡ ಆಯ್ತು. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ರೀತಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
This was a part of our program in our manifesto. So 2-3 meetings have been already done. Now we are going for a better committee, which Honorable CM is personally looking at. Basically want to have our own state education policy so that in the interest of children's, the subjects or the matters what have been taught should not be controlled on a vindictive basis or whatever it is. That's what we feel. There is nothing else. No saffronizing, anti-Congress, pro-Congress, nothing like that. It is going to be pro-students, and it has to be pro-education only.
See, it is not a question of syllabus. All the syllabuses are done by a task force and committees, and especially primary and secondary will all be done at the state level. So none of the things are vindictive. I want to ask the minister that let him come out which is vindictive and how it is vindictive. Just by mere making some statements with preconceived notion, and to change the entire policy is very uncalled for. It is very detrimental for the future of the children of the state. I'm telling you that this government is making a very, very colossal mistake, and they are playing with the future of the children, which is really unpardonable.
All right, cutting across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath. Nagarjun, give us more on the national education policy being scrapped by the current Congress government. This is part of their manifesto. They are living up to it. The BJP calls this shameful tinkering. But wasn't the NEP either way allowed for state governments to adopt or not as per their prerogative?
Well, that is true what the BJP is saying, that it's been 2 years since Karnataka has already put in place the NEP policy and batches have passed out already. And why changed it mid-course? Congress is saying that it was promised in the manifesto. BJP is saying manifesto is not sacrosanct. Look at the future of the children. Don't do tinkering. And it's a crime against the future of children is what Mr. Bommai has called it in his statement and in his interview to India Today as well. While the powers of the state is that partial or fully to accept NEP depends on the state, while the Congress has decided that a committee will be formed and a new state education policy will be put in place. And because they came into power only after the academic year started, they didn't do much this year, but next year they're very firm that NEP will be taken away and SEP will be put in place.
All right. So state education policy is what the Congress claims to be focusing around. Thank you very much, Nagarjun. But it's a fact. Midway, students now forced to take up yet or rather going back to the same old education policy is unfortunate because this is disturbing their academic flow. Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Sunny Deol starrer Gadar has really clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any film until date. Seems like Bollywood films now booming yet again in theatres. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
बड़े मौके पर आया है तू।
It took a viral video for 2 people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fawzia ji, I promised you ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi sir? A 3-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
The Gali politics being followed by the Congress party has now stooped to a new low. Congress leader Randeep Surjewala has now insulted BJP voters in the state of Haryana. Randeep Surjewala compared BJP supporters and voters to monsters and said those who vote for the BJP have monstrous tendencies. Congress leader's remark has actually triggered a big political showdown as the BJP has now launched a scathing attack against Surjewala.
अरे राक्षसों, भाजपा जजप्पा के राक्षस हो तुम लोग।
Congress's Gali politics stoops to a new low. After insulting voters who support the BJP, a Congress leader likens Prime Minister Modi to Asura. First, a video of Congress leader Randeep Surjewala went viral on Sunday, where he's seen calling those who vote for the BJP monsters. Surjewala made these remarks while addressing the Jan Akrosh rally in Haryana's Kaithal.
श्राप देता हूं। अरे राक्षसों, भाजपा जजप्पा के राक्षस हो तुम लोग। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो वोट देता है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो समर्थक है वो राक्षस प्रवृत्ति का व्यक्ति है। मैं आज महाभारत की इस धरती से श्राप देता हूं।
Surjewala's remarks sparked a political showdown.
राक्षस हो तुम लोग।
सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, आप क्या मानते हैं? क्या आप सारी जनता को राक्षस मानते हैं? आप राक्षस भी कह रहे हैं और श्राप भी दे रहे हैं। आप जनता को भगवान नहीं मानते, स्वयं को भगवान मानते हैं और श्राप दे रहे हैं। क्या यही आपकी मोहब्बत की दुकान है?
एक राक्षस प्रवृत्ति के परिवार में जन्मा ये व्यक्ति ही सोच सकता है कि इस प्रकार का अभद्र भाषा बोलना, ये मैं समझता हूँ असंसदीय भाषा है। निश्चित रूप से इसका हम संज्ञान लेंगे।
Surjewala seems to be unfazed by the criticism. He launched sharp attacks on Modi government, accusing it of misgovernance. He called the Prime Minister an asur or demon.
और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो समर्थक है वो राक्षस प्रवृत्ति का व्यक्ति।
How should you be handling stress? First of all, trick your mind and your body into believing that stress is this much and not this much. Essentially, you have to train your mind into thinking positive. Find an empathy buddy to talk to open up with. Also, celebrate yourself. Meditation and pranayam also go a long way in dealing with stress, so try these things out. Also, alternate therapies like flower therapy and Reiki must be tried. How do you recognize stress? Understand your body and mind. Too much sleepiness, wanting to eat a lot or just not wanting to eat. Down in the dumps all the time. Unable to enjoy your relationships. Difficulty in concentrating at work. All of these are signs of stress.
What then is the science behind stress? When the brain senses a stressor, be it physical danger, the boss yelling at you, a piece of bad news, or just everyday stress, it sets off a series of well-orchestrated physiological reactions. On receipt of the emergency signal, the adrenal glands send out reinforcements in the form of the steroidal hormone cortisol. Cortisol in turn activates the body's sympathetic nervous system, causing the heart to race, the pulse and blood pressure to shoot up, and the breath to become faster. More oxygen and glucose are released in the brain and the bloodstream, providing the body the burst of energy it needs to combat stress. The problem arises when stress becomes a chronic condition and there's too much cortisol in the body, wherein the slightest of stressful situations, say a traffic jam, triggers its secretion.
Small amounts of cortisol, when secreted in responses to stress, are actually good for our body, for our brain, for our overall health. However, when such releases, such outbursts of cortisol happen frequently, the result is slow damage to certain areas of our brain.
The WHO says stress is the health epidemic of the 21st century. While stress may not be a disease with specific causes or symptoms, it wreaks sufficient havoc on the body's organs over time to become life-threatening.
The response of stress is seen as a reflection in low levels of testosterone or estrogen in our system. Under stress, significant hormonal changes take place, and apart from hormonal changes, we also see significant changes in neurochemicals.
A study published in the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine in September 2002 found that pranayam led to an overall reduction in stress. Doctors say the relaxation could be a result of more oxygen reaching the brain and body through concentrated and mindful breathing.
Welcome back. The box office tsunami continues for Sunny Deol's film Gadar 2. The film has smashed all records by collecting a whopping 55 crores on Independence Day. This is the highest in the history of Indian cinema. The film has already entered the 200 crore club. Film's total collections now stand at 220.8 crores. On the other hand, Akshay Kumar starrer Oh My God 2 is having a dream of a run in terms of box office collections. The film collected 18 crores on Independence Day. With this, the film has so far garnered 73 crores. According to experts now, it will very soon cross the 100 crore mark as well. According to estimates, Indians spend more than 140 crores on movie binges on Independence Day. This is a survey done for Independence Day. At least 140 crores has been raked in by the Bollywood industry on Independence Day alone. All right, now a rift that's likely brewing within the India Alliance bloc ahead of 2024's Mahayuddh. Congress has launched this attack at Kejriwal government, at Kejriwal himself branding the Aam Aadmi Party as the B team of the BJP. Congress Neta Sandeep Dikshit has said that the Congress should not stand with his party, calling AAP a party of corrupt netas. He further went on to rake up services bill and alleged that Kejriwal wants control over the services, Delhi services, only to shield his corrupt netas. Taking a jibe at the latest war of words within AAP and the Congress, BJP has said that cracks within the India Alliance bloc is clearly evident and they will soon separate. Earlier as well, different allies of the India Alliance rooting for their own party leaders as the next PM face against Modi has also come as a dividing factor. While TMC claims that India's next Prime Minister should be Mamata Banerjee, RJD wants Nitish Kumar to be the Prime Ministerial candidate. On the other hand, Uddhav Sena believes that Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra can really take on Prime Minister Modi.
हम एक ऐसी पार्टी को जो ए पार्टी है उसको हराने के लिए क्या उसी के बी पार्टी के साथ चुनाव लड़ना चाहिए कि नहीं लड़ना चाहिए और उसके क्या दूरगामी परिणाम हो सकते हैं। हमने बार बार ये कहा है कि सन 77 में इमरजेंसी के समय, जबकि इमरजेंसी तो स्वयं इंदिरा जी ने हटाई थी, जो किसी और ने नहीं हटाई थी, जिसको कहा जाता है कि उन्होंने इमरजेंसी लगाई, तो इमरजेंसी हटाई भी इंदिरा जी ने बिना किसी जन प्रभाव के। तो उस व्यक्ति उसके खिलाफ लड़ने के लिए इसी जनता पार्टी के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, जो एक तरीके से ऐसी मानी जाती थी कि जिसके साथ कोई नहीं चुनाव लड़ेगा, उसको मुख्य धारा में ले आए और वहीं से सांप्रदायिक राजनीति का, विघटनकारी राजनीति का, जहरीली राजनीति का और दक्षिणपंथी राजनीति का उदय हुआ। तो 77 में जो बहुत बड़ी भूल बहुत सी पार्टियों ने की थी उस समय की जनसंघ को समर्थन देके, क्या हम ऐसी कोई भूल तो नहीं कर रहे इस समय आम आदमी के साथ खड़े होके। तो ये तमाम प्रश्नों पर हम अपनी राय रखेंगे और देखेंगे फिर पार्टी की क्या राय है। मेरी 3 स्तर पर राय है। एक तो जो ये अध्यादेश था, हमारा तो ये कहना था कि सीधे सीधे केजरीवाल केवल इसलिए सर्विसेज अपने पास चाहते थे कि वो नहीं तो भ्रष्टाचार में बुरी तरह फंसेंगे। उनका आप देखिए ना, जिस दिन ये उन्होंने ये आया सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट की सर्विसेज उनके पास हैं, उन्होंने कहीं और कुछ नहीं किया, सीधे एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो में गए, वहां से फाइलें रात को 3 बजे दरवाजे खोल के फाइलें गायब कर दी। तो आप कोई जन कल्याण के लिए थोड़ी सर्विसेज अपने पास चाहते थे, आप तो अपने भ्रष्टाचार को दबाने के लिए चाहते। तो वही चीज हम बार बार पार्टी को भी कह रहे थे कि एक भ्रष्ट आदमी के भ्रष्ट तंत्र को भ्रष्ट तरीके से अपने आप को बचाने की इस मुहिम में हम लोगों को साथ नहीं खड़े होना चाहिए।
ये इंडिया वाले नहीं है, ये I.N.D.I.A. वाले हैं और इन लोगों को सारा देश जानता है। इनके नेता बड़े जरूर मिल गए हैं, लेकिन जो लोग जो एक दूसरे के भ्रष्टाचार को बार बार कहते हैं, संदीप दीक्षित उसके बहुत बड़े उदाहरण हैं। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप आगे देखते रहिए, ये ऐसे बिखरेंगे कि इनके बीच में अगर मार पीट सिर फुटवल भी हो जाए तो देश के लोगों को कोई आश्चर्य नहीं होना चाहिए।
Now, Telangana governor versus KCR over Independence Day event. In fact, their back and forth now only escalates after KCR skipped the governor's Independence Day meeting or their event that was held. Tamil Sai slams the KCR government and raises questions against the chief minister for skipping the event. She says there could be difference of opinions, But the Chief Minister must join the state event on Independence Day. He cannot skip it. This is the governor making that point very clear, saying it was an Independence Day event where the Chief Minister was invited, but KCR skipped this. It's not right.
அது அந்தந்த மாநிலத்தில் உள்ள பிரச்சனை. இப்போ அதனால் நான் அதை பற்றி நான் கருத்து சொல்ல விரும்பவில்லை. ஆனால் கருத்துக்கள் இருக்கலாம், எதிர்கருத்துக்கள் இருக்கலாம். ஒரு அரசாங்கத்தில் நடைபெற வேண்டிய விழாக்கள் எல்லாம் சிறப்பாக ஒரு நட்புணர்வோடு நடைபெற வேண்டும் என்பது எனது கருத்து. ஏனென்றால் நான் தெலுங்கானாவில் கூடுகின்ற இந்த விழாக்களுக்கு முதலமைச்சர் வருவதில்லை. ஆனால் அதை நான் ஒரு கவலையோடு தான் எதிர்கொள்கிறேன். ஏனென்றால் வருங்கால சந்ததியினருக்கு நாம் என்ன சொல்ல இருக்கிறோம்? கருத்துக்கள் இருக்கலாம், கருத்து மோதல்கள் இருக்கலாம், கருத்து பரிமாற்றங்கள் இருக்கலாம். ஒருவர் கருத்தை ஒருவர் ஒப்புக்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதில்லை, ஒப்புக்கொள்ள வேண்டிய கருத்தை தான் ஒருவர் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்பதில்லை. தனது கருத்து இது, எனது கண்டனம் இது என்று சொல்லலாம். ஆனால் நாம் இப்படி ஒவ்வொரு விழாக்களுக்கும் நாம் கலந்து கொள்ளவில்லை, ஒரு நட்புணர்வை நாம் மேற்கொள்ளவில்லை என்றால் நம் இளைய சமுதாயத்திற்கு எதை சொல்ல வருகிறோம் என்ற ஆழ்ந்த கவலை எனக்கு இருக்கிறது. என்னை பொறுத்த மட்டும் எனக்கு எவ்வளவுதான் மாற்று கருத்து இருந்தாலும் ஒரு அரசாங்க விழா இதுதான் தொடர் ஒரு வழிமுறை என்று வரும்போது அந்த வழிமுறையை பின்பற்றுவது சரியாக இருக்கும் என்பது எனது கருத்து.
Controversy erupts after the Telangana governor points out that at-home reception that usually is organized on Independence Day evening has been skipped by the Chief Minister and also the state cabinet ministers. No one from the BRS party has attended, is what the governor had to stay, raising her concerns over this issue. We are joined by BRS spokesperson M. Krishank. So what is this? Previous years also we have seen that the BRS government had been skipping this reception, formal reception that is usually called by the governor. So what do you have to say about it?
See, number one, this is not an official program that the Chief Minister or the Cabinet should participate. Madam Governor wants to celebrate it in her official residence at the Raj Bhavan with different political parties, so be it. But every time coming out and talking in the media against Chief Minister KCRG and the Cabinet Ministers for not participating to her feast is absolutely not right, because those are not official invitations. But all said and done, Madam Governor should also realize before talking, she has threatened to topple this government. She said that if she wished, this government would fall down. Why would people from this government, representatives from this government, would want to go to a person who is conspiring, who conspired to topple this government? So if there are any official programs like the swearing in ceremony of Honorable Chief Justice of Telangana, KCRG went there because our leader KCRG knows how to respect the constitutional bodies, the constitutional posts and the constitutional norms and occasions. But at home celebrations, at home feasts and her political inclinations and how Madam Governor wants to use Raj Bhavan as political platforms, KCR Garu and government of Telangana will not entertain such kind of political antics and theatrics.
So this issue, holding a constitution.
All right, we heard that. The BRS says it's not needed for the Chief Minister to be part of her private feast. All right, now it's Mega India Today Impact indeed. The hate monger and main instigator of July 31st communal clashes in Nuh, Haryana, Bittu Bajrangi, was arrested on Tuesday. In fact, this arrest came early today after India Today exposed Bittu Bajrangi and the hate provocations that he had made all on camera. Accused in several other cases, Bittu Bajrangi was caught from his Faridabad house at least nearly 20 days after the violence broke out. The arrest followed a brief chase by cops near Bittu Bajrangi's house, where the cops were armed with sticks and guns. In an exclusive CCTV footage accessed by India Today, it shows how plain-clothed cops chased the cow vigilante, who was finally caught by surprise when the cops had arrived. Thus, after a long chase, Bajrangi was arrested from his Faridabad residence.
Bittu बिट्टू मेवात को ससुराल बताकर आने की धमकी भर देकर रह गया, लेकिन हरियाणा पुलिस उसे यहां लेकर आई है। अब ये तो बिट्टू ही बेहतर बता पाएगा कि ये उसके लिए ससुराल है या कुछ और, लेकिन इतना तो तय है कि यहां पर उसकी खातिरदारी कुछ ऐसे सख्त सवालों से और पूछताछ कुछ ऐसी होनी है कि भविष्य में शायद वो ससुराल का जिक्र तक न कर सके। कैमरामैन अंकित खंडेलवाल के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, नू।
Now, earlier, unfazed by allegations, Bittu Bajrangi had admitted to India Today that there were swords and guns with people in the procession, and added that violence happened because of poor preparations of the police and administration.
आपने आपके वीडियो में तो काफी भड़काऊ जब मैसेजेस दिए, आपने ऐसा भी कुछ कहा आपका जीजा आ रहा है वहां पर, तैयार रहो, ऐसे मैसेजेस। यात्रा थी ये तो बहुत बढ़िया शोभा यात्रा थी जो हर साल होती है। ऐसे मैसेज उस गांव में क्यों देंगे जहां मुसलमान रहते हैं?
मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट है, वीडियो है, रिकॉर्डिंग है जो मैंने क्राइम ब्रांच को उपलब्ध करवा दी है। मेरे को धमकी दे रहे थे, मैं सभी के लिए नहीं होता, जिन्होंने मुझे गालियां दी और मेरे साथ धमकी दी और जिन लोगों ने मुझे काटने मारने की बात बोली, ये उनके लिए था, ना कि सभी के लिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, पूजा करना आपका हक है, हर किसी का हक है, लेकिन आप लाइव करके, यात्रा से लाइव करके आप चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे कि मैं अपना लोकेशन शेयर कर रहा हूं, आप आइए? ये चुनौती
मेरे पास
क्यों दे जा रही थी?
मेरे पास आइए, अभी भी मेरे को धमकी आ रही है मारने काटने की, ये उनके लिए है, ये उनके लिए था जो मुझे मारने काटने की अब शब्द गंदी गाली दे रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर आप भड़काऊ वीडियोस डालते हैं, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, अगर आपके पास धमकी आई थी तो
साक्ष्य आप पूरे अपने पास रख लेना, मैं आपको उपलब्ध करवा दूंगा, सारे सबूत आपको दूंगा, उसको भी चलाओ कि उन्होंने क्या बोला।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे क्योंकि पुलिस ने एफआईआर दर्ज किया है। पुलिस का कहना है कि
मोहम्मद खान को, जाबिर घाटमिका को,
आप नहीं मांगेंगे माफी?
जिन्होंने मेवात में दंगे करे, घर जलाए, हमारी माताओं बहनों पर अत्याचार किया,
बजरंगी जी, अभी भी आप माफी मांगेंगे या नहीं मांगेंगे?
2 जवान शहीद हुए और हमारी बच्चों पे अत्याचार हुआ,
जी आपके खिलाफ
माफी मांगनी चाहिए। जो दंगाई है, जो आतंकवादी है, उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, वीडियोस है कि जो यात्रा में भी थे उनके पास भी हथियार थे, एक आराधना में हथियार का क्या काम है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी के पास ना बिट्टू बजरंगी की टीम के पास कोई हथियार नहीं। दिखाओ मुझे, एक बार लाइव दिखाओ मुझे
यात्रा में हथियार था या नहीं?
मेरे पास ना हथियार था, ना मेरी यात्रा में हथियार था, ना मुझे संज्ञान में। ये
आप वीडियो है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी की यात्रा में हथियार लाए गए थे। सिंपल सवाल है, क्या आप मानते हो कि भगवान की आराधना में, भगवान की पूजा में, क्या भगवान की पूजा में हथियार का कोई हिस्सा है?
दिखाओ ना मेरे को, मेरे पास का हथियार थे, दिखाओ तो सही। बोलने से क्या होता है मैडम जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी, एक सवाल और है आपसे।
हथियार थे, मुझे ये दिखाओ।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है?
अच्छा, हमारा बोलने से गोली पे गोली चलेगी, उन्होंने तो गोली चला के दिखा दी, उन्होंने तो हत्या करके
तो अगर वो गलत है तो आप भी गलत करेंगे, मतलब इसका क्या मतलब है? ये भड़काओ, मैंने आपसे पहले भी कहा कि आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है,
और उन्होंने बता दिया हथियार क्या होते हैं। हमें तो अब मालूम पड़ा है हथियार क्या होते हैं। हम तो लाठी डंडे जिससे कुत्ते भगाते थे उसको हथियार समझते थे। मीडिया वाले भी कहते हैं लाठी हथियार होता है। हमें तो हथियार 31 तारीख को जब पूजा करी, हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चली, हमें जब मालूम पड़ा हथियार क्या होता है।
All right, Bittu Bajrangi has now been arrested. Slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Rishi Sunak attends Ram Katha at Cambridge. The UK Prime Minister performs puja, distributes prasad, says, "My Hindu faith guides me." Taking you through that on the other side. Stay with us.
starry launch of actor Koel Puri Roche's debut novel Clearly Invisible in Paris in Mumbai. Set in the fashion capital, the book is an ode to friendship, and both fashion and friendship were witnessed in equal measure at the event. Suhana Khan attended the event for Koel Puri's debut novel launch to discuss the book. Along with Suhana, Gauri Khan also joined the launch, and many other friends of Koel were present.
It was a starry launch of actor Koel Puri Roche's debut novel Clearly Invisible in Paris in Mumbai. Set in the fashion capital, the book is an ode to friendship. And both fashion and friendship were witnessed in equal measure at the event.
The title says Clearly Invisible in Paris, but I think the book will make a lot of people feel their emotions, get those emotions to the surface and make them visible.
I think that is exactly the idea. You know, people struggle, people have courage, and they do it in a very invisible way, and they do it unrecognized. And it's a way of seeing, no matter who, you scratch the surface and everyone is carrying a cross. Everyone has got their own story, their own strife. And I think my point of writing this book was to say, I see you. I see you, you're there, you're not invisible. And if someone does feel a little less invisible by reading my book because they feel that their story was reflected, represented, then I did my job.
The spotlight was on two debutants, Koel Puri Roche, who's foraying into fiction writing, and Suhana Khan, who's all set for her on-screen debut. Suhana, who's so far only been seen and not heard in public, sat down for a rare, candid conversation with Koel.
What resonated with me the most was that at the heart of it, this book is about friendships. And I find myself quite lucky to have a set of friends that hold up a mirror to my imperfections. Some of them are sitting in the audience, which I was quite pleasant.
An applause for the friends.
Yes. Yeah, I'm really so happy. I think my favorite part of the book is, I think it's between Neera and Violet. Right from the get-go, the title of the book is Clearly Invisible in Paris, and the clear and invisible, those antithetical terms, you know, they just kind of lay the narrative out there for the reader already from the beginning, because you know that this book, it kind of highlights the contradictory nature of the book. And I think that was my favorite part of the book, was this paragraph that you wrote about duality.
The book launch was also attended by a host of actors, filmmakers and celebrities like Rahul Bose, Kabir Bedi, Rasika Duggal, Rajat Kapoor and Ranveer Shori. It was clearly visible that Koel Puri Roche's debut book launch and Suhana's first public interaction were a super success.
Acknowledging a person or their needs. In Mumbai, you never bothered with salutations. You just cut to the chase. And no matter how hard you tried, you could never be invisible.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Right, on the occasion of India's 77th Independence Day, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited renowned spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first Prime Minister of Indian descent in Britain. Sunak made a floral offering to Murari Bapu's Vyas Peeth, making a salutation of Jai Siya Ram. During his address at that event, Sunak said that his Hindu faith guides him in every respect every aspect of his life and gives him the courage to do the best as the Prime Minister of Britain. A devout Hindu and a regular temple visitor has been seen donning a kalava, a sacred Hindu thread, as well as performing puja at multiple occasions in the past.
Jai Siya Ram. It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Morari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
सनातन धर्म की विशाल व्यास पीठ के पास आकर यहाँ के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ऋषि सुनक साहब आए और इतनी सरलता से व्यासपीठ के प्रति अपना आदर व्यक्त करें, ये मेरी दृष्टि से उसके संस्कार का परिचय है। देश का प्रधानमंत्री, उसका पद कोई सामान्य नहीं है, बिल्कुल बहुत गरिमापूर्ण पद है। तो मैंने ये मार्क किया कि इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। मैं एक साधु के नाते बिल्कुल सत्यस्थ होकर न सराहना न आलोचना, मैं उसकी सरलता को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
और बहुत सुंदर बात कही कि हनुमान जी जिस तरह आपके पीछे विराजमान थे, उनके 10 डाउनिंग स्ट्रीट पर एक गणेश जी विराजमान है जो उन्हें प्रेरित करते हैं और आपने उन्हें शिवलिंग दिया।
मैं बस खुश हुआ कि वो अपने टेबल पर या तो अपने ऑफिस पर गणेश जी को रखते हैं। वही गणेश उसके जीवन में जो बाधाएं आएगी, जो विघ्न आएंगे, उसको हटाएं।
He's very humble, and I think the fact that he came, as you said, as a Hindu today and not just the Prime Minister, what stood out to me the most, apart from serving prasad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bapu from India. Yeah. He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think it says a lot about him.
I can see Prime Minister Rishi Sunak being very inspired by Morari Bapu in his lifelong service and his dedication, commitment to culture and spirituality, our Hindu Sanatan Dharma, and we clearly see that our Prime Minister reads the Bhagavad Gita, sings Hanuman Chalisa, which we've heard before, and he's accepted that those are influencing his actions and his thoughts in leading the country.
All right, there we saw Rishi Sunak. Now, Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg. Their war only intensifying amid the much anticipated Musk versus Zuckerberg cage fight. Ex-owner Elon Musk said that he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's a report. I'm going to leave you with that.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-streamed video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Noo. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocator. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at Noo on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocator of the Noo clashes. Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions. He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात?
आखिरी बात हो गया, 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था, वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online diatribes becoming real-life violence.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the top news. Our flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress over renaming the Nehru Museum. Let me start with the latest. Sidhu government now defends the scrapping of the national education policy, calling it a part of their manifesto, and they've done it as per promise. They say that they will now form an SEP, State Education Policy. BJP says it's a shameful tinkering of NEP. Fissures in Maharashtra's Mahagadi alliance partners erupts after Sharad Pawar's allegation that Sharad Pawar was offered a cabinet berth by Ajit. UBT Sena says Ajit Pawar has no authority or is not big enough to offer a berth to Sharad. Congress asks for Sharad Pawar to make his stance clear. Massive political war over renaming of Nehru Memorial. Congress says that Modi is defaming Nehru's legacy, while museum official rebut says Nehru's legacy has been covered in detail inside the museum. Delhi Congress versus Aam Aadmi Party rages on. Congress leader calls up a B team of the BJP, says it wanted services control to shield corrupt netas. Hiccups in the India unity already. Delhi woman kills her live-in partner's minor son, stuffs the body inside a box bed. Cops probe 300 CCTV cameras to nab the murder accused. Sunny Deol starrer Gadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film until date. Let me cut across to some shocking images coming in from Pakistan as a radical mob has attacked a church in Pakistan. A church as well as some of the Christian homes have been attacked in Pakistan. A Christian man accused of blasphemy has been attacked. Cops try to battle the angry Pakistan mob. But there you have it, the visual there clearly showing the mob entering church premises, trying to vandalize that property. Angry mob who's landed up at a church premises allegedly, and there you have it, they are dismantling the cross from that church. Absolutely shameful and highly condemnable. Pakistan's angry mob there brazenly walk up to a church, vandalize a church property, and almost pull off that cross that was erected on the church. And this, all right, there you have the location. We here is Faisalabad in Pakistan. Unfortunate images coming in. Pakistan is known for its radical groups and hardly any government able to control or contain them. And here you have yet another episode where a minority man, clearly Christians are an absolute minority in the country of Pakistan, and in Faisalabad a church was attacked after a Christian man allegedly was pulled up for blasphemy. Now the mob enters that church and vandalizes the property, and these visuals show how they're trying to almost pluck out that cross that was erected on that church. And so far in that video at least, we don't see any police action. Geeta Mohan joining us for more on that. Geeta, this is so tragic, these kind of radical mobs and just angry protesters. I can't even call them protesters. They're just goons who are entering a church and vandalizing property, beating up a Christian man. Give us the reasons behind this, and has there been a response from the Pakistan government?
Well, as of now, it's a developing story. So we do not have an official reaction from the Pakistani administration. But the fact is that this is not the first time, Nabila, we've been reporting on how minority persecution goes on and continues to go on in Pakistan without any acknowledgement, or for that matter, the punishment or conviction, prosecution, arrest. Nothing really happens to those who persecute minorities in Pakistan, and this is one such case. We've seen not just the Christian minority or Hindus or Sikhs in Pakistan being impacted, but even within their own community, the Ahmadiyyas, who are not even considered Muslims, are also targeted by these very same bigots and extremists. So not the first time. Again, we'll have to wait to see if action is taken by the administration, and no official reaction has come in yet.
It's highly condemnable, but this is the fate of minorities in Pakistan extensively. We know what happens to Hindus in that country, and now Christians seem to be the point of target for them. Whatever be the reason, this kind of mob who seem absolutely jobless, that country is reeling under poverty and joblessness, and it seems like the fallout is this: attacks, angry mobs, vandalizing property, and here is a church itself that's been fully vandalized by this mob, and there's really no intervention by the police. Right, moving out of that story, coming back to the political flashpoint between the Congress and the BJP, Nehru Museum has now been renamed into Prime Minister's Museum. It's now become a point of controversy, as the museum is now going to be called Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The name change has clearly irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party now calling this a petty move. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh, in a scathing attack, has called this a bid by the Prime Minister to erase Nehruvian legacy. He's asserted that all liberal foundations set up by Nehru is under assault by Modi, stating that no matter what, his legacy will live on. The BJP, however, now hit back at the Congress, asking why the party is so obsessed with Nehru. The Saffron Party has questioned as to why there was no mention about Lal Bahadur, about Narasimha Rao, or even Indira Gandhi or Rajiv Gandhi. It was in mid of June this year that the decision to change name of the Nehru Museum to Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society was made, and it's now come into fruition.
History is ever changing, and so the Prime Minister Museum has also changed. This is the new block where different prime ministers have been showcased their works, the history related to them, the policies which they have worked upon, from the Prime Minister Nehru, who was the first Prime Minister, to the second Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, or hence on till Dr. Manmohan Singh. All the things related to these Prime Ministers have been showcased in this museum. So this is a different look museum altogether from the Teen Murti Bhavan, which used to only showcase the works done by first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. With camera person Nasir Kumar Kunal for India Today from Delhi. The Nehru Memorial Library has been changed, and now it will be known as Prime Minister's Museum. I will show you graphically how the whole structure of the Nehru Memorial Library and museum has changed, and now it has been converted to Prime Minister's Museum. I will show there was earlier just a single building. This was the old building. Now two buildings are there. One is the old block and the another one is the new block. I will take you towards the new block, which has been constructed, and here you can see that there are 3 floors, and on these floors I will show you life history related to Lal Bahadur Shastri, Guljari Lal Nanda, Indira Gandhi, Narasimha Rao, Deve Gowda, I.K. Gujral, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Dr. Manmohan Singh. All have been given a place in these in this new block. So there is a misconception that has anything been done to erase the life history of Jawaharlal Nehru. So we can see that there are 2 blocks. One block is almost completely dedicated to our first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and the new second block where spaces have been given to different prime ministers during different regimes. With camera person Nasir, it's Kumar Kunal for India Today from Delhi.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता को इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आजादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी, उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए मोरारजी भाई सब तो कांग्रेस ही थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वो समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
Mr. Modi on Atalji's birthday, death anniversary, is trying to erase the legacy of Nehru, which was created by Lal Bahadur Shastri and Radhakrishnan ji. It shows the pettiness of Mr. Modi. It shows the RSS, Bharatiya Janasangh and Bharatiya Janata Party's hate against Pandit Nehru.
देश की आज़ादी के बाद जितने भी देश के संसाधन हैं, चाहे वो रेल हो, चाहे सड़क हो, चाहे बिजली हो, चाहे पानी हो, चाहे झील हो, चाहे नदी हो, चाहे नाला हो, चाहे एयरपोर्ट हो, चाहे पोर्ट हो, सब एक ही परिवार का जो है वो उस पर पेटेंट हो गया था क्या? तो भैया देश की लिए और देश की आज़ादी के लिए, देश भारत के निर्माण के लिए तमाम हजारों हमारे महानायकों ने कुर्बानी दी है, जिन्हें कि आपने इतिहास के काले पन्नों में डाल दिया था। मोदी जी ने आने के बाद आपके सम्मान के साथ साथ उनके सम्मान को भी सम्मान दिया है।
No, it's a pity that it came to this. I think that the idea of expanding what the building showcases to accommodate other prime ministers is an unexceptionable idea. In fact, it's good to encourage all the students, children and general members of the public to be aware of the contributions of all prime ministers. I have no difficulty with that. But in the process, it's rather petty to take away the name of the first prime minister who led the interim government, who was prime minister upon independence, who was so far the longest serving prime minister at 17 years. You could have continued calling it the Nehru Memorial Prime Minister's Museum and Library. You don't have to refuse to add other prime ministers. You can put that, but also keep the original name.
दिल्ली क्यों जाते हो? यहाँ से 100 मीटर दाएं चले जाओ। ये लोक भवन बना था जनता के लिए। अगर किसी की प्रतिमा लगानी थी तो समाजवादी सरकार में हम लोग भी प्रतिमा लगा सकते थे, लेकिन हमें कोई नाराजगी नहीं है। यही स्टेडियम जो भगवान विष्णु के नाम पे था एकाना, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के नाम पे किया, हमें कोई नाराजगी नहीं है। और हमें खुशी तब होती जब उनके गांव बटेश्वर में भी एक यूनिवर्सिटी बन जाती, तो शायद उनके परिवार के लोगों को और शुरुआती समय पे जिन्होंने उन्हें राजनीति में आगे बढ़ाया, उनका भी सम्मान हो जाता।
मुझे लगता है कि देश के कार्यक्रमों को, देश के इन चीज़ों को केवल राजनीति की भेंट चढ़ाना ये कांग्रेस की आदत और फितरत बन चुकी है। मोदी विरोध में ये देश के प्रतीकों का और अपने ही कांग्रेस के प्रतीकों का भी विरोध करने लगे हैं।
Now, amid the political showdown, A. Surya Prakash, the Vice Chairman, Executive Council of Prime Minister's Museum and Library, asserts that Prime Minister's Museum will showcase indeed Nehru's temples of democracy, temples of modern India, the ideas of Nehru itself, and the institutes that he's set up, the Technology Planning Commission. He claims that only the name has been changed, everything else remains the same.
Actually, if you have seen the Nehru Museum before, primarily it consisted of, certain artifacts and so on, and Nehruji's bedroom, his study, the table at which he used to sit and work. The old building is exclusively devoted to Nehruji. That is why I say if people say something about it, I will say, sir, please come and visit the museum. We will certainly look forward to your comments after you have seen what we have done. We are very, very proud of Nehruji's tenure of 17 years. It is a matter of privilege for us. We got an opportunity to showcase his contribution to this country, which is very, very major, and we were very happy to do that, and that is what has happened. Now, when you come to the new building has all the other prime ministers, and it is the idea of a museum. If you have been to Pradhan Mantri Sangraha, you will realize the idea was to modernize the whole concept of a museum so that it relates to all young.
All right, we're going back to those shots coming in from Pakistan. A radical mob who had attacked a Pakistan church in Faisalabad. This was the area where the church was surrounded by a mob and vandalized. You see that crucifix that's been removed from the building, the church building. It's tragic that a Christian man has been assaulted, and you see that property completely attacked by this angry mob over a case of blasphemy. The still reasons yet unknown, but whatever it is cannot justify this kind of attack. A Christian man accused of blasphemy was attacked, and then this church was vandalized. Cops tried to battle the angry mob. A church surrounding Christian settlements vandalized. We believe some of the homes owned by Christians has also been ransacked at Jalanwala Road district of Faisalabad, Punjab. Right after the Christian man was accused of blasphemy, these attacks took place. The police have now reached the spot to control this deteriorating situation of law and order. An FIR has also been lodged, and they're trying to control the situation at the moment, is what the police's official statement says. That they have lodged an FIR. They're trying to control the mob. Absolutely tragic, as we know that the plight of minorities in Pakistan is very well known. You have radical groups who are often targeting minorities, be it Hindus, and now a Christian man who's been assaulted, accusing him of blasphemy. And you see that mob there brazenly entering that church, bringing down that crucifix that's mounted on top of that church building. And we see the mob there going completely crazy, vandalizing church property, and even have attacked and ransacked homes and Christian settlements that are aligned along that church area. The cops are trying to calm emotion within that area. They've registered an FIR as well, but clearly the situation is still out of hand. A church that is located in Faisalabad was attacked after a man, this was a case of blasphemy, we believe. A man was assaulted over his statements or comments. Now again, it's still unclear what exactly that Christian man has said, but nothing, absolutely nothing can justify this kind of attack on a minority man and a church. Rana Malhi, a journalist joining us from Karachi. Rana, please give us the situation. Tell us what's going on right there at Faisalabad. Are the mobs still present there? Have the police managed to chase them away? What was the reason for this angry attack on a church?
Yes, a church and surrounded Christian settlement have been vandalized and ransacked at Jalanwala Road, district Faisalabad of the Punjab province of the Pakistan. After a Christian man was accused of blasphemy, the police have reached at the spot and controlled all the law and order situations. Police also trying to disperse the mob, and police officers also said that first information about FIR has been launched, and the police said they are trying to control the situation in the city, but mob have also vandalized the Christian church. A man was accused of blasphemy charges, and the mob wants to this man, and the police also trying to disperse the police and officials also saying that we are controlling law and order situation in Faisalabad. Let me share you that this is not one incident of the alleged of blasphemy charges. We also see that many cases reported in many different areas of Pakistan.
Right.
In last year, we saw that Sri Lankan manager was also launched mob launching, died by mob launching in blasphemy charges. The police was also trying to investigate what are the reasons.
Rana, thank you very much for joining us. We got a crux of it. Clearly here the mob indulges in attacks like this, and it's a regular phenomenon. Yet another church that's been vandalized this time. We see the mob that surrounded that church bringing down the cross from that church building, vandalizing homes of Christians that are aligned in that area of Faisalabad. An FIR has been registered for now. Right, cutting across to Jadavpur University students' death case that's now escalated with protests raging on. Protesters arrive at Jadavpur from Nadia district to protest against the ragging of a boy that ultimately landed in his death. Sit-in protests in front of Jadavpur University campus against the death of a first-year student. On the other hand, the TMC student wing, TMCP, is also staging one such protest on the same issue at stone's throw distance from the university. For now, we know that 6 current and former students have been arrested in the death of the fresher due to alleged ragging at Kolkata's Jadavpur University. This takes the total number of arrests now to 9. Nine students, former and current students, collectively have been arrested, and this has triggered really huge public anger, and groups of student groups, multiple student groups including the TMC student wing, have arrived along the Jadavpur University campus to protest against the manhandling of the university officials. The student there who is demanding justice. The incident has really triggered a huge public outrage there as students gather to protest against the Jadavpur University officials. This has also become a political flashpoint between the TMC and the BJP for the moment. Ritik Mandal joining us live for more. Ritik, we know the TMC student wing have also got down in protest against this fresher's death by suicide. We believe that I'm not too sure, is this a suicide case? He was ragged and eventually jumped from the height of the building and was rushed to the hospital, he died during treatment. Give us a sense of this case and what exactly is the reason of protests?
Days after mysterious death of the first-year student of Jadavpur University, multiple protests are being lined up today at the Jadavpur campus, and currently I am at one of such protests, and let me tell you, these are the villagers and neighbors and relatives of Swapnadeep Kundu, the student who lost his life allegedly after being subjected of a series of ragging in the college campus, and days after he joined the university. And currently villages of Nodia, they have arrived at Jadavpur campus, and they are raising slogans demanding justice for their friends, their loved one. We have couple of friends of Swapnadeep, and आप नोदिया से आए हुए हैं. मैं समझ रहा हूँ पूरे बंगाल में आज एक तरीके से आक्रोश है, लोग गुस्से में हैं. किस तरीके से आपके दोस्त को आपने देखा था और क्या जस्टिस का मांग कर रहे हैं? यूनिवर्सिटी क्या कह रही है?
देखिए, पहली तो बात, ये हमारा भाई है, ठीक है. इसको ये सिर्फ 3 दिन आई है यूनिवर्सिटी में, और 3 दिन में इसका पूरा डेथ हो गया. इसका रैगिंग के नाम से, सो कॉल रैगिंग के नाम पे उसके ऊपर जितना अत्याचार हुआ है, उसका शरीर में बहुत ज्यादा सिगरेट का छाक है, सारा शरीर में उसका हाथ टूटा हुआ है, उसको ऐसी तरह से बुरी तरह से उसको हत्या किया है. तो इसलिए हम लोग सारा बगुलावासी नदिया से आए हैं.
Right, we hear very clearly the rage of a bunch of students. 9 people have been arrested. 9 students have been arrested. Questions being asked of the way the university is being handled. Slipping into a short break for now. We're cutting across on the other side to our entertainment special in the club. Do stay with us.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange. With Rahul Kanwal, only on India Today.
Musk versus Zuck intensifies. Amid the much anticipated Musk versus Zuck cage fight, ex-owner Elon Musk said he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's a detailed report of what's expected there.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house. and that the duo's adventure will be live streamed on the new X live streamed video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
हिलने की कोशिश की तो तेरा प्लेट बना दूंगा।
18 अगस्त को नेपाली आग नहीं कहर।
Well done, टिप्पू। आज तो गुलाबगंज में आग लगेगी।
आग नहीं कहर।
Middle class boy had no connection, and for him to be this guy, to be the Shah Rukh Khan, his journey really inspired me, and just his charisma. I think his aura. Of course, when I was growing up in Delhi, I had no idea how he is as a person, but you would read somewhere, in magazines.
कहते हैं हर इंसान के अंदर एक शैतान होता है और कसम पैदा करने वाले की वो शैतान को अंदर ही रहना चाहिए।
बड़े-बड़े देशों में छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं।
मैंने मारा मैंने गोली।
When two people start liking each other, you don't need then anything else apart from that.
Guns and Gulab.
From Kai Poche to City Lights, Aligarh to Trap, Newton to Bareli Ki Barfi, Queen and even Shahid's 3, Ludo and The White Tiger among several others. You name it, and he's worked in films which became what they were, not only for their stories but also because of his screen presence and acting prowess. He's one of the few actors in Hindi cinema who's made some really smart choices and proved his mettle with his versatility. Please let me welcome Rajkumar Rao to India Today. Raj, I want to know, I know for a fact that it's a Raj and DK web series, but what intrigued you about this duet show?
Well, first and foremost, Raj and DK, of course. I worked with them in Stree. They were the writers and the co-producers of Stree, so it's their world, their brainchild. And I've always been a big fan of their work, since Shore in the City to Go Goa Gone and a Family Man Fuzzy. So I think they always create something very unique, something out of the box, very unconventional. They always break the barrier, which I really like and enjoy watching also as an audience. So when they offered me this series and they said, I asked them, who's going to direct it? And they said, we will be directing it. I immediately said yes to it, of course, because if they're writing something, it has to be something which is just never seen before. And they're dear friends also otherwise, yeah.
You know, recently I was having this conversation with Sunny Deol that he said that, you know, it's the need of the hour to get and to bring Hindi cinema back.
Yeah.
And now that we are seeing right now is Bollywood.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on that? Because, you know, in your Guns and Gulabs, I saw a few glimpses of the, you know, old Hindi cinema charm as
90s,
well.
yeah.
And even in your Monica Oh My Darling, I could see that with the background score that we had.
No, exactly. I think I'm not sure what the context was for Sunny Sir, but I think what Sunny Sir must meant was to get this audiences back to theaters, which is happening very well with Gadar, of course.
Yeah.
So big congratulations to him. But yeah, I think like when I was growing up in 90s, like I'm sure like a lot of people, we all were just mesmerized by our stories. We all were in love with cinema. You know, going to watch a film was like a big festival. You know, this film has released. There were no trailers, nothing. Just that this film is coming out and we all will go together as a family. I think that is missing. The magic of cinema, I think we need to get that back. And it slowly, I think it started coming back. There was a phase post-pandemic and during pandemic when people were very much comfortable with the idea of watching it at home. But now I think for films, a lot of people have started going back to theaters, which is a great sign.
Yeah. Talking of Gadar 2, have you seen the first one? What was your fond memory?
Of course I have.
What was your first fond memory of that one?
All of us have. Very, very thrilling. I think, and Sunny Sir's performance, the music, it was great. Of course, the world famous hand pump scene. It was great. I loved it.
And, you know, having worked in the industry for over 13 years now, has it been important for you, the box office numbers?
I won't say it's not. It definitely is also important, if not the only thing which matters. But I would also want my work to be noticed. You know, I want to be part of films that will be remembered.
Yeah.
Not just, it just can't be for those 10 days. You know, people talk about it, makes a lot of money, and then after 6 months, nobody even talks about it. It's, you know, out of the mind. So I want to do films which are there, like, you know, leaving behind a legacy, which will be there right at the top in my filmography. Like Stree, for example, which is a great success at the box office, and something which people will talk about even after, you know, many, many years.
Also, you know, in Guns and Gulabs, this is the second time that you had collaborated with Adarsh Gaurav, you know, for the first time that you worked was with the White Tiger. How was that?
He's great. I'm very fond of him. A very, very hardworking actor. He never takes it lightly. Everything, he gives it his 200%. And as I said, very fond of him and brilliant actor. We all have seen that in The White Tiger. He's got a BAFTA nomination for The White Tiger, which is a huge achievement. So always a great pleasure to work with him.
And we also see a lot of crossovers these days between Hindi cinema and Southern cinema. How is it working with Dulquer Salman? Any fond memory of yours?
I've known Dulquer for a while now, and we did I think some 5 years back, we did a talk together during MAMI, a Mumbai Film Festival. And we, of course, we were aware of each other's work, but I think we got connected during that talk. And I'm, again, like very, very fond of him. We also have a common friend, you know, Anish John. So it feels like I've always known Dulquer through my friend, you know, Anish, and vice versa. I think he's somebody who's always known me and about my work, what's happening in my life. But I've seen a lot of his work, starting from OK Kanvani to Kamati Padam, Bangalore Days, Sitaramam. I think he's a fantastic actor and such a sweet human being.
In the series, we also get to see how your character, you know, try and win the love of your life. I want to know from you, your personal life, you know, what did it take for you to win over Patralekha? I have heard that you have always been head over heels in love with her. You have had a crush on her.
Yeah, I have. What did I do? So I think we met during one of the projects at my film school, FTII. She was going from Mumbai. I was already in Mumbai, and I was going back to shoot that playback exercise, the song that we were shooting there. And that's how we met. And I think the only thing I could talk was about acting, you know, and cinema and everything. I think, and I was just telling her about the greats like Daniel Day-Lewis and Nasir Bhai and Robert De Niro, Meryl Streep, and the filmography, their process. I think somewhere she got really impressed with that how passionate I am about my work. And that, I think, somewhere helped me, I would say, to begin with. And then, of course, when two people start liking each other, you don't need then anything else apart from that.
Raj, we also all are aware that you're a huge, huge SRK fan. I want to know from you, what was that one thing that, inspired you to become an actor from him? What was that one quality?
His journey. His journey. Right now we're sitting in Delhi and he started his journey from here. A middle class, as he says, a low middle class boy, had no connection. And for him to be this guy, to be the Shah Rukh Khan, his journey really inspired me. And just his charisma, I think his aura, of course, when I was growing up in Delhi, I had no idea how he is as a person. But you would read somewhere, in magazines and everything. But there was a lot of mystery. But I always felt that he always came across as such a gentleman, somebody who would give you a lot of respect. And that's exactly what I felt when I met him. And then, of course, now I'm part of the industry and now I know everything inside out. But yeah, I think his journey and his personality and his work also, that really inspired me. Yeah.
Okay. And in the series, we also see Satish Kaushik. It was probably his last web series.
Yeah.
Any fond memory of him from the sets?
Oh, yeah. I worked with him before in Chalang. He played my father in that, and now, of course, in Guns and Gulabs. And I've known him before that also. We used to meet quite often in different, events and parties. And one thing which I'll always miss is the get-togethers that we had. He was such a joyful guy. Like there was around, you feel so much joy just being around him. And he was such a great storyteller. Because he had such a long experience of being in the industry, so he had so many stories, hundreds and thousands of stories, and we would just sit together around him, and we would just ask him one question, sir, that usme kya hota? And then he would just start, and the way he would narrate, it's so funny. And the best thing about him was, of course, apart from being a brilliant actor and an artist that he was, the best thing about him was he would narrate his failure stories with as much enthusiasm and fun as he would about his success.
Wow.
Which is great. So he would take his failure also with a smile and success also, of course, with a smile, which is such a learning experience for me. But of course, it's a huge loss. I still can't believe it sometimes that, he's not there with us. Yeah, that's life.
Any piece of advice that he must have given you and it has stayed with you?
In Chalang, I remember there was one scene where I was supposed to say a monologue kind of a thing, and then he was supposed to revert back in another kind of an inspiring speech. And I did my shot, and his shot was supposed to happen the next day. And I did it, and then the next day he was shooting, and then he gave a brilliant take, of course. We were all zapped. And then I said, sir, it was brilliant. And he said, he was from Haryana. So yeah, I'm also from Haryana. So he was telling me that how somewhere I inspired him. That, कि तूने इतना अच्छा किया, so I had to really work hard and I had to, practice and rehearse. Otherwise, because he's, after a point you're so experienced, you can just do it and it will still be great. But for him to just be so dedicated even at that age, that, he wanted to rehearse, he wanted to learn his lines, he wanted to, do as many blocking as possible and see where he can take it from there. It was just inspiring to see that, at this age also he was just so at it.
All right. Rajkumar, on a lighter note, we all know how good you are as an actor, but I want to know from you how prompt you are if I give you a situation.
Oh, okay.
You have to imagine that I am your partner, and I catch you red-handed with somebody.
Okay.
You have to convince me that you're not cheating on me. How would you do that?
Depends how bad the situation is. If it's really bad, then there's no point of just saying anything. So give me a situation like what maybe give me a situation like what are the...
Maybe you're in a room and I just happened to open the door and I saw you with this lady. How would you convince me that you're not cheating on me?
Oh shit. As Raj, I won't convince you. I'll just tell you honestly. to be honest.
an
But as an actor, if I have to do it in a scene, then maybe. Hi, cousin है मेरी गुड़गांव से. बताया था ना तुम्हें? शादी में मिले थे कि वो आने वाले थे, फिर आए नहीं. तो वही बॉम्बे आए थे तो विजिट करने आए हैं. भैया नहीं आए? अच्छा, कजन है.
अच्छा. Good one. Okay. Now that you're also a SRK fan, I'll give you one dialogue and you have to enact it in 7 different emotions.
Oh wow. 7 is too much.
You'll do it.
Let's choose 4.
You'll do it. Okay. बड़े-बड़े देशों में ऐसा होता है.
छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती.
ठीक है, ये वाला डायलॉग आपको करना है. First is fear.
बड़े-बड़े देशों में ऐसे छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं.
Okay.
Joy.
Joy. Okay. बड़े-बड़े देशों में ऐसी छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती है.
Sad.
Sad. Oh.
बड़े-बड़े देशों में ऐसी छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं.
कितना काम करा रहे हो यार. Okay.
I could see the tears.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Sensual.
Oh, sensual. I'll have to look at you only. Okay.
It's okay.
बड़े-बड़े देशों में ऐसी छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं.
Hi.
Okay.
That was good chatting with you, but one last message for your fans for Guns and Gulabs that's releasing on Netflix.
It's coming out on Netflix. Streaming is on 18th of August, and it's Guns and Gulabs by Rajan DK, and we all know Rajan DK, and then there are great stories. They're out of the box, unconventional thing. I'm sure you guys have seen the trailer. In case you haven't, please go check out the trailer because it's getting great response from all around the world, and it's something so fresh, something which is I'm a big fan of. So I'm pretty sure you'll also like it. So go watch it, Guns and Gulabs, 18th of August, only on Netflix.
Becky, please.
Becky, please, go watch it.
All right, thank you so much, Raj,
Thank
for
you,
talking to
Deepali.
us and making time for us. And all the best for your web show.
Thank you.
ये कोई छोटी मोटी डील नहीं है जो ऐसे ही बैठे बैठे आराम से हो जाएगी.
डील का 5% आपका होगा.
मैंने तुम्हारे बाप से हाथ नहीं मिलाया और तुम्हें लग रहा है तुमसे मिला लूंगा. कहते हैं हर इंसान के अंदर एक शैतान होता है और कसम पैदा करने वाले की वो शैतान को अंदर ही रहना चाहिए.
मैंने मारा मेरी गोली है.
Guns and Gulabs.
The fact remains, viewer, that 10 months before the next big election in this country in 2024, every single platform becomes an occasion for an election speech. The Prime Minister's Red Fort speech today was about his government's achievements, but as you saw in that report that we just played out for you, there was more than enough that was pointed directly at the Congress party and the India alliance. The Prime Minister's words, as usual, have lit a fire. Rohan Gupta of the Congress party, Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP. Thank you both for your time today. Wishing the both of you and your families a very happy Independence Day right off the bat. To begin with, Rohan, to you first. The Prime Minister has been exuding since the no trust vote speech and today's speech as well, his, signature sense of self-confidence. He's saying, I am going to be back next Independence Day. I will be speaking to you from the ramparts of the Red Fort once again. There's nothing new in that. The Prime Minister has always done that. Aayega to Modi, he was a rallying cry in 2018, 2019 as well. Why is the Congress reacting so sharply to that, saying, no, Modi will hoist the flag in his own home, we will be at the ramparts of the Red Fort?
See, having confidence is one part and having overconfidence is another part. Giving speeches is one part and walking the talk is a different thing. The same Prime Minister from last year, if you see his last year's speech, he has attacked Parivarwad and Bhrashtachar. Now the same party has taken Ajit Pawar in their fold and given him finance minister. So don't you feel people of India watch this very carefully? You have to walk the talk. When PM speaks, people expect that whatever he speaks, he will deliver. When PM had spoken about giving house to every Indian, when PM had spoken doubling the farmers' income, when PM had spoken that 2 crore jobs will be given everywhere, obviously people expected, because he's a good orator, people expected him to deliver. After 9 years, when we talk about deliver, they consider he's anti-national. That is the problem, Shiv. As an opposition party, it is a responsibility that whatever promises are made by ruling party, we ask questions on that. That doesn't make opposition parties anti-nationals, number one. Number two, they silence the voice of opposition parties in the new parliament. You have created an excellent building and you have removed the atma or the soul of the democracy from them by not allowing opposition parties to speak.
Syed, how would you respond? The Congress has latched on to it because the Prime Minister, like I said, it wasn't only in today's speech, but also in his 2-hour reply to the no trust vote, had made it a point to talk about how he is going to return, that it is a foregone conclusion, there is no suspense as far as 2024 is concerned. It's almost like the Prime Minister is playing mind games with Team India and the opposition. Syed.
The Honourable Prime Minister draw confidence not from the political parties, but he draws confidence from the people of this great country. That's his strength. When he speaks, every word he speaks, it touches the heart of common man on the street. And that is the biggest strength he has. He always says that he has the ashirwad of a common man on the street. Every citizen of this country has given ashirwad to him, and he is duty bound.
Despite stiff competition from Rajnikant star Jailer, Akshay Kumar's Oh My God 2 and Karan Johar's Rock Your Rani Ki Prem Kahani, this Sunny Deol film emerged as a big winner, clearly indicating what fans have been waiting for and want in order for them to flock to theatres.
नमाज पढ़ने जा रहे हैं ना आप, तो अल्लाह से अपने लिए दुआ मांग लेना, मेरा बापे यहाँ ना, क्योंकि अगर वो यहाँ आ गया ना, तेरे इतने चीथड़े करेगा, इतने चीथड़े करेगा, इतने चीथड़े करेगा, तेरा पूरा पाकिस्तान नहीं गिन पाएगा।
Gadar 2 is not just a film but an unbelievable emotion. And these images of fans flocking to theatres, dancing, cheering, enjoying themselves inside the hall is a proof of that. Queues, no queues. Trucks or even tractors. Huge hoardings, announcements, and even posters all over. Theatrical business is alive and kicking this Independence Day. Thanks to Sunny Deol starrer, which clearly needs no validation, no verdict. Made for the masses, it already is a blockbuster and is certainly unstoppable at the box office. The film minted 40.10 crore rupees on day 1. Day 2 saw a jump with the film raking in 43.8 crore rupees. and over 50 crore and 85.29% occupancy on day 3, Gadar 2 managed to cross 170 crore mark in just 4 days of its release. With this, Gadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film till date. What's more, to express his gratitude, Sunny Deol visited several single-screen cinema halls to meet fans, where he even enacted one of his iconic dialogues from the film. Amisha Patel, who reprised her role as Sakina in Gadar 2, on the other hand, also stepped out to greet fans and was even seen flaunting a 22-year-old Gadar ticket. Interestingly, with Gadar 2, Sunny Deol and his team delivered what they promised, and this despite a stiff competition from 3 other big outings.
कैसे आजादी दिलाओगे तुम? अगर यहाँ के लोगों को दोबारा मौका मिले ना हिंदुस्तान में बसने का, तो आधे से ज्यादा पाकिस्तान खाली हो जाएगा।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
कटोरा लेकर घूमोगे, भीख भी नहीं मिलेगी।
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Musk versus Zuck intensifies. Amid the much-anticipated Musk versus Zuck cage fight, ex-owner Elon Musk said he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's a detailed report of what's expected there.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-stream video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nantagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Wednesday. Let's begin with the headlines. Massive political war over renaming Nehru Memorial. Congress says Modi defaming Nehru's legacy. Museum official rebut says Nehru's legacy is covered in great detail. Fissures in Maha Agadi over allegation of Sharad's birth offer. UBT Sena says Ajit Pawar not big enough to offer births to Sharad Pawar. Congress says Pawar will benefit the BJP. Siddaramaiah government defends scrapping of national education policy, calls it a part of the manifesto, says a committee will be formed. BJP says this is shameful tinkering of policy. Delhi Congress versus AAP rages on. Congress leader calls AAP B team of BJP, says it wanted services control to shield corrupt netas. Hiccups in India unity again. Radical mob attack on Pakistan church. Christian homes attacked. Christian man accused of blasphemy assaulted. And let's begin with news coming in from Pakistan, where there's been a rampage reported, a mob attack on a Pakistan church. A church as well as homes surrounding the area, largely Christian settlements, have been targeted, attacked, and you can see in those images there of large-scale arson being reported. All this because a Christian man was accused of blasphemy. He was attacked and then it spread to an outright mob attack as a church was targeted, vandalized, and then you had several homes in the area also being targeted. The cops at this point are trying hard to bring the situation under control, but this mob continues to be on a rampage as we speak, triggered by an incident of alleged blasphemy that was reported in Faisalabad district of Pakistan.
चर्च है हमारा 126 जरावाला 126 का आबे शहरुआना में ये चर्च है, ये इसको शहीद किया गया है। देखें ये बहुत सारी लोग सी हजूम था और उनके साथ पुलिस भी शामिल थी जो इनको कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाई। और ये बाहर देखें ऊपर से क्रॉस जो है वो भी शहीद किया है, यानी कि लोग ऊपर छत तक पहुंच गए थे। ये कोई चीज़ भी महफूज नहीं, आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ तक कि चर्च का जो मीटर है वो भी उन्होंने उसको उसकी जगह से उखाड़ के ज़ाया कर दिया कि ये इसका मीटर भी कायम ना रहे। तो ये देखें मैं आपको अंदर लेके जाता हूँ, अंदर कोई चीज़ भी महफूज नहीं है, यहाँ तक कि छत के पक्के और ये बहुत ज़्यादा जो सीलिंग थी, क्रॉस था हमारा, जो स्लीप का निशान था वो भी जला दिया। हालांकि बहुत सारी हमारे बाइबल मुकद्दस, ये देखें ये बाइबल मुकद्दस है और इसको शहीद किया गया। ये देखिए कितनी बाइबल मुकद्दस उन्होंने शहीद की है। और कोई चीज भी नहीं चर्च की छोड़ी, यानी कि सिर्फ दीवारें रह गई है। तो आप ये देखें, ये बाइबल मुकद्दस है, इसके पेज आप गौर से देख सकते हैं कि इसको शहीद किया गया और बहुत ज्यादा तादाद में जितनी भी थी। ये हमारे अकलीतों का ये हाल है। हालांकि ये कहते हैं कि हम पाकिस्तान में अकलीतों को बहुत तहफ़्फ़ुज़ देते हैं, ऐसा तहफ़्फ़ुज़ है कि ना तो हमारी बातें महफूज है, ना हमारी इज्जतें महफूज है। तो पाकिस्तान अगर बना था तो हमारे वोट की वजह से बना था। SP सिंह ने वोट दिया तो ये पाकिस्तान वजूद में आया, लेकिन हमारी उस वोट की ऐसी सजा हमें मिल रही है कि हमारे ना तो चर्च महफूज है, ना हमारी फैमिली महफूज है। ये क्रॉस है जो आप देख सकते हैं जो शहीद किया गया है। तो हुकूमत आला से हमारी अपील है कि इसका ज़रूर नोटिस ले और ये जो शरपसंद लोग हैं इनको इनकी दुरुस्तगी करें, ताकि ये अगर आप हुकूमत इसका नोटिस ना लेंगे तो ऐसे मसले रोज आते रहेंगे और ऐसे अकलियत के साथ होता रहेगा। ये आप देख सकते हैं हमारे भाई साहब ने बाइबल मुकद्दस पकड़ी है, आप गौर से मैं इन्हें जूम कर रहा हूँ।
So that's a resident there who was explaining to us the kind of widespread damage that's been reported. I want to bring in now Hamza Azhar, who's joining us live from Lahore with more details on this. Hamza, what is the current situation in Faisalabad? Have things calmed down? Have the police been able to bring the situation under control?
Very hard to bring the situation under control, but unfortunately they are not succeeding. Protesters are
Hamza, my
surrounding.
apologies for interrupting. We're going to have to cut across now to live update. Anurag Thakur currently briefing the media.
इसमें भारत के शहरों के लिए ग्रीन मोबिलिटी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए, पर्यावरण को ध्यान में रखते हुए, वर्तमान और भविष्य के ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय किया गया है जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर से जुड़ा हुआ है। PM ई बस सेवा की मंजूरी दी गई है और PM ई बस सेवा पर 57,613 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए जाएंगे। 10,000 बसें और ये 10,000 न्यू इलेक्ट्रिकल बसेस, 10,000 नई इलेक्ट्रिकल बसेस की सेवाएं उपलब्ध करवाई जाएंगी। देश भर के 169 शहरों में से 100 शहरों को चैलेंज मेथड के आधार पर चुना जाएगा। अब ये वर्तमान में अगर आप देखेंगे देश के अधिकांश शहरों में पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट की सुविधाएं, विशेष रूप से बसों का काफी अभाव है और नेशनल अर्बन ट्रांसपोर्ट पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत ये सुझाव भी थे कि जैसे पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को, नॉन मोटराइज्ड ट्रांसपोर्ट, इसको और बल देना चाहिए, प्रोत्साहन देना चाहिए। तो इसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में देश के 100 शहरों को वृहद पैमाने पर इलेक्ट्रिक बस सेवा चलाने के लिए ये योजना तैयार की गई है जो ग्रीन मोबिलिटी को बढ़ावा देगी। अब ये कैसे 100 शहर चुने जाएंगे? देश में जो 3 लाख से 40 लाख की जनसंख्या वाले 169 शहर है, 169 सिटीज हैं, उनमें चैलेंज मेथड के आधार पर 100 शहरों का चयन किया जाएगा। 5 लाख से कम जनसंख्या वाले शहरों को 50 बसेस मिलेंगी। 5 लाख से 20 लाख की आबादी वाले प्रत्येक शहर के लिए 100 बसें और 20 लाख से 40 लाख की आबादी के शहरों के लिए 150 बसों की सहायता दी जाएगी। और जो राज्य और जो शहर पुरानी बसों को स्क्रैप करने के लिए शहरों को अतिरिक्त बसें एलोकेट की जाएंगी। मान लीजिए कोई एक शहर है, जलंधर ही है, अब वो पुरानी बसों के स्क्रैप के लिए अपनी जमीन कहीं उपलब्ध कराते तो उसको अतिरिक्त बसें उस शहर के लिए दी जाएंगी। अब ये बसों का प्रोक्योरमेंट, मेंटेनेंस, ऑपरेशन ये PPP मोड पर किया जाएगा और एक कॉम्पिटिटिव बिडिंग के अंतर्गत किया जाएगा जिसमें प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स आगे आ सकते हैं। इसके लिए प्रति किलोमीटर परिचालन के लिए केंद्रीय सहायता दी जाएगी। तो जो भी PPP मोड पर आएगा उसको प्रति किलोमीटर के आधार पर चलाने के लिए केंद्रीय सहायता मिलेगी और ये सहायता अगले 10 साल तक मिलती रहेगी। ये स्कीम सन 2037 तक चलेगी। मान लीजिए कोई बस 2025 में शुरू होती है तो 2035 तक उसको उसका लाभ मिलता रहेगा। और पर किलोमीटर देय राशि जो है ये भी कॉम्पिटिटिव बिडिंग के द्वारा ही चयन का पैरामीटर इस पे रखा गया है। ये जो 57,613 करोड़ रुपए पूरे कुल पीएम ई बस सेवा पर खर्च होंगे, ये 57,613 करोड़ रुपए 2037 तक खर्च होंगे। इसमें से 20,000 करोड़ रुपया भारत सरकार की तरफ से दिया जाएगा, शेष राशि जो है वो राज्य सरकारों को देनी पड़ेगी। जैसे बस सेवा के संचालन के लिए इन शहरों में आवश्यक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की जरूरत है, जैसा कि बस डिपो है या अपग्रेडेशन करनी पड़ेगी। जो डिपो है कोई नए निर्माण होंगे, कुछ की अपग्रेडेशन करनी पड़ेगी। जहां पर इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस के पावर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा सहायता उपलब्ध करवाई जाएगी। जो दूसरा इसका कंपोनेंट है ग्रीन अर्बन मोबिलिटी इनिशिएटिव गुमी के अंतर्गत हम बस रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाएंगे, बस रैपिड ट्रांजिट प्रोजेक्ट बनाएंगे और बाइक शेयरिंग, बाइसाइकिल लेन्स जैसे नॉन मोटराइज्ड ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण और नेशनल कॉमन मोबिलिटी कार्ड NCMC और इंटेलिजेंट ट्रांजिट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम ITMS, मल्टी मॉडल इंटरचेंज फैसिलिटीज जैसे इनोवेटिव प्रोजेक्ट्स भी क्रियान्वयन इसके अंतर्गत किए जाएंगे। इसके लिए भी ग्रीन मोबिलिटी चैलेंज के आधार पर ही शहरों का चयन किया जाएगा। अब ये जो 20,000 करोड़ भारत सरकार देगी, इसका मैंने आपको बताया कि कैसे अलग अलग जो चैलेंज मेथड के माध्यम से PPP प्रोजेक्ट में चुने जाएंगे। इसमें कुछ कंपोनेंट पर गुमी वाले पे भी और PME बस सेवा पर भी 100% भारत सरकार पैसा देगी। वो कंपोनेंट जो है वो हमारा नेशनल कॉमन मोबिलिटी कार्ड, इस पर 100% भारत सरकार देगी। इंटेलिजेंट ट्रांजिट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, इसके ऊपर 100% भारत सरकार पैसा देगी। और इलेक्ट्रिक बस के लिए जो पावर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है इसके लिए भी 100% पैसा भारत सरकार देगी। जैसा हिल प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं या नॉर्थ ईस्ट हिली एरियाज हैं, पहाड़ी राज्य हैं या नॉर्थ ईस्ट के राज्य हैं या यूनियन टेरिटरीज हैं, इनके लिए इनकी जो राजधानी है इनके लिए 90% केंद्र सरकार का हिस्सा होगा और 10% वहां का स्थानीय। बाकी शहरों के लिए 60% केंद्रीय सहायता दी जाएगी, बल्कि 40% स्थानीय होगी। इस योजना के क्रियान्वयन से देश के शहरों में सार्वजनिक परिवहन सेवा का विस्तार होगा, नागरिकों को ईज ऑफ लिविंग मिलेगा और ग्रीन मोबिलिटी को हमारे बल मिलेगा। और क्लाइमेट चेंज संबंधी जो हम इनिशिएटिव लेते हैं उसको भी एक भारत की एक और पहल इसमें देख सकते हैं आप। तो बार बार जब हमने बजट में भी कहा कि ग्रीन इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी, ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव्स होंगे, ग्रीन इकोनॉमी और ग्रीन जॉब्स, तो ग्रीन ग्रोथ उस दिशा में भी ये कदम बढ़ाया गया है। बाकी जो विषय हैं वो माननीय अश्विनी वैष्णव जी के विभागों से संबंधित हैं। मैं उनसे अनुरोध करता हूं कि उन विषयों पर विस्तार में अपनी बात रखें कि कैबिनेट में क्या क्या निर्णय हुए। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद अनुराग जी। साथियों, देश में जिस तरह से वंचित, गरीब, गांवों में रहने वाले हमारे ऐसे वर्गों की मोदी जी ने आज तक हमेशा चिंता की है, उनके बारे में सोचा है, उनके लिए कई प्रकार की योजनाएं बनाई हैं। उसी कड़ी में आज एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण योजना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कैबिनेट में अप्रूव की है, वो है विश्वकर्मा योजना।
Okay, so that is the cabinet briefing in which Minister Anurag Thakur has confirmed that the PM e-bus Seva has officially been given the nod. We'll continue getting you all the highlights from the cabinet meet, but let's move on to the top political story of the day, which is to do with the renaming of Nehru Museum. It's become the latest flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress. The Nehru Memorial Museum and Library has officially been renamed as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The name change has irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party calling it a petty move. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh, in a scathing attack, called it a bid by Prime Minister Modi to erase the Nehruvian legacy. He asserted that all liberal foundations set up by Nehru is under assault by Modi, and no matter what his legacy will live on. The BJP, however, was quick to hit back at the Congress, asking why the party is obsessed with Nehru. The Saffron Party questioned as to why there was no mention of Lal Bahadur Shastri, of PV Narasimha Rao, or even for that matter, Indira and Rajiv Gandhi. Remember, it was in mid-June this year that the decision was taken that it will no longer be the Nehru Museum, but the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society.
The concept of this new museum came in year 2016 when Cultural Ministry has proposed a museum for different Prime Minister. And here it's the old building, old block, you can say, the residence of Prime Minister Nehru, who was the first Prime Minister. More or less, it has been kept in the original form in which the private belongings of Prime Minister Nehru has been kept. The documents have also been kept. A few things have been added. More digitalized format is there. But in the new building, things and tenure works done by different Prime Minister, including Lal Bahadur Shastri, Guljari Lal Nanda, Indira Gandhi, Deve Gowda, PP Singh, Chandrasekhar, all of them have been given a place till Manmohan Singh. So there are two blocks and two buildings where these kinds of artifacts, you can say, have been kept related to different tenures of Prime Minister.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता के इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आजादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी। उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी? उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी? उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मोरारजी भाई, सब तो कांग्रेस ही थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वो समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवे गौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
Mr. Modi on Atalji's birthday, death anniversary, is trying to erase the legacy of Nehru, which was created by Lal Bahadur Shastri and Radhakrishnan ji. It shows the pettiness of Mr. Modi. It shows the RSS, Bharatiya Janasangh and Bharatiya Janata Party's hate against पंडित नेहरू।
देश की आज़ादी के बाद जितने भी देश के संसाधन हैं, चाहे वो रेल हो, चाहे सड़क हो, चाहे बिजली हो, चाहे पानी हो, चाहे झील हो, चाहे नदी हो, चाहे नाला हो, चाहे एयरपोर्ट हो, चाहे पोर्ट हो, सब एक ही परिवार का जो है वो उस पर पेटेंट हो गया था क्या? तो भैया देश की लिए और देश की आज़ादी के लिए, देश भारत के निर्माण के लिए तमाम हजारों हमारे महानायकों ने कुर्बानी दी है, जिन्हें कि आपने इतिहास के काले पन्नों में डाल दिया था। मोदी जी ने आने के बाद आपके सम्मान के साथ साथ उनके सम्मान को भी सम्मान दिया।
No, it's a pity that it came to this. I think that the idea of expanding what the building showcases to accommodate other prime ministers is an unexceptionable idea. In fact, it's good to encourage all the students, children and general members of the public to be aware of the contributions of all prime ministers. I have no difficulty with that. But in the process, it's rather petty to take away the name of the first prime minister who led the interim government, who was prime minister upon independence, who was so far the longest serving prime minister at 17 years. You could have continued calling it the Nehru Memorial Prime Minister's Museum and Library. You don't have to refuse to add other prime ministers. You can put that, but also keep the original name.
Now, amid this political showdown, the vice chairman of, in fact, the Prime Minister's Museum and Library has made it clear that the museum still very much showcases Nehru's temples of modern India and his ideas of setting up institutes of technology of the Planning Commission, essentially saying that this narrative that Nehru's accomplishments aren't covered by the museum is completely untrue.
Actually, if you have seen the Nehru Museum before, primarily it consisted of, certain artifacts and so on, and Nehruji's bedroom, his study, the table at which he used to sit and work. The old building is exclusively devoted to Nehruji. That is why I say if people say something about it, I will say, sir, please come and visit the museum. We will certainly look forward to your comments after you have seen what we have done. We are very, very proud of Nehruji's tenure of 17 years. It is a matter of privilege for us. We got an opportunity to showcase his contribution to this country, which is very, very major, and we were very happy to do that, and that is what has happened. Now, when you come to the new building has all the other prime ministers, and it is the idea of a museum. If you have been to Pradhan Mantri Sangraha, you will realize the idea was to modernize the whole concept of a museum so that it relates to all young and old.
We'll continue getting you all the reactions that come in on that big story. I'm wrapping up this broadcast for the moment. A special coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the hostile airbase and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
The Gali politics being followed by the Congress party has now stooped to a new low. Congress leader Randeep Surjewala has now insulted BJP voters in the state of Haryana. Randeep Surjewala compared BJP supporters and voters to monsters and said those who vote for the BJP have monstrous tendencies. Congress leader's remark has actually triggered a big political showdown as the BJP has now launched a scathing attack against Surjewala.
अरे राक्षसों, भाजपा जजप्पा के राक्षस हो तुम लोग.
Congress's Gali politics stoops to a new low. After insulting voters who support the BJP, a Congress leader likens Prime Minister Modi to Asura. First, a video of Congress leader Randeep Surjewala went viral on Sunday, where he's seen calling those who vote for the BJP monsters. Surjewala made these remarks while addressing the Jan Akrosh rally in Haryana's Kaithal.
अरे राक्षसों, भाजपा जजप्पा के राक्षस हो तुम लोग. भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो वोट देता है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो समर्थक है वो राक्षस प्रवृत्ति का व्यक्ति है. मैं आज महाभारत की इस धरती से श्राप देता हूं.
Surjewala's remarks sparked a political showdown.
राक्षस हो तुम लोग.
सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, आप क्या मानते हैं? क्या आप सारी जनता को राक्षस मानते हैं? आप राक्षस भी कह रहे हैं और श्राप भी दे रहे हैं. आप जनता को भगवान नहीं मानते, स्वयं को भगवान मानते हैं और श्राप दे रहे हैं. क्या यही आपकी मोहब्बत की दुकान है?
एक राक्षस प्रवृत्ति के परिवार में जन्मा ये व्यक्ति ही सोच सकता है कि इस प्रकार का अभद्र भाषा बोलना, ये मैं समझता हूँ असंसदीय भाषा है. निश्चित रूप से इसका हम संज्ञान लेंगे.
Surjewala seems to be unfazed by the criticism. He launched sharp attacks on Modi government, accusing it of misgovernance. He called the Prime Minister an asur or demon.
और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो समर्थक है वो राक्षस प्रवृत्ति का व्यक्ति।
How should you be handling stress? First of all, trick your mind and your body into believing that stress is this much and not this much. Essentially, you have to train your mind into thinking positive. Find an empathy buddy to talk to open up with. Also, celebrate yourself. Meditation and pranayam also go a long way in dealing with stress, so try these things out. Also, alternate therapies like flower therapy and Reiki must be tried. How do you recognize stress? Understand your body and mind. Too much sleepiness, wanting to eat a lot or just not wanting to eat. Down in the dumps all the time. Unable to enjoy your relationships. Difficulty in concentrating at work. All of these are signs of stress.
What then is the science behind stress? When the brain senses a stressor, be it physical danger, the boss yelling at you, a piece of bad news, or just everyday stress, it sets off a series of well-orchestrated physiological reactions. On receipt of the emergency signal, the adrenal glands send out reinforcements in the form of the steroidal hormone cortisol. Cortisol in turn activates the body's sympathetic nervous system, causing the heart to race, the pulse and blood pressure to shoot up, and the breath to become faster. More oxygen and glucose are released in the brain and the bloodstream, providing the body the burst of energy it needs to combat stress. The problem arises when stress becomes a chronic condition and there's too much cortisol in the body, wherein the slightest of stressful situations, say a traffic jam, triggers its secretion.
Small amounts of cortisol, when secreted in responses to stress, are actually good for our body, for our brain, for our overall health. However, when such releases, such outbursts of cortisol happen frequently, the result is slow damage to certain areas of our brain.
The WHO says stress is the health epidemic of the 21st century. While stress may not be a disease with specific causes or symptoms, it wreaks sufficient havoc on the body's organs over time to become life-threatening.
The response of stress is seen as a reflection in low levels of testosterone or estrogen in our system. Under stress, significant hormonal changes take place, and apart from hormonal changes, we also see significant changes in neurochemicals.
A study published in the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine in September 2002 found that pranayama led to an overall reduction in stress. Doctors say the relaxation could be a result of more oxygen reaching the brain and body through concentrated and mindful breathing.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome to India Today and thanks for watching our special. I'm Nabila Jamal. A very interesting conversation that we are going to have today is Body and Beyond. That's our cover story for Harper's Bazaar magazine, India Today. Let me introduce our panelists who've been spearheading this conversation in the first place. Rasna Bhasin, who's the editor, Harper's Bazaar, India. We also have Sonal Vijay Vaid, the group digital editor, the lifestyle division of Harper's and Cosmo. We also have Sobia Amin, who's an architect herself, a model, an influencer, who's the conversation with this regard has revolved around her extensively. Great takes that she's given of her own life. We also have Harnid, who is a product marketing manager, a founding team of Virtualness. Thank you very much and really appreciate your joining us here on India Today and chatting with us on this topic that has been in conversation since 2010, but we now see finally this coming into fruition. The actual discussion around body positivity, we see not just written in magazines, but actually imbibed in brand. I think the conversation has gone much beyond just tokenism, and that's what you said, Rasna. But let me start with you. Your reason to why you picked this very topic for your cover page.
Even before I was hired, actually, I had seen a picture of Sobia and it just made me instantly happy. There was something about her which was so attractive, and I think I'd seen it on the gram and I was like, you know, if I get this job, she's going to be my cover girl one day. And it was just for the fact that she was so open about who she is and so confident. And it's not easy. As somebody who's been in the digital space, who's put herself out there, I know how many insecurities we all face. And as women, especially in this, not just in this country, but in the world, we face this. And for me to get that, I kind of got this strength through Sobia, which I could see translating through her pictures, which was like, you know what, this is me, this is who I am, and I'm going to own it. And that's why I didn't want to kind of restrict the magazine or this issue specifically only about body size, but I wanted to make body wholesome. And body is, or as always we say, it's body, mind and soul, right? So with this issue, that's what I hope to deliver is body, mind and soul.
Body, mind and soul. And I heard one of you say that, you know, enough of body positivity. This is more about, I even read that comment from Sobia herself. Sobia, why don't you tell me, this whole conversation around body positivity, you've really been a champion, the cheerleader for this conversation yourself. But to move from body positivity to body neutrality, what's been your journey?
I feel like, you know, it was always a topic of discussion, being a larger size. And it was, I think, till my early 20s, I didn't start changing how I looked at myself. Because I guess when you're in the same society for years, and that's what you've been taught, you kind of tend to believe everything that's thrown at you. And being from Southeast Asia, when you're bigger, nothing nice is said to you. So I feel like, you know, the whole topic, it's just something that everyone has heard. It doesn't matter which size you are, what color you are, because you're a woman or some, I wouldn't even like box it to women, other genders as well. Anything feminine or different is always frowned upon. And the whole body positivity thing, I feel like, you know, in the comment section, you always see people saying things like, oh, she's promoting obesity and stuff like that. And that's not what body positivity was. It was to, I mean, it still is, right? It is to embrace yourself as who you are. It has nothing to do with your size, your shape, your color, your race, or your age.
True, and who decides a certain set size that's appealing?
Yeah,
Today,
and it's always
you are,
right?
you know, every size is appealing. It's just in the eyes of it's to the eyes of the beholder.
I just feel so many times, like, you know, like Sobia also mentioned, we're just projected through a lens. Like, I find it extremely rude, and now at a certain age, I find it very, very surprising that women always, especially women to each other, the way we comment to each other, right? Oh, have you lost weight? Oh, have you put on weight? Oh, are you tan? Are you not tan? Like, these are things which kind of like always leave me gobsmacked, and I'm like always looking and I'm like, that's not the way you want to greet somebody, right? That's not how you meet somebody.
First of all, you can't hate yourself, right?
Exactly.
You've got to live with your body. And the best way to live a happy life is to start loving what you have.
And
if you can't change it, then deal with it.
so hard in that sense, right? Because we are always taught to look at ourselves also. Am I too fat? Am I too thin? Am I slouching? Am I not walking straight? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? And this is something I have gone through myself.
Putting a big girl on the cover was a big deal in, say, 2016 when Ashley Graham was on the cover of Sports Illustrated and all of that. Those were the days when it was an anomaly. Now I think the whole idea has become that this is the norm.
Yeah.
We got to move beyond, stopping and looking at an image and saying, oh, wow, they put a big girl on the cover. It should just be that she's aspirational and that's why she's on the cover. And this change has been gradual, but it's surely moved in a positive direction. And I think covers like this will further reinforce how we look at what fashion magazine covers should or should not be.
Yeah, that's lovely. And what I like about this, the conversation at all, the cover article for Harper's, is the fact that Rasna insisted on having like-minded people or people who feel the same get on board to actually narrate the story or write the story. So you chose Harned to do this interview. Rasna, what was the thought behind it? And we'll bring Harned on that.
When I came on board, the thought behind every issue, I hope we can kind of accomplish that, is that we don't want to do, like I said, we don't want to do tokenism. When, like Sonal said, I did not put Sobia on the cover because she was a larger size or we were putting a big girl on the cover. It was truly because of the person. Like I said, she radiated this attraction towards me. When I saw her on the gram, there was some happiness. I was aspiring to be like her. Like, she was owning up. She's a great clothes horse. She has great knowledge of fashion. She has her roots deep-seated in India while she lives in another country. Yeah. She understands our culture. So there are so many things that kind of did this. And I did not want to tell her story because there are certain things I just don't relate. Like, those are things I've not experienced. So I did not want to be that person who tells her story when I can't relate to it. And that's why I wanted to bring in Harned on board, because Harned has been a champion about talking about her body online. She's spoken about so many things. She speaks about diet, she speaks about exercise, she speaks about clothing and how in her day-to-day life it affects her. So I knew they would connect on a certain level. In fact, even the stylist for Sobia is somebody who actually herself happens to be a plus size.
Lovely.
And she was so happy to be on board. And we did not, again, we wanted to have Sobia to have fun with fashion. We don't want people to feel like, oh, we're a certain size, we can only be draped like this, or we can only wear these clothing. We went all out and about with her. And it was so nice
even when you're styling someone who's big, and believe me, I myself am a plus size, you're always looking for a slimming effect.
Yeah, but
you're always aiming at looking slimmer.
But we had a stylist on board, and we went to, between Sonal and I, we went to a couple of stylists. And you know, when we went, Janvi, who styled this, she and my mood board was an exact match, which was like, okay, we're going to have fun with fashion, and there is no limitation to it. We did not want to restrict Sobia.
Yeah.
Why restrict somebody? She wants to wear this, she's going to wear it.
How far have we come when we speak of body positivity? Have we really reached that stage of body neutrality? And this whole conversation around, body positivity is basically okaying obesity. There's a lot of conversation around that as well. Do bust some myths for us.
Body positivity didn't start in abstraction, it started in the 60s with fat politics, which is an incredibly radical way of thinking about fat bodies and how they belong to the world. And it has been co-opted slowly and steadily by brands and by capitalism at large, and essentially defanged. While that has been good on some level, where a lot of people have found ability to understand their own bodies and find peace with them, I do think that body positivity has deviated from the politics of itself over the years, which was about equal rights, equal pay, equal medical care for fat people, which is something we're still struggling with on a day-to-day basis. Today, stats prove that if you're a fat woman, you're less likely to get a promotion, you're less likely to get a pay raise, you're less likely to get, a yearly bonus, or you're going to get less than what your colleagues are going to get. Medical care, especially for fat women, is incredibly contentious.
Gosh.
So,
I didn't know that.
Have we?
Yeah. Do elaborate for me.
So, medical care for fat women usually revolves around their weight. So, if you, for example, go with fatigue, they're going to tell you, oh, it's because you're fat and you don't really know how to manage your weight. Fat women are more likely to have PCOS, which is a metabolic and lifestyle disease, which can have a lot more behind it than just fatness. There are comorbidities involved that often do not reflect effectively because we do not actually get any kind of diagnostic testing done, because doctors usually just say, oh, it's because you're fat. So many fat women are suffering from, say, for example, cervical stress. They're suffering and living with, lifestyle problems that could possibly very easily solved if they were given care that they actually needed. Fun fact, a lot of doctors perceive fat people to have a higher pain tolerance than they perceive thinner people to. So we actually do not get the kind of anesthetic or required like as any other person would.
I don't know if the world knows about it. I mean, or they probably would. It's become a point of conversation everywhere that it takes a mental toll. It can get really depressing when that's constantly what people are looking at, and not more than what you are. She's been the champion. Sobia has been the champion. But the narrative itself, please go on.
Once we move beyond, as much as I love this cover and I'm so proud of the work we've put together, I'm very excited for a time where bringing together a team like ours and making a cover like this is redundant because it's not special. Everyone is doing it, that's the point of breaking new ground. You're hoping for redundancy of self. And that is what I'm really excited about. But beyond that, I think there is going to be a large narrative shift in the language we use for ourselves and for people around us.
You have your family constantly telling you lose just a few kilos and just see how lovely you look. Just a little more weight and you'll get healthy. So, that stays with you, no matter how old you get.
Yeah.
Because that's what you've been.
But what I'm hoping for in the next couple of years is that one, we are more mindful of our language. I think that's already happening. Gen Z is incredibly articulate and they are incredibly aware of the language they're using. So I'm super pumped about that. But beyond that, I'm really hoping that we learn to advocate for ourselves. Something as simple as if like a doctor tells you, oh, you just need to lose weight. Being able to say, could you please put that in writing so that I can take it to the next doctor and get a second opinion because I do not believe your diagnosis. That kind of advocacy is language we're slowly learning. And I'm hoping that individual movement of language, individual movement of autonomy is going to lead to a larger sea change in which we're asking ourselves that is discrimination on what I call issues that are invisible. Okay. And if it's not, how are we making the change to improve on that? And I'm very excited about it. Fingers and toes crossed. Fingers and toes crossed.
I'm going to get Sobia on this. Your challenges, only you can imagine. I can only, I can only feel you, but what you've experienced, I'd like to really, for you to speak out here on the mental toll that it may have taken to break your barriers, Sobia.
When she was talking about all the medical stuff, I really just had flashbacks of every trip I had, like for an ENT, a gynecologist. It is true. I think any problem you have, I went for I think there was an abscess near my throat and they didn't give me anesthetics to get it out, but for someone, if they were a smaller size to operate that, they would give it to me. And that's what the doctor told me. He said, it's a little risky because you're of a bigger size. So maybe you can just go without it. And I did do it without anesthesia. So it is a very common scenario, especially larger girls that have PCOS. It's really funny because they say you have to lose weight. The reason you actually put on weight is because you have PCOS. So it's this endless cycle of being told, oh, everything's going to be all right once you lose weight. Even the mental toll, people who suffer with body image issues, right? They're constantly told, oh, you can change that if you change your body. But that's not true. If you don't accept yourself for who you are, way beyond your body, you cannot be happy with whatever change you bring into your life. Because I think the biggest thing you can do for yourself is acceptance, because everything else changes in your life.
Absolutely.
People you are with, your family, whatnot. It's something someone taught me, I think, as I said, early in my 20s, that you'll always have to spend time with yourself throughout your life. So it's better you start loving yourself now, because it's the only buddy you're going to have constantly for the rest of your life.
Right, absolutely. And a quick question on the brands when they lapped you up, right? So what was it working with them, and what were their real asks? Was it just for marketing sake, or did you really feel that these brand managers had a sense of sensitivity towards the issue at all?
I'll be very honest, in a lot of the cases, I did feel tokenized later on, but I've tried to work with campaigns that had people, and I wasn't the only plus size in that whole campaign. As you know, Hanit said, it needs to move to a point where this is normal. It's not like, oh wow, there's someone plus size on this campaign. When it's no longer a conversation, it's normalized to the point where it's just something you see on a daily basis, because it's needed. People, especially people that are younger, right? I think of my childhood, and I can't think of women I could look up to in this subcontinent, unless it was like, like Oprah or whatever we were watching on television, someone of color and someone who was bigger in size and whatnot. That was something that was just not a thing on media for a long time. Even when I first did like my shoot for Masaba, it was such a big deal for me, because she was one of those people I looked up to so much, because she was like, of the subcontinent, and I could relate to everything that she was saying. I think, once we normalize this, I think we can be a better society.
Yeah, that's such a lovely way to say it. A final word that I take from Sonal. Sonal, give us your efforts that you put out to normalize a conversation around body. And I'm going to refer to it as body neutrality now. We're done with positivity. I think we're way beyond that.
It's basically taking a lot more covers like this and making it mainstream. And like Harnit said, it should not be a big deal. It should not be a topic of conversation, because it's so normal to see women like that championing fashion. Once that begins to happen more often with choices that we make as editors, I think a positive narrative will start being made around this subject.
Sure enough. Rasna, let me just say this. I asked a few boys, some of my friends, about what's really appealing about a woman. And I think the generation today, let me be very honest with you, the generation today are not obsessed with skinny girls. I think they're well past that stage. And what they told me was, it's all about the attitude. And if you are able to love yourself, you have that confidence, no matter what size you are, I think that's the most appealing part.
I'll just kind of like bring this all together, like what Harnit said, what Sobia said, and what Sonal said, and what you said. Body positivity does not need to be about size. It's about everything. It's, as Southeast Asian women, we need to be proud of the color that we have, the color of our skin, what we do, what we decide to do in terms of our career, what we are going through, whether it's mentally, whether it's physically, and just owning it. And like Harnit said, Gen Z today is very, very particular about their language. They are very sensitized, which is nice to see. I have younger siblings, younger cousins who were quite supportive of this. They were like, oh wow, this looks great.
The first thing people think when they see a fat body is that they're not working out, they're eating all day, they're really unhealthy. I'm sure that exists, right? I'm not taking that away from them. But I feel like that's not the case in most cases. Most of the people I know, and if they're fatter, I've noticed, because they've been told they have to lose weight, they're the ones who are constantly dieting, constantly working out, and yet they're not getting results, because it happens. Your body is different. Everyone's body is different. You don't know what genetic issues you come with, or health issues that start taking place in your body. Like I said, with the whole PCOS thing, when I was younger, insulin resistance was not something that was openly discussed even within doctors. So the whole thing where I was punished, I had it was like a militant routine of being a swimmer. So the thing is, the only thing that was of concern was I think they expected me to be a smaller size. It didn't impact how I swam or anything. It's just the coaches kept wondering because they knew they put me on a strict diet.
Yeah.
They knew that, like, you know, my dad would like keep that in check and stuff like that. So that was the only converse. They'd be like, there's no other issue. I mean, she swims so fast. There's no problem there. But she doesn't seem to lose weight. So obviously we just didn't know well enough back then. But I also think it's a very intimate conversation to have with someone. I think they were at a stage where they could say it, but I think being from Southeast Asia, it's just so blatantly said to your face. So many times in a day, like, you know, by random people. Like Rasna was saying, you know, the first comment someone makes when they see you is, have you lost weight or have you gained weight?
Yeah.
And
You know, we're all guilty of that. I am myself. My effort on a regular basis is to shed weight. How much have I lost? Every week I'm checking the weighing scale. You know, because that's what's being told to me even today. You know, Nabila, you're on screen. You should take care of your weight. And believe me, I eat rather healthy. But unless I actually go on a stringent diet, I don't drop the weight.
I'm actually going to interject here and tell you, I spent 2 days with Sobia before shooting, so she had arrived early and I was there. She is not lazy. Yeah. I am lazy. Like, I saw it. Like, this girl was like waking up at 6 a.m. She was in the pool. She was swimming, going to the gym. We were eating together, and I was seeing what she was eating and what I was eating. So I think, again, we need to be careful of the language we use. This is a step. Like Sonal said, there are lots of things that are going to...
It's basically typecasting.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of things, little endeavors that are going to take us to a better society, better world. Like Sonal said, the fashion industry in totality would have to come together and realize that we do not cater to only one size. We cater to all. Fashion's meant for everybody to have fun with, and that's the day. I think this is a small step in that direction.
Absolutely, and, I think all you girls, fabulous girls here, have set the ball rolling on that.
Yeah, and I hope one day it's just a norm. It's just regular.
It will be. Sure enough. We're hoping to see more articles of such nature. Thank you very much, Rasna, Sobia, for that fabulous article. Congratulations. You're looking fabulous. Harneet, thank you for doing that very cool interview. And Sonal for setting the narrative online. Well, that's a wrap with me, Nabila Jamal, on this special. Thank you very much for watching. You can tune into our India Today website to catch this very cool interview.
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and they graced the runway. Here is all the celebrity action.
The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turn showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. They have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Vadhva, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, the intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 31 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Now, Ladakh's Neoma is strategically extremely important for the country. It is an airbase that is the closest to the line of actual control between India and China. It is home to the world's largest air traffic control system. It is used to monitor the movements on the other side of the border from an altitude above 14,000 feet. Take a look at this story filed by my colleague Manjeet Negi.
Welcome to Battlefield Neoma, home to India's advanced landing ground overlooking Chinese-controlled territory. Just 25 kilometers away from the line of actual control in Ladakh. Garud Special Forces of the Indian Air Force are carrying out special operations drills using Apache attack helicopters, Chinook transport helicopters, and Mi-17s. Neoma, sitting very close to the LAC, holds super importance in India's strategic planning. The Chinooks play a crucial role, moving men and war machines super quick right to the front lines. The Apaches are considered the best when it comes to mountain warfare. And the C-130J Super Hercules transports are performing precision low-level flying, airdrops and landing. Mobile air traffic control systems have also been deployed to monitor every movement of China at an altitude of over 14,000 feet. This is the world's highest air traffic control at this advanced landing ground of the Air Force.
It bridges the critical gap between Leh Airfield and LAC, enabling quick movement of men and material in eastern Ladakh, which overcomes terrain friction that will further help in quicker access to the heights and sustenance operations thereafter.
The Indian Air Force's jewel in the crown, Rafales and Sukhoi 30s, can also be seen flying from this advanced landing ground in Neoma.
The fighters have been operating regularly in this area earlier as well. The positioning of fighter aircraft would be governed by the operational requirements in future.
The Indian Army has already deployed its mainstay T-90 Bhishma main battle tanks and BMP infantry vehicles here in Neoma.
Now we will tell you the firepower of the T-90 Bhishma tank. The T-90 Bhishma is a very capable tank. It can cruise the 500 kilometer and can strike targets at the 5 kilometer with its missile.
the most modern tanks in service with the Indian ground forces. These tanks are simulating a possible assault across the line of actual control if the need ever arises. India is leaving nothing to chance to guard these frontline areas. A never-ending vigil by the bravest of soldiers and officers and the most sophisticated war machines at these icy heights.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, you're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and here's a look at all the headlines we're tracking this hour. Massive political war over renaming Nehru Memorial. Congress says Modi defaming Nehru's legacy. Museum official rebut says Nehru's legacy has been covered in great detail. Fissures in Maha Aghadi over allegation of Sharad's cabinet berth offer. UBT Sena says Ajit Pawar is not big enough to offer berths to Pawar Senior. Congress questions Sharad Pawar. Siddaramaiah government defends scrapping of the national education policy, calls it a part of their manifesto, says a committee will be formed. BJP says this is a shameful tinkering of policy. Delhi Congress versus AAP rages on. Congress leader calls AAP B team of BJP, says it wanted services control to shield corrupt netas. Hiccups in India unity. Radical mob attack on Pakistan church. Christian homes attacked after a Christian man was accused of blasphemy. There's a controversy playing out over a video that was put out by the Pakistan Cricket Board. Now they've completely, in that video where they highlighted all of the highs that they witnessed in fact, the cricketing arena, there's no mention, zero mention of Imran Khan. So the Pakistan Cricket Board's Independence Day tribute, which was released on August 14th, has not even a single picture of Imran Khan. There's a mention of the 1992 World Cup win, but not a single picture of Imran. On the right of your screens is the video that was put out by the PCB, where you see several legendary Pakistani cricketers mentioned, but the biggest of them all, Imran, not shown even once. This has led to Wasim Akram taking to social media to attack PCB. Now, this even as PTI, Imran Khan's party, has also put out a counter video where they've highlighted all of Imran Khan's achievements as a cricketer, saying he fought till the last ball. In a video that no doubt has been coloured by the politics of Pakistan, Imran Khan is completely missing. Nikhil Naz, our consulting editor, is joining us on this broadcast. Nikhil, good evening. It's bizarre to say the least. You can't imagine Pakistan cricket without Imran Khan, but clearly the PCB can.
Well, Akshita, I'll tell you what, this video actually surfaced on the 14th of August, that is the Pakistan Independence Day. 2-minute 21-second long video, and I actually spent the day yesterday scanning through that video again and again. I tell you what, you've got all of about 10 frames of Imran Khan in that 2-minute 21-second long video. This despite the fact there have been great Pakistani cricketers, but without doubt, if you were to ask if there is one Pakistani cricketer that's left the biggest impact on their cricket, it had to be Imran Khan, number one. So a colossal figure of sorts in Pakistan cricket is being left out of that video. Yesterday, I must tell you, I scanned through Pakistani Twitter, and the number one Twitter trend on Pakistan Twitter, which is now X, was shame on PCB. Now, a lot of journalists, Pakistani journalists, have come out and said that, listen, this is a man who brought glory to the nation. We keep talking about the 1992 World Cup, which you find a mention of. They've looked at various other important landmarks in Pakistan cricket from 1952, their first ever, foreign tour, followed by that last ball six that Javed Miandar hit of Chetan Sharma, going on to the 1992 World Cup, and the man who was the architect of that triumph, which till today remains the biggest trophy that Pakistan has landed. Yes, they've gone on to win a T20 World Cup. They won the Champions Trophy, but many would say that 1992 victory was the biggest in the history of Pakistan cricket. The architect of that, Imran Khan, is missing. In fact, if you go through that particular video, there are various images from that victory of 1992, and the most standout and the most iconic image is that of Imran Khan lifting the trophy. That has been removed, but to compensate for an image of the team lifting the trophy, they've got a few dressing room pictures of a few other players lifting that 1992 trophy, but there is no Imran Khan there. So that is how far they've gone on to ensure that they omit someone like Imran Khan. As you know, there is a lot of politics involved behind this, and I'll just give you a quick insight into what that could have been. Sure. You know that he's in jail right now, and there is a lot of politics behind that. But Zaka Ashraf, who is now the PCB chairman, he has, he's had political connections earlier. Just before him, Najam Sethi was the PCB boss. As soon as Imran Khan was removed from being prime minister, you knew that the PCB also goes through changes in its presidency based on the government that's in power, because they tend to keep people that are close to them in that position. So Zaka Ashraf was given that position. He has a few cousins who are part of the Pakistan Muslim League right now, which is in power, and he's set to be very close to the current dispensation. Probably the head of PCB right now would have been instrumental in ensuring that this is the kind of video that comes out, and once that comes out, there is a political message there. There is no mention of Imran Khan. So clearly the politics that happens in Pakistan is extended to the cricket, as is often the case with how the PCB, the Pakistan Cricket Board, is also managed there over the years.
This is distasteful to say the least. The fact that that kind of politics has mixed into cricket, resulting in a video where there is not a single image, as you pointed out, Nikhil, of Imran Khan, in a video that highlights all the greatest moments of Pakistani cricket. I must say, it must have taken a whole lot of difficulty for them to be able to omit Imran Khan so perfectly in their entire video. But you also have several other Pakistani cricketing greats who've taken a stand on this and said very clearly this is not okay.
Well, that's true. Firstly, they've gone through lots of footages of Pakistan cricket. As I said, some of their biggest moments. We keep talking about the 1992 World Cup, Akshita, but there was another tournament that happened in India, the Nehru Cup in 1989, which is at that time considered a mini World Cup. Pakistan came to India, won that particular tournament, which was no less than a World Cup triumph. Imran Khan was once again the captain at that time. Imran Khan was actually the player of this series. So another very important tournament where he played a crucial role in Pakistan winning, and to omit him from that. Now you've heard from former cricketers, and this is one thing, Akshay, that I have noticed, that Pakistani cricketers have been divided over various things. Some of them had very famous or infamous, clashes over the years when they were players. There were clashes of egos. You had big players like Wasim Akram, Shoaib Akhtar, Waqar Younis, and those stories are well known in cricketing circles. But one thing that you've always heard from every Pakistan cricketer, no matter what the differences they may have had, no matter what the ego clashes they may have had with each other, is that huge amount of respect for Imran Khan. Everyone that has played cricket before Imran Khan or around that same time has only words of praise for him, because they say that he's the one who made Pakistan believe you can win a title. In the 1992 World Cup you're talking about, he famously wore a t-shirt with a face of a tiger there, and that is why they got the name of Cornered Tigers, because he gave an inspirational speech to his team ahead of the semi-final, saying that, listen, we are almost on the verge of being knocked out, but we're going to fight like tigers, and from there on they go on to win the World Cup. So he wasn't just a great cricketer, but he was a leader of men, and he was one who could inspire the team, and which is why every cricketer that you speak from Pakistan has the highest amount of praise for him.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. Differences aside, you salute a man's achievements. You don't take away from his achievements on the field. Unfortunately, politics has resulted in Imran Khan not being mentioned or shown even once in an over 2-minute video that talks about all the highs of Pakistani cricket. Thanks very much, Nikhil, for joining us with all the details on that story. Let's move on to some political stories also. The big talking point today is over the Nehru Museum being renamed into the Prime Minister's Museum and Library. Now, this is something that was done a few months ago, officially came into effect now, and that's what's led to a flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress. The Nehru Memorial Museum and Library is now officially the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society, and this name change has irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party calling it a petty move. You had Congress MP Jairam Ramesh leading the charge, calling this a bid by Prime Minister Modi to essentially get rid of, to erase the Nehruvian legacy. He asserted that all liberal foundations set up by Nehru is under assault by Modi, and saying no matter what, his legacy will live on. The BJP was quick to hit back at the Congress, questioning why the Congress is so obsessed with Nehru. They asked why there was no mention before this of Lal Bahadur Shastri, of PV Narasimha Rao, or for that matter even Indira and Rajiv Gandhi. Remember, it was in mid-June this year that it was resolved to change the Nehru Museum to the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society.
The concept of this new museum came in year 2016. When Cultural Ministry has proposed a museum for different Prime Minister, and here it's the old building, old block, you can say, the residence of Prime Minister Nehru, who was the first Prime Minister. More or less, it has been kept in the original form, in which the private belongings of Prime Minister Nehru has been kept. The documents have also been kept. A few things have been added. More digitalized format is there. But in the new building, things and tenure works done by different Prime Minister, including Lal Bahadur Shastri, Guljari Lal Nanda, Indira Gandhi, Deve Gowda, PP Singh, Chandrasekhar, all of them have been given a place till Manmohan Singh. So there are two blocks and two buildings where these kinds of artifacts, you can say, have been kept related to different tenures of Prime Minister.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता थे, इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आजादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी, उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री थे, मोरारजी भाई, सब तो कांग्रेसी थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वो समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवे गौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
Mr. Modi on Atalji's birthday, death anniversary, is trying to erase the legacy of Nehru, which was created by Lal Bahadur Shastri and Radhakrishnan ji. It shows the pettiness of Mr. Modi. It shows the RSS, Bharatiya Janasangh and Bharatiya Janata Party's hate against पंडित नेहरू।
देश की आज़ादी के बाद जितने भी देश के संसाधन हैं, चाहे वो रेल हो, चाहे सड़क हो, चाहे बिजली हो, चाहे पानी हो, चाहे झील हो, चाहे नदी हो, चाहे नाला हो, चाहे एयरपोर्ट हो, चाहे पोर्ट हो, सब एक ही परिवार का जो है वो उस पर पेटेंट हो गया था क्या? तो भैया देश के लिए और देश की आज़ादी के लिए, देश भारत के निर्माण के लिए तमाम हजारों हमारे महानायकों ने कुर्बानी दी है, जिन्हें कि आपने इतिहास के काले पन्नों में डाल दिया था। मोदी जी ने आने के बाद आपके सम्मान के साथ साथ उनके सम्मान को भी सम्मान दिया है।
The Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society has come out also and answered some of these questions and all the politicking around the museum and what kind of content it has. They've clearly said that the Prime Minister Museum still very much showcases Nehru's achievements and his many accomplishments.
Actually, if you have seen the Nehru Museum before, primarily it consisted of, certain artifacts and so on, and Nehruji's bedroom, his study, the table at which he used to sit and work. The old building is exclusively devoted to Nehruji. That is why I say if people say something about it, I will say, sir, please come and visit the museum. We will certainly look forward to your comments after you have seen what we have done. We are very, very proud of Nehruji's tenure of 17 years. It is a matter of privilege for us. We got an opportunity to showcase his contribution to this country, which is very, very major, and we were very happy to do that, and that is what has happened. Now, when you come to the new building has all the other prime ministers, and it is the idea of a museum. If you have been to Pradhan Mantri Sangraha, you will realize the idea was to modernize the whole concept of a museum so that it relates to all young and old.
It was just a few days ago that Home Minister Amit Shah fired a salvo at former Prime Minister Nehru, highlighting blunders that he had made.
कश्मीर के अंदर परिवर्तन लाने वाला युगांतकारी निर्णय इस देश के सम्माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया। जवाहरलाल नेहरू सरकार की एक भूल थी। धारा 370 5 अगस्त 2019 और 6 अगस्त को इस महान सदन ने धारा 370 को समाप्त। इसके साथ ही कश्मीर के अंदर से 2 झंडे चले गए, 2 संविधान खत्म हो गए और संपूर्ण रूप से कश्मीर का भारत के साथ जुड़ाव करने का काम इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी।
Lots happening in Maharashtra. The Sharad Pawar-Ajit Pawar meet in Pune a few days ago continues to spark a lot of unease within the Mahavikas Aghadi. If a former chief minister from the Congress is to be believed, Ajit Pawar made 2 specific offers to NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar in their meeting. While Ajit Pawar has refused to talk about such an offer, as per this former chief minister, Sharad Pawar would be accommodated in the Union Cabinet as Agriculture Minister or as chairperson of Niti Aayog. Reportedly, even daughter Supriya Sule has been given an offer. Supriya Sule, however, has denied all claims of Ajit Pawar's cabinet offer to her and her father. She says there's been no such dialogue or offer made. She's also questioned the Congress for spreading these kind of reports. Meanwhile, Congress leader Ashok Chavan has said that Sharad Pawar needs to come out and clear his stand. You also had UBT Sena leader Sanjay Raut claiming that Ajit Pawar has no authority to offer cabinet berths to Sharad Pawar.
आदरणीय पवार साहेबांनी स्वतः सांगितलं पवार परिवारातले ते सर्वात वडीलधारी ज्येष्ठ आहे। मी त्यांचा पुतण्या लागतो नात्यानी आणि घरातल्या व्यक्तींना भेटणं याच्यात कारण नसताना मीडियावाले त्याला इतकी वेगळ्या प्रकारची प्रसिद्धी देतात आणि त्याच्यातून गैरसमज निर्माण होतात। त्याच्यामुळे त्या भेटीला आपण फार काही वेगळं तिथं घडलं असं समजण्याचं कारण
माझी जी सगळ्यांची सुरुवात झाली त्याच्यामध्ये म्हणजे काय मोदींचं गुणगान राहिलं का त्यांचं असं म्हणणं आहे मी काय केलं ते सांगतो त्यांचं म्हणणं मला माहीत नाही माझं म्हणणं तुम्ही ऐकलंय
पण तुम्ही सर पुण्याच्या स्टेजवर गेले त्यांच्याबरोबर आणि त्यांच्याशी तुम्ही पाठली त्याच्यामुळे लोकांमध्ये किंवा एनसीपीच्या पदाधिकारी पण संभ्रम स्थिती आहे किंवा काय तुम्ही त्यांच्या
लोकमान्य टिळकांचा समारंभ लाल बाळासाहेब यांनी या देशाच्या स्वातंत्र्यासाठी काय केलं हा इतिहास सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे। तो कार्यक्रम 6 महिन्याच्या पूर्वी ठरला होता। लोकमान्य टिळकांच्या त्या कार्यक्रमाला ते जे ऑर्गनायझर होते, विश्वस्त होते, त्या विश्वस्तामध्ये 3-4 एक नाव आहे, त्यांचं नाव सुशील कुमार शिंदे. ते कुठल्या पक्षाचे तुम्हाला माहीत असलं तर ते होते आणि ते विश्वस्त होते. हा कार्यक्रम आयोजित करणारे जे ग्रस्त होते ते रोहित, ते काँग्रेस पक्षाचे मागच्या विधानसभेचे फुले शहराचे उमेदवार होते आणि त्यामुळं काँग्रेसचे पदाधिकारी टिळकांच्या कार्यक्रमाला उपस्थित राहिले. त्यांनी तो कार्यक्रम उपस्थित राहिला नाही, आयोजित केला. तर त्या सगळ्या गोष्टीच्या संबंधीचं कोणी फारसं केलंच नाही. पण माझ्याबद्दल त्याचं मात्र तुम्ही करता, चांगली गोष्ट आहे. आणि
आपणच मोदींचं नाव सुचवलं असं चर्चा त्यामध्ये
नाव त्यांनी सुचवलं, विनंती मी करावी सांगितलं, मी त्यांना फोन केला आणि तो त्यांनी स्वीकारला.
एक प्रश्न असा आहे त्या बैठकीबद्दलच की आपण सातत्यानं सांगता की कौटुंबिक भेट होती, परंतु ही माध्यमांपर्यंत नेमकी कोणी पोहोचवली आणि त्याचा हेतू काय होता?
मी माध्यमांच्या सोबत गेलो, एक माझी नाही, माझी खाली नाही, माझी खाली फुलं स्वीकारली. तुम्ही बघितलं होतं, मला तिथं फुलं दिली, ती फुलं मी घेतली आणि नंतर मी गेलो. मला काय
मेसेज दिला का साहेब आपण तो मेसेज दिला की आपण खुलेपणाने गेलात, मात्र अजितदादा
माझ्या फक्त मी सांगू इच्छितो, बाकी लहान लोकांच्या बद्दल मी भाष्य करत नाही.
ठाकरे आज असं म्हणाले की पंतप्रधान,
आपको सीधा जवाब ही दूंगी, मुझे किसी ने कोई ऑफर नहीं दिया है. सिर्फ 15 अगस्त का एक बड़ा सेल चल रहा है बहुत जगह, सो इसलिए कुछ महंगाई इतनी बढ़ी है तो शक्कर आटा कुछ सेल चल रहे हैं बहुत सारे ग्रोसरी स्टोर्स में, मैंने पेपर में पढ़ा. वो ऑफर मुझे पता है, बाकी कोई ऑफर मुझे
कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग,
कांग्रेस ने जो सवाल किए है उसका जवाब कांग्रेस ही दे सकती है, मैं नहीं दे सकती, क्योंकि मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है इस बारे में. ना मुझे किसी ने ऑफर दिया है, ना किसी ने मुझसे बात की है, तो आई कांट कमेंट ऑन समथिंग व्हिच इज हाइपोथेटिकल एंड आई डोंट.
हमारे गठबंधन में कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. जहां तक कांग्रेस का सवाल है, कांग्रेस हो या शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे जी की, उसमें कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. एनसीपी के बारे में निश्चित तौर पर उन्होंने कहा है कि हमारा ये फैमिली इशू है और हमारा इसमें कोई ऐसी कोई राजनीतिक भूमिका नहीं है. पर मेरे को लगता है कि लोगों में उसके गलत सिग्नल्स जा रहे हैं उसके वजह से, और लगातार ये चीज़ें आने से एक लोगों में एक संभ्रम का वातावरण निर्माण हुआ है. उसको जितना जल्दी दूर करेंगे उतना बेहतर है.
शरद पवार जी कद्दावर नेता है, वो अपने पार्टी का निर्णय खुद ले सकते हैं, लेकिन हमें विश्वास है कि वो इंडिया अलायंस के साथ रहेंगे.
कांग्रेस का क्या,
या हमारे अपोजिशन लीडर के पास क्या आउटपुट है वो हमें पता नहीं, लेकिन कांग्रेस की भूमिका, क्योंकि शरद पवार जी ने कहा है कि मैं इंडिया अलायंस के साथ रहूंगा.
अजित पवार इतने बड़े नेता नहीं है कि जो शरद पवार सबको ऑफर दे सके. अजित पवार को पवार साहब ने बनाया है, पवार साहब को अजित पवार जी ने नहीं बनाया है. 60 साल से भी ज्यादा समय पार्लियामेंट्री पॉलिटिक्स में पवार साहब ने बिता चुके हैं. महाराष्ट्र के 4 बार मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्र में मंत्री रहे बार. उनका जो कद और अवदाय बहुत बड़ा है. तो ये अजित पवार, हसन मुश्रीफ, ये जूनियर लोग हैं, पवार सबको ऑफर देंगे. ऐसा कभी होता है क्या राजनीति में?
Moving on to news from Karnataka, where there's a tug of war with the centre over the national education policy. Sticking to its manifesto promise, the Congress government in Karnataka is planning to scrap the centre's national education policy and formulate instead a state education policy from the next academic year. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah alleged that the NEP is driven by an RSS agenda and claimed that this was formulated at the RSS headquarters, which is why he and his government is opposed to it. It's led to also politics, as the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai, has slammed the Siddu government and called it shameful tinkering of the education policy. He's clearly said that the decision to scrap the national education policy must be reviewed. Remember that under the Constitution, states can choose not to adopt NEP either fully or partially. Both the Parliament and state assemblies have power over education. Though the centre has essentially, at the end of the day, supremacy over the state, states are free to go ahead and drop their own curriculum and print their own textbooks.
RSS agenda ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಡನ್ ಅಜೆಂಡಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ರೆಹಮಾನ್ ಖಾನ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನ್ಯೂ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ, ಅದು ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ತಯಾರಾದದ್ದೇ RSS ಹೆಡ್ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನಾಗ್ಪುರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಯಾರಾದದ್ದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೆಹಮಾನ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡ ಆಯ್ತು. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ರೀತಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
See, it is not a question of syllabus. All the syllabuses are done by a task force and committees, and especially primary and secondary will all be done at the state level. So none of the things are vindictive. I want to ask the minister that let him come out which is vindictive and how it is vindictive. Just by mere making some statements with preconceived notion and to change the entire policy is very uncalled for. It is very detrimental for the future of the children of the state. I am telling you that this government is making a very, very colossal mistake, and they are playing with the future of the children, which is really unpardonable.
And in neighbouring Tamil Nadu as well, the NEP debate has been reignited with the Karnataka government's decision. The state government there too has said we're going to see if we can review the implementation of NEP.
I request all the public, students, teachers and the families of the affected to take part in this protest and show why we don't want NEET in Tamil Nadu, and we don't want any more deaths in Tamil Nadu.
CM have appealed that education should become under the state list rather than the concurrent list.
Yeah.
You will also appeal on that?
Yeah, we are, as per our leader, we are also appealing the same thing. Thank you.
Now, a rift is brewing within the India bloc ahead of the 2024 Mahayudh. The Congress has launched barbs publicly at Kejriwal and branded the Aam Aadmi Party, ironically, as the B team of the BJP. Congress Neta Sandeep Dixit said that Congress should not stand with his party, calling up a party of corrupt netas. He further went on to rake up the services bill and alleged that Kejriwal wants control over services to go ahead and shield his corrupt netas. Taking a jibe also over the latest war of words, the BJP has said that this here is proof of cracks within the India alliance and soon they will separate. Remember that Home Minister Amit Shah has repeatedly said that Arvind Kejriwal will back out of the India bloc very soon. Earlier as well, you've had different allies of the India alliance rooting for their own party leaders as the next PM face against Prime Minister Modi. TMC claims that India's next Prime Minister will be Mamata. RJD has backed along with JDU Nitish Kumar. On the other hand, Uddhav Sena believes that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra can take on Prime Minister Modi.
हम एक ऐसी पार्टी को जो ए पार्टी है उसको हराने के लिए क्या उसी के बी पार्टी के साथ चुनाव लड़ना चाहिए कि नहीं लड़ना चाहिए और उसके क्या दूरगामी परिणाम हो सकते हैं। हमने बार बार ये कहा है कि सन 77 में इमरजेंसी के समय, जबकि इमरजेंसी तो स्वयं इंदिरा जी ने हटाई थी, जो किसी और ने नहीं हटाई थी, जिसको कहा जाता है कि उन्होंने इमरजेंसी लगाई, तो इमरजेंसी हटाई भी इंदिरा जी ने बिना किसी जन प्रभाव के। तो उस व्यक्ति उसके खिलाफ लड़ने के लिए इसी जनता पार्टी के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, जो एक तरीके से ऐसी मानी जाती थी कि जिसके साथ कोई नहीं चुनाव लड़ेगा, उसको मुख्य धारा में ले आए और वहीं से सांप्रदायिक राजनीति का, विघटनकारी राजनीति का, जहरीली राजनीति का और दक्षिणपंथी राजनीति का उदय हुआ। तो 77 में जो बहुत बड़ी भूल बहुत सी पार्टियों ने की थी उस समय की जनसंघ को समर्थन देके, क्या हम ऐसी कोई भूल तो नहीं कर रहे इस समय आम आदमी के साथ खड़े होके? तो ये तमाम प्रश्नों पर हम अपनी राय रखेंगे और देखेंगे फिर पार्टी की क्या राय है।
ये इंडिया वाले नहीं हैं, ये I.N.D.I.A. वाले हैं और इन लोगों को सारा देश जानता है। इनके नेता बड़े जरूर मिल गए हैं, लेकिन जो लोग जो एक दूसरे के भ्रष्टाचार को बार बार कहते हैं, संदीप दीक्षित उसके बहुत बड़े उदाहरण हैं। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप आगे देखते रहिए, ये ऐसे बिखरेंगे कि इनके बीच में अगर मार पीट सिर फुटवल भी हो जाए तो देश के लोगों को कोई आश्चर्य नहीं होना चाहिए।
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. We'll be right back with ground reports from Himachal Pradesh as heavy rains continues to wreak havoc.
You are watching India Today.
A viral video for 2 people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fauziya ji, I promised you ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi sir? A 3-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Dholak, a popular percussion instrument in villages. While the dholak is easily available and simple to perform, there is hardly any formal training. In an innovative attempt to revive the beats of dholak, the Sangeet Natak Academy organized a workshop in Lucknow.
अभी बॉम्बे में इसकी बहुत सेवा की जा रही है ढोलक की, और बॉलीवुड में इसको अपनाया गया, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो होना चाहिए जिस तरीके से शिक्षण कार्य ढोलक का वो नहीं हो पा रहा है। ये बहुत अच्छी बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ प्राइवेट संस्थाएं हैं जो अपना ढोलक सिखाने का कार्य कर रही हैं। बिकॉज आकाशवाणी जो है वो ऑडिशन भी लेता है, बी ग्रेड भी, हाई ग्रेड, बट वो व्यवस्था सिखाने की कोई नहीं कर रहा है। इस पर काफ़ी लोगों को फोक वालों को ध्यान देना चाहिए।
Among the participants are senior citizens, a proof that age doesn't matter when it comes to learning.
मुझे बहुत बड़ा शौक संगीत से रहा है जीवन में, और आज भी है। आज भी मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ, 2 घंटा मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ। ढोलक करके सीख करके समाज की सेवा करना चाहता हूँ, और समाज के साथ जहाँ भी हमारी आवश्यकता पड़ी, धार्मिक कार्यों में, अन्य कार्यों में, हर जगह मैं जाने को उपस्थित हूँ। बस हमें आर्डर मिल जाए, मैं आदेश का पालन करूँगा।
The 25 days workshop is spreading awareness about India's most popular folk instruments.
जब ये कार्यशाला का पता चला तो पहले मेरी इच्छा नहीं हुई आने की, कि एक तो मैं दूर से आती हूँ कपूरथला से, तो 1 दिन आए 2 दिन आए अच्छा नहीं लगा। लेकिन जैसे जैसे हम आते गए उसके बाद मेरा थोड़ा सा विचार बदला। मुझे शौक़ हमेशा से था कि ढोलक सीखें, क्योंकि घरेलू फंक्शन में बहुत अच्छा नहीं बजा पाते थे। जब एक्सपर्ट नहीं होते थे तब हमारी बारी आती थी।
The Sangeet Natak Academy workshop is giving dholak a new life. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest updates coming in from the hill states of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, where heavy rain has led to a deluge. The death toll has mounted to nearly 60 in Himachal Pradesh, with several injured and missing people. The landslides, flash floods and cloudburst has led to a huge loss of life and property. Now let's get you some of those images of rescue operations that are underway. This one from Shimla, where a woman was saved from the roof of a building. She was airlifted out with a chopper. Now there are several such families, people who are stranded in their residences, completely cut off in Shimla, and rescue operations are underway on a war footing. Incessant rainfall has battered these two states of Himachal and Uttarakhand for the last few days, with no respite in sight. The Met Department continues to keep a high alert of heavy rainfall. Roads leading to the revered Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines were damaged due to the landslides. The pilgrimage to these shrines had to be halted till Friday.
We are on Mandi Kullu National Highway, where a flash flood took place. Just look at the extent of the damage caused by the flash flood. The ground floor of this house is under the debris. Just see the size of the rocks and the extent of the damage. This has also caused huge damage to this national highway, which has been blocked at various places up to Pandor Dam, close to the Mandi. More than 2100 routes are without the buses. The Himachal Roadways Corporation buses are often called the lifeline of the state. People are stuck at various places, including the tourists. But the state government has assured the people that these roads will be restored on a priority basis. But the damage caused by the rains is huge. 56 people have lost their lives, and more than 283 people have died during the current rainy season. With camera person Chandi Ram, this is Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi for India Today.
देखिए अभी हालात कंट्रोल में है। जहां डैम से पानी छोड़ा गया है मैं उस जिले का कांगड़ा जिले का वैली का दौरा करने जा रहा हूं। वहां हमने कल प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों की ड्यूटी लगाई थी और हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी महोदय यहाँ पूरे सचिवालय में बैठ के मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं और फील्ड में जाकर मैं खुद फीडबैक भी ले रहा हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि स्थिति कंट्रोल में है। अभी मौसम रुका हुआ है और बस हम समय के अनुसार और पूरी जगह जो भी हम मदद कर सकते हैं अपने आपदा पीड़ितों को, उनको हम मदद करेंगे।
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you details of the fallout of the Noor riots and an impact of India Today's investigation. After we exposed riot provocateur Bittu Bajrangi, he's now been arrested.
You are watching India Today.
Now, Neoma in Ladakh is one of India's most strategically important air bases. It's closest to the line of actual control. This air base is being expanded for fighter jet operations. India has now also deployed Huron Mark II long endurance drones, and now the country will be able to see on the other side of the hill. But as India and China at the moment are on speaking terms, both the sides are now strengthening their defences also. Manjeet Singh brings you this report.
Years into the India-China standoff in Ladakh, India is ready to put China even more on notice. From modern weapons to infrastructure, the Modi government is leaving no stone unturned now to check Chinese expansionist designs and pile the pressure on that country. As part of an India Today national exclusive, we now tell you about a new fighter aircraft base is now emerging where an old helicopter base once stood in Neoma, very close to the frontier with China. Ever since the 2020 June Galwan clashes in which 20 Indian soldiers and an even greater number of Chinese soldiers were killed during a violent confrontation, India has consistently increased its deployment in restive Ladakh. The Indian Air Force has revealed how it has been swinging into action, pressing its transport aircraft fleet and deploying over 68,000 troops to forward locations and airlifting 90 tanks, 330 infantry fighting vehicles and several artillery guns over the last 3 years. The Indian Air Force has also airlifted critical assets like radars and surface-to-air guided weapon systems to the Ladakh frontier. The deployment of troops, tanks and ammunition continues as a complete de-escalation or de-induction has not happened in the Ladakh sector. New additions to these assets are being currently made. The Indian Air Force has inducted its latest Heron Mark II surveillance drones, which can carry out both strike operations as well as extended surveillance operations on the frontiers with China and Pakistan. Meanwhile, the 19th round of Corps Commander level talks on Monday continues to aim to resolve the ongoing military standoff between the two nuclear neighbors. India is pressing for disengagement of the Chinese army from Depsang in the eastern Ladakh frontier. Military talks come ahead of a likely meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Jinping at the BRICS Leaders Summit in South Africa next week. With Manjeet Negi in Ladakh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 139. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 93. In Bangalore, 33. In Chennai, 120. In Hyderabad, 91.
Watching India Today.
Let's get you details of a mega India Today impact. District Court in Haryana has sent Bittu Bajrangi to one-day police custody after he was taken into custody yesterday. Hate monger and the main instigator of the July 31st communal clashes in Nu, Bittu Bajrangi was arrested on Tuesday. This comes after India Today exposed Bittu Bajrangi's hate provocation on camera. Accused in several other cases, Bittu Bajrangi was caught from near his Faridabad house nearly 20 days after the violence broke out. The arrest followed a brief chase by cops near Bittu Bajrangi's residence. The cops were armed with sticks and guns. In the CCTV video accessed by India Today, you can see how plainclothed cops chased down the cow vigilante who was caught by surprise when the police turned up at his residence. After a long chase, Bajrangi was arrested from his Faridabad area.
बिट्टू मेवात को ससुराल बताकर आने की धमकी भर देकर रह गया, लेकिन हरियाणा पुलिस उसे यहां लेकर आई है। अब ये तो बिट्टू ही बेहतर बता पाएगा कि ये उसके लिए ससुराल है या कुछ और, लेकिन इतना तो तय है कि यहां पर उसकी खातिरदारी कुछ ऐसे सख्त सवालों से और पूछताछ कुछ ऐसी होनी है कि भविष्य में शायद वो ससुराल का जिक्र तक न कर सके। कैमरामैन अंकित खंडेलवाल के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, नू।
Let's move on to some other stories. Everyone's talking about the film releases that have broken all records, and Sunny Deol's Gadar 2 is going from strength to strength. The film is now raked in the biggest Independence Day collection in history, the box office, surpassing now the 200 crore mark after its release just 5 days ago.
है तेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश नमाज पढ़ने जा रहे हैं ना आप तो अल्लाह से अपने लिए दुआ मांग लेना मेरा बापे यहाँ ना क्योंकि अगर वो यहाँ आ गया ना तेरे इतने चीथड़े करेगा तेरा पूरा पाकिस्तान नहीं गिन पाएगा
Gadar 2 is not just a film but an unbelievable emotion. And these images of fans flocking to theatres, dancing, cheering, enjoying themselves inside the hall is a proof of that. Queues, no queues. Trucks or even tractors. Huge hoardings, announcements, and even posters all over. Theatrical business is alive and kicking this Independence Day. Thanks to Sunny Deol starrer, which clearly needs no validation, no verdict. Made for the masses, it already is a blockbuster and is certainly unstoppable at the box office. The film minted 40.10 crore rupees on day 1. Day 2 saw a jump with the film raking in 43.8 crore rupees and over 50 crore and 85.29% occupancy on day 3. Gadar 2 managed to cross 170 crore mark in just 4 days of its release. With this, Gadar 2 has clocked the highest Independence Day numbers for any Indian film till date. What's more, to express his gratitude, Sunny Deol visited several single-screen cinema halls to meet fans, where he even enacted one of his iconic dialogues from the film. Amisha Patel, who reprised her role as Sakina in Gadar 2, on the other hand, also stepped out to greet fans and was even seen flaunting a 22-year-old Gadar ticket. Interestingly, with Gadar 2, Sunny Deol and his team delivered what they promised, and this despite a stiff competition from 3 other big outings.
कैसे आजादी दिलाओगे तुम? अगर यहाँ के लोगों को दोबारा मौका मिले ना हिंदुस्तान में बसने का, तो आधे से ज्यादा पाकिस्तान खाली हो जाएगा.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
कटोरा लेकर घूमोगे, भीख भी नहीं मिलेगी.
So what else is buzzing on social media? It's the fight between Elon Musk versus Zuckerberg. Amid the much anticipated cage fight that both have been speaking about, Elon Musk said he will be going to Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers his door.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-streamed video feature. The Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side is news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
The Nehru Memorial Library has been changed and now it will be known as Prime Minister's Museum. I will show you graphically how the whole structure of the Nehru Memorial Library and museum has changed, and now it has been converted to Prime Minister's Museum. I will show there was earlier just a single building. This was the old building. Now 2 buildings are there. One is the old block and the another one is the new block. I will take you through the old block first. Ground floor we are standing where reception is there, but the significance of this building is at the first floor. The first floor was earlier dedicated to Jawaharlal Nehru. Now, what is happening now? Still, the life journey of Jawaharlal Nehru, our first Prime Minister, is still there. You can see that this is in orange color. This is the part where Jawaharlal Nehru's life journey has been, this part has been dedicated to his life journey. And this second green part is Tosh Khana. Those monuments, those things which different Prime Ministers have been given as gift, that is being kept in this Tosh Khana. I will take you through a new journey, a new building which has been constructed. Actually in 2016 this concept of Prime Minister Museum came, and then the construction of new building started in 2018, which completed in 2021, and in April 2022 Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new block. I will take you towards the new block which has been constructed, and here you can see that there are 3 floors, and on these floors I will show you life history related to Lal Bahadur Shastri, Guljari Lal Nanda, Indira Gandhi, Narasimha Rao, Deve Gowda, I.K. Gujral, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Dr. Manmohan Singh. All have been given a place in these in this new block. So there is a misconception that has anything been done to erase the life history of Jawaharlal Nehru. So we can see that there are two blocks. One block is almost completely dedicated to our first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, and the new second block where spaces have been given to different Prime Ministers during different regime. With camera person Nasir, it's Kumar Kunal for India Today from Delhi.
You are watching India Today.
The Nehru Memorial Museum and Library has officially been renamed as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The name change has irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party calling it a bid by Prime Minister Modi to erase Nehruvian legacy. The BJP is, however, hit back, asking the Congress why it was obsessed with Nehru. Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar's meeting in Pune continues to spark unease within the Mahavikas Aghadi. A former chief minister from Congress is if he's to be believed, Ajit made two specific offers to Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar has refused to talk about such an offer, but reportedly he's offered Sharad Pawar the Agriculture Ministry or Niti Aayog chairperson. Sticking to its manifesto promise, the Congress government in Karnataka is planning to scrap the centre's national education policy and formulate a state education policy. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said that the NEP is driven by an RSS agenda. Baswaraj Bommai of the BJP has called the move shameful, saying they're tinkering with the education policy. The situation in Himachal Pradesh remains grim. The death toll has mounted to nearly 60 in Himachal, with several injured and missing. Landslide, flash floods and cloudbursts have led to a loss of lives and property in the state. Roads leading, meanwhile, to the revered Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines were damaged due to landslides.
You are watching India Today.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता को इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आज़ादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
नेहरू जी से जो नफरत है, कुंठा है, वो है आप प्रधानमंत्रियों पे संग्रहालय बनाना चाहते हैं, बनाइए। किसी पे भी संग्रहालय सरकार बना सकती है, बनाना भी चाहिए और लोगों पे भी बनाना चाहिए। वर्तमान इतिहास, पुराने इतिहास पर संग्रहालय बनाना चाहिए। लेकिन एक संस्था जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नाम पर बनाई गई थी, उनकी उपलब्धियों को उजागर करने के लिए, उन इतिहास पर काम करने के लिए, और उसमें सिर्फ पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू नहीं, आजादी के आंदोलन, उसके बाद के इतिहास पर बहुत सा काम हुआ है। और जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल फंड इंडिपेंडेंटली चलता है। अब आपने उसको प्रधानमंत्री के कर दिया, इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि आप और सब प्रधानमंत्रियों का भी काम दिखाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए क्योंकि आप नेहरू जी को दबाना चाहते हैं। नेहरू जी के सत्य को तो आप दबा नहीं सकते, उनके किए हुए तमाम कामों को दबा नहीं सकते। तो ऐसा है कि पब्लिक की मेमोरी से, पब्लिक की आंखों से एक तरीके से उनको हटा दीजिए।
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी, उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मोरारजी भाई, सब तो कांग्रेसी थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वो समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 58. Mumbai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 104. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 40. Ahmedabad is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 70. Bhopal is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 34. Jaipur is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 82. Delhi is at 35 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 141. Srinagar is at 29 degrees Celsius with AQI being 61. Lucknow is at 35 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 114. Patna is at 35 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 106. Kolkata is at 32 degrees with an AQI of 118. Hyderabad is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 38. Bangalore is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 39. Chennai is at 35 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 83. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Nehru Memorial, now Prime Minister's Museum. Name change triggers legacy war. Congress calls move petty. BJP slams insecurity. Nehru political showdown. Big focus on 5 Live.
You always hear about figures from history, freedom fighters and legends when elections are near, and lo and behold, this time it's Nehru season, with the famous Nehru Memorial being renamed by the Modi government to PM Memorial to reflect all of our prime ministers, not just the first. It's triggered a big political war. I'm Shiv, this is 5 Live. We'll be debating it. These are the headlines first. NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar allegedly offered cabinet berths by nephew Ajit. Supriya Sule refutes the claims. Congress asks NCP patriarch to make stand clear, while Udhav Sena claims Ajit not big enough to offer such things. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka defends scrapping of national education policy in Karnataka as part of poll guarantees. BJP calls it shameful tinkering of education policy. Hiccups in Team India unity as Congress takes on Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi Assembly. Congress leader calls Aam Aadmi Party the B team of the BJP, claims it only wanted services control to shield corrupt netas. Rainfall mayhem wreaks havoc in Himachal Pradesh. Death toll mounts to nearly 60 as the hill state grapples with landslides, flash floods and cloudbursts. India Today continuing to report from site. Pakistan Cricket Board erases Imran Khan from its Independence Day tribute video. Pakistan cricket veteran Wasim Akram calls out PCB foul. PTI retort says Imran fought till the last ball. This is politics destroying Pakistan cricket. It's the newest fight on the Indian battlefield and the road to 2024. Only 9 to 10 months to go for the big general election next year, and a very familiar war of legacies has broken out. This time, it's over the Nehru Memorial situated in one of the most plum areas of the national capital, Delhi. The Nehru Memorial is now called PM Memorial. The Modi government had taken the decision last year, and starting yesterday on India's Independence Day, that name change has become formal. From Nehru Memorial Museum and Library to PM Memorial Museum and Library, in order to reflect not just India's first Prime Minister, but all of the Prime Ministers, including Jawaharlal Nehru himself. But before all of that, I want to share some information with you. Jawaharlal Institute, Pondicherry. Jawahar Bal Bhavan, Thrissur, Kerala. Jawahar Bharati College, Kavali, Andhra Pradesh. Jawaharlal Nehru Centre for Advanced Scientific Research, Bengaluru. Jawaharlal Nehru Engineering College, Aurangabad. Jawaharlal Nehru Government Engineering College, Sundarnagar, Himachal Pradesh. Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur, MP. Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Ajmer. Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Aligarh. Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Belgaum. Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Bhagalpur. Jawaharlal Nehru National College of Engineering, Shimoga. Jawaharlal Nehru Rajkiya Mahavidyalaya, Port Blair. Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, AP. Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Fine Arts University, Hyderabad. Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Kakinada, Andhra. Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, Delhi. Nehru Arts, Science and Commerce College, Hubli, Karnataka. Nehru Memorial College, Pudanampatti, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Nehru Memorial College, Sulia, Karnataka. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Medical College, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Business Management, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh. Shri Nehru Mahavidyalaya College of Arts and Sciences, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Nehru Park, Didwana, Rajasthan. Jawahar Science College. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Ahmednagar. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Alapura. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Alipurdwar. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Amroha. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Ashok Nagar. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Bagudi. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Behrech. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Balia. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Bankura. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Barabanki. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Basde. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Belpada. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Bhogaon. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Bilaspur. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Birbhum. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Bohani. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Canacona. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Kar Nicobar. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Churu. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Champai. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Chandigarh. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Chenyadu. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Cooch Behar. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Daman. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Dakshin Dinajpur. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Dhalai Tripura. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Devgarh. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Diu. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Doda. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Durgapur. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, East Sikkim. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Ernakulam. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Gajanur. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Golaghat. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Gomati. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Hamirpur. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Hugli. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Idukki. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Indore. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, Jafarpur Kalan. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Jaswantpura, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Jojawar, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Jorhat, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kanpur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kanpur Dehat, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Karaikal, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Karoli, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kangra, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kasargod, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Khowai, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Khurai, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kinnor, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kodagu, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Korba, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Korlahalli, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kothali, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kotipura Bilaspur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kottayam, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kozhikode, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Kulu, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Lahore and Spiti, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Madhubani, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mahe, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Malappuram, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mandafia, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mandi, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mandya, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Megdong, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Middle Andaman, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Minikoy, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mirzapur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mukokchung, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mochuka Faridabad, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mundal, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Mungeshpur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Narla, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Nizam Sagar, Jawahar Navodaya North 24 Parganas, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya North Goa, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya North Sikkim, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya North Tripura, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Pelapul, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Palakkad, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Pauta Jaipur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Panchavati, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Patan, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Patiala, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Padanamthitta, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Pedapuram, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Pukarmao, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Porbandar, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Prakasam, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Puducherry, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Raichur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Rampura, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Raigada, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Sahibganj, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Syampur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Silvasa, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Sirmor, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Sitapur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Solan, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya South 24 Parganas, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya South Andaman, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya South Garo Hills, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya South Sikkim, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Thiog, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Tiruvananthapuram, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Thrissur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Una, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Uttar Dinajpur, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Valasapalli, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Veleru, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Wayanad, Kerala, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya West Champaran, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya West Sikkim, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Yanam, Jawaharlal Nehru Museum Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, Nehru Museum of Science and Technology, Jawaharlal Nehru Port, Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Botanical Garden, Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute, Nehru Park Burnpur, Nehru Park Delhi, Nehru Park Guwahati, Nehru Park Coimbatore, Nehru Park Thrissur, Nehru Zoological Park Hyderabad, Nehru Garden Udaipur, Nehru Garden Jaipur, Nehru Garden Koinanagar, Nehru Park Bokaro, Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, Nehru Cup Cricket, Nehru Cup Football, Nehru Trophy Boat Race, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium Chennai, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium Coimbatore, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium Stadium, Kochi, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Shillong, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Ghaziabad, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Tiruchirappalli, Nehru Smarak Stadium, Nehru Stadium, Durgapur, Nehru Stadium, Guwahati, Nehru Stadium, Hubli, Nehru Stadium, Indore, Nehru Stadium, Kottayam, Nehru Stadium, Pune, Nehru Stadium, Shimoga, Nehru Stadium, Tumkur, Jawahar Chowk, Jawahar Circle, Jawahar Dweep, Jawahar Kala Kendra, Jawahar LPS Kurukodu, Jawahar Planetarium, Jawahar Sagar Dam, Jawahar Setu, Jawahar Tunnel, Jawahar Nehru Road, Kolkata, Jawahar Nagar, Nehru Foundation for Development, Nehru Nagar, Nehru Place, Nehru Planetarium, Nehru Science Center, Nehru Setu. That's just one public account of everything in our country that's named after India's very respected, honorable first Prime Minister. What I've just read out for you, and if you've been patient enough to listen to it through it, is a lion's share of over 450 institutions, parks, roads, stadiums, schemes, and more named after Nehru, Indira Gandhi, and Rajiv Gandhi. Now, I have no opinion on this. The only reason I've put this out there is because there is a war over the renaming of just one of the many things I've read out to you. So I'm just putting this information out there. You can make your own mind up about what this politics is really all about. So the story at hand is about the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library that's officially been renamed the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The name change has angered and irritated the Congress, with the party saying that this is a petty move and part of the Sangh Parivar's quest to erase and rewrite history and to remove Nehru's name from that history. The BJP, however, has been quick to hit back at the Congress, asking why the party is so obsessed with Nehru. Here's the story of the day.
The campus where India's first Prime Minister lived for 16 years until his death in 1964, called the Teen Murti House. Originally built in 1930 as part of British architect Edwin Lutyen's imperial capital. The same campus developed into the Nehru Memorial Museum and dedicated to the nation 6 months after the passing of the first Prime Minister on his 75th birth anniversary. Built as a premier research center, a pilgrimage for history buffs, a forum of intellectual activity located south of the Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi. The heritage institution now renamed as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The move officially aimed at diversifying its remit, a tribute to every Prime Minister and their contribution to nation building over the past 75 years.
The old block is the Teen Murti Bhavan, and that is where we had the Nehru Museum before, and it continues to be there. Now we have built a new block, and it is a seamless integration of the old building and the new building, and all of it now constitutes the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya, that is the Prime Minister's Museum. The whole idea was to showcase the work of all our Prime Ministers.
But the name change has triggered a political controversy. Congress has accused the Modi government of attempts to contaminate history and remove tangible symbols of Nehruvian legacy.
It shows the pettiness of Mr. Modi. It shows the RSS, Bharatiya Janasangh and Bharatiya Janata Party's hate against Pandit Nehru.
This pettiness is unfortunate, and it shows a certain bitterness towards our own historical past, which I believe is not worthy of a government that has such a good majority, so much confidence in themselves. They should at least show that big-heartedness that you expect that comes with a big majority.
Congress Congress allies too have echoed similar accusations.
यही स्टेडियम जो भगवान विष्णु के नाम पे था एकाना, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के नाम पे किया, हमें कोई नाराजगी नहीं है और हमें खुशी तब होती जब उनके गांव बटेश्वर में भी एक यूनिवर्सिटी बन जाती, तो शायद उनके परिवार के लोगों को और शुरुआती समय पे जिन्होंने उन्हें राजनीति में आगे बढ़ाया, उनका भी सम्मान हो जाता।
The BJP has hit back. Its attack centered around the Nehru-Gandhi dynasty. The ruling party accused Congress of promoting family politics.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
देश के लिए और देश की आज़ादी के लिए, देश भारत के निर्माण के लिए तमाम हजारों हमारे महानायकों ने कुर्बानी दी है, जिन्हें कि आपने इतिहास के काले पन्नों में डाल दिया था। मोदी जी ने आने के बाद आपके सम्मान के साथ साथ उनके सम्मान को भी सम्मान दिया है।
The long-drawn battle over political brands just got intense. With Kumar Kunal, Bureau Report, India Today.
The BJP, the government have said that the renaming reflects the legacies of all prime ministers of the country. That's why it's been renamed Prime Minister's Memorial and National Library, not Nehru Memorial anymore. The Congress has called this petty. Let's go straight to our guests to debate this now on 5 Live. Guru Prakash Paswan, national spokesperson of the BJP. Arshdeep Singh Khadiyal is spokesperson of the Congress. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and for being with us here on 5 Live. Arshdeep, coming to you first, why is the Congress calling this move petty? The government has decided that the memorial needs to reflect all prime ministers of the country and has taken that decision, but the Congress feels this is petty. Why so? Explain.
Thank you. Kindly allow me 2 minutes uninterrupted. Thanks for the question. See, undoubtedly, before we go to the question, there is one achievement and one achievement only of the Bharatiya Janata Party in 9 long years, and that is a name-changing spree. The only thing that the BJP has done in their tenure of 2 terms is this. And number 2, you know, at the time of record-breaking inflation, unemployment, poverty, law and order incidents in Manipur, Haryana and whatnot, the Bharatiya Janata Party prioritizes changing the name of a museum. This goes on to suggest that this is a clear case of misplaced priorities of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Number 3, you know, I do not understand the obsession that the Bharatiya Janata Party's government has with name changing, because if 10% of that obsession would have been shown for development, for Vikas, India's face would have entirely changed. But the BJP chooses to change the name of our laws, IPC, CRPC, Evidence Act, our cities, our railway stations, our stadiums, our museums, and whatnot. And due to this, what happens is, 1, no purpose, nothing basically is served, no objective is served, apart from obviously petty politics. However, what happens is, due to this, is a wastage of our time, wastage of our energy, wastage of our resources, wastage of our money, and many more things. Next is that, you know, we have to understand that the reasoning of the Bharatiya Janata Party's government is flawed. They say there should be no name after an institution on an institution, so that all the prime ministers can be given space there. Now, if that's a fact, then why is there a stadium called Narendra Modi Stadium? Why is there basically an Arun Jaitley Stadium? Should there be no space given to all the ministers, all the prime ministers now? So
but Arshdeep, there are nearly 500. There are nearly 500 entities named after the Nehru Gandhis. 500.
Thank you. I really appreciate. I think I was listening throughout when you were naming all the things that are named after Mr. Nehru. I wanted to thank you for it, because you have conveyed out a message loud and clear to the country that a person who does anything and everything for the welfare of the country, and does it selflessly,
Okay.
does so much for the country, he definitely
Fair enough,
is
fair enough.
remembered. His tenure reflects, and that is what you have done. So I want to thank
Okay,
you.
but
And I just
can't
want to
that can't that
I just
also
want
be
to ask the
applied? Can't that also be applied to the Nehru Memorial? Is a question, because it's only one of the many things that I talked about. But I'll come back to you. Let's get Prakash Paswan in. Guru Prakash, the Congress says not only petty but diversionary and misplaced politics to hide the government's other failures. How would you explain the changing of the name of the Nehru Memorial?
Shiv, a very warm good evening to you and my fellow panelists.
And to you.
I was very patiently listening to my friend from the Congress party, and he gave a strong lecture about development. I think we must understand that today we are the fifth largest economy. We have more than 50 crore bank accounts and so on and so forth. It is the people of India who have the right to decide whether the government is doing the right job or not. But coming back to the topic, we must understand one thing. Shiv, Baba Saheb Ambedkar, the chief architect of our constitution, he made a very categorical statement which is relevant even today. He said the path to hero worship leads to eventual dictatorship. That is the real problem of the Congress party. Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru gave Bharat Ratna to himself. And when the present government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, is trying to be inclusive, why not acknowledge the contribution of each and every Prime Minister? It was because of Mr. Lal Bahadur Shastri we won the 1965 war. We must remember the countless sacrifices for all those leaders who have made these reasons possible. We have to be inclusive. This country belongs to everyone. The idea of the Congress party to be fixated on individuals. On the contrary, we should be focused on institutions. Democracy is about institutions, sir, and institutions cannot be individual focused or individual specific. We have every right. Every single people, every single person of India, 140 crore people of India, they have the right over the national resources, not one family. That is the only problem of the Congress party, that they can't look beyond one family.
I want to, which brings me to my second question. Arshdeep, if the Nehru Memorial was being renamed, Shama Prasad Mukherjee Memorial or Veer Savarkar Memorial or Narendra Modi Memorial, one can still understand it. They've renamed it Prime Minister's Memorial and Library. Surely, technically, you can't have any problem with that.
Now, see, if, like I said before, if this is the logic of the Bharatiya Janata Party's government,
because I'm not asking you to agree with Guru Prakash, but I'm saying even a reasonable argument would be that there are other prime ministers who perhaps haven't got their due, and this just makes it on equal keel for everyone. There was Lal Bahadur Shastri. There is the touchy topic of P.V. Narasimha Rao, who, to my horror, has one thing named after him in Andhra Pradesh. One thing. In the entire country, there's one thing named after P.V. Narasimha Rao, who is one of, who's a prime minister remembered for liberalization and things like that. And there's nothing named after him. This just gives all of the prime ministers a space. Arshdeep.
Thank you. Now, see, like I said, if this is the logic of the Bharatiya Janata Party government, then they should give up their double standards ASAP and should rename Narendra Modi Stadium to Prime Minister's Stadium. Why do they not do that? Because now it is about their leader. They want his name to be everywhere, but they have a problem if Mr. Nehru's name is on a museum. This is the Bharatiya Janata Party's clear-cut, blatant double standard, visible in front of everyone. Number two, we have to understand why are they doing this. It is a result of their insecurity for Congress, for their leaders, and for the leaders' contributions. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party is clearly intimidated by the contributions that these leaders have made. They can, try and remove their name from a museum, but they cannot remove them from the history and the hearts of the people. And, the Bharatiya Janata Party has an expertise of distorting, of defaming, demeaning, and distorting. And that is exactly what they have been doing. At a time like this, they prioritize name changing when they should be working in order to, beget some stability and peace in Manipur. And this has become a habit of the Bharatiya Janata Party. You see, they say countless sacrifices have been made by our leaders. Therefore, they should be remembered. Therefore, they should be, honored.
I hear what you're saying. Let me put that point to Guru Prakash. Guru Prakash, the other allegation is that, you know, renaming the Nehru Memorial is fine technically. Yes, everyone should get equal space as Prime Minister. But the Congress questions the intent. They say there has been a pattern in the BJP of trying to erase Nehru's legacy. And this is part of that. So it's not the action, but the intent behind it that is being questioned.
No, absolutely not, Shiv. And I think this shows the real feudal mindset of the Congress party. And I'm very happy you brought the topic of P.V. Narasimha Rao. Also add to that, Sitaram Kesri, a backward leader who rose as the president of the Congress party. He was insulted in the Congress party. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, a senior Dalit leader, the chief architect of the constitution, he was insulted by the Congress party. Congress's own Babu Jagjeevan Ram was insulted by the Congress party. There are stalwarts. There are leadership within the Congress party who must be acknowledged for their contribution. But this shows the real mindset of the Congress party, Shiv, that we must understand. Congress at the end of the day is a feudal organization who cannot look beyond one family. For a leader, Mr. Randeep Surjewala, the media face of the Congress party, who says कि BJP को वोट देने वाले सब राक्षस हैं. This is the real mindset of the Congress party, who cannot at any cost look beyond one family, one person, one surname. That is precisely the problem. This shows the real arrogance of the Congress party. For years we have seen Congress has insulted leaders from the marginalized section. They may be their own, but regardless of that, for the first time in last 25 years, we saw Draupadi Murmu, a woman from the tribal community, rising to the position, highest constitutional office. The way the Congress leadership treated her, we still remember. Official Congress leaders have insulted Draupadi Murmu. They have insulted Sitaram Kesri. They have insulted Babu Jagjeevan Ram. And that is the true nature and the character of Congress party, who still believes that they can control the political party with feudalism. But the country has gone ahead. This is new India, and the country belongs to everyone, not one family, one leader, Rao. Shiv.
Arshdeep, you know, the one family argument that the BJP has made, let's set that aside for a moment, because even people with apolitical views like me wonder about the issue of P.V. Narasimha Rao. He was, not by any means a small prime minister. He was a successful prime minister in terms of big reforms that took place in the country. And the Congress is seen as a party that has completely sidelined and expunged his legacy and not been fair to him as well. So one view would be, Arshdeep, that who is the Congress, to lecture others about legacy when you haven't even, been fair to one of your own prime ministers?
Now, let's have this logic applied to all. There is a stadium by the name of Mr. Modi. Why do we not change it?
You're making that point for the third time. It's one stadium versus all of the things I've just named. All of the things I've just named.
Now, why do I have to repeat it? Because the Bharatiya Janata Party has no answer to it.
So are you accepting that you're also wrong in that case? Are you if you're saying what the BJP has done is wrong, are you accepting that the Congress is wrong in naming 400 things after the Nehru Gandhis?
Have I said that they are wrong or something? Have I said that? I have questioned their logic and I have questioned their double standards. How? They say that all the PM should be given space. So why is that not being done in the case of Narendra Modi Stadium, Arun Jaitley Stadium, number one. Number two, they say that other prime ministers should also be honored. Then why do they not rename Narendra Modi Stadium to Atal Bihari Vajpayee?
You're not asking. I will get Guru Prakash to answer the question on the Narendra Modi Stadium, since you've raised that point 3 times. But answer my question about P.V. Narasimha Rao. Answer my question about P.V. Narasimha Rao.
Answering your question now whatever the Bharatiya Janata Party says does not mean has to be the gospel truth. And if they say that a prime minister, is being ignored, they should tell us how is Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji being honored. Why did they not name that stadium behind Atal Bihari Vajpayee?
Arshdeep, you are dodging a direct question. Why has your party never honored or named anything after P.V. Narasimha Rao, one of India's most successful prime ministers? It's a direct question.
That's exactly what I'm saying. If this is the question of the Bharatiya Janata Party,
it's not from the Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm asking. I'm asking as a journalist and citizen.
And I am answering a question that Mr. Narasimha Rao, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, Miss Indira Gandhi, Mr. Nehru, and all the other prime ministers we have had in India, they remain in the hearts of people. They remain in the
come on. And that's a wishy-washy answer, Arshdeep.
Come on. One second, please. Now, if you would allow me the time to answer.
Two things named
I'll only
after
be able
PV
to answer
Narasimha
your
Rao. Two
question.
things.
Now, 1 second, please. I have this question for the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are saying you are doing Parivarvad here. That is what their question is. If this is Parivarvad, why does Mr. Jay Shah have the secretary, is the secretary of BCCI? Why is he the president of Asian Cricket Council? Why do they have a Jyotiraditya Scindia Saab in their party? Why do they have a Nirmala Sitharaman ji in their party? Why do they have Piyush Goyal ji in their party?
Since you've raised that point 3 times, Guru Prakash must answer. Guru Prakash, the point about the Narendra Modi Stadium has been raised 3 times by Arshdeep. You must answer him on that.
So, Shiv, we must understand, and as a senior journalist, I'm sure you are aware that the office of Prime Minister is an institution and it's not focused on individual, number one. And time and again you are asking about PV Narasimha Rao, the dead body of PV Narasimha Rao. The dead body of the former Prime Minister PV Narasimha Rao was not allowed in the Congress's office. And they are talking about double standards. The third point, my friend from the Congress party is constantly raising about their concern for late Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. So he must remember that was Bharatiya Janata Party. It was during the Bharatiya Janata Party government that Bharat Ratna was given to Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. Unlike the Congress party where prime ministers have given Bharat Ratna to themselves. This is I did not speak when you were speaking, Arshdeep. Let's just follow some courtesy. Thank you so much, Arshdeep. On the contrary, the Congress prime ministers have given Bharat Ratna to themselves, the topmost civilian honor of this country. Indira Gandhi gave Bharat Ratna to herself. Jawaharlal Nehru gave Bharat Ratna to himself. Bharat Ratna belongs to everyone. For the first time, we are witnessing a democratization, a transformation in all the Padma awardees. You look at the list of Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, Bharat Ratna, you would realize for the first time the democratization of discourse is happening. And the Congress's elite and feudal leadership cannot digest the fact that for the first time we have women from marginalized communities, people from marginalized communities in the structures of power. The structures of power are now becoming more diverse.
Out of time.
It is not being restricted to
Arshdeep, I do see your hand up, but I'm completely out of time. I can give you 10 seconds, Arshdeep, for the last word.
That's all. If they have a problem with the Prime Minister, on one hand they say, why is a certain Prime Minister not being honored? And then they say, why was he given an award? The problem with the BJP is, if they have this logic, then why was Mr. Modi given Indian of the Year award? Indian of the Year award? Why was Mr. Modi given Indian of the Year award?
Must be acknowledged. All the Prime Ministers.
Gentlemen, I'm completely out of time. The 10 seconds are up. I have to take a break right now, but I have a feeling that this topic is going to be on fire for the next few weeks and months in the run-up to the elections. Big election season coming up. Guru Prakash Paswan and Arshdeep Khadial. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time here on 5 Live, and see you again on the show very, very soon. Quick break. On the other side, debate number 2. The DMK is raising temperatures in its campaign against the National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test, or NEET, following the suicide of a teenager in Chennai. That story is next.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange. With Rahul Kanwal, only on India Today.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता को इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आज़ादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
नेहरू जी से जो नफरत है, कुंठा है, वो है। आप प्रधानमंत्रियों पे संग्रहालय बनाना चाहते, बनाइए। किसी पे भी संग्रहालय सरकार बना सकती है, बनाना भी चाहिए और लोगों पे भी बनाना चाहिए। वर्तमान इतिहास, पुराने इतिहास पर संग्रहालय बनाना चाहिए। लेकिन एक संस्था जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नाम पर बनाई गई थी, उनकी उपलब्धियों को उजागर करने के लिए, इतिहास पर काम करने के लिए, और उसमें सिर्फ पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू नहीं, आजादी के आंदोलन, उसके बाद के इतिहास पर बहुत सा काम हुआ है। और जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल फंड इंडिपेंडेंटली चलता है। अब आपने उसको प्रधानमंत्रियों के कर दिया, इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि आप और सब प्रधानमंत्रियों का भी काम दिखाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए क्योंकि आप नेहरू जी को दबाना चाहते हैं। नेहरू जी के सत्य को तो आप दबा नहीं सकते, उनके किए हुए तमाम कामों को दबा नहीं सकते। तो ऐसा है कि पब्लिक की मेमोरी से, पब्लिक की आंखों से एक तरीके से उनको हटा दीजिए।
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी, उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मोरारजी भाई सब तो कांग्रेसी थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वर्ग समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Noo. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocator. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at Noo on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेवार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया, और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए, और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
जय गौ माता, जय श्री राम। मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocator of the Noo clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम में यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
मेवात यात्रा में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी, जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात?
आखिरी बात हो गया, 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था, वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online diatribes becoming real-life violence.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 139. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 93. In Bangalore, 33. In Chennai, 120. In Hyderabad, 91.
Jagadishwaran, S. Anita, Lakshana, Shweta, Nishantini, Dhanush, Kirti Vasan, Kanimori, Vignesh. These names and faces might be completely unfamiliar to you, viewer, but all of these are young Indians who decided to die by suicide because of failure to crack the National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test, or NEET, which has become so controversial. The death of 19-year-old Jagadishwaran has sparked fresh politics in Tamil Nadu. It was actually a double suicide. Jagadishwaran took his life, and then his father also died by suicide. The DMK, the ruling party of Tamil Nadu, has now announced a statewide hunger strike on the 20th of August against the Modi government and the state governor N. Ravi for not giving their assent to the anti-NEET bill being introduced in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Tamil Nadu minister and the chief minister's son, Udayanidhi Stalin, said the day-long hunger strike across all district headquarters is a message to the Modi government, and the party will continue with its agitation until a nod is given to the bill. Remember, the announcement of the strike comes a day after Chief Minister Stalin, in his Independence Day address, raked up the issue as well. Stalin called NEET exam atrocious and said that such exams should be completely removed.
I request all the public, students, the teachers and the families of the affected to take part in this protest and show why we don't want NEET in Tamil Nadu.
Today, if you see Narendra Modi ji's NEET, has been killing, has been a demon and killing a lot of students' future. Once the Tamil Nadu Assembly has passed the resolution that it will ban NEET, it is sent to the governor. If the governor is going to deny it, it is again the ministry which is going to take the call and immediately recall NEET. This Tamil Nadu incident, father has suicided because the son has suicided. This is even more painstaking.
Why we are objecting NEET? Because the NEET questions comes on the basis of central syllabus, CBSE syllabus. But our students here, they are studying in the state board. How a student who is studying in the state board can answer for a question which is asked from the central syllabus? So because of that only our students, common students, poor students, they are getting failed. They are failing in the exams. So like that, the syllabus changing, all these things are happening since it is a joint list. So as CM has told, it should be brought to the state list. I welcome it.
Okay, we have time for a very quick face-off from Tamil Nadu on this extremely emotive and contentious issue. Dharanidharan Selvam is spokesperson of the ruling DMK and Narayanan Tirupati is state vice president of the BJP. Dharanidharan, I'd like to start with you. Welcome to you both. Thank you for your time. The politics and the history of NEET is a long and very, difficult one to quickly encapsulate in a short show of this kind. But very quickly, Dharanidharan, what is this hunger strike going to achieve? Because you have the BJP and others accusing your party of only playing politics over NEET, knowing full well that this anti-NEET bill is not going to achieve anything. After all, NEET was the imposition of a Supreme Court order.
See, we are opposing NEET because any entrance exam per se is against social justice. What does the A.K. Rajan committee say? Before and after introduction of NEET, number of Tamil medium students joining medicine through merit in government colleges reduced from 20% to 1.5%. And similarly, first-time graduates reduced from 25% to 15%. This data is also in coherence with data from across the world. Even in the West, it's identified that people from privileged backgrounds, people from high income, for example, if you are in the top 1% percentile income group in the US, you have 75 times more chances to get into top Ivy League schools than the bottom 20% because of the discrepancy in GRE and SAT, which is why even the top universities in the US are getting away with the entrance exams. So even when DMK came to power in 2006, our colonial government then annulled entrance exams for admission into engineering and medicine because entrance exams are antithesis.
Dharanidharan, I appreciate the details. What you're explaining is right, and it's a very, very compelling case that you present. But the politics of it is something that cannot be ignored, because your party came to power on the promise of scrapping NEET, knowing full well that this was not going to be so easy to do. It was going to have to follow a process because it was a Supreme Court order. It was your ally that brought this law back in 2010, sir. NEET was something that was a UPA idea. It was a UPA idea.
Until DMK was in the union, in the UPA, as well as DMK was in power in Tamil Nadu, NEET was not happening. It's only when BJP came to power and when ADMK was ruling Tamil Nadu, NEET came. So that is what we have to look. We would not allow.
It's one of the few things where the AIADMK and the DMK actually agree on this. There are even discrepancies between the state BJP and the center.
Let me complete. See, let me complete. And also, we thought the governor will cooperate, the governor will do his job, but governor here is not doing his job. He is behaving as an extra constitutional authority. Governor's job is not to explore and analyze the bills and legislature. Legislature only can pass the bills, and he has to only sign it or
but this
follow
is
one of the four processes.
But this has happened before as well. It's not only the DMK, right? It's happened with the AIADMK as well.
How long did he take to send it to the president? He took more than a year and a half. Why? What gives him the authority? Why this gubernatorial procrastination cannot be allowed? This is the problem. We are protesting against the gubernatorial procrastination, and we are also urging the President Draupadi Murmu. She herself comes from marginalized background. She had worked really hard to come up and become president.
Narayanan Tirupati, what do you think of the DMK's hunger strike announced for August 20th?
That is a complete politics, silly politics, and definitely DMK, in order to hide their failures, they are again and again trying to they are trying to provoke the people of Tamil Nadu by unnecessary sentiments. See, if at all they want to go do away with the NEET because of the suicides, as you said, Shiv, around 20 to 21 suicides. But there are thousands of suicides that has happened in Tamil Nadu. The students committing suicide for fear of writing 10th or 12th or for failure in 10th or 12th standard. Have the government scrapped the 10th and the 12th examinations. Now, there are thousands of lives lost. In fact, I have tweeted a sample, some 6-7 samples. There were a lot of students who have committed suicide because their father is drinking. And there are a lot of murders that happened because of drinking. Habit of drinking from Tasmak, from the liquor. And the government should definitely do away with the Tasmak and the liquor. Now, why they are not doing? Because they are getting money in there. See, this is not the thing. You can't say that because of some students committing suicide, they have to go away with it. See, take this case
Dharmendran,
example.
20 seconds. I have 20 seconds left in the show. Your answer on this: the BJP says this is just politics. You're using, the existing issues with the governor to justify the fact that NEET is not being scrapped, when the only way to actually do this will be to go to court.
See, this matter is listed in the Supreme Court in October, and we will definitely get rid of NEET. We are protesting because we want to fight against this injustice. In 1965, why was Hindi not made the national language? Because we went to the street and protested. So never underestimate the power of protest. We are protesting for the voice of the 8 crore Tamil people. 99.99% of the people in Tamil Nadu do not want NEET. We are only representing the will of the people of Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
We are protesting to represent the will.
Justice for students needs to be the end game at the end of whatever has happened, whether it's a street protest, hunger strike, Supreme Court, governor, president, whatever be the case. At the end of the day, there needs to be predictability and a uniform standard as far as medical education is concerned. It has gone on for too long. We saw it during COVID as well. The netas will bicker, the street fights will happen, elections will come and go, governments will come and go, but the students are left holding the can for unpredictable policy. That's the fact about NEET. We'll debate it further. Thanks very much to both our guests for joining us. But that's a wrap on 5 Live. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. It's the big intrigue in Pawar politics. Has the BJP or has Ajit Pawar offered his uncle Sharad Pawar a cabinet berth at the centre? Is he empowered to do such a thing? What's the real story? Akshita breaks it down next.
जिस आदमी ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में एक युवा नेता को इतना योगदान दिया, आज उसी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिसने इस देश को आज़ादी दिलाई, उस पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम बदलना एक कलंकपूर्ण अध्याय है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का। जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल आज से वो जाना नहीं जाएगा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम हट जाएगा।
नेहरू जी से जो नफरत है, कुंठा है, वो है आप प्रधानमंत्रियों पे संग्रहालय बनाना चाहते हैं, बनाइए। किसी पे भी संग्रहालय सरकार बना सकती है, बनाना भी चाहिए और लोगों पे भी बनाना चाहिए। वर्तमान इतिहास, पुराने इतिहास पर संग्रहालय बनाना चाहिए। लेकिन एक संस्था जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नाम पर बनाई गई थी, उनकी उपलब्धियों को उजागर करने के लिए, उन इतिहास पर काम करने के लिए, और उसमें सिर्फ पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू नहीं, आज़ादी के आंदोलन, उसके बाद के इतिहास पर बहुत सा काम हुआ है। और जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल फंड इंडिपेंडेंटली चलता है। अब आपने उसको प्रधानमंत्रियों के कर दिया, इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि आप और सब प्रधानमंत्रियों का भी काम दिखाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए क्योंकि आप नेहरू जी को दबाना चाहते हैं। नेहरू जी के सत्य को तो आप दबा नहीं सकते, उनके किए हुए तमाम कामों को दबा नहीं सकते। तो ऐसा है कि पब्लिक की मेमोरी से, पब्लिक की आंखों से एक तरीके से उनको हटा दीजिए।
कांग्रेस को नेहरू जी को छोड़कर सबसे एलर्जी थी, उसमें लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें नरसिंह राव की स्मृति क्यों नहीं बनी, उसमें इंदिरा गांधी की भी स्मृति नहीं बनी, उसमें राजीव गांधी की भी नहीं बनी, और बाकी जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मोरारजी भाई, सब तो कांग्रेस ही थे ना। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी वो समझने की बात नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लोकतांत्रिक सोच देखिए कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों को जगह दी है। क्या देवेगौड़ा, क्या गुजराल साहब, क्या चरण सिंह साहब। तो मैं कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश को एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपने सब कुछ नेहरू जी ही, नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, जितने प्रधानमंत्री सबका सम्मान।
We are inside an under construction railway tunnel located between Rishikesh and Devprayag at Shivpuri. And you can see how the tunnel is inundated. Now what happened on night of August 13th? Around 11-12 in the night, suddenly the water that flows from the seasonal Nala, as they call it in Uttarakhand. Because of the cloudburst, it brought aggressive water flow. Along with that, there was a lot of silt, boulders, stones, which came along with the water that was coming from the monsoon Nala. And you can see the entry point itself. There's a lot of debris which is still lying here. This is possibly the security guard post, which has been inundated with the stones, covered with the stones halfway.
Now, Ladakh's Neoma is strategically extremely important for the country. It is an airbase that is the closest to the line of actual control between India and China. It is home to the world's largest air traffic control system. It is used to monitor the movements on the other side of the border from an altitude above 14,000 feet. Take a look at this story filed by my colleague Manjeet Negi.
Welcome to Battlefield Neoma, home to India's advanced landing ground overlooking Chinese-controlled territory. Just 25 kilometers away from the line of actual control in Ladakh. Garud Special Forces of the Indian Air Force are carrying out special operations drills using Apache attack helicopters, Chinook transport helicopters, and Mi-17s. Neoma, sitting very close to the LAC, holds super importance in India's strategic planning. The Chinooks play a crucial role, moving men and war machines super quick right to the front lines. The Apaches are considered the best when it comes to mountain warfare. And the C-130J Super Hercules transports are performing precision low-level flying, airdrops and landing. Mobile air traffic control systems have also been deployed to monitor every movement of China at an altitude of over 14,000 feet. This is the world's highest air traffic control at this advanced landing ground of the Air Force.
It bridges the critical gap between Leh Airfield and LAC, enabling quick movement of men and material in eastern Ladakh, which overcomes terrain friction that will further help in quicker access to the heights and sustenance operations thereafter.
The Indian Air Force's jewel in the crown, Rafales and Sukhoi 30s, can also be seen flying from this advanced landing ground in Neoma.
The fighters have been operating regularly in this area earlier as well. The positioning of fighter aircraft would be governed by the operational requirements in future.
The Indian Army has already deployed its mainstay T-90 Bhishma main battle tanks and BMP infantry vehicles here in Neoma.
Now we will tell you the firepower of the T-90 Bhishma tank. The T-90 Bhishma is a very capable tank. It can cruise the 500 kilometer and can strike targets at the 5 kilometer with its missile.
The most modern tanks in service with the Indian ground forces. These tanks are simulating a possible assault across the line of actual control if the need ever arises. India is leaving nothing to chance to guard these frontline areas.
Pawar's secret meet rattles Sagari. Congress spreads betrayal theory. Claims Pawar senior offered cabinet berth.
लोगों में उसके गलत सिग्नल्स जा रहे हैं उसके वजह से और लगातार ये चीजें आने से
एक लोगों में एक संभ्रम का वातावरण निर्माण हुआ है। उसको जितना जल्दी दूर करेंगे उतना बेहतर है।
Pawar camp rubbishes alike claims.
कांग्रेस ने जो सवाल किए है उसका जवाब कांग्रेस ही दे सकती है, मैं नहीं दे सकती, क्योंकि मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है इस बारे में। ना मुझे किसी ने ऑफर दिया है, ना किसी ने मुझसे बात की है।
After nephew, uncle following suit. Pawar power for BJP soon. Maha power play. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshata Anantagopal, and this evening we're putting the focus on the India alliance. We gave you a glimpse of what's playing out in Maharashtra, where there are questions being asked of the Congress, of their own ally, of Sharad Pawar and his allegiance to the India alliance, to the Mahavikas Aghadi. On the other hand, in Delhi, it's Congress versus the Aam Aadmi Party. And the same question comes up again on whether the India alliance, as they are, can bury their differences. We'll be getting you more on those big political stories. A look at the headlines first. Massive political war over renaming Nehru Memorial. Congress says Modi defaming Nehru's legacy. Museum official rebut, says Nehru's legacy is covered in great detail in the museum. Siddaramaiah government defends scrapping of national education policy in Karnataka as part of their poll guarantees. BJP calls it shameful tinkering of education policy. Hiccups in Team India unity as Congress takes on AAP in Delhi Assembly. Congress leader calls AAP the B team of BJP. Claims it only wanted services control to shield corrupt netas. Rains wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. Death toll mounts to nearly 60 as hill state grapples with landslides, flash floods and cloudbursts. Sunny Deol's Gadar 2 and Rajnikant's Jailer churn massive box office tsunami. Gadar 2 rakes in biggest Independence Day collection in history, while Jailer enters the 400 crore club. And Pakistan Cricket Board erases Imran Khan from its Independence Day tribute. Pakistan cricket veteran Wasim Akram calls out PCB foul. PTI retorts, says Imran fought till the last ball. Let's begin with big breaking news that's coming in from the national capital. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are now fighting it out in full public view. Right up until now, you saw the Delhi Congress taking swipes at the Aam Aadmi Party while the Central Congress continued to support them, remain in an India alliance. Now, it's all that the split is very, very clear. This over the fact that you had a Congress leader claiming that Congress will fight in all 7 Delhi Lok Sabha seats. AAP has seen red over this, saying if the seat sharing has already been decided, what is the need for us to attend the meeting in Mumbai, the upcoming alliance, the India alliance meet that's slated to happen in Mumbai. So will AAP then walk out? Will they not be a part of the next hurdle? Remains a big question at this point. Or will the Congress attempt to damage control here, which will mean that the High Command will have to intervene and tell the Delhi Congress unit not to take on the Aam Aadmi Party, which again means a body blow for the Congress. This is a catch-22 situation essentially that the Congress finds itself in, and how will they really get themselves out of this muddle is the big question. Let's get you political reactions.
दिल्ली 19वां राज्य था, 24 कैसे जीतना है, और बिल्कुल आदेश हुआ है कि हमें 7 सीटों पर मजबूत संगठन के साथ हर नेता को आज से अभी से निकलना है। 7 महीने 7 सीटें हैं। ये बात हुई कि जिसकी दिल्ली उसका देश होता है, ये दिल्ली का इतिहास बताता है। इसलिए कहा गया कि बिल्कुल 7 पर तैयारी रखनी है और मजबूती के साथ हमें निकलना, और आज से हम लोग अपनी जिम्मेदारियां जिसको जो भी संगठन में सौंपी जा रही हैं, दीपक जी उसको अभी तय कर लेंगे और हम निकलेंगे।
देखिए, इस तरीके की बातें तो आती रहेंगी। जब इंडिया के सभी घटक दल बैठेंगे, सीट शेयरिंग पे चर्चा करेंगे, सब पार्टियों के राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व आमने सामने बैठ के इस पे चर्चा करेंगे, तब पता चलेगा कौन सी पार्टी को कौन सी सीटें मिलती हैं। ये तो बहुत आगे की बात है। देखिए ये सारी की सारी चीज़ें ना बड़े बड़े PAC के लेवल की चीज़ें हैं। हमारी पॉलिटिकल अफेयर्स कमेटी है, वो चर्चा करेगी, निर्णय करेगी, फिर जब इंडिया के जो घटक दल हैं वो आमने सामने बैठेंगे तब उसके ऊपर आगे जो बात बनेगी।
So even as this war of words continues, it started off with Alka Lamba making that comment saying that Congress will fight in all 7 Delhi Lok Sabha seats, leading to that retort from Saurabh Bharadwaj. Let's play out for you what Home Minister Amit Shah had interestingly said just a few weeks ago while speaking in Parliament on the Delhi Services Bill. He said now that the India Alliance hasn't been able to cobble up the necessary numbers for Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party will walk out of this alliance. Listen into what Shah said.
अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी में अंतरात्मा है तो इस बिल का समर्थन करना चाहिए। मैं तो आपकी चीज को लेकर खड़ा हूं, मगर ये नहीं करेंगे, मुझे मालूम है मान्यवर, क्योंकि उनको गठबंधन बचाना है, मान्यवर मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, ये आप पार्टी का जन्म ही कांग्रेस का विरोध कर हुआ। लगभग 3 टन जितनी गाली कांग्रेस की सरकार को बोले और बोलकर सरकार में आए और आज अनधिकृत अधिकार प्राप्त करने के लिए कांग्रेस का समर्थन ले रहे हैं। और कांग्रेस वालों को भी ठीक है, चलो हमारा गठबंधन बढ़े। भाई मैं बताना चाहता हूं खड़गे साहब, जैसे ही आज शाम को ये बिल खत्म हुआ, पारित हुआ, केजरीवाल जी पलट जाएंगे, ठेंगा दिखाएंगे और कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
Kumar Kunal is joining us with more details on this interesting war of words that's playing out, that's going to have a direct impact on the 2024 Lok Sabha battle as well. Kumar, what are you picking up from your sources? Is there going to be a turnaround from the Congress? Is the High Command going to intervene now?
Basically, it's a catch-22 situation for Congress, Archita. Actually, Congress was in power for 15 years in Delhi, and after the emergence of Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party, it not just lost its power in Delhi, but it came to the number 3rd position. And that's why Congress leaders in Delhi are quite obviously, they are not very keen of supporting Aam Aadmi Party. And that's why all these comments, all these things are coming up. Even today in the meeting, high-level meeting, which was conducted by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, several of the leaders, they joined the meeting and they complained that if we will support Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, then the cadre will get demoralized. So we have to actually prepare for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections at full steam and on all the 7 seats. Although even Congress leaders are knowing that 2024 is not going to be easy, as BJP will be the premier opposition. So they might fight 2024 in an alliance, but after 2024, there will be
the problem is, and the challenge that the Congress has faced is they tried to create a narrative that the Delhi Congress would criticize and question the Aam Aadmi Party, but that the Central Congress and AAP were together. That's clearly crumbled and fallen apart really for the Congress. And let's see how really they salvage the situation with the Aam Aadmi Party. Thanks very much, Kumar Kunal, for getting us those details. So from Delhi to Maharashtra, it's pretty much the same woes that the India Alliance is facing. In Maharashtra, within the Mahavikas Aghadi, the Congress is worried that Sharad Pawar, after Ajit Pawar, will betray them. And so there is this narrative that's being put out, and this is by Sharad Pawar's own ally. Let's get you details of what really that is. A former Chief Minister of Maharashtra from the Congress has peddled this theory that the meetings that have happened between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar is essentially to negotiate a place for Sharad Pawar with the BJP, that he's being offered a cabinet berth, he's being offered the chairperson of Niti Aayog role, that his daughter Supriya Sule has also been offered a plum post, and all of this so that Sharad Pawar can ditch the Mahavikas Aghadi and go to the BJP. Again, let me highlight that this is being peddled by Sharad Pawar's own ally, the Congress in Maharashtra.
It is an all-out Maha play of power ahead of the mega 2024 Lok Sabha elections. If a former Congress chief minister from Maharashtra is to be believed, during their secret meetings, Maha Deputy CM Ajit Pawar offered Uncle Sharad Pawar the agriculture berth in Modi cabinet and the Niti Aayog chief's post.
What went on in the secret meeting is yet to be revealed. But the speculations say that BJP wants Sharad Pawar to join their government, which Sharad Pawar has rejected outright.
For the record, Ajit Pawar denied the claim and called the meetings with Sharad Pawar mere family rendezvous.
आदरणीय पवार साहेबांनी स्वतः सांगितलं पवार परिवारातले ते सर्वात वडीलधारी ज्येष्ठ आहेत. मी त्यांचा पुतण्या लागतो नात्यानी आणि घरातल्या व्यक्तींना भेटणं याच्यात कारण नसताना मीडियावाले त्याला इतकी वेगळ्या प्रकारची प्रसिद्धी देतात आणि त्याच्यातून गैरसमज निर्माण होतात. त्याच्यामुळं त्या भेटीला आपण फार काही वेगळं तिथं घडलं असं समजण्याचं कारण.
Sharad Pawar too had defended the meetings with Ajit but had denied any tie-up with the BJP.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या राजकीय धोरणामध्ये भाजपच्या वरचं असोसिएशन हे बसत नाही आणि त्यामुळं आम्ही कुणीही भाजपच्या बरोबर नाही. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचा राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष म्हणून मी स्वच्छ भूमिका या ठिकाणी सांगतो की राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष भाजपच्या बरोबर जाणार नाही.
The alleged poaching bid sparked unease in the opposition, the Aghadi alliance. While Congress asked Pawar to clarify, Uddhav Sena slammed Ajit.
हमारे गठबंधन में कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. जहां तक कांग्रेस का सवाल है, कांग्रेस हो या शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे जी की, उसमें कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. एनसीपी के बारे में निश्चित तौर पर उन्होंने कहा है कि हमारा ये फैमिली इशू है और हमारा इसमें कोई ऐसी कोई राजनीतिक भूमिका नहीं है. पर मेरे को लगता है कि लोगों में उसके गलत सिग्नल जा रहे हैं, उसके वजह से.
अजित पवार इतने बड़े नेता नहीं है कि जो शरद पवार सबको ऑफर दे सकते. अजित पवार को पवार साहब ने बनाया है. पवार साहब को अजित पवार जी ने नहीं बनाया है. 60 साल से भी ज्यादा समय पार्लियामेंट्री पॉलिटिक्स में पवार साहब ने बिता चुके हैं. महाराष्ट्र के 4 बार मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्र में मंत्री रहे बार.
Sharad Pawar's daughter Supriya Sule denied all speculations about getting offers.
आपको सीधा जवाब ही दूंगी, मुझे किसी ने कोई ऑफर नहीं दिया है. सिर्फ 15 अगस्त का एक बड़ा सेल चल रहा है बहुत जगह, तो इसलिए कुछ महंगाई इतनी बढ़ी है तो शक्कर, आटा कुछ सेल चल रहे हैं बहुत सारे ग्रोसरी स्टोर्स में. मैंने पेपर में पढ़ा, वो ऑफर मुझे पता है, बाकी कोई ऑफर मुझे.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग,
कांग्रेस ने जो सवाल किए हैं उसका जवाब कांग्रेस ही दे सकती है, मैं नहीं दे सकती, क्योंकि मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है इस बारे में. ना मुझे किसी ने ऑफर दिया है, ना किसी ने मुझसे बात की है. तो आई कांट कमेंट ऑन समथिंग व्हिच इज हाइपोथेटिकल एंड आई डोंट.
After the split in NCP with Ajit and him joining BJP, are more surprises in store in Maha Pawar play? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, amid all of this talk that Sharad Pawar is in talks with the BJP via his nephew Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar has come out to deny all of this. He's dismissed the former Congress chief minister's claim that there is some political talk happening, saying that my meetings with Ajit Pawar has no political discussion involved. He's also gone ahead and said that there is no truth to any of this talk of cabinet berths being offered to him. So Sharad Pawar shutting down this entire narrative immediately. Remember, there are several within his faction, including his own daughter Supriya Sule, who's already clarified on the record. But there is fuel being added to this raging political fire, clearly, by one of Sharad Pawar's own allies. Let's play out for you what Pawar said.
माझे मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी काय सांगितलं मला माहिती नाही. काय म्हणजे तर त्याच्यामध्ये अशा गोष्टीची काही चर्चा झाली नाही, भेट झाली नाही असं नाही. मला भेटायला आले पवार कुटुंबाचे जे एकंदर सगळे भाऊ आहेत, सगळे बहिणी आहेत, त्या कुटुंबाचा प्रमुख मी म्हणून कुठलाही कौटुंबिक प्रश्न असेल तर त्यासंबंधी माझ्या कुटुंबात एक पद्धत आहे की बोलायचं किंवा माझा सल्ला घ्यायचा आणि त्यासाठी कोणी आलेलं असेल तर त्याच्यासंबंधी अधिक केस काढायचे कारण नाही.
Okay, let's bring in Ritvik Balekar, who's reporting for us live from Mumbai with all the details. We also have our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai with us, who of course knows the in and out of Maharashtra politics. Ritvik, to you first. Good evening. Sharad Pawar now denying all of this talk of him being in talks with the BJP via Ajit Pawar. Has this kind of quietened all of the discord between the Aghadi allies?
Yeah, after Sharad Pawar speaking about the whole offer being given to him from BJP episode and the secret meeting between him and Ajit Pawar, this is the second time he has come out and has given a clarification. But what we are seeing in Mahavikas Aghadi is that the Shiv Sena, Uddhav camp and Congress have become aggressive now, and both the parties are continuously saying that there should be clarity and it should not affect our voters, people in Maharashtra, because there's a lot of confusion between them, and this is definitely going to bother them in the upcoming elections. What we are also watching here is Uddhav has already started reviewing all the Lok Sabha seats, including those which are represented by Sharad Pawar camp, for that matter by Supriya. They are going to find candidates in Baramati, in Shirur and in Satara.
So there seems to be a plan B in motion right now, Ritvik, from what you're telling us. In which case, the Aghadi allies don't really trust each other, keeping aside this instance and in other cases as well. Ritvik, just stay on with us. I want to bring in Rajdeep also on this broadcast. Rajdeep, inevitably, they always say there's no smoke without fire. Do you think there's any meat at all to all of these claims of, you know, some sort of an outreach from the BJP, of cabinet berths being offered to Sharad Pawar?
Well, Akshita, what you're asking really in a way is a $1 million question. There is clearly no smoke without fire. The fact is that Mr. Sharad Pawar has been in touch with his nephew Ajit Pawar, despite the manner in which the two fell out. The angry war of words from Ajit Pawar in early July have been now replaced by silence on his side, and by Sharad Pawar also not indicating what action he intends to take next, barring saying that I will not join the BJP. The truth of the matter is, what we hear is that there have been efforts to woo Mr. Sharad Pawar by the Ajit Pawar camp, and one of those exercises have involved talk of a cabinet berth for either Praful Patel or Supriya Sule. But this is not the first time this has been raised, and so far at least there have been clear denials both from Mr. Pawar and from Supriya Sule. So until we have something on record indicating that Mr. Pawar was approached, we will have to see this as part of the mind games and the speculation that's taking place around what Sharad Pawar will do next in Maharashtra. But yes, there have been attempts, we are told, to reach out through intermediaries, including business leaders, to try and achieve some kind of a patch-up between the Pawars and then take that to the center and see whether the NCP can be an ally of the BJP. But Mr. Pawar, at least, Sharad Pawar, at least for now, officially is making it very clear that he is not part of any alliance that involves the BJP.
No, so very clearly, Rajdeep, he's denied it. And there have been multiple denials really that have come forth. But as you said, there have been instances previously where Sharad Pawar was clearly in talks with the BJP. Is that still happening? You're talking about mind games, but then I tend to question, why would there be mind games by your own ally against you?
Well, Akshita, I think I partly answered the question when I said that there have been denials from Mr. Pawar about his joining hands with the BJP. But you could argue that while he keeps issuing these denials, he keeps also meeting Mr. Ajit Pawar. So naturally the speculation will carry on, and there's confusion in the NCP ranks. I've been speaking to NCP middle level leaders, and to be honest,
many of them are confused with the signals being sent out at the very top of the party. So confusion, yes, but for now, we will have to live with the denials.
Yeah, Rajdeep, you've raised how, there are questions about why Sharad Pawar keeps entertaining Ajit Pawar, why they keep meeting. And there was always talk that, Sharad Pawar was in the know-how about Ajit Pawar's step, about him rebelling, about him joining hands with the BJP. And that's essentially where maybe the insecurity of the allies come from.
Akshita, I can say this with confidence that Mr. Sharad Pawar was well aware that Ajit Pawar wanted to break away and join the BJP as early as April this year. And Mr. Pawar may not have given it the green signal, certainly not, but he also did not protest hard against it when Ajit Pawar approached him along with certain other senior leaders. And just the kind of leaders who've gone across, switched across, people like Dilip Valse Patil, people like Praful Patel, these are people who have grown under Mr. Pawar's shadows for several decades. When they switched, the sense was that they couldn't have done this without at least informing Mr. Pawar about it. So Mr. Pawar was in the know. He opposed it, is what he tells us, strongly opposed it, said, I'm going to carve out my own path. But because these meetings have taken place since between the two Pawars, there is, as I said earlier, confusion in the ranks.
Interesting. Thanks very much, Rajdeep, for joining us. I'd like to thank Ritvik Walekar also for getting us the latest updates from the ground. This isn't the first time, unfortunately, that the Maha Vikas Aghadi has faced this kind of a problem of open differences between allies. Let me break down for you multiple instances of flashpoints between the two allies that have been reported. The latest, of course, being over whether Sharad Pawar is in talks with the BJP. Why is he still meeting Ajit Pawar, over which the Congress now is demanding answers from Sharad Pawar. Then there was the issue of Aurangabad being renamed as Sambhaji Nagar. The Congress very clearly opposed the decision that was taken by the then Uddhav government when Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister. Over Savarkar, there's been a multiple war of words because Uddhav Thackeray opposed what Rahul Gandhi had said about Savarkar when he said that, Savarkar wasn't Veer. And he said, I'm a Gandhi, I am not a Savarkar, when he was asked to apologize. The Prime Minister's educational qualification, you saw a lot of politics over this. Sharad Pawar differed. While the Congress kept raising it, even the Shiv Sena UBT kept raising it, he said that we don't need this kind of low-level political discourse, and so questioned all of the comments that were coming in and the politics. Similarly, on the Adani controversy, while the opposition was trying to rally together, bring this up in Parliament repeatedly, demanding a JPC, Sharad Pawar differed. He distanced himself from the controversy and also refused to back his allies' demands for a probe. So this is just the latest of an endless saga that we've really seen of differences within the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Questions will loom on whether there will be a breaking point in this alliance that comes very soon, maybe even before the 2024 elections. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we'll get you a report coming in from Karnataka. The showdown over the national education policy. Siddaramaiah government has said that as per their manifesto, they will fulfill their promise of scrapping NEP. Political reactions coming your way on that story.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the hostile airbase and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Noo. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocator. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at Noo on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocator of the Noo clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम को यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
मेवात यात्रा में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात?
आखिरी बात हो गया, 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था, वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online diatribes becoming real-life violence.
Welcome back. Let's get your news now from Karnataka, where the national education policy is all set to be scrapped. The Karnataka government, the Siddaramaiah government, as per their manifesto, made that promise that they will remove the national education policy. So in accordance with that, Siddaramaiah has announced that it will happen very soon as the next academic year. And so the government is saying they'll draft their own state education policy. The BJP is lashed out, but there's a larger question here. Who has control over education policies? Is it the centre or the state?
The National Education Policy, a landmark move to revolutionize education by the Modi government, has triggered a political showdown in Karnataka. The Siddaramaiah government has now moved to scrap the National Education Policy in Karnataka. Calling NEP a product of the RSS to control what children are taught, CM Siddaramaiah has vowed to implement what was promised in the Congress manifesto.
Our RSS agenda ideyalla, hidden agenda. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡ ಆಯ್ತು. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
The Congress government has confirmed that NEP will be a thing of the past from the next academic year and could be replaced by a state education policy.
We basically want to have our own state education policy so that in the interest of children's the subjects or the matters what have been taught should not be controlled on a vindictive basis or whatever it is. That's what we feel.
The BJP has lashed out at the Congress, accusing them of tinkering with the future of children for their own political gains.
Let him come out which is vindictive and how it is vindictive. Just by mere making some statements with preconceived notion and to change the entire policy is very uncalled for. I'm telling you that this government is making a very, very colossal mistake and they are playing with the future of the children.
देश के लिए क्या अच्छा है सोच करके देश को छात्रों को मजबूत करने के लिए एनईपी लागू किया है. उसके खिलाफ राजनीति करना देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं होता है.
In the neighboring state, Tamil Nadu as well, NEP debate has been reignited with the Karnataka government's decision.
They are trying to impose Hindi in the way of the new education policy, and DMK will object in any way if Hindi is imposed in Tamil Nadu.
While the BJP is piling pressure to rethink the decision to withdraw NEP, the Congress government's move in Karnataka has once again reignited the centre versus state debate on education policies.
As Karnataka government is contemplating to remove NEP and bring a new education policies, BJP has warned the state government not to tinker with the future of the students. Amidst the politics of both BJP and Congress, the students are the ultimate sufferers. With journalist Shimurti Sagaraj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, ground reports from Himachal. The situation still remains rather grim in Himachal. The death toll nearly 60 now. We're getting you images of the rescue that's underway in parts of Himachal and Uttarakhand. Musk versus Zuck intensifies. Amid the much-anticipated Musk versus Zuck cage fight, ex-owner Elon Musk said he will be going to Mark Zuckerberg's house, and the cage match could actually take place if the Meta boss answers the door. Here's a detailed report of what's expected there.
Will they or won't they get into a fight? That's the billion-dollar question. For nearly a month now, the world has been waiting for a Musk versus Zuck cage fight. And it now seems that we may be closer to an epic showdown between the Silicon Valley titans. In the latest, the Tesla CEO and owner of X has signaled his acceptance of Zuckerberg's martial arts fights proposal. The twist comes, he posted on his virtual playground, "Knock knock, challenge accepted, open the door." The twist comes days after Zuckerberg expressed skepticism about the likelihood of this fight. Taking to ex-rival threads, the Facebook founder said that Musk isn't serious about a cage fight and it's time to move on. Zuckerberg had previously proposed August 26 for the fight. Musk has now raised the stakes by declaring that he will ask the Tesla full self-driving car to drive to Zuckerberg's house, and that the duo's adventure will be live-streamed on the new X live-streamed video feature. Tesla CEO has said that he is lifting weights throughout the day preparing of the fight. Zuckerberg, on the other hand, is a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at California Martial Arts Tournament in May. The saga began with Musk's casual age match offer and gained momentum as the duo continued a war of words. Will Musk make a dramatic entrance at Zuckerberg's doorstep? This could be the most suspenseful thriller of our times. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi and we're back with a segment on popular demand which is very dear to my heart. It's where we engage with you, the Tech Today community, and answer all your tech queries and questions. Now you can always write into us on our social media handles and of course DM me as well, and we will pick up the best questions and refresh and reintroduce this segment to you because we want to know what you're thinking and we'd love to answer some of your queries. It looks like we have a question from Lokendra Sharma. Lokendra, thanks so much for tuning in to Tech Today. And he asks, shall I buy the Flip 4 or the Flip 5? Now, the Flip 4 was a very good phone 1 year ago. Now, after I've come back from Korea and before I left for Korea, I had a bunch of different views. Before I left for Korea, I told you that there's an Oppo flip phone, then you have the Motorola, and honestly, they look like, well, incremental evolutions. And the Motorola was winning the battle of 2023 until last week when the Flip 4 became so yesterday, and it turns out we have a new contender, the Z Flip 5. That's right. And because we have it over here, and Lokendra, you've asked a very, very relevant question, while our flips are making all sorts of noises. Now, I'll be very honest about it. Back in the day, this small notification screen seemed to work for Samsung for so many years when they were the only players in the market. Then comes along Oppo with a much bigger and a more functional screen, but still not the whole gamut. Then comes Motorola, the OG of foldables, and says, hey, we've got this Razr 40 Ultra, which we showed you last week. And all of these three devices looked very different. But then at Galaxy Unpacked, which you saw exclusively here on Tech Today, and now you're seeing the first look of the Z Flip 5 in India. Now you saw it in Korea when we gave you the initial impressions, but let's unbox this device. There you go. What's so different about the Flip 5? And Lokendra, since you're on the market in this week of 2023, please wait for this to come in your hands. Have a look at the fold as well.
Himachal Pradesh is still grappling with the aftermath of intense rainfall. Even as a yellow alert has been sounded by the Met Department, there's been widespread damage to life and property that's been reported. Let's round up the images that have come in so far. Let's begin with this dramatic sequence caught on camera of a landslide leading to a bunch of homes collapsing. This happened in Shimla. Residents were evacuated by the administration, which meant, fortunately, that there were no casualties. But let's play out for you that audio. It's heartbreaking to listen to these residents as they watch their homes being destroyed.
बाबा इसके अंदर लोग तो नहीं पाए हैं नहीं
The surging floods and landslides have cut off hundreds of homes in Shimla. An army chopper was pressed into service and saved several lives. This dramatic rescue is one such example where a woman was safely evacuated from her inundated house by forces. It's not just Himachal but also Uttarakhand where there's a flood-like situation. Landslides that have been reported in many areas. The mighty Ganga is flowing above the danger mark in several districts. Heavy rains also triggered landslides. These are images from Chamoli and you can see the images of the debris that's lying on the road. The Badrinath highway as a result has been blocked. Now, because of the rising levels of the Ganges, these images from Uttar Pradesh's Bijnor show how several areas have been completely inundated. About 24 villages gone underwater. Villagers without any help are now stuck on their rooftops. So in a matter of 2 months now, we've seen 2 disasters playing out in Himachal Pradesh as well as in Uttarakhand. Let's get you some of those images that are coming in that show you the extent of disaster and how it's going to take weeks, maybe months for normalcy to resume.
Massive landslides, swirling floods, swollen rivers, and spate of deaths. Monsoon wreaks havoc across Himachal Pradesh. The hill state has been receiving incessant rains, causing massive destruction. Forces and rescue workers are racing against time to save lives. Flood hit are being rescued using choppers. Bodies are being pulled out from debris of collapsed houses. Himachal's Mandi has been completely cut off due to blocking of connecting highway.
We are on Mandi Kullu National Highway where a flash flood took place. Just look at the extent of the damage caused by the flash flood. The ground floor of this house is under the debris. Just see the size of the rocks and the extent of the damage. This has also caused huge damage to this national highway, which has been blocked at various places up to Pandoh Dam close to the Mandi. More than 2,100 routes are without the buses.
Swollen Bears River continues to flow in spate. 2 major hydropower projects, Natpa Jakri and Rampur on Satluj River, have also been hit.
ये देखिए लैंडस्लाइड किस तरीके से हुआ है। तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि जगह जगह पर लैंडस्लाइड हुआ है। हजारों की तादाद में छोटे मोटे सड़कें, नेशनल हाईवे, स्टेट हाईवे बंद पड़े हुए हैं और ये सतलुज नदी के किनारे पर जो हाईवे बना हुआ है वो लैंडस्लाइड में कितनी जगह कट हो चुका है। यहाँ पर जो ये ब्यास नदी है, छोटी छोटी नदियों में नालों में भी मिलती है, वहाँ पर भी जितना जल का ये बहाव है और इस जल बहाव के साथ साथ सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत ये है कि इसमें सिल्ट आती है और वो मिट्टी जो हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उनको खासा नुकसान पहुंचाती है।
This could eventually hit power availability in North India. Himachal CM Sukhu did an aerial survey to review the flood situation.
8 जून को हमने पहले डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की बैठक की थी। सभी प्रकार के एहतियात के कदम हमने उठा रखे हैं और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जहां-जहां एहतियात के कदम उठाए हैं, सब जगह एहतियात के कदम उठाए हैं, लेकिन कई जगह यहाँ क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो जाता है, वो ना प्रशासन के हाथ में होता है और ना ही मेट्रोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट ये प्रिडिक्ट कर सकता है कि यहाँ क्लाउड बर्स्ट होगा।
The Weather Office has predicted isolated but heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh in the next 2 days. With Satyendra Chauhan in Shimla, Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi and Amit Bharadwaj in Devprayag. Bureau Report, India Today.
Manjeet Sehgal is joining us live from Mandi with the latest updates. Manjeet, is the worst over for the people of Himachal? What's the forecast looking like?
Well, Akshit, as far as the forecast is concerned, heavy to heavy rains have been predicted in Himachal Pradesh till 19th of this month. Though the weather in and around Mandi has been dry from past 24 hours, but as far as the damage is concerned, this entire damage caused to the public and private property, including roads, is being attributed to the surge in the rains. And during past 3-4 days, 157% surge has been reported. The people are still struggling with the bad roads as buses are not plying. Some people are still also stranded. The worst hit is the Kangra district now after the floodgates of the Pong Dam were opened. Nearly 500 people have been rescued so far. Still, many people are stranded at various places. So, administration has warned the people not to venture the low-lying areas where there are flooded rivers and the tributaries, and also there is a warning for the people living in low-lying areas as Pong Dam's floodgates have been opened.
Manjeet, thank you for getting us that live update. Situation still at this point grim, and till 19 there's a forecast of heavy rainfall. We'll continue getting you all those images from Himachal and much more. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 PM Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side of a short break is Mission 2024 with Nabila Jamal.
हिमाचल में आई प्राकृतिक आपदा ने हिमाचल में कितना भारी नुकसान किया है, इसका अंदाजा आप इस ऐतिहासिक हेरिटेज रेलवे ट्रैक को देखकर लगा सकते हैं। 1903 में अंग्रेजों के समय में आजादी से पहले ये रेलवे ट्रैक बनाया गया था और ये कहा जा रहा है कि इतनी प्राकृतिक आपदाएं आई लेकिन ये ट्रैक अपनी जगह से टस से मस नहीं हुआ। बड़े भारी भारी लैंडस्लाइड हुए और बड़ी प्राकृतिक आपदाएं आई, बारिश आई, आंधी तूफान आई, लेकिन ये ट्रैक कभी भी अपनी जगह से टस से मस नहीं हुआ। लेकिन अब की बार किस तरीके से हवा में झूलता हुआ ये ट्रैक आपको नजर आ रहा है और ये अपने आप में बयां कर रहा है कि अब की बार की जो ये प्राकृतिक आपदा है, ये त्रासदी है कितनी बड़ी। दरअसल ये ट्रैक है जो शिमला को कालका चंडीगढ़ से जोड़ता है। टॉय ट्रेन, जिसको हेरिटेज ट्रेन कहा जाता है, वो यहाँ पर चलती है और देश विदेश से, दुनिया भर से सैलानी इस ट्रेन की सैर करने आते हैं। गनीमत ये रही कि ट्रेन पहले बंद थी और इस ट्रैक पर अगर ट्रेन चल रही होती तो कितना बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था, इसका अंदाजा भी आप लगा सकते हैं। और थोड़ा सा तस्वीरें और दिखाऊं मैं आपको कि इस रेलवे ट्रैक को हवा में जो झूल रहा है उसको ऊपर से आई इस लैंडस्लाइड ने अपने साथ बहा दिया। नीचे इसके ठीक शिव मंदिर था और शिव मंदिर के नीचे अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं। अभी तक 13 शव बरामद हुए हैं और ये कहा जा रहा है कि बहुत सारे शव अभी भी इसके अंदर दबे हुए हो सकते हैं। 72 घंटे का समय हो गया है और 72 घंटे में ही पूरे हिमाचल में 60 लोगों की जान गई है। कई हजार करोड़ का नुकसान हुआ है और मौत का आंकड़ा बढ़ सकता है, ऐसा शासन प्रशासन और सरकार के लोग कह रहे हैं। लेकिन ये रेलवे ट्रैक जो अपने आप में बता रहा है कि ये त्रासदी कितनी बड़ी थी और ये हादसा कितना बड़ा हो सकता था। कैमरामैन अमन गुप्ता के साथ सत्येंद्र चौहान, शिमला, आज तक।
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color this monsoon, and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
The Nehru Memorial Library has been changed, and now it will be known as Prime Minister's Museum. I will show you graphically how the whole structure of the Nehru Memorial Library and museum has changed, and now it has been converted to Prime Minister's Museum. I will show there was earlier just a single building. This was the old building. Now two buildings are there. One is the old block and the another one is the new block. I will take you through the old block first. Ground floor we are standing where reception is there, but the significance of this building is at the first floor. The first floor was earlier dedicated to Jawaharlal Nehru. Now, what is happening now? Still, the life journey of Jawaharlal Nehru, our first Prime Minister, is still there. You can see that this is in orange color. This is the part where Jawaharlal Nehru's life journey has been, this part has been dedicated to his life journey. And this second green part is Tosh Khana. Those monuments, those things which different prime ministers have been given as gift, that is being kept in this Tosh Khana. I will take you through a new journey, a new building which has been constructed. Actually in 2016 this concept of Prime Minister Museum came, and then the construction of new building started in 2018, which completed in 2021, and in April 2022 Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new block. I will take you towards the new block which has been constructed, and here you can see that there are 3 floors, and on these floors I will show you life history related to Lal Bahadur Shastri, Guljari Lal Nanda, Indira Gandhi, Narasimha Rao, Deve Gowda, I.K. Gujral, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Dr. Manmohan Singh. All have been given a place in these in this new block. So there is a misconception that has anything been done to erase the life history of Jawaharlal Nehru. So we can see that there are two blocks. One block is almost completely dedicated to our first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, and the new second block where spaces have been given to different Prime Ministers during different regime. With camera person Nasir, it's Kumar Kunal for India Today from Delhi.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 31 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our mission 2024, taking you through all the top political news. Let me start with the headlines first. Nehru Memorial renamed as Prime Minister Memorial sparks a political row. The Congress claims Nehru's legacy has been defamed. BJP retorts, says the Congress is only thinking of Nehru and its own family politics. Sharad Pawar now denies, the NCP Supremo denies any cabinet berth being offered by his nephew Ajit Pawar. He refutes all the claims of joining BJP either. Says no political discussion was held with Ajit and that meeting is surely not a secret. Hiccups in Team India unity is a question as Congress declares it will fight from all 7 Delhi Lok Sabha seats. Aam Aadmi Party threatens to boycott the India meet, says top brass will decide on seat sharing. Siddaramaiah government defends scrapping of the national educational policy in Karnataka as part of their poll guarantees. BJP calls it a shameful tinkering of the education policy. Rainfall mayhem wreaks havoc in Himachal Pradesh. Death toll now mounts to nearly 60 as the hill state grapples with landslides, flash floods and cloudbursts. Pakistan Cricket Board raises Imran Khan from its Independence Day tribute. The Pakistan cricket veteran Wasim Akram calls out PCB foul. PTI retorts with own Imran tribute. All right, now the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library has officially been renamed as Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The name change has certainly irked the Congress, with the Grand Old Party now calling it a petty move with an aim to erase the Nehruvian legacy. BJP, however, was quite quick to hit back at the Congress, asking why the party is so obsessed with Nehru. Here's our detailed report.
The campus where India's first Prime Minister lived for 16 years until his death in 1964, called the Teen Murti House. Originally built in 1930 as part of British architect Edwin Lutyen's imperial capital. The same campus developed into the Nehru Memorial Museum and dedicated to the nation 6 months after the passing of the first Prime Minister on his 75th birth anniversary. Built as a premier research center, a pilgrimage for history buffs, a forum of intellectual activity located south of the Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi. The heritage institution now renamed as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society. The move officially aimed at diversifying its remit, a tribute to every Prime Minister and their contribution to nation building over the past 75 years.
The old block is the Teen Murti Bhavan, and that is where we had the Nehru Museum before, and it continues to be there. Now we have built a new block, and it is a seamless integration of the old building and the new building, and all of it now constitutes the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya, that is the Prime Minister's Museum. The whole idea was to showcase the work of all our Prime Ministers.
But the name change has triggered a political controversy. Congress has accused the Modi government of attempts to contaminate history and remove tangible symbols of Nehruvian legacy.
It shows the pettiness of Mr. Modi. It shows the RSS, Bharatiya Janata Jansangh and